Chapter 1. Black Goku of Use Indeed. At this moment, the western capital lay in ruins, its landscape obscured by layers of dark, ominous clouds that shrouded the entire sky. The biting, frigid wind relentlessly swept across the barren earth, instilling an indescribable sense of desolation in every corner. This was the future parallel world of the seventh universe, the realm of future Trunks. The timeline had progressed to the confrontation with the fused Zamasu. After being struck apart by a punch from Vegeta, the two adversaries were left in a dire state. Black Goku, gravely wounded, gasped for survival, while Zamasu, seething with rage, ground his teeth in futile defiance. Then what comes next? Vegeta uttered with a cold smirk. His fists clenched tightly, and as he prepared to unleash a barrage of energy blasts upon Black Goku and Zamasu, whoosh, swish, the Grand Minister and the Omni King from the seventh universe, not the future, materialized high above, flanked by two towering guards, their collective gaze fixed upon the scene. Below, on the ground, Son Goku and Trunks were taken aback. Quan? Son Goku exclaimed, soaring towards the Omni King. Trunks descended beside Vegeta, both entranced by the sight of the Omni King above. My body. Black Goku trembled, clearly striving to break free from his confinement. Why can't I move? Tap. The Grand Minister merely shifted his gaze slightly, his staff swirling gracefully in his grasp. The immortal Zamasu met his demise on the spot, while Black Goku, still ensnared, began to drift toward the Grand Minister. This individual, I find useful, the Omni King called out, waving at Son Goku from a distance. Oh. Son Goku responded, belatedly comprehending the situation. Vegeta, brows furrowed in confusion, inquired, "Where are you taking him? Will you not eliminate him?" "Indeed, he is of use." The Omni King replied, his innocent, flat round face breaking into a smile. "I have found my brother, but he is in need of a body." "What?" The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at the Omni King above. "You actually have a brother?" Son Goku marveled, casting a glance at the Omni King. "When can we meet him? Is your brother powerful? Does he resemble you?" A barrage of questions ensued, leaving even Trunks somewhat speechless. Hadn't the Omni King just mentioned that his brother required a body? Hence, Black Goku was to be repurposed as the vessel for the Omni King's brother. Yet the inquiries about resemblance persisted. This, Goku's thought process. Trunks observed Son Goku's inquisitive expression, involuntarily twitching the corners of his mouth. That is acceptable. The Omni King nodded, his demeanor shifting to a colder gaze directed at the struggling Black Goku. "You should consider yourself fortunate. After all, it is because I'm friends with Goku that I have chosen you. Then let this universe be destroyed." The Omni King surveyed the surrounding dilapidated structures, uttering such terrifying words as a mere child. "I cannot allow my brother to bear any blemish." The Grand Priest cast his gaze upon those present and inquired of the Omni King, "What about those who are aware of this matter? Let them stay." The Omni King turned to Son Goku, displaying a silly grin. "They're all Goku's friends." "Very well, your majesty." The Grand Priest directed his attention towards Vegeta, Son Goku, and Trunks. "Now, you have 1 minute to prepare for your return. A minute, or rather, 90 seconds. The time allotted to them was indeed scarce, and by the 57-second mark, they had already formed a line. "Quickly, Trunks." Vegeta called out to Trunks, who was seated in the time machine. Whoosh! As Vegeta and Son Goku vanished along with the spaceship and time machine, the Omni King's small hand moved as well. Simultaneously, the Grand Priest, wielding his staff to envelop Black Goku within the protective barrier, watched as everything around him transformed into a blinding whiteness. "All right, your majesty. Hurry. I want to see my brother." The Omni King floated within the white void, joyfully waving his tiny hand. Whoosh! They returned once more to the heart of Universe 12, on the planet of the Omni King. The Omni King cast a displeased glance at Black Goku, who was still struggling within the barrier. "What happens next? How will my brother return?" The Grand Priest flipped his palm upwards, summoning the staff into his grasp, and gently tapped it against the ground. Ripples spread across the adjacent lake, revealing an image of a young boy standing on his bed, energetically punching and kicking at his phone. "Whoa, this is exhilarating." Ye Tian switched off his phone, tucking it beneath his pillow, contentedly lying back to find a comfortable position. "That I wonder when the next Dragon Ball Super movie will be released." Ye Tian reached out to turn off the lamp, mumbling, "I hope tomorrow is another splendid day." "So, this person is my brother?" The Omni King inquired with a curious expression on his flat, round face, pointing at the lake's surface. "Is he truly my brother?" The Omni King repeatedly confirmed with the Grand Priest, who wore a serious expression. "Why do we look nothing alike?" "Yes, your majesty. I have inquired with Zeno, and there is absolutely no mistake." The Grand Priest shifted his gaze from the lake back to the Omni King. Then why is he in another dimension? Does he possess the ability to traverse any dimension? The Omni King asked innocently. Well. The Grand Priest glanced at the sweetly slumbering boy in the lake, pondering how best to explain. Never mind. From this day forth, I shall also have a brother. The Omni King quickly dismissed the question, clapping his tiny hands in hopeful anticipation towards the Grand Priest. The expression of the High Priest stiffened, revealing that the Omni King was utterly indifferent to the matter at hand. So, how shall we deal with this fellow? The adorable and naive expression directed at the High Priest swiftly transformed into a sinister glare aimed at the Black Goku trapped within the protective barrier. Replace him, the High Priest patiently elucidated. Simply substitute his central nervous system, which is to say his very soul. Hurry, hurry! The Omni King waved his tiny hands excitedly, showcasing his fervent enthusiasm at that moment. Please, don't, spare me. The Black Goku pleaded desperately from within the barrier, knowing that against such a deity, any struggle beyond his pleas was futile. The act of replacement was but a mere flick of the wrist for someone of the High Priest caliber. He gently tapped his staff against the ground. Oh dear! He has hidden his core essence between the third and fourth dimensions, concealed within the microscopic realm. This Zamasu truly is an extraordinary apprentice god of destruction. The High Priest exclaimed, observing the increasingly frantic struggles of the Black Goku within the barrier. At that moment, the Black Goku suddenly clutched his head, howling in agony. Chapter 2. This is your punishment revised. In the next instant, the Black Goku rolled his eyes back, as if unable to bear the torment, collapsing motionless against the barrier. He's no longer moving. The Omni King paused mid-motion, casting a perplexed glance at the High Priest. Next, we require the assistance of the Super Dragon Balls. The High Priest explained with a gentle smile directed at the delighted Omni King. I shall immediately collect the Super Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon. Gathering the Super Dragon Balls was an effortless task for the High Priest to undertake personally. Location: universe.As. He gazed upon the colossal Super Dragon Balls, which loomed like planets. The Omni King was filled with anticipation. He raised his hand to halt the High Priest, who seemed ready to speak, exclaiming, "He'll do it! He'll do it! Arise, Eternal Dragon! Please grant my wish. I wish to unleash." As the Super Dragon Balls emanated a dazzling light, the Eternal Dragon swiftly materialized. The High Priest and the Omni King, accompanied by two guards, one of whom was carrying the motionless Black Goku, instantly found themselves within the consciousness of the Eternal Dragon. State your wishes. Why are you here? The Eternal Dragon had intended to deliver a formal greeting, but was taken aback upon seeing the gathered individuals. It was curious why the Omni King would seek him instead of his master, Salam. Hello, Eternal Dragon. The Omni King, undeterred by the dragon's astonishment, cheerfully waved his hand in greeting. What are your wishes? Surely, you haven't come merely to chat with me out of boredom. The guard carrying the Black Goku laid him gently on the ground, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. After all, this was the body of the future Omni King. He had to be careful. Indeed, I have come to you with a matter of some urgency, primarily to request the transfer of this young boy's soul into the body of this individual upon the ground, and furthermore, to grant this person immortality. Is that feasible? The High Priest gestured towards the orb of magic atop his staff, where the image of the boy materialized, and then indicated the figure of the Black Wukong laid upon the ground. Why? And you have stated two wishes at once. I can only fulfill one wish at a time. That is the principle. The Super Dragon's expression was laced with confusion. What significant figure warranted such wishes from the High Priest and the Omni King? It is my brother. The Omni King waved his hand once more, unable to contain his impatience. Hurry, hurry. The Omni King's brother. The great Omni King is not. The Super Dragon's pupils dilated sharply. This was a grave matter that must be reported to the master. Unbeknownst to the Omni King and the High Priest, the Super Dragon was stealthily preparing to file a report. The High Priest elongated his tone, casting a threatening gaze at the Super Dragon, his words casual yet laden with menace. What is this about one wish and two wishes? With your capabilities, such trivial wishes can undoubtedly be accomplished in one go. If any unforeseen consequences arise, I shall not be held accountable. The Super Dragon spoke humbly, acutely aware of the High Priest's unspoken threat, preemptively voicing his concerns. There was no choice after all. He was not the Master Dragon God Salama, lacking the prowess to stand against the High Priest. Hurry, hurry, or I shall make you vanish. The Omni King's demeanor grew increasingly sinister, evidently running low on patience. Are you certain you wish to fulfill these two wishes? The Super Dragon could not resist inquiring yet again. Absolutely. Immortality and the return of his soul to this body. To the seventh universe. Before the words could fully escape, a familiar voice interjected abruptly, aligning with the high priest's statement. Very well. Immortality and the return of the soul, I have also accommodated your requests, and the wishes have been fulfilled. The super dragon's blood-red eyes gradually dimmed. There was a hint of amusement in his tone, and with a swift turn in the cosmos, he emitted a brilliant radiance, transforming into the super dragon balls that scattered in all directions. The rapidity of this series of actions bore a semblance of gleeful mischief. While he did not dare confront the high priest directly, he could certainly indulge their minor requests. To the seventh universe. The Omni King and the high priest, the super dragon balls dispersed. Beerus found himself confronted by the fearsome visage of the Omni King and others, his words abruptly ceasing. The high priest turned to face Whis and Beerus, who had appeared without prior notice, his gaze imbued with a chilling coldness. Meanwhile, the Omni King's eyes glimmered with a piercing murderous intent, his countenance twisted in rage. I shall make you vanish. In your universe, all shall disappear. The two tall, gaunt attendants behind him also exhibited fierce expressions, reinforcing the Omni King's authority. Whis and Beerus knelt abruptly, their heads adorned with a multitude of exclamation marks, with Beerus lowering his head, appearing as timid as a quail. Upon sensing the arrival of the Omni King and the Grand Minister in the seventh universe, they hastened to meet them. The ominous aura emanating from the Omni King was palpable, and even the Grand Minister's expression bore a somber visage. O Omni King, your majesty, Beerus' forehead was drenched in cold sweat, cascading down like a waterfall. Had he erred in some manner? Why had he inadvertently incited the wrath of the Omni King? Please, your majesty, do not be angry. The Grand Minister discreetly surveyed Whis and Beerus while attempting to soothe the Omni King. Your brother is still within this universe. Rendering him absent is not an insurmountable issue. Perhaps, as a form of punishment, these two could accompany your brother in his training. After all, this universe is more familiar to them. They will require companions. With his hands clasped behind his back, the Grand Minister spoke thus, yet his inner thoughts diverged entirely. He too had pressing matters to attend to, and with someone eagerly pursuing him, he could conveniently address other affairs. With a grave demeanor, the Grand Minister continued, your brother also needs to undergo training. He must acclimate to his new body. Once he has adjusted, you may seek him out for play. Can I not visit my brother directly? I am quite bored. The Omni King's small, round face contorted in displeasure. You may visit, but he cannot engage in play just yet, as he has yet to master his powers. The potential for accidental harm is significant. The Grand Minister patiently elucidated. Moreover, if he were to play with you now, he would tire quickly, and your enjoyment would be diminished. Is that so? Then when will my brother be able to master his powers? The Omni King murmured in dissatisfaction. That will depend on the two of them. The Grand Minister's gaze shifted to the perspiring Beerus, still kneeling on the ground. The Omni King narrowed his eyes slightly, extending a small finger towards Beerus. Then why are you still kneeling here? Do you wish to vanish? Yes, Beerus hastily replied, his sweat now cascading like a waterfall. Then let us return, your majesty. The Grand Minister gently suggested, for as a steward, he was quite occupied in the blink of an eye. Before Beerus and Whis could respond, the four had vanished. Few we've narrowly escaped this ordeal. Beerus rose, exhaling in relief as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Searching for someone? It must be the body of Black Goku. Whis pondered, his index finger resting against his chin. Previously, he had heard Goku mention that the Omni King intended to confront this Black Goku in a parallel world of the future. Chapter 3. I have transcended revised. The brother of the Omni King. Where then shall we search? The universe is vast. Beerus inquired, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Whis. The realm of the divine has already welcomed Goku and Vegeta. Must we now add another Black Goku to the mix? Oh, it is the brother of the Omni King. How should I address him appropriately? What is the name of the brother of the Omni King? Beerus shifted his posture, crossing his arms in contemplation. Whis continued to glide his fingers over the magical orb atop his staff. The universe is so vast, it is not easy to find him. Isn't it possible to sense him using divine energy? Beerus promptly dismissed his own query and turned to Whis. Did they not say that Black Goku had also attained the divine realm? The color was something like magenta or perhaps peach. That won't do, because the brother of the Omni King has just entered Black Goku's body, and his aura is highly unstable. He cannot wield divine power. Whis shook his head. Unless he has some significant emotional fluctuations that reveal the aura of the gods, it could be detected. Is that so? Beerus furrowed his brows tightly. Regretting coming here. Oh ho ho. Time is tight. Black Goku possesses immense power. Seeing the extremely frustrated Beerus, Whis couldn't help but chuckle. If Lord Zeno's brother were to arrive on a planet with low combat power, the sudden outburst of power, Whis didn't finish his sentence, and Beerus had already thought of it. He gritted his teeth and cursed, having to clean up another mess. In any case, let's notify the Supreme Kai first. Whis looked at the staff in front of him and opened a communication. Earth, West City, year 779 of the Dragon Ball. The weather was slightly cool, and an elderly cleaner riding an eco-friendly tricycle appeared on the street. He got off next to a trash can. The old man picked up a broom and dustpan, ready to start his day's work. The old man noticed a shivering young man lying behind the trash can. Hey, young man, why are you lying here so early in the morning? Did you drink too much and end up with a hangover? The old man hurried over to pat the young man's cheek. Ashu. The awakened Ye Tian sneezed and instinctively tightened his arms. It's a bit cold. Has the cold air arrived? By the way, where's his blanket? Where's the warm bed? Ye Tian opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. He glanced at an elderly man sweeping the street and said, Who are you? The old man replied, Young man, take care of your health. It's freezing cold, and you're out drinking instead of going home to sleep. Although Shidu isn't too cold, it's still easy to freeze to death in the middle of the night. You should hurry home and get some rest. The old man sighed deeply, patted Ye Tian on the shoulder, and began to clean up the surrounding trash with his broom. Where am I? Ye Tian stood up in a daze. The cold winter wind blew, giving him goosebumps. These buildings, they look a lot like Shidu from the Dragon Ball world. Am I dreaming? Ye Tian rubbed his arms with his hands as he walked down the street, surveying his surroundings. He rarely dreamed, partly because he was in good shape and his martial arts skills were decent, and partly because he was involved in too many school clubs, which meant he could sleep soundly until dawn. Some shops I've never seen before. Shouldn't dreams be set in familiar environments? Ye Tian walked for a long time, and by the time the sun rose in the sky, he still couldn't react. This dream was just too real. Good morning, everyone. This is the latest news broadcasted by Capsule Group, and our latest invention is this smart. Ye Tian looked at the enormous advertisement screen on the building and abruptly slapped himself. Slap. Next, please welcome President Bulma to showcase for everyone. As Bulma appeared on the advertisement screen, Ye Tian raised his other hand and slapped himself again. Slap. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Ye Tian took 3 steps back, exclaiming what the hell. With each step, incredible, too shocking. Could it be that he really crossed over to the Dragon Ball world? Before he could recover from the shock, Ye Tian saw his reflection in the glass window, where stood a man with a crab head, dressed in a black kung fu outfit. This. Ye Tian pointed at the glass window incoherently, and the reflected figure also raised its hand. Son Goku. Ye Tian was first taken aback, then smiled faintly. He realized he had misjudged. With this outfit and the black clothes along with an earring on one ear, he looked like Black Wukong. Wow, I can't believe I'm a villain. Ye Tian retracted his smile and leaned closer to the display window to scrutinize himself, playing the role of a villain. But that's not the point. How did Black Wukong appear in the bustling West capital? Shouldn't he be in Trump's future world? Ye Tian reached up to touch his chin, deep in thought. Gulu. Ye Tian looked down at his stomach. Was it time to eat? Ye Tian looked over his entire body. Without pockets, there was no money, and the appetite of a Saiyan. He was still too happy about crossing over to the Dragon Ball world to worry about anything else. As for why he became Black Goku, wasn't that good? People are made of iron, and meals are made of steel. He first needed to find someone he knew. Who would be good to find? Ye Tian fell into thought again. The only places that could satisfy a Saiyan's hunger would probably be Goku's house or Bulma's house. Since he was in the city, it wouldn't be far from Bulma's house, so Bulma's house it is. Off he went. After 2 hours, Ye Tian finally asked for directions and stood at the entrance of Bulma's villa. This body was really amazing. After walking for so long, his feet didn't even feel sore. Ye Tian looked at the robot security guard in the security booth and spoke. Hello, I'm looking for Bulma. The guard inside didn't move at all and didn't even show any expression. Do you have an appointment? Please show me your invitation. It's the rule. Without these 2 things, you cannot enter. Although his words were extremely mechanical, they were very fluent and practiced. Clearly not the first time he had stated them. Can't you make an exception? Ye Tian was a bit confused. Was it really that difficult to meet Bulma? Oh, do you have an appointment? Please show me your invitation. It's the rule. You must. Hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but dig in his ears and frowned at the villa. If he couldn't enter Bulma's house, it was clear that this meal would be a bust. Chapter 4. Meeting Son Goku, revised. Ye Tian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. In the Dragon Ball world, Bulma's friends all flew in without knocking. Then I'll fly in too. After saying this, Ye Tian jumped up, wanting to soar over the 3-meter-high iron gate at the entrance. A chilly wind blew by, and a few scattered leaves fell from the rows of paulownia trees lining the road. A drop of cold sweat slid down Ye Tian's cheek. He tried hard not to feel embarrassed. After all, he was just an ordinary person who had crossed over and occupied the body of Black Wukong. Gulu. With a face full of effort to maintain calm in the face of curious passers-by, Ye Tian's stomach protested once again. Sigh. Ye Tian sighed helplessly. Since the first target failed, he could only head to Bun Mountain to find Son Wukong, as that guy was simple-minded and easier to fool. Hey, Wukong, I'm your friend, Black Wukong. Looking at the floating cars flying back and forth by the roadside, Ye Tian helplessly rubbed his stomach and took another step forward, pretending not to recognize anyone. Just as Ye Tian was passing by, he didn't notice a meteor streaking across the sky and landing in Bulma's villa. Hey, where is everyone? Beerus shouted while standing in the courtyard with his hands behind his head. Whis stood beside Beerus, still working on his magic ball, searching the universe for the king who possessed Black Wukong's body. Bulma, holding a cup of soybean milk, poked her head out of the window. Beerus, do you want some fried dough sticks and soybean milk? Is it delicious? Beerus instinctively asked, then felt something was off and coughed a couple of times, raising his hand to his mouth. Ahem. I'm here for serious business. Where's Vegeta? And is that guy's Son Wukong around? It's Lord Beerus. Is there something wrong? Son Wukong, holding a bun and chewing, also poked his head out. About Black Wukong. Beerus started, squinting at Son Wukong, saying, Why are you here too? Don't you have your own home? Son Wukong scratched his head awkwardly. I came out to buy some stuff and stopped by for a meal. Beerus was left speechless. What about Black Wukong? Wasn't he taken by the king? Vegeta crossed his arms and leaned against the door. The situation is like this. Whis, putting away his staff, began to explain what had happened to everyone. Meanwhile, Ye Tian started his adventure of asking for directions. Excuse me, old man. How do I get to Bun Mountain? Ye Tian stood at the edge of a bustling city, in front of a courtyard, peeking over the wall to ask the old man inside. Bowsy Mountain? It takes more than half a day to get there by car. The kind old man, sitting in the courtyard, pushed his reading glasses up on his nose. What if I walk? Ye Tian smiled and continued politely asking, Are you joking with me? The old man seemed a bit displeased and picked up the newspaper resting on his lap to shield his face. Refusing to talk to a fool, Ye Tian pursed his lips and thought, Never mind, I'll just follow the sign for now. Didn't he want to take a car? The problem was he didn't even have a pocket on him. Where would he get the money? After leaving Shidu, it was nothing but endless desolation, and this long journey was undoubtedly daunting for Ye Tian. He encountered carnivorous dinosaurs in the wilderness, gigantic birds in the sky trying to peck at him, and piranhas in the river jumping around wanted to eat him. Sitting under a wind-sheltering rock, Ye Tian hugged himself and gazed up at the stars, wondering why he didn't have a golden finger or a system. Watching others travel to different worlds, instantly mastering some kind of energy or tapping into explosive powers, and if all else failed, quickly making friends with characters from Dragon Ball. Yet here he was, not even able to meet Bulma, and he couldn't fly. Life is tough, Ye Tian sighed. Gulu. Ye Tian rubbed his hungry belly and sighed again. My system, have you not awakened yet or forgotten to bind with me? In such a high-powered world, without some skills, I might not survive more than 3 episodes. Ye Tian's expression was filled with worry. What if he just became an ordinary person in the Dragon Ball world? Who could accept that? Besides, he had crossed over as Black Goku. How could he waste such a great opportunity? But why couldn't he use energy? With these thoughts, Ye Tian curled up on the ground, got back up, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and tried to feel the energy. As a result, the stars shifted, darkness gradually dissipated, and the sun rose. The next morning, Ye Tian opened his eyes to the barren land before him and sighed weakly, feeling nothing from his body. He even wasted a whole night's sleep. But at least he wasn't tired, thank goodness. Ye Tian got up and set his direction toward Bowsy Mountain. Actually, thinking about it, this kind of crossing wasn't too bad. At least he started as Black Goku, even without a system. There were the Dragon Balls from the Dragon Ball world, right? However, finding the Dragon Balls wouldn't be a quick task. At the very least, he needed to learn to fly first or become familiar with Bulma. Because to find Shinron and make a wish, he needed the Dragon Ball radar to collect the Dragon Balls, and to get the radar, he had to find Bulma, which put him in a vicious cycle. As for why he wasn't as powerful as Black Goku, perhaps it was because the fusion of his soul and body wasn't thorough enough, or he hadn't found that key point to activate his energy. After 3 days of long trekking, he finally stood at the foot of Baozi Mountain, looking at the familiar house halfway up the mountain. Ye Tian grinned. So nice. I can finally see Son Goku in person. By the way, what year is it in the Dragon Ball era? Ye Tian rubbed his chin and thought back to the advertisements he had seen. Bulma looked like a middle-aged woman, but she often used the Dragon Balls to look younger. It was hard to tell her exact age. Hey, old man, hello. What year is it this year? Without much thought, Ye Tian knocked on the door of a nearby farmhouse. When the old man opened the door, Ye Tian asked, Huh? Isn't this Goku? The old man couldn't really be mistaken because this was indeed Son Goku's body. This year is 779. What's the matter? 779. Thanks. Old man. Ye Tian waved to the old man and then turned to walk up the mountainside. 779. What happened this year? Sigh. He had only focused on major events and never tracked specific timelines. Ye Tian rubbed his chin, contemplating as he walked toward the halfway up the mountain, leaving the old man behind with a face full of confusion. Chapter 5. The Astonishing Identity of Nobility, revised. This kid Wukong looks quite young. How come he is even more forgetful than me? He doesn't even remember what year it is this year. Ye Tian stood at the door of Son Wukong's house on the mountainside, hesitating to knock. He was about to meet the idol he had admired for a long time, and the feeling was like hearing the new Dragon Ball anime was coming out, mixed with the excitement of seeing his favorite idol. Excited, nervous, and shy. What should he do? Just as Ye Tian was hesitating, 3 figures flew in from the distance. To be precise, it was Son Wukong holding Chi-Chi, with Son Wutian following closely behind. That person standing at our door. Son Wutian exclaimed in disbelief. Saiyans have sharp eyes, even if it's just a half-blood Saiyan. Dad! Son Wutian widened his eyes, turning to look at Son Wukong beside him, who was still frowning about not being able to train. What's going on? Who is that person? Why does he look so much like Dad? As the 3 landed, Chi-Chi trembled, saying, Wukong, this guy doesn't look friendly. Ye Tian was confused and bewildered. He was just standing at the door, not having done anything yet. How could he not look friendly? You are. Son Wukong squinted, looking seriously at the person in front of him. Just as Ye Tian was about to explain his good intentions and think of what to say, Son Wukong spoke up. I got it. You're Quan's brother. Son Wukong quickly reacted, even clapping one fist into the palm of his other hand. A Quan is who? King Quan? King Quan's brother is not Black Wukong. Don't think he can be deceived just because he hasn't watched much Dragon Ball. But the sheer amount of information still left Ye Tian somewhat dazed. He never expected to meet you here. Excited, Son Wukong was already bubbling with enthusiasm. This person arriving was just perfect. As for what Beerus had said earlier, he had long since thrown it out of his mind. Hey, what is going on? Chi-Chi, with wide eyes, pointed at Ye Tian, trembling. Chi-Chi quickly pulled Son Wutian behind her, then discreetly led him back into the house. Bang! The door closed, instantly cutting off the 2 outside. He must be an enemy, looking so much like Wukong. Let us not forget that pastels and the somewhat similar Raditz. Could he be another relative of Son Wukong? Chi-Chi hugged Son Wutian tightly, trembling, her voice shaking. Defeat him. Wukong, we can't let Wutian go through the same past as Gohan. Son Wutian looked at Chi-Chi in confusion, asking what is happening. Standing outside the house, Son Wukong seemed to have taken in Chi-Chi's words. He couldn't wait to shout and threw a powerful punch at Ye Tian. Bang! Ye Tian, still caught up in the overwhelming information, was taken by surprise and blasted away, falling toward the forest at the foot of the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. He crashed through an unknown number of tree trunks, and amidst the flying leaves and broken branches, Ye Tian sat up, coughing. Cough, cough. Damn. Ye Tian touched his cheek. It hurt. Why aren't you using your energy to defend? Son Wukong flew down beside Ye Tian, looking at him suspiciously as he sat on a branch. Is it normal for you to attack someone without even saying hello? Ye Tian shouted angrily. This is totally wrong, especially for someone like my idol. Oh, I'm really sorry. Son Wukong grinned, finally remembering what Whis had said. It seemed that after King Quan entered Black Wukong's body, he still couldn't master it well. Son Wukong thought and scratched the back of his head. His apology not sounding sincere at all. Did you ask me if I wanted to fight you? Ye Tian touched his cheek, helplessly asking. This personality is just. Ye Tian sighed. Life is not easy. Son Wukong saw this and felt it was not suitable for sparring. He reached out and took the communicator given by Whis. Pressing the contact button, Whis Although unaware of the situation, Black Wukong is currently in my house. As soon as the connection was made, before Whis could speak, Beerus's loud voice rang out. What? At your house? Are you talking about the Omni King? That Omni King's brother. How could he be on Earth? I'm not sure if it's certain, but it looks like his appearance and attire definitely belong to Black Wukong. He just seems a bit foolish. Son Wukong mumbled. How could he know if you ask him? Hey, Whis, do you think it's possible that there's a mutual attraction between their bodies? That's why he appeared at Wukong's house? Beerus's howling came from the communicator. Oh ho ho ho. I'm not sure about that either. But as long as we find him, that's good. Whis smiled, his voice raised a bit, obviously getting closer to the communicator. We're heading over right away. Make sure he doesn't get away. Whis from the divine realm closed the communicator and turned to look at Beerus. Lord Beerus, are we setting off now? What nonsense are you talking? Beerus scolded. Hurry up and confirm on Earth. 10 minutes later, Ye Tian sat on the sofa, looking at the steaming hot tea in front of him, then glanced at Chi-Chi, who was shivering in the kitchen. So, I'm not really clear on the specifics. Son Wukong grinned, casually shifting the blame. It's better to let Whis or Lord Beerus explain. Ye Tian's gaze shifted to the respectful Beerus and was standing in front of him, and he thought. So what now? The two knelt down on one knee in front of Ye Tian, bowing respectfully, King of all. Ye Tian, confused, accepted their worship and, realizing the situation, motioned for them to rise, saying, Go ahead, what exactly is going on? As Beerus and Whis were organizing their thoughts, Son Wukong, impatiently resting his hands behind his head, glanced at Chi-Chi, who was hiding in the kitchen. Can you just clarify things quickly? Chi-Chi is scared of you guys. Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, Whis, Beerus, and Ye Tian turned their gazes toward the kitchen, causing Chi-Chi to shiver under their gaze. She was not afraid of the god of destruction and the angel, but of that Saiyan who looked just like Wukong. After hearing Whis's brief explanation, the atmosphere fell into a short silence. I am the king of all's brother? Ye Tian pointed at his own nose, asking blankly. Yes. The three present nodded in unison. What the heck? I won't. I'm a traveler. My soul has crossed into Black Goku's body. Ye Tian continued pointing at himself and asked, Damn, it hasn't been long since I came to the Dragon Ball world, and my identity as a traveler has already been exposed? You could say that. Whis replied. To be precise, your original body has already been lost, leaving only your soul in. Cough cough. Beerus intentionally cleared his throat to stop Whis from continuing. Oh ha ho ho ho. I'm so sorry. I almost let something slip. Whis covered his mouth with his hand, smiling as he changed the subject. In another world, then? Ye Tian tentatively asked, What about my original body? Did it just die? Ye Tian thought for a moment. He grew up in an orphanage and had no relatives. Could it be that, in the end, there was no one to collect his body? That body would dissipate along with the transfer of your soul. So you don't have to worry about what comes next. Seemingly gosing Ye Tian's thoughts. Vis a planet. Oh, then why am I the brother of the Omni King? Why did I come to this world? Ye Tian continued to ask. Isn't the Dragon Ball world a work drawn by Akira Toriyama? How could it be connected to my soul? You came to this world because you were the brother of the Omni King. Because you were the brother of the Omni King, you came to this world. In the next moment, Ye Tian looked at Whis, who had cold sweat on his forehead but was still smiling without the slightest embarrassment, with a gaze full of disdain. This statement is nonsense. Saying it is equivalent to saying nothing, but being the brother of the Omni King. Doesn't that make him the top person in Dragon Ball? He starts out above everyone else. Is there some secret that even I, the person involved, cannot know? Ye Tian felt he had sniffed out a tremendous secret of the Dragon Ball world. Can't say. Whis directly shook his head, not even giving any nonsense this time. Fine. Ye Tian nodded, picked up the now somewhat cold teacup on the table, blew on it, and pretended to act. Then take me to see the Omni King. Since I'm a Grand Omni King, I must embody the posture and aura of the Grand Omni King. Well, you currently cannot meet the Omni King. Whis continued to smile. Ye Tian looked up, staring at Whis in silence, his eyes filled with questioning. As a noble Grand Omni King, why can't I meet the Omni King? What's the problem with a brother seeing his younger brother? You just entered Black Goku's body and still cannot control your power well. The Grand Priest hopes you can fully control it before meeting the Omni King. This sounded like the truth. Oh, speaking of which, the Grand Priest is also a mystery. Very mysterious. That is fine. So who will teach me? Whis, you or Beerus? Or is it the Grand Priest? Ye Tian looked at the two and asked straightforwardly, but his attitude was still quite familiar. Regarding that aspect, I want to learn your Ultra Instinct. And I also want to learn destruction techniques. After all, having watched Dragon Ball, those special techniques are the most important. Now that he has Goku's body, he naturally has the bloodline of the Saiyans. Transforming into a Super Saiyan should be quite simple, right? From Super 1 to Super 3, then to Black Goku's Rose form. What Dragon Ball fan wouldn't want that? Dreaming about it every day. Don't be too ambitious. You still haven't mastered your power well. Beerus looked at the familiar face in front of him, adopting a teaching tone like that of training Goku. Ye Tian frowned at being doused with cold water, looking somewhat dissatisfied at Beerus. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? And Beerus, you dare to lecture me. You have quite some guts. With the posture of the Grand Omni King, a dangerous glint appeared in Ye Tian's eyes. As the Grand Omni King, can a god of destruction dictate me? I'm sorry, Grand Omni King. Beerus, upon seeing that gaze, immediately retracted his expression and knelt on one knee in a plea for mercy. Looking at that face, it was easy to mistake him for Goku. But in reality, he was the Grand Omni King, damn it. Since this is your first offense, I will let it go. Ye Tian didn't want to hold a grudge against Beerus. After all, he still needed to learn destruction techniques, and there was no need to make the relationship so tense. Looking at the proud posture of someone who looked exactly like him, Goku felt more and more that the person in front of him resembled Black Goku. It was strange, really strange. Oh ho ho, Whis chuckled, looking at Goku's odd expression. This time you really helped a lot. I will inform the Grand Priest. I didn't do anything. Goku scratched the back of his head again, wondering why he kept saying such strange things. So how do I control my power? Ye Tian looked at Whis, feeling that he was a bit more reliable in this regard. After all, Beerus trains by sleeping. Besides, Whis is still Beerus's master. Let's go back to the divine realm. Using your power here could harm the earth. Whis gently waved his hand, and his staff appeared in his hand. Then let's go. Beerus quietly sighed. This Grand Omni King was probably not an easy one to serve. Wait, are you guys going back? I want to go too. Goku looked at the few people who were about to leave and quickly reached out. Beerus looked at Goku with great disdain, the refusal still unspoken. Goku immediately countered. I found him. Beerus narrowed his eyes at Goku. If you go, that's fine, but the credit for this matter cannot be placed on your head. No problem. Goku nodded vigorously. How could such a small matter be more important than training? In the kitchen, Chi-Chi, who had been observing the situation, heard this and forgot her fear, stepping out. No, Goku, you still have work. Before she could finish her sentence, the entire hall was suddenly empty. Damn it, Goku, you bastard. Chi-Chi angrily cursed. The four quickly arrived at the divine realm. A not small lake, a forest of exotic flowers and plants, and a huge house resembling a treehouse in the distance. The familiar surroundings made Ye Tian feel incredibly strange. All right, then let's start training early. Whis pointed to the lake not far away in front of Ye Tian. Try to unleash your divine power. Go attack that lake. Ye Tian pursed his lips, looking at Whis with a strange expression, as if he were looking at a fool. What is this? Divine power? He can't even use the simplest form of energy right now. What are we talking about divine power for? Chapter 7, is he really the Omni King? A cold sweat trickled down Whis' forehead. His outstretched hand felt extremely awkward, and he bent his arm to cough lightly by his mouth. Cough, cough. Divine power is... Whis closed his eyes and extended his index finger, suddenly stalling. It's the magenta realm of Black Goku. Son Wukong, who was standing nearby, reminded him with his hands on his hips. Ye Tian continued to be confused. He wasn't really Black Goku. How could he possibly know about the magenta realm? And stop naming it randomly. It's clearly peach pink. No way. Ye Tian honestly spread his hands. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances. How could they teach someone who didn't know anything? Compared to Son Wukong and Vegeta, the Omni King was clearly more challenging. Well, try to gather the energy inside you. Whis sighed softly. If he couldn't use divine power, at least the Saiyans' combat instincts should still be there, right? Energy. Ye Tian thought for a moment and honestly said, I can't do that either. Cough, cough. You don't even know how to use energy? A hint of frustration appeared on Whis' usually indifferent face. This Omni King is just like a human baby. He can't do anything, not even the instinct to eat. Ye Tian also sensed some embarrassment. He truly felt guilty about the identity of the Grand Priest. How about starting with transforming into a Super Saiyan? The yawning Son Wukong once again proposed his opinion. With Black Wukong's body and Saiyan blood, it should definitely succeed, right? I understand this. Ye Tian confidently nodded. Anyone who has watched Dragon Ball knows this. Anger. Cells. Soon, Ye Tian closed his eyes and fell into his own fantasy, anger, rage. Think in the worst possible direction. Failing an exam? Unable to find a good job in society later? Rent is about to expire? Can't get a girlfriend. Damn, such a life would be too tragic, right? But now he has crossed into the Dragon Ball world. So these situations are impossible to happen. Ye Tian suddenly laughed out loud with his eyes closed. He had already expanded his imagination. At this moment, he was sitting with the Grand Priest. And the angels and destroyers of the 12 universes, along with those supreme Kais, were all kneeling in front of him. This was like the perspective of an ancient emperor looking down. Beerus waved at Whis, and then he, Son Wukong, and the others gathered together, whispering, "This person is definitely Black Wukong, right?" "Exactly. This outfit is definitely Black Wukong." Son Wukong nodded affirmatively. "Do you think Black Wukong's brain has been messed up? So the Grand Priest has become like this?" Beerus pointed at Ye Tian, who was still chuckling. "Why not ask the Grand Minister?" Whis frowned and spoke troubled. Being pointed at, Ye Tian began to feel distressed with his imagination because the angels and destroyers kneeling below actually stood up and scolded him for being useless. A dignified Grand Priest can't even release energy or fly. Damn it. Ha! Ye Tian, standing on the grass, frowned tightly, faintly showing bulging veins, and a faint yellow aura began to rise around him. "I can't stand it." Ye Tian closed his eyes and fell into real anger. "How dare you look down on me like this?" Ha! Feeling Ye Tian's change, Beerus and the others all turned their gaze. Look! He is transformed into a Super Saiyan." Son Wukong exclaimed in surprise. "I told you he is definitely Black Wukong." Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. So do they think too much? Ha! As Ye Tian continued to roar, the aura around him intensified, faintly bringing lightning. "Oh, this is reaching Super Saiyan 2 form." Son Wukong sighed repeatedly. Whis' eyes also gradually brightened. If that's the case, he would soon be able to control his body skillfully. Without waiting for Beerus to speak, Ye Tian's aura suddenly deflated like a deflated balloon. There's no energy left. In an instant, Ye Tian returned to his normal state. He fell to the ground, panting heavily. "Why didn't you continue? I feel you could have entered Super Saiyan 3 in one breath." Son Wukong looked at Ye Tian in confusion. Huff. Ye Tian waved his hand repeatedly, and after he finally calmed down a bit, he said, "If I shout any longer, I might suffocate. It seems I still need to learn how to breathe." Those voice actors for Dragon Ball characters really have a tough job. Shouting like this is exhausting. Hearing this, Beerus subtly glanced at Whis and quietly said, "It seems we really need to ask the Grand Minister." Whis nodded in agreement and turned to Ye Tian, saying, "Then Grand Priest, you should rest for a while. Beerus and I will step outside for a bit." Go ahead." Ye Tian waved his hand, and once he caught his breath, his gaze fell on Son Wukong, who was punching and kicking in midair. "Hey, Wukong, come down." Ye Tian waved at Son Wukong. "What is it?" Son Wukong retracted his fist and landed in front of Ye Tian, puzzled. "You can fly, right? Then teach me how to fly." Ye Tian glanced around. Beerus and Whis had left, leaving only Wukong. "Oh, you mean the flight technique?" Son Wukong grinned and explained with his index finger, "It's just using energy, and then you can fly." "Oh." Ye Tian looked at Son Wukong with disdain. He really must be out of his mind to ask this question. Wukong is a genius in fighting, but he is an idiot in other aspects. He doesn't know idioms, and isn't good at arithmetic. Speaking of which, it's still because he hasn't studied. Ye Tian ignored Son Wukong and sat cross-legged by the lake. Son Wukong scratched his head, seeing that Ye Tian was ignoring him. He continued to leap into the air to train by himself. Swish! In front of the Grand Priest's residence, at the center of the 12 universes. The Grand Minister was gazing at the calm lake surface, seemingly lost in thought. Had they arrived? What is it? The Grand Minister suddenly turned his head to look at Beerus and Whis, who had appeared behind him. "Yes, Grand Minister," Whis replied, and then subtly voiced his doubts. "That person, the one with Black Wukong's body, is he really the Grand Priest?" "That is not a question you should have." The Grand Minister clasped his hands behind his back and turned back to look at the lake surface. "If you can mistake someone, do you think I can?" The reflection on the lake showed Ye Tian sitting by the lakeside, holding a piece of grass he had broken off from somewhere, idly poking at the water. Chapter 8. Memories of the past dispersing. Regarding the restoration of the Grand Priest's power, we might not be capable. Beerus also noticed what the Grand Minister was looking at and cautiously probed. How long have you both been alive?" The Grand Minister turned to look at the two. Hearing this irrelevant question, Whis looked at Beerus, as he was the angel. Only when Beerus dies will he stop functioning and fall into a sleep until the next destroyer appears. As long as the Supreme Kai doesn't die, I can live forever. Beerus, unsure of the Grand Minister's meaning, honestly answered, sweat running down his forehead. So you have plenty of time to supervise. After a long silence, the Grand Minister's words finally came out slowly. But the most crucial point is, never let the Grand Priest's emotions become too intense, leading to the restoration of the memories he should have. The Grand Minister's expression was somewhat serious and solemn. Oh ha ho ho ho. What if he accidentally restores them? Whis raised an eyebrow at the Grand Minister. This kind of thing is not something they can control. Looking at Whis, who was provoking him, cold sweat dripped down Beerus's forehead. Although he didn't dare to intervene in their conversation, he was obviously curious about this issue as well. Then just wait for everything to be destroyed. The Grand Minister spoke with a cold glint in his eyes. Your task, besides teaching the Grand Priest to train and master his own energy, is also to remember not to let the Grand Priest come into too much contact with the ancient related history. Do you understand? After finishing, the Grand Minister gave a warning glance at Whis and Beerus, who was kneeling on one knee. The ancient related history? What history? Beerus pondered as he listened, wondering which history it was. Having lived so long, he couldn't even think of it. Got it. Whis nodded and then looked at Beerus, who was thoughtfully stroking his chin. Well then, we'll take our leave for now. As for the Omni King's training, considering Black Goku's body, you don't need to worry too much. Seeing the two nod, the Grand Minister turned back to gaze at the lake's surface. Omni King, may everything from the past rest in eternal slumber with your fading memories. Without those burdens, you will surely live more freely. On the lake's surface, Ye Tian discarded the grass he had in his hand, then rested his hands behind his head, lying on the grass and looking at the sky of the divine realm. The two returning were silent, and Beerus couldn't help but speak up. Which ancient history are you referring to? Huh? Lord Beerus doesn't know? Whis exclaimed in surprise, then laughed. I thought you would know. How about we ask the Grand Minister when we get back? Forget it. Beerus quickly shook his head. Not knowing is better than knowing and accidentally letting something slip. But I'm still very curious about why the Omni King can't regain the memories he should have, and what exactly happened in that history. Beerus's hand, resting on his leg, once again stroked his chin. As for Ye Tian, who was directly involved in all this, he had no idea what was happening. At that moment, he was sitting on a wooden stump with Son Wukong. Huff, huff. Son Wukong picked up the instant noodles, blew on them a couple of times, and then slurped them up. I've been thinking for a long time, so how do you fly? Ye Tian looked at the instant noodles in front of him without moving. I already told you. Use your ki, then you can fly. Son Wukong replied with his mouth full of noodles, his words unclear. So, how do you manipulate ki exactly? Ye Tian pondered it, recalling the scene in Dragon Ball Z where Gohan taught Goten and Biddy how to fly. Relax your body, use your ki. Gohan said ki is the energy of the body. Channel the energy within your body. Fully focused, Ye Tian suddenly spoke. And upon hearing the familiar name, Son Wukong looked at him in surprise. Then, the noodles that Son Wukong hadn't yet put into his mouth slipped back into the bowl from his fork. Creak. Ye Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him, began to float, slowly rising more than 3 meters off the ground. Hey, Omni King, you're floating. Son Wukong shouted in shock after swallowing the noodles, which interrupted Ye Tian's thoughts. Ye Tian instinctively looked up at Son Wukong across from him. But there was no sign of Son Wukong in front of him, and before Ye Tian could react, bang! Ye Tian fell back to the ground from a low altitude, landing in a messy heap. Spitting out the grass in his mouth, he glared angrily at Son Wukong. You got that damn dog Kong. Ha! Son Wukong grinned, hands on his hips, changing the subject. Look, I just floated up. I must be able to fly now. Reminded by this, Ye Tian immediately looked at his feet in surprise. Let's do it again, relax. Feel the energy. Circulate the chi. So that's how it is. Watching his feet slowly rise off the ground, Ye Tian smiled and flew into the air, spinning around, first making an S shape, then a Z, and finally ending with an 8. Just then, Beerus and Whis, who had just appeared, saw Ye Tian flying in midair, with Son Wukong still eating the instant noodles he had taken from Ye Tian. Oh, the king of all can already fly? Whis looked up in surprise. Hey, Beerus, Whis, I can fly now. Ye Tian landed on the ground, his expression full of excitement. Oh, Whis nodded indifferently, unable to offer any praise for such a trivial matter. Hey, where did this instant noodle come from? As soon as Beerus saw the empty bowl by Son Wukong's feet, he immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. I brought it last time. Son Wukong said innocently, slurping as he spoke. Damn it. Wasn't that for me? How dare you take my stuff? You're stealing. Beerus yelled. looking at the two empty bowls of instant noodles, clearly infuriated. By the way, Whis, I just thought of a new question. After the excitement, Ye Tian glanced at Beerus, who was still scolding, and turned to ask Whis, I am the king of all, right? Yes. Whis looked at Ye Tian in confusion. This question had already been confirmed repeatedly. I know the abilities of the king of all. His combat power is not high, but he has a very special ability. He can make the universe disappear if he wants to, right? Yes. Whis nodded again, smiling at Ye Tian. So as the brother of the king of all, do I have this ability too? And shouldn't I also have my 12? No, it should be 18 universes at the start. Ye Tian smiled back, full of anticipation. Chapter 9, Sparring with Son Goku. After hearing Ye Tian's question, was turned to look at Beerus, who was still cursing. Lord Beerus, I just remembered that Bulma on Earth asked us to have a meal. Ye Tian's smile froze and instantly turned to anger. Hey, don't be so obvious with your perfunctory response. I really didn't know. Whis took 2 steps forward, but then stepped back, standing in front of Ye Tian, shaking his finger with a rather helpless tone. This question is beyond my knowledge. If you want an answer, you need to ask the Grand Minister. Then take me to see the Grand Minister. Ye Tian gave Whis a disdainful glance and sat down, waiting for Whis to lead the way. We just came back from the Grand Minister. Whis shook his head in refusal, continuing to persuade him kindly. The Grand Minister said he is busy with affairs lately and doesn't he know when he will be free. This time Ye Tian's gaze was filled with disdain. Perfunctory. This is blatant perfunctory. It's the kind of perfunctory that doesn't he even require thought. The Grand Minister is the king of all steward. How could he be so busy with affairs? Can't you come up with a better excuse? Ye Tian couldn't help but curse. Hey, king of all, do you want to spar a bit? Son Goku, whose face was splattered with saliva from Beerus's scolding, walked over to Ye Tian and asked, spar my ass. How could I possibly beat you? Ye Tian puffed out his cheeks, feeling there was no mood to fight right now. Don't be like that. I can suppress all my combat power and fight you. Son Wukong leaned closer to Ye Tian, his words carrying a hint of pleading. Beerus is angry. He definitely won't practice with me. If I don't give Whis some new food, he won't accompany me. Listening to Son Wukong's pitiful words, Ye Tian still agreed. It's not impossible. Having come to the Dragon Ball world, he had yet to feel how capable he really was. After all, in the past, he was a master who could kick the evil school bully and angrily kick the Taekwondo club president. As soon as Ye Tian said this, Son Wukong immediately performed several backflips to create distance between himself and Ye Tian, bending his arms and assuming a combat stance with his legs bent. Ye Tian imitated Son Wukong's posture, striking a pose that was tangible yet lacking in spirit. Before Ye Tian could react, Son Wukong shouted, "Here I come," and charged straight at Ye Tian without even unleashing a burst of anger. Ye Tian was somewhat bewildered, as in his focused eyes. Son Wukong's movements suddenly appeared to be in slow motion, like a movie playing at half speed, with his swinging fist moving as slowly as a turtle crawling. Son Wukong didn't expect that his tentative punch would be easily caught by Ye Tian. With a look of surprise, Son Wukong was directly hit in the cheek by Ye Tian and flew back, crashing to the ground. Wow! Beerus, who had no expectations for the whole event, covered his face early on and confidently mocked, saying that as the king of all, it was acceptable not to be good at fighting. It was just a bit of a waste for Black Goku's body. No. Lord Beerus, open your eyes and take a look. Whis reminded Beerus, hands clasped behind his back. Son Wukong cried out in pain and quickly got up from the ground, rubbing his cheek and waving at Ye Tian, signaling for another round. Ye Tian darted towards Son Wukong with a swift motion on his toes, feeling the whoosh of air as Ye Tian's fist cut through it. Son Wukong let out a loud roar and transformed into his Super Saiyan form. His fist intercepted Ye Tian's punch, and Ye Tian looked at Son Wukong, whose hair had turned yellow with dissatisfaction. Didn't we agree to fight at the lowest power level? Son Wukong awkwardly scratched his cheek, saying, "It's just a reflex of my body. I didn't do it on purpose." Ye Tian casually complained, trying to push his fist a little further. However, Son Wukong's single hand was like facing an immovable mountain, and Son Wukong even had the leisure to reflect on how strange it was to be fighting someone with a face just like his own. Wow, it really is quite unexpected. Beerus had already opened his eyes and looked at the two fighting in the distance, marveling. Your sudden burst of power in battle is quite impressive. My hand is numb from the impact. No matter how Ye Tian heard Son Wukong's words, he couldn't detect any praise in them as he looked at his fist that he couldn't push forward no matter what. Ye Tian's forehead was bulging with veins, and he gritted his teeth, trying hard to launch his fist. Ha 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 ha. In the Dragon Ball world, output must rely on shouting. This is an ironclad rule. Ye Tian roared, and in the next moment, a faint yellow aura ignited around him as he entered Super One form. With 50 times the power, Ye Tian's fist instantly pushed Son Wukong's hand away and struck his shoulder. Son Wukong winced in pain and quickly retreated, increasing the distance between them as he soared into the air. He grinned and dove toward Ye Tian, indicating that it was time to get serious. Ye Tian did not respond. He still felt he was not very skilled at the sky dance technique, so he waited on the ground for Son Wukong's attack. Son Wukong dove down towards Ye Tian, and the two exchanged punches, breaking through the air and creating shockwaves that caused ripples to spread across the nearby lake. Bang! Ye Tian struck swiftly towards Son Wukong's abdomen at a pace that left onlookers bewildered, and Son Wukong was instantly sent flying, with a series of backflips on the ground. Son Wukong leaped into the air once more to stabilize his form, his hands placed on his waist as he gathered energy that began to glow. Huh! Son Wukong's energy wave shot rapidly towards Ye Tian, who displayed a curious expression in his eyes before calmly waving his hand to deflect the energy wave. Clap! Ye Tian also eagerly placed his hands on his waist, feeling the energy in his body rapidly circulating. A wave of chi was gathering between his hands as he unleashed his own energy wave towards Son Wukong. As the energy wave shot out, Son Wukong had already swiftly moved behind Ye Tian and threw a punch aimed at Ye Tian's neck. Ye Tian's reaction was simply beyond reason, and he even had time to grin. Is this really the first battle of the great Universe King? Beerus found it hard to believe. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem possible for such skills to belong to someone who had just learned to breathe properly. It must be his body's instinct. After all, this is Black Goku's body. Whis carefully observed the battle between the two. Just now, the great Universe King appeared very inexperienced, but now he was able to fight well in midair. The two were entangled in the air, and Son Goku quickly lowered his body to dodge Ye Tian's punch. Ye Tian's forehead was bulging with veins, and he gritted his teeth as he continuously swept and kicked at Son Wukong. Chapter 10. Going to Bulma's house for dinner. The flurry of kicks was dazzling, but unfortunately, Ye Tian didn't land a single kick on Son Wukong. At this moment, Son Wukong had already transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, and for someone like him who had fought countless battles, using these forms was as easy as eating and drinking. However, Ye Tian was different. He had only recently taken over Black Goku's body and needed a long time to adapt. He simply couldn't achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 during battle. Furthermore, the original Black Goku didn't have a solid grasp of the Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 forms either. Ye Tian simply couldn't achieve a skilled transformation. In his Super 1 form, he was completely overwhelmed by Super 2 Goku, unable to land any effective hits despite throwing punches and kicks. While Goku's attacks didn't hurt him too much, the frustrating nature of the battle clearly left Ye Tian very displeased. I'm done. I'm not fighting anymore. An angry Ye Tian distanced himself from Goku and landed on the ground, glaring up at Goku in the air. Oh, why? Goku, with his hands on his hips, was puzzled, feeling the fight was just getting interesting when Ye Tian suddenly declared he was done. I'm hungry. Ye Tian wouldn't lose face by admitting he felt suppressed. He rubbed his stomach, looking at the empty instant noodle box that Goku had eaten earlier. I don't want instant noodles, Whis. Can you take me to Earth for something else to eat? Ye Tian turned his gaze to Whis. He had been in the Dragon Ball world for a few days now and hadn't even met Bulma, Piccolo, or Krillin, although Goku had seen them. He hadn't encountered the long-standing second place, Vegeta. Most importantly, ever since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he had been hungry for 2 days. And when he finally got food, it was only instant noodles. In the Divine Realm, Whis and Beerus were stingy with food, giving him those unknown strange things from the universe to eat. How could he possibly eat 2 meals? 2 meals were instant noodles. Absolutely not more than 3. As a high-level creature that had finally climbed to the top of the food chain, why should he eat vegetarian food? He wanted meat. Meat? What? Lord Zeno, you want to go to Earth? Beerus, upon hearing this, was startled awake, interrupting his yawn. Can't we go? Ye Tian furrowed his brow, starting to assume the posture of his Lord Zeno. Oh ho ho, then let's go to Bulma's house. She mentioned a new dessert shop nearby that has great flavors. Whis said with a smile, hand at his mouth. Huh, you're all one Earth? What about me? Goku landed on the ground, peeking at Whis and the others. What about my training? Aren't you going to train with me? Oomph. A man is iron, and food is steel. If you're not hungry, I am. Ye Tian shot an annoyed glance at Goku. In that case, take me with you. 2 bowls of instant noodles can only fill my stomach a little. Goku grinned and threw his arm over Whis' shoulder. Beerus glared at Goku contemptuously. Take your hand off. That spot is my right hand throne. Following a proper line behind Whis, the 3 arrived on Earth, landing directly in Bulma's courtyard. Hey, Bulma. We're here for dessert, Beerus shouted, and soon Bulma walked out from the balcony room, her belly slightly rounded, clearly pregnant. Ha. Seeing Bulma's face, Ye Tian was excited, but upon noticing her rounded belly, he quickly felt disappointed. Bulma, who had been with Vegeta, not interested. He wasn't someone who was attracted to beauty. What brings you here? Bulma, with one hand on her lower back and the other on her belly, was very happy to see them. However, when she saw Ye Tian, she flinched and quickly moved closer to Whis and Beerus. Hey, why did you bring Black Goku with you? If you found him, just leave him be. It's fine. The one in Black Goku's body is Lord Zeno now. Don't worry. Whis reassured Bulma. Oh, Bulma replied. Zeno's name was still one she had given, but she was scared. No matter who Zeno was, he had Black Goku's face, and they were only a few meters apart. Soon, Bulma noticed Goku was also present, and she immediately recalled the phone call from Chi-Chi. Goku, you're here. Chi-Chi called me and said to let you know to come back to work if I saw you. Then just pretend you didn't see me, please. Goku's expression fell as he clasped his hands together pleadingly to Bulma. Bulma hesitated, pointing her index finger at her chin, clearly contemplating whether to tell Chi-Chi or not. Is it Whis and Lord Beerus who came? The slightly older future Bulma opened the glass door of the balcony and greeted the group. What do you want to eat? I'll have someone prepare it right away. Upon seeing Ye Tian, her actions only stiffened for a moment before returning to normal. Pork knuckle, egg custard, abalone, a treasure duck. Beerus hurriedly listed a series of dishes. Okay. Future Bulma calmly noted them down and turned to order someone. Why are there 2 Bulmas? Still reeling from the shock of Bulma being pregnant, Ye Tian suddenly saw another Bulma and began to question his life. Was this still the Dragon Ball world he was familiar with? Why was future Bulma here? Ho, Lord Zeno. It's because Vegeta brought someone back from the future. Whis explained to the inexperienced Ye Tian. Is that so? Ye Tian looked back and forth between the 2 Bulmas, speechless. Vegeta was truly enjoying the blessings of many. Unlike him, a pitiful single dog born from the mother's womb. Speaking of which, now that he was in the Dragon Ball world, the girls he liked, Bulma, Android 18, and Videl, were all taken by others. He arrived too late. Ye Tian felt like crying inside, but soon his gaze fell on Bulma's big belly. In fact, Bra was quite nice too, and Gohan's daughter, Pan, was not bad either, but with that, wouldn't he be lowering his status compared to Vegeta and Goku? Just imagining that scene. When he met Vegeta, would he have to call Bra Dad? Or when he saw Goku, would he have to call Pan Grandpa? And when he eventually met Gohan, would he have to call Pan Dad? Chapter 11, Earth's Strongest Human, Krillin. That image made Ye Tian involuntarily shiver. Forget it, better not be interested in women. Ye Tian shook his head repeatedly and shifted his gaze to another place, wondering how long he would have to wait before he could take action. After all, it's still just an unborn baby. Ye Tian looked at Whis, and after a quick turn of his eyes, he had a new idea. Angel's Bardos is also very beautiful. As he glanced at Ye Tian, who was standing still with a constantly changing expression, Bulma stayed close to Whis and Beerus, knowing her life was very important. Bulma quietly followed behind them and looked at Whis, who had just sat down under the sunshade and elegantly picked up his tea. That person, the Grand Zeno, is just standing there motionless and not speaking. He wouldn't suddenly attack us, would he? Don't worry, he won't. Whis calmly replied, while taking a sip of tea. Seeing Ye Tian's expression shifting as he pondered, Beerus, who was lying on a lounge chair, sat up and lowered his voice significantly. He pointed to his temple and said, I think this Grand Zeno might have some issues. Oh. Bulma watched Ye Tian, who was alternating between smiling and frowning, and nodded in agreement, especially with that unsettling gaze directed at his stomach. Bulma silently moved a little closer to Whis again. Whether it was Black Goku or the Grand Zeno, they were indeed quite frightening. Gurgle. The dissatisfied sound from his stomach pulled Ye Tian's thoughts back. He reached out to Bulma and gave what he thought was a very polite greeting. Ye Tian stretched out his hand and waved at Bulma. Hi, Bulma. I'm a Grand King. Hello. Being called by name, Bulma shivered and forced a smile. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Ye Tian originally thought he would be more excited to meet Bulma, the president of the world's top group. But in fact, it was just like that. The food is here. Pilaf and his gang quickly broke the awkwardness. They set up the tables and chairs on the balcony and then brought out many delicious dishes. Let's eat. Let's eat. Son Wukong, standing with his hands on his hips, was the first to sit down at the table, grinning. He picked up a bun and shoved it into his mouth, suddenly looking at Bulma and asking, "Where's Vegeta?" "I don't know where he ran off to. He won't tell me," Bulma said, patting her stomach as she sat down with everyone. "Oh." As Son Wukong focused on his food, the others remained silent, and everyone was quite satisfied with the meal. So full. Son Wukong patted his round belly contentedly. "Are we going back now?" After eating his fill, Son Wukong began to worry about whether Chi-Chi would suddenly come over to make him go back to work. Grand King, are we going back?" Whis looked at Ye Tian, who was still battling with a chicken leg, spitting out the chicken bone from his mouth. Ye Tian also let out a satisfied burp and reached out to Whis. "I want to buy some things." "This? What do you want to do?" Whis looked at Ye Tian in confusion. To buy things with money. Ye Tian had thought this through early on. He couldn't just keep coming to Bulma's house for meals. But going back to eat instant noodles wasn't an option either, so gathering supplies became very important. "Ha. I don't have money," Whis chuckled and then firmly refused. "Me neither." Beerus leisurely picked his sharp tiger teeth with a toothpick. Ye Tian awkwardly stretched out his hand, realizing he had been careless. "Here, black card." Bulma carefully placed the black card into Ye Tian's hand. "It's a gift. How can I accept this?" Ye Tian smiled broadly, unceremoniously putting the card into his pocket, since his clothes had no pockets. "No need to be polite. So we're friends now, right?" Bulma's courage grew a bit. "Yeah, friends." Ye Tian's smile became even brighter. "It's great to be friends with the president." He hoped to have more friends like this. "Then hurry back." Son Wukong remained seated as a new round of desserts was already served. But Whis moved. He exchanged a glance with Beerus and then followed behind Ye Tian. Holding the black card that Bulma gave him, Ye Tian went on a shopping spree. As Whis had the magic ball that could hold as many items as needed. "Actually, I could handle this myself. You can stay at Bulma's house and keep eating." Ye Tian turned to Whis, who had been following him. Oh. Accompanying the Grand King to shop is a big deal. Enjoying delicious food is something that can be done anytime, Whis said with a smile, putting his hand to his mouth as he followed Ye Tian. "Oh, that makes sense." Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction at Whis' reasoning. He knew Whis was flattering him, but who doesn't like to hear flattery? As for the things he bought, wasn't there a ready-made storage robot? If he didn't trust this angel, wasn't there Bulma's multifunctional capsules? Nothing couldn't fit, with no worries about this. Ye Tian tried out the feeling of being a tycoon, and it was incredibly exhilarating. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a chaotic noise came from the neighboring street, accompanied by screams and gunfire. In times like these, anyone would want to become a righteous warrior. "Can I join the fun?" Ye Tian asked tentatively. Whis nodded calmly, flying behind Ye Tian. He felt his role was more about watching over Ye Tian, and besides, he couldn't casually interfere with the good and evil of other beings. As smoke filled the air, Krillin, wearing a police helmet, was engaged in a gunfight with several bank robbers. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets kept flying, and Krillin ducked behind a shield, occasionally standing up to fire a few shots. "That's Krillin." Ye Tian recognized him at a glance, seeing his thick black hair. The strongest human on Earth. Why is he getting so accustomed to the local customs? Can't he just go up and punch them down? Can I get involved? Ye Tian turned to ask Whis. "Sure. As long as the Grand King is happy." With Whis' affirmation, Ye Tian naturally did what he wanted. He flew down to the ground and swung his fists. Thud. Land. Bang. Punch. Slap. Kick. Taking advantage of the pause and gunfire, Ye Tian swiftly knocked out all three robbers. "Hey, Krillin." Ye Tian waved at Krillin, who was hiding behind the shield. Chapter 12. The Ice Mountain Beauty number 18. It's Goku. Krillin popped his head up when he heard the voice and saw Ye Tian happily coming out. No, I'm the Grand King." Ye Tian waggled his index finger. "This name is the most famous." Whis silently followed behind Ye Tian, not saying a word, seemingly wanting to be a competent bodyguard. "Ah." Krillin looked confused as he turned to Whis and politely greeted him. "It's Whis." Of course, Krillin recognized Whis, having seen him at Bulma's house before, and he had also watched the tournament between Universe 9 and Universe 7. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Krillin quickly associated it with Gohan's Saiyan mass superhero, and he earnestly stood on his tiptoes to pat Ye Tian's shoulder. "Grand King, you at least need to cover your face." Listening to Krillin's ambiguous words, Ye Tian tilted his head in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Krillin, however, looked at his wristwatch and shouted at his colleagues who were tying up the robbers. "Wrap it up. The rest is up to you. Come on, do you want to come to my house for a visit? Krillin warmly invited Ye Tian, pointing to his motorcycle. Sure. Ye Tian readily agreed, looking forward to seeing number 18, who was a favorite beauty among most Dragon Ball fans. Ye Tian sat on the back of Krillin's motorcycle, while Whis flew high into the sky. The two arrived at Krillin's doorstep in just over 10 minutes. Whis then descended from the air. Maroon, number 18, I'm back. Krillin called as he walked through the yard towards the house. Hearing the voice, number 18 opened the door and peered out, quickly noticing Ye Tian following behind. Son Wukong, you came too? You seem different. Number 18 frowned, looking warily at Ye Tian. However, when she saw Whis, her expression relaxed, as it seemed to be just an illusion. Hello, I'm the great Saiyan. Ye Tian greeted, and number 18 looked even more beautiful than in the anime. She exuded an icy beauty, with her exquisite features and curvy figure, making Ye Tian unable to help but swallow hard. Great Saiyan? Number 18 squinted her eyes and sized him up, quickly losing interest. I wonder what this one-dimensional guy is up to now. When do we get paid? I saw a piece of clothing I really like. Number 18 turned to talk to Krillin. Looking at Krillin, who only reached her shoulder, it was indeed like a rose growing from cow dung. Krillin, do you want to practice your skills? Ye Tian looked at Krillin with a subtly unfriendly gaze. I can't beat you. Besides, I'm getting old. Krillin chuckled with his hands on his hips, not feeling that conceding was a problem at all. Come on, Ye Tian interjected between the two, reaching out to hook his arm around Krillin's neck. Let's have a match. You are the strongest human on Earth. Ha ha, Wukong, stop flattering me. Krillin said, a bit shy as he scratched his head. Really, I'm serious. Let's spar casually. Ye Tian continued to entice him, feeling unsatisfied without giving Krillin a good beating. Then let's practice a bit in the yard. Krillin could not refuse Ye Tian, pointing to the empty space in the yard. Great. Ye Tian couldn't wait to do 2 backflips and assume a Wing Chun stance. What new moves have you learned recently? Krillin asked, slightly retracting his chin and getting into a fighting stance. Nothing. I've just been training with Whis and Beerus. Ye Tian shook his head in confusion. That god of destruction? You really have it easy. Unlike me, I'm busy with work every day. Krillin didn't make a move, focusing on the conversation, clearly not planning to strike first. Here I come. Ye Tian grinned with a mischievous smile and quickly charged at Krillin. Bang! A punch landed on Krillin's face, catching him off guard and causing saliva to splatter from his mouth. Hey, Wukong. We agreed to just spar casually. Krillin, in pain, stumbled back 3 steps before stabilizing himself, rubbing his cheek. Salty. Ye Tian said with a very perfunctory apology and charged at Krillin again. This time, Krillin was much more alert and seriously bent his arm to block Ye Tian's punch with his elbow. Bang! Ye Tian swept his foot towards Klin's abdomen, but Klin had already noticed and swiftly retreated to avoid the kick. Using the nearby wall for leverage, Klin threw a punch at Ye Tian, who did not hold back and met him with a fist. The two engaged in close combat, and although Klin was the strongest human on Earth, his physical abilities had declined significantly with age. In their exchanges, Ye Tian was clearly in the dominant position, landing punches and kicks on Klin from time to time, while Klin was mostly on the receiving end. Ye Tian dodged Klin's sweeping kick and landed a punch on Klin's eye, causing him to cover his face. Hearing the commotion, Marin rubbed her eyes and walked out of the house to look at Android 18, asking, Mom, what's all this noise about? Oh, it's nothing. Did I wake you from your nap? Android 18 asked Marin as she stepped outside. Huh. Seeing the new, beautiful woman behind Marin, Ye Tian got distracted and was hit hard on the chin by Klin, staggering back a few steps. Who is she? Ye Tian curiously pointed at the woman next to Marin and asked Klin. Huh. Since he was facing away, Klin turned his head to look. His expression calm as he said, It's Launch. Did I wake you guys up? Launch? Ye Tian looked confused. Right. She's the girl who first appeared with Bulma in Dragon Ball. He blinked and took a closer look. Launch's face showed some signs of weariness. Isn't this beauty always chasing after Tianjin Han? Oh right, she must have changed her personality to like Tianjin Han with her blonde hair. Goku, why did he become so strange? Klin looked at Ye Tian in confusion. How can you not even recognize Launch? Ha. It's really true that girls change a lot as they grow up. I can't even recognize her. Ye Tian said awkwardly, scratching his cheek with his finger, by the way. I said I'm called Daquan Wong. Then you need to cover your face too. Klin shrugged, helplessly, bringing the topic back to where it started. Ye Tian couldn't hear anything this time. His mind was entirely on Lan Shi, and he was subtly assessing her. She was quite beautiful. Chapter 13. Vegeta achieves Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue. Although she was a bit older, she gave off a gentle and well-behaved vibe, quite different from number 18. What a pity. For everyone, she was an old acquaintance, and being too familiar made it hard to approach her. Right now, Krillin and number 18 still viewed him as Goku. Forget it, forget it. After venting his frustrations, Ye Tian quickly said goodbye to Krillin. He'd been out for quite a while. I'm heading back now. See you later. Ye Tian waved to the three while flying towards the capsule villa with Whis in the background. So what exactly did this guy come here for? Number 18 looked at the bruised Krillin with a displeased expression. If it weren't for Whis being present, she would have wanted to confront Goku for bullying her Krillin. Hiss! Krillin cried out in pain as number 18 touched his cheek. I don't even know what Goku came here for. When Ye Tian and Whis returned to the balcony, Goku and Beerus were waiting with looks of impatience. Hey, king of all, you actually took 9 hours. Goku said, hands on his hips in dissatisfaction. All right, let's head back quickly. Beerus yawned and lazily got up from the recliner. Oh, how about we wait until after dinner to leave? Whis looked up at the darkening sky. It was almost dinner time. That works. Beerus paused in his movement and then sat back down in the recliner. After a few people had dinner, they returned home, and the next month passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Tian sat by the lake with a frown, sighing heavily. He looked up at Son Wukong, who was training with Whis in midair, and sighed again. As the king of all in the Dragon Ball world, he hadn't felt any of the privileges that came with it. Sigh. Ye Tian sighed once more. It had been over a month since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world, and he had only gone to Earth once, spending all his time in the realm of gods. He was either fighting with Whis or with Son Wukong, or occasionally sparring with Beerus when he woke up, and he couldn't win against any of them. It was frustrating. He felt like the most frustrated transmigrator in the Dragon Ball world, especially since his identity as a transmigrator was exposed right from the start. Wukong, your Super Saiyan Blue is only a form, not a state. Don't get too attached. Whis, with his hands behind his back, was dodging Son Wukong's attacks while instructing him. Let's stop here. Noticing Ye Tian sighing below, Whis landed on the ground. The king of all is here, so you should have a match with Wukong. Treat him fairly. Don't neglect the king of all. Oh! Ye Tian, lacking enthusiasm, powered up to Super Saiyan 2 and shot up to the surface of the lake. You could try to break through Super Saiyan 2 and reach Super Saiyan 3. Whis reminded Ye Tian, who had transformed skillfully. I don't want to transform. Ye Tian lazily looked at Son Wukong across from him. Just fight me in Super Saiyan 2. Oh! Son Wukong hurriedly replied. As long as we can fight. The two of them clashed, their fists colliding, and then they exchanged punches and kicks. They fought every day, and they were quite familiar with each other's moves by now, as their fists met. Ye Tian quickly moved above Son Wukong and swept a kick towards his neck. Son Wukong felt the wind and crouched down to dodge Ye Tian's kick. Just at that moment, Vegeta's figure suddenly appeared on the grass, looking somewhat surprised at the two fighting in midair. Vegeta, what are you doing here? Whis was the first to notice Vegeta, shifting his gaze away from Son Wukong and Ye Tian. Ye Tian's ears twitched as he heard Wei Si's voice. He quickly regained his focus, crossing his hands over his chest to block the punch thrown by Son Wukong. Ye Tian also lost interest in the fight and quickly retreated to increase the distance from Son Wukong. Here it comes, the perennial second place. Vegeta has appeared. Vegeta has come? Son Wukong also stopped and looked down. The yawning Beerus clearly just woke up, and he was lazily chatting with Vegeta. Then the two faced each other from a distance, obviously planning to fight. Son Wukong and Ye Tian quickly flew down to Vegeta's side. What's going on? Son Wukong looked curious, but soon excitement took over. Is Vegeta going to spar with Beerus? How could Vegeta possibly defeat Beerus? Ye Tian skolfut distainfui. If Vegeta fights Beerus, he would only be serving as a meal. Everyone who has watched Dragon Ball knows that Vegeta can't even beat Son Wukong. The perennial second place isn't called that for nothing. Prophecy fish, what did you just quietly say to Lord Beerus? Vados looked at the prophecy fish standing next to him. I said that these two Saiyans, Son Wukong and Vegeta, will become strong rivals to Lord Beerus. Strong enemies. I see. No wonder Lord Beerus would be angry then. Vados nodded with his hands behind his back. Seeing the Super Saiyan 4 stacked with Super Saiyan Blue. Ye Tian's eyes were almost popping out. By the way, where's Vegeta's tail in the main text? What the heck? Where did this guy come from? Did the perennial second place run into some problems? Still in Super Saiyan 4 form, and stacked with Super Saiyan Blue. Looking at the calm Son Wukong and Vados, Ye Tian also gazed at the battle in the sky, unable to make out much. The speed of Vegeta and Beerus was too fast, In short, it was an impressive fight. Ye Tian silently looked behind him, which was empty, and then glanced at the tail-wagging Son Wukong. Why did he not have a tail? Why had he never noticed this question before? Was it because he was so familiar with the concept of a tail that he automatically overlooked it? Ye Tian was deep in thought, completely unaware of the battle between Beerus and Vegeta. Oh, I didn't expect Vegeta's strength to have improved so much. As Whis suddenly interrupted Ye Tian's thoughts, Goku's surprised voice also rang out. Wow, wow, wow. Lord Beerus has been getting beaten up the whole time. As Ye Tian looked at the battle between Beerus and Vegeta in midair, he was completely bewildered. Hey, why is Vegeta so powerful? What happened to the legendary perennial second place? Is the Dragon Ball he watched wrong? Or is his memory faulty? Is Beerus really fighting seriously? The prophecy fish expressed its doubts, echoing Ye Tian's thoughts at that moment. No, he's just playing around. Whis replied with a smile. Hearing this conversation, Ye Tian couldn't help but nod. This makes sense. There's no reason Vegeta would be so strong. Chapter 14. Earth is in danger. However, I think if Lord Beerus isn't serious, he might actually get beaten. Oh, an angry Beerus will be troublesome. The prophecy fish sighed helplessly. Listening to the back and forth between Whis and the prophecy fish, Ye Tian continued to watch the fight between the two. Both of their movements were very quick. Ye Tian found it somewhat difficult to watch. He heard Vegeta roar, and then he saw Beerus getting hit in the cheek. Smack! Whis-eyed hit. Prophecy fish, It really hit. Son Goku-eyed hit him. Listening to these synchronized exclamations, Ye Tian's expression was one of disbelief. Although Beerus was playing around, wasn't it too easy for him to just get hit like that? Hey, Whis, hurry up and create a protective shield. Beerus is about to explode with anger. The prophecy fish shouted nervously. Hurry up. Son Goku also urged Whis. Ye Tian looked confused, wondering why everyone was so nervous. He didn't find the little cat at all terrifying. All right, Whis gently clasped his hands upwards, and the staff appeared in his hand. With a click, as the protective shield activated, Beerus and Vegeta were confined within it. The shield instantly emitted a dazzling light, and with the rampaging smoke, the figures of the two were buried. When the smoke cleared, Vegeta had his right hand resting on his left shoulder, breathing heavily and looking disheveled, covered in wounds. His Super Saiyan 4 stacked with Super Saiyan Blue was already gone, leaving only his normal black hair. Humph, did you think that just because I showed you some mercy, you could get carried away? Beerus said with his hands on his hips, his tone mocking. What strong enemies. 1,000,000 years too early. Prophecy fish, you bastard fish. Beerus dropped from the vanished shield to the ground, glaring fiercely at the now absent prophecy fish beside Ye Tian. Tisich, Beerus glanced at Vegeta, who had also landed on the ground. Although his words still carried disdain, there was also a hint of hidden admiration. Although your strength is still so trash. In other universes, you might be able to be a candidate for a god of destruction. Unfortunately, this is Universe 7. Beerus placed his hands on his hips and started laughing. I am the strongest god of destruction. Damn it. Vegeta watched Beerus' departing figure, angrily punching the ground. Bang! The ground cracked, creating a small pit. At this moment, Son Goku walked up behind Vegeta to comfort him, saying, Why are you angry, Vegeta? You're already very strong. Strong my ass. I'm no match for him at all. Vegeta snorted coldly, stood up, and dusted off non-existent dust from his shoulder. There's nothing to be done about it. Who told him to be the god of destruction of this universe? Son Goku grinned, seemingly unconcerned, and suddenly seemed to think of something and asked, Vegeta, why didn't you use that state you had when fighting Black Goku last time? I still can't fully master it. Vegeta shot a disdainful glance at Son Goku. Ultra Instinct, right? Whis had heard Son Goku mention this and chimed in. Even Lord Beerus hasn't achieved perfection. Ye Tian tilted his head, looking at the three talking. Did he just hear the words Black Goku? Right? He really wanted to join in the conversation with them, but he wasn't familiar with Vegeta. Moreover, the Vegeta in front of him was clearly not the familiar second-rate one he knew. Ye Tian was somewhat troubled as he watched the three of them chatting and laughing. Do you want some special training to help you reach a higher level sooner? Whis said with a smile, looking at Vegeta. No, I don't need it for now. Vegeta waved away Goku, who was blocking his way. I want to go back. Whis responded. At this moment, Ye Tian finally spoke up, but Vegeta's figure once again vanished abruptly, just like when he had arrived. Is Vegeta using instant transmission? He can freely come to the realm of gods. Yeah, when I died before, he could even go to the underworld. Goku replied. Ye Tian blinked in confusion, his face full of doubt. This Vegeta is strange. He has a problem. He is definitely not the original. Enough of this. Lord Zeno, let's continue sparring with Goku. This time in Super Saiyan 3 form. Whis turned to look at Ye Tian. Oh. Ye Tian lazily responded. He kept saying he needed to control his powers better, but as the illustrious Zeno, he had no air of authority at all. 2 more days passed, and Ye Tian felt numb all over. He almost wanted to throw a fit every day. Was he here in the Dragon Ball world just to fight? He came to show off. He held the identity of Zeno, but couldn't even reach the divine realm, spending every day fighting with Whis and Goku. Sigh. At that moment, Ye Tian was still engaged in battle with Goku. With a sigh, he was hit in the cheek by Goku and fell into the lake below. Bang! Lord Zeno, I've told you many times not to lose focus during a fight. Was called out with a frown from below. Damn! Ye Tian jumped out of the lake, soaked, and charged at Goku. Watching Ye Tian and Goku get entangled in battle again, Whis guided Ye Tian while observing. Pay attention to the speed and power of your punches, Lord Zeno. During the fight, you need to control your transformations. Don't stay in Super Saiyan 3 form all the time. Lord Zeno, fighting in Super Saiyan 3 will accelerate your stamina consumption. You need to manage it. Swish! Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. The Supreme Kai, Shin, suddenly appear behind them, politely greeting. Oh, why are you here? Beerus glanced sideways at Supreme Kai Shin, asking disdainfully. Whis, who often spoke, also closed his mouth and turned to look at Supreme Kai Shin. It's like this. Vegeta has been controlled by magic. Earth is in danger, so I want to take Goku back to Earth. The only one who can stop Vegeta is probably Goku. Supreme Kai Shin briefly explained the situation. Oh. Beerus yawned nonchalantly and called out to Goku, who was still fighting Ye Tian above. Goku, come down. Supreme Kai. As Goku landed, Ye Tian curiously examined Supreme Kai. This Supreme Kai is indeed quite weak. Chapter 15. Am I imprisoned? Then let me be Lord Zeno's sparring partner. Whis took a few steps forward and stood in front of Ye Tian. Hey, I want to rest for a bit. Ye Tian crossed his arms, complaining in dissatisfaction. I've already transformed into Super Saiyan 3. How long do I have to fight before I can truly control my power? Every day, fighting. And after being in the Dragon Ball world for so long, he had gone from normal to Super Saiyan 3. Should he wait until he transforms into Super Saiyan Rose? Sure enough, the next moment, Beerus lazily rested his hands behind his head and yawned, looking at Ye Tian and saying, you should at least become a god. Huh. Beerus' eyes welled up with tears, but I'm bored too. Is there any quick method? Ye Tian tentatively asked Whis. Oh ho, there isn't. Whis smiled, hands clasped behind his back, saying something that made Ye Tian feel incredibly deflated. Where did Supreme Kai take Goku? Ye Tian curiously asked as he saw Supreme Kai Shin whisper a few words to Goku and then disappear. Whis repeated what Supreme Kai Shin had said, and Ye Tian instantly showed an excited expression. Earth is in danger. Shouldn't we go take a look? Oh ha ho ho ho. We angels do not interfere with good and evil. Whis was completely unconcerned. I only care about destroying planets. Beerus responded lazily. If Earth is destroyed, does that mean we won't be able to eat delicious food? Ye Tian asked cheerfully. Whis, floating in midair, and Beerus on the ground, exchanged glances. But soon, Whis smiled at Ye Tian, saying it's fine. We can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Earth. This kind of thing doesn't even require the Super Dragon Balls. Hearing this, Ye Tian felt deflated. I want to go to Earth. I've been stuck here for so long. Oh ha ho ho ho. Once you fully adapt to your power, we can go to Earth together to eat delicious food. Wait. Ye Tian's expression turned displeased. Suddenly, he turned to Whis and smiled widely, saying I think this kind of training isn't going to work. If you just shut yourself off, you'll never master your power. Oh, is that so? Whis reached out to touch his cheek, revealing a thoughtful expression. Then I'll agree to your request. Whis flipped his hand, grasping the suddenly appearing staff. Seeing Whis' action, Ye Tian bent his arms in a fist and pushed them back, shouting, oh yeah. Then let's take a look. Whis extended the staff toward Ye Tian, and a magical orb displayed images of Earth. It showed Goku battling the Control Vegeta. What does this mean? Ye Tian was a bit taken aback. Didn't Whis just agree to take him to Earth? Lord Zeno, didn't you say that you can't just shut yourself away? It will be good to watch others fight. Whis said, waving his hand over the magic orb, the scene shifting to other battles. If you don't like Goku and Vegeta's fight, we can watch someone else's. Ye Tian looked at Whis with an indescribable expression. Is that what he means? You want to go to Earth and watch the live action, right? Don't like this battle? Then I'll change it for you. Whis reached out once more. No. That's not what I mean. Ye Tian sighed and pointed at himself. Look, I don't even have control over 1% of Black Goku's power. Do I have to stay here for 100 years? Ye Tian said, Saiyans need to constantly engage in life-and-death battles to unleash their power, just like Goku and Vegeta. Indeed, that seems to make a lot of sense. Beerus maintained a calm demeanor as he exchanged glances with Whis. It seems we can't keep people locked in the divine realm forever. So where do you plan to find someone for a life-and-death battle? Whis posed this question. Ye Tian fell into his thoughts again. Goku and Vegeta are out of the question. The only people he knew well were those on Earth. So who would fight him? Piccolo, Gohan, Trunks. This guy is too young, and... Ye Tian started counting on his fingers. Should I still go to Earth? Upon hearing this, Whis suddenly leaned toward the magic ball, saying, Oh, it's Bardock contacting me. I'll be back in a moment. Lord Zeno. Whoosh. Huh. Seeing Whis disappear, Ye Tian felt a bit confused, but he quickly reacted and turned to look at Beerus, his gaze filled with threat. What does this mean? Who is he trying to deceive now? The magic ball didn't even flash, and he's contacting. Contacting what the hell? So sleepy. Beerus, completely unfazed, rested his hands behind his head and walked towards the house. Ye Tian realized that these two guys had deliberately trapped themselves in the divine realm. But why? Just because he couldn't control his own power? It couldn't possibly be that simple. So what was the real reason? Everything felt so mysterious. Looking at the empty grassland, Ye Tian reached up to touch his chin. Just then, two more people appeared. The injured Son Wukong and the anxious Kaishin Shin. What happened? Ye Tian pulled his thoughts back and walked towards the two. Is Mr. Whis here? Kaishin Shin looked around. Is Lord Beerus not here either? This is bad. The response technique from Jebit didn't work. What exactly happened? Ye Tian looked confused. Everything was happening so quickly. Wukong was still lively before he left, and now he was lying down. Did the controlled Vegeta have that much power? All right. The perennial second place always ends up like this, previously controlled by Babidi, and... Anyway, there are indeed quite a few instances of intentional control. Beerus is sleeping. Do you dare to wake him? Seeing Kaishin Shin about to cry, Ye Tian asked. The cold sweat on Kaishin Shin's forehead increased, comparable to a waterfall. Cough, cough, cough. I'm Fine. I can hold on. Son Wukong gently reassured the anxious Kaishin Shin, whose forehead was sweating profusely. Wukong, you really got beaten up by Vegeta. Ye Tian mercilessly added insult to injury. Meanwhile, Whis had already arrived in front of the Grand Zeno's house. With his hands behind his back, the Grand Minister looked indifferent and asked Whis, Is there something wrong with the Grand Zeno again? Not really. The elegant and easygoing Whis rarely showed a troubled expression. It's just that he really wants to run outside. The Grand Minister's indifferent expression suddenly cracked slightly. How dare you imprison Lord Grand Zeno? Didn't the Grand Minister say not to let him come into contact with that part of history? Whis looked at the Grand Minister with innocent eyes. The implication was clearly that you told us to do this. How can you blame us now? When did I ever say such a thing? The Grand Minister's mouth twitched. I just told you not to let him come into contact with that part of history. May I ask, my esteemed father, what exactly is that part of history? Whis asked curiously. You don't know, right? Those who know have already perished along with that part of history. The Grand Minister's eyes were somewhat dazed, clearly reminiscing about something. Maybe I was too cautious after all. It was 30 billion years ago. Whis interrupted the Grand Minister's reminiscence. So what exactly is that history? Over 30 billion years ago, as the caretaker of the Grand Zeno, who is my brother, his guidance went wrong. The Grand Minister fell back into his memories, his expression not looking good, clearly not a pleasant memory. Knowing this is not a good thing for you. After saying his sentence, the Grand Minister had no intention of continuing. Whis looked at the Grand Minister speechlessly. It's really not good to be like this. Just say his sentence and then stop. Are you doing this on purpose? As for where the Grand Zeno wants to go, let him go wherever he wants, as long as he doesn't run out of Lord Zeno's jurisdiction. After saying this, the Grand Minister turned and flew into the house. It seems I heard something very remarkable. Whis' mouth curled up slightly. With the Grand Minister's permission, Whis naturally would not restrain Ye Tian any longer. And thus Ye Tian's release began. At this moment in the divine realm, with Whis' return, he saw three people on the grassland with different expressions. The leisurely Ye Tian squatted beside Son Wukong, talking about random nonsense. Meanwhile, Kaishin Shin anxiously paced in place, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead. Ye Tian was the first to notice Whis' appearance, and he looked at Whis with a threatening gaze. So what did Bardos want with you? The staff in his hand disappeared, and Whis placed his hand by his mouth, smiling as he spoke. That Mr. Whis, Goku is injured. We are at a loss. Do you have any solutions? King Kai. Shin quickly walked in front of Whis and briefly explained the situation again. What was it, Araki's? Ye Tian, without any sense of image, squatted beside Son Wukong and complained, I've never even heard of it. And what is this about magic? He was puzzled, thinking that this Dragon Ball world had some issues, first with Vegeta's battle power, being able to stack Super Blue with Super Saiyan 4, and now hearing about this Araki. Could it be from some fanfiction? It's magic, the Demon Realm King? Vice, who had walked to Son Wukong's side, casually examined Son Wukong while listening to King Kai Shin's explanation. It will take some time. I need to look for it. Whis stood up, flipped his hand, and the staff was back in his grip. Then he began to slide the magic ball continuously. Ye Tian yawned. It's taking a bit too long. It's been half an hour already. It feels like Earth might be in trouble by now. Found it. Whis pointed his staff, and a small porcelain bottle appeared in his outstretched palm. Just give it to Wukong, and it'll be fine. Oh ho ho ho. There are too many things. Ye Tian stood up in disdain and looked at the Kaioshin. Shin opened the ceramic bottle and fed it to Son Wukong. It had no taste. Son Wukong still energetically smacked his lips. But in the next moment, he widened his eyes and let out a roar, ah, ah, ah. Accompanied by Son Wukong's screams, countless black lines emerged from his body, detaching and dissipating into the air. What the hell? Ye Tian was startled and instinctively stepped back. All right. Whis looked at Son Wukong as he sat up and nodded to Kaioshin Shin. Then let's go. Son Wukong hopped in place, realizing he was fine, and turned to look at Kaioshin Shin. Okay, hold my hand tight. Kaioshin Shin revealed a brief smile, then became serious again. The situation was so urgent. How could he still smile? Whoosh. Watching the two disappear, Ye Tian quietly looked at Whis, quickly demanding, come on, be honest. Did you do this on purpose, not wanting me to step out of the divine realm? I tell you, this is imprisonment. It's a crime. It's wrong. Oh. And shall we go to Earth? Did the great priest think about who to fight in a life-and-death battle? Ye Tian was somewhat surprised. So, this isn't imprisoning him? There really is something going on? The magic ball didn't flash because it vibrated like a phone? Fine, Gohan. I haven't seen the mysterious Gohan. Ye Tian quickly threw the doubts aside. The process was irrelevant. So are we departing now? Whis continued to seek Ye Tian's opinion. Let's go. Ye Tian urged, who would want to stay here when they could go to Earth. Right now, he was extremely disdainful of the divine realm, lacking everything. And seeing the same scenery every day, no matter how beautiful it was, he'd get tired of it. If he stayed here forever, facing Beerus and Whis, plus Son Wukong and Vegeta. Ugh, he might as well go back to his own world. Although school was a bit heavy on studies, there were plenty of beautiful girls. Even though the cafeteria ladies' cooking was terrible, he could eat out. Ye Tian secretly complained his heart, reaching out to pat Whis on the shoulder. Hurry up. Oh, where's Lord Beerus? Whis scanned the surroundings and found no sign of Beerus. He went to sleep. Let him sleep for 10 or 8 years. Ye Tian impatiently said, urging Whis again. No. If we go to Earth without calling Lord Beerus, he will be angry. Whis shook his head and then walked slowly towards the house. Ye Tian, anxious and burning with impatience, felt like every second was a year. After a long wait, he finally saw the yawning Beerus coming out with Whis. Finally we can go to Earth to eat. With Ye Tian and Beerus, Whis quickly landed on Bulma's large balcony, smiling as he sat down in a lounge chair. Isn't this Bulma's house? Ye Tian looked around and then asked Whis, didn't you say you were taking me to Gohan? We're already on Earth, so you can go find whoever you want. Just remember to come back before dark. We still need to go back. Beerus casually laid back in the chair, dismissively. He still wanted to ask Bulma to take him to eat delicious food later. Since the Grand Minister and Whis both said there was no need to worry about the Omni King, why keep an eye on him all the time? Let him be free. Let him fly. Oh, Ye Tian was somewhat surprised that Whis would let him go. Previously, he had been so strict about even going out to shop for things. It's really strange, but this is a good thing. Whis Beerus. Bulma, with her big belly, waved at the two while standing in the courtyard. When did you arrive? Just arrived. Is there anything good to eat? Whis politely nodded at Bulma. Wait a minute, Vegeta just messed up the landing pad and the courtyard wall. I've sent someone to fix it, Bulma explained. Chapter 17, The Great War, is over. The other me is still preparing things. It will be ready soon. Oh, I see. Whis responded, looking at Ye Tian, who was excitedly shouting strange things. Lord Omni King. Mysterious rice. Ye Tian was concentrating hard on sensing Son Wukong's energy, but unfortunately, He could only feel a mass of energy gathering together. As for which energy belonged to Son Gohan, he really didn't know. Lord Grand Zeno, shall we go and take a look at Vegeta and the others' battle? Was called out a couple of times before bringing him back to his senses. Hearing this, Ye Tian suddenly slapped his forehead, right? How could he have forgotten? Just now, Son Wukong had been beaten half to death. He definitely had to go see the excitement. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight had come to a rather conclusive end. Son Wukong looked indignant. Huh? Why is it like this? I rushed over the moment I recovered. Oomph. Vegeta snorted, crossing his arms and looking elsewhere, his expression slightly disdainful. Oh ha ho ho ho. So after such a big battle, are we going to hold a party to celebrate? Whis appeared not far from everyone with Beerus and Ye Tian, smiling as he asked. Hey, Lord Beerus, Grand Zeno, you're here too? Son Wukong greeted them warmly. Hurry up. I sacrificed my precious sleep time to eat. Beerus grumbled, hands behind his back, yelling at everyone. Hee hee, then let's go back and eat. Son Wukong nodded in response. Although he managed to fight until the end, he had put in some effort and was indeed hungry. Vegeta didn't object either and flew towards West City with everyone else. Following behind the group, Ye Tian didn't feel too disappointed that the battle was over. He quietly observed the people he saw. The one dressed in green was definitely Piccolo. Aside from Son Wukong and Vegeta, whom he had seen before, the remaining two were also easy to distinguish. Future Trunks and Son Gohan. The Kaioshin Shin had been automatically ignored by him. Speaking of which, why was Future Trunks here? Hadn't he the storyline of Dragon Ball Super Zamasu already passed? But never mind. He could ask us about it later, his mysterious meal. It didn't seem mysterious at all. Instead, it gave off a scholarly air, Amid Ye Tian's myriad thoughts, everyone returned to the capsule villa, where the two Bulmas had already prepared a large table of food waiting for them to come back. The group began to eat, drink, play, and chat, watching the increasingly familiar, yet strange characters from the Dragon Ball world. Ye Tian stuffed something into his mouth that he might not even recognize himself. His gaze was fixed on Biddy Lee, who was currently holding little Fong and coaxing her. What? You guys are going to take Grand Zeno to other places? Not returning to the realm of the gods for now. Son Wukong's mouth was so full of meat that it splattered out. This scream interrupted Ye Tian's reverie, and only then did he look at the cup in front of him. No wonder it tasted so sour. It turned out he had mistaken vinegar for a drink. Oomph. Closing the door to build a car is not a solution. Whis elegantly sidestepped to avoid the splattering bits of meat. What about my training? Son Wukong hurriedly swallowed and shouted anxiously at Whis. As for the idiom about closing the door to build a car, he didn't understand it, but didn't care? Oomph. Who cares about you? Beerus, who was eating pasta nearby, raised his hand and shook his fork in dissatisfaction. Grand Zeno's matters are much more important than yours. Hearing this, Ye Tian nodded along. Flattering Beerus is quite rare. How can this be? Son Wukong muttered unhappily. If he stayed on Earth, his body would rust quickly. What to do? Chi-Chi appeared behind Son Wukong without a sound. Hands on her hips, work. Make money. That's what to do. Son Wukong turned his head reluctantly. So, we won't be returning to the realm of the gods for a while. Whis finalized their decision. Right? Prepare more food. We estimate we'll be staying on Earth for a while. Beerus turned to the pregnant Bulma, unceremoniously giving orders. TCH. Bulma turned her head in disdain, then touched her belly and looked at Beerus. As long as you're here eating and drinking, my child is about to be born. Shouldn't you prepare some kind of gift for the meeting? Gods have no customs like you mortals. Beerus replied with extreme disdain. Beerus moved slowly, but his right hand was busy gathering various foods from the table in front of him. Well, what kind of gifts do you all prepare for newborns? Whis, holding a cup of red tea, smiled as if basking in spring, instantly raising the goodwill value. Everyone was eating and discussing their favorite topics, while Vegeta had already stood up and walked outside without anyone noticing. Ye Tian listened attentively to the conversations around him, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. It's wonderful. In the world of Dragon Ball, everyone is someone he likes. It's so real. Moreover, he has a noble identity. You should also take some time to train, Piccolo said to Son Gohan with a hint of disappointment, as if he were a parent frustrated with their child. Oh. Son Gohan replied perfunctorily. His studies were already quite heavy, and Piccolo was becoming more and more like a mother lately. Hey, where's Vegeta? Son Wukong, having eaten his fill and rubbing his belly, looked around and realized Vegeta was missing. He wanted to spar with him after eating. Spar? What spar? If you're full, just go home. Chi-Chi scolded, hands on her hips, looking at Son Wukong. But still early. Let me stay a bit longer. There is still a lot of food left. I'll digest a bit and eat some more. Son Wukong complained. Watching the scene, Ye Tian chuckled. And then he quickly thought of his own important matter. Hey, Gohan, isn't it just the right time now? How about you and I spar? Ye Tian walked over to Son Gohan and invited him, feeling the ambiguous gaze from Whis. The words twisted on his tongue. It could also be a life-and-death battle. To stimulate the potential of our Saiyans. Seeing Ye Tian actually talking to him, facing a face that looked just like his father's. It was impossible for Son Gohan not to feel uncomfortable. However, Son Gohan instantly made up his mind and began to think of various excuses to decline. Chapter 18, is Super Saiyan to your full power? Oh, do you want to fight with Gohan? Son Wukong turned his head curiously and naturally made a decision for Son Gohan. Then let's fight. Gohan's expression stiffened a bit. Why could his dad interact so harmoniously with another version of himself, as if nothing was wrong? Under Son Wukong's casual urging, Piccolo nodded in agreement. And soon Son Gohan and Ye Tian stood by the artificial lake in the courtyard. The night breeze gently blew, causing faint ripples on the lake surface. And the wind swayed the hair of the two. Both of them wore similar serious expressions on their faces, and in this tranquil atmosphere, the people on the balcony remained silent, watching quietly, except for Son Wukong and Beerus, who were still struggling with sweets. With Ye Tian's loud shout, he instantly unleashed his maximum power, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and releasing all of his combat strength. The gentle breeze in the air had long dissipated, replaced by the wave of energy emanating from Ye Tian, causing the trees to shake. The withered grass under Ye Tian's feet was instantly bent by his resilient body, while the people on the balcony stretched out their hands to shield themselves from the howling wind. Hey, are you trying to destroy my house again? Bulma, with her big belly, shouted loudly. What happened to being friends? You come over for the second time and want to cause destruction. Is this the true form of Black Goku? Whis chuckled awkwardly, and a staff appeared in his palm, creating a massive protective shield that enveloped the entire villa. Hey, you guys should fight in the sky. Seeing the strong wind blowing dust and grass towards the food, Beerus turned around and scolded while protecting the food. We shouldn't fight on the ground. It will damage Bulma's house. Son Gohan pointed to the sky and was the first to fly up. Oh. Ye Tian only then realized and followed him into the air. Having gotten used to fighting in the divine realm, he hadn't considered this issue right away. Show me your strongest power, mysterious Gohan, Ye Tian said eagerly. Son Gohan didn't say much and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Ye Tian was a bit confused. He forgot that Son Gohan was only focused on studying and probably wouldn't even transform into mysterious Gohan. So your Super Saiyan 2 is your strongest fighting power? Show me that mysterious transformation you had when fighting Bu. Hearing Ye Tian scolding, Son Gohan was somewhat surprised. This Omni King knows quite a lot. Do you really want to see it? Son Gohan's calm voice echoed. Recently, after seeing the sparring between his dad and Grandpa Bardock, he indeed grasped that state. But as he had previously told Uncle Piccolo, he hadn't completely mastered that transformation yet. Moreover, the peace during this time had made him focus all his energy on studying, so he couldn't grasp that mysterious state. In fact, he didn't care much. After all, Earth was protected by his dad and Uncle Vegeta. He just needed to study hard and work diligently. You could transform? Hearing this, Ye Tian was a bit happy. His mysterious Gohan. How many fans are looking forward to it? Not really, Son Gohan candidly admitted. The weather is unpredictable. What does it mean to not be very good at something? If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't, you can't. Ye Tian was getting angrier the more he thought about it. He swung his fist towards Son Wukong, feeling that he had to teach him a lesson. Studying is fine, but one shouldn't neglect physical training. Not that he would be able to do anything. Bang! A heavy punch was aimed at Son Wukong, who quickly dodged to the side. The force of this punch was so great that if it hit Son Wukong, he would likely be seriously injured. In the next moment, Ye Tian's hair quickly became shorter, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, making it fairer. I don't really want to fight you. Son Wukong frowned slightly. It was really hard for him to go all out against his father. It's not like he was his dad. It felt extremely strange. Bang! Without giving Son Wukong a chance to talk, Ye Tian's fist struck his cheek, intending to force Son Wukong into his mysterious state. Son Wukong's mysterious potential couldn't be lacking. This punch had less than 1% of the power of the previous punch. It was clear that Ye Tian just wanted Son Wukong to shut up. As Ye Tian swung his fist again, Son Wukong took it a bit more seriously, and their fists collided. The collision of their fists could only be considered test, as Ye Tian's other hand was already clenched and ready to strike. Bang! Son Wukong gritted his teeth and bent his arm, using his elbow to block Ye Tian's punch. The two engaged in close combat, exchanging punches and kicks. Bang! 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 Facing Ye Tian, who was faster than himself, Son Wukong's attacks were few, and he mostly focused on defense, always hurriedly trying to block Ye Tian's strikes. This fully proved that, at least for a month, Son Wukong had not trained his skills at all. This made Ye Tian even angrier, his mysterious potential. Ye Xiang's punching speed increased slightly, and the power behind his punches grew stronger as he continued to throw punches at Son Wukong. Son Wukong quickly raised his arms to defend himself, but Ye Xiang landed another punch squarely on Son Wukong's face. Watching Son Wukong get knocked away and spin in midair, Ye Xiang had no intention of waiting. He leaped after him and threw another punch. Son Wukong sensed Ye Xiang's movement and quickly crossed his hands in front of him to block the attack. And the two began to engage in close combat again. Bang, 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 hearing the sounds of their bodies colliding above. A full-bellied Son Wukong walked over to Piccolo and asked, "What has Gohan been up to lately? It feels like his skills have regressed. You, as his father, don't even know, and you still have the face to ask me?" Piccolo replied disdainfully, not even looking at Son Wukong. "Gohan always needs to be pushed to fight. That habit is really not good," Son Wukong said with his hands on his hips, his words lacking sincerity. Haha. Whis looked at Beerus with a smile. "Lord Beerus, you've always had Goku accompany Lord Zeno in training. Now that I see it, Lord Zeno has indeed made great progress." Beerus picked at his small fangs with a toothpick, his tone extremely dismissive. "It's Goku's son who's too weak." Damn. Being completely dominated and beaten by Ye Xiang, Son Wukong felt utterly humiliated. "I originally had high hopes for you, but now," noticing that Son Wukong's arms, which were trying to block his punches, were starting to tremble, Ye Xiang increased his strength a bit more. He sent Son Wukong flying high into the air, shouting with his hands on his waist, "I am very disappointed in you." Chapter 19, Mysterious Gohan versus Lord Zeno's Vegeta King. Is Lord Zeno really playing? Son Wukong looked at Ye Xiang gathering energy and turned to Whis. "Gohan is going to get hurt. Don't you have those sins of beans? Just eat one and it'll be fine." Beerus also noticed the worried expressions on everyone's faces. "Isn't Whis here? At worst, we can have him heal Gohan later. If Lord Zeno really kills him, Whis can bring him back." Everyone felt that they were not comforted at all. Boom! Ye Xiang unleashed his Kamehameha in midair, the powerful energy rushing towards Son Wukong. The speed was so fast that Son Wukong had no chance to evade. He could either choose to take it head-on or face a dead end. Son Wukong screamed as he exerted all his strength, his body trembling slightly. With his arms shaking the most, he struggled to block the Kamehameha in front of him, gritting his teeth, his mind filled with one thought. Why isn't his father, who is watching, coming to save him? Why? If he couldn't withstand the Kamehameha, he could be seriously injured, or even die. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, Son Wukong's aura was supposed to be yellow, accompanied by occasional flashes of lightning, but at this moment, the color of his aura was gradually fading. Watching the trembling Son Wukong, Ye Xiang's expression was indifferent. He was sure that Gohan could reach the mysterious Gohan state, because after the power tournament, with Piccolo's help, he succeeded. Unable to withstand the Kamehameha, Son Wukong was engulfed in a dazzling light, and a massive explosion sounded, filling the air with smoke. "Bastard. What did you do? Didn't we agree it was just a spar?" Below, Chi-Chi screamed, her eyes wide with rage. Haha. Ye Xiang turned to look down, revealing a sinister smile, reminiscent of Black Goku. The two Bulmas looked on, instinctively shivering as a chill ran down their spines, wondering what was going on. Meanwhile, Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, wondering if Lord Zeno's mind had gone haywire again. Ye Tian turned his head to look at the smoke in the sky, and after feeling the powerful energy fluctuations, he became excited. As the smoke dissipated, Gohan, whose clothes were somewhat tattered and whose figure looked a bit disheveled, seemed to have returned to his normal state. But the sharp bangs on his forehead and the surging strong silver aura had already revealed everything. Full potential unleashed. Great, Gohan is okay. Chi-Chi and Videl both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Their previously tense hearts were finally at ease. Oh, Gohan can transform like this again. Son Wukong's expression also became somewhat excited. Although Piccolo snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, clearly in a good mood. This Omni King isn't so annoying anymore, although his face still looks quite annoying. Oh dear, it seems the Omni King is going to lose. Whis exclaimed in surprise. The Omni King's Super Saiyan 3 form hadn't been fully mastered yet. Now it's my turn to attack. Gohan, no longer gritting his teeth, seemed to regain his confidence with this transformation as he rapidly dove towards Ye Tian. Gohan bent his legs, delivering a knee strike towards Ye Tian's cheek, his speed exceeding that of his Super Saiyan 2 form by more than 100 times. Ye Tian was kicked by the knee and fell straight to the ground, crashing into the villa's courtyard, creating a huge pit in the grass and causing a slight tremor in the ground. Bang! Ye Tian felt a numb pain on his cheek. He stood up and flew into the air, his fists clenched in fury. Hiya! Ye Tian, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, charged towards Son Wukong, but his punch missed, and his sweeping kick was also dodged by Son Wukong. In a flash, to Ye Tian's astonishment, Son Wukong had quickly moved behind him and delivered a punch to Ye Tian's back, sending him flying once again. As Ye Tian struggled to stabilize himself in midair, he felt a surge of anger. After all, he was the Omni King, and had the body of Black Goku. How could he possibly lose? Just the body of Black Goku was enough to render Son Wukong and Vegeta helpless. In his fury, Ye Tian momentarily forgot that what truly rendered Son Wukong and Vegeta powerless was the fused Zamasu. Clenching his fists tightly at his sides, Ye Tian rushed towards Son Wukong again, unwilling to give up, and threw another punch. Unfortunately, this time was no different from before. Before Ye Tian's fist could connect with Son Wukong had already moved behind him. With a powerful kick, Son Wukong aimed a sweeping strike at Ye Tian. But this time, Ye Tian was already on guard. Ye Tian noticed that Son Wukong had appeared behind him, so he quickly flew forward to create distance between them. By the time Ye Tian turned around, Son Wukong had already caught up with his pace and threw a punch at Ye Tian's cheek. Ye Tian gritted his teeth, trying to dodge, but it was obviously too late, and he took a solid punch. Before Ye Tian could get angry, Son Wukong's fist struck again, this time hitting Ye Tian in the abdomen, causing him to spit out a bit of blood. Ye Tian plunged straight down, once again crashing into the giant pit below. Smoke billowed up, and the pit became significantly larger and deeper, even drawing water from the nearby artificial lake into it. As the smoke dissipated, Ye Tian stood up in the center of the pit, wiping the corner of his mouth with his thumb. It was blood. Ye Tian squinted at the lake water that had flowed into the pit, spreading around his feet, and his fists tightened a bit more. Damn it! Ye Tian soared into the air again, and compared to Son Wukong, he was the most awkward one at this moment. Even his upper body clothes were severely damaged, with the corners torn off, and the falling fabric landed on the surface of the large pit filled with water. I take back what I said earlier. The Super Saiyan 3 form really can't defeat you. Ye Tian looked at Son Wukong, who was standing tall across from him, and his expression became even more serious. But I won't admit defeat. Ye Tian roared in anger. If he lost to Son Wukong like this, where would he put his face as the Great King? This is his first real battle in the Dragon Ball world. He wants to win beautifully and gloriously. Does he not care about his face? Aha! Ye Tian let out a roar as he felt a surge of energy suddenly rise within him. It was powerful, carrying an imperceptible sense of evil. As the yellow aura surrounding him gradually shifted to purple, with a faint red appearing on the outer edge and a deep red beyond that. His long yellow hair instantly became shorter, transforming into a rose, peach, color, while the aura around him stabilized in peach, with sparks of electricity dancing within it. Chapter 20. Staying on Earth, Super Saiyan Rose. Oh, it's Black Goku. Son Wukong exclaimed in surprise, sensing that evil power. The two Bulmas were filled with countless exclamation marks, and their instinctive first reaction was to search for Vegeta, but not finding him. They hurried over to Whis and Beerus. Although the aura was very similar, it was the Great King, which looked up at Ye Tian hovering in midair with a sense of nostalgia. It's only a resemblance. The power of the gods is still not fully mastered. Even though he hadn't completely mastered the peach-colored state, Ye Tian was more than capable of dealing with the mysterious rice. He excitedly looked at his hands. This color is a bit too gaudy. I'll try to find a color I like in the future. It seems like game time is about to end. For you to offend me, the Great King, so much. Ye Tian's mouth curled into a smug smile as he charged towards Son Wukong with a punch, moving so quickly that he left behind a series of afterimages. I just want to show you some colors. Bang! The punch hit Son Wukong in the abdomen, sending him flying like a bullet shot from a gun, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. I still control my strength. Ye Tian was a bit dazed. He had really held back, but this power was no joke. Whoosh! Son Wukong moved, reaching out to catch the flying Son Wukong and bringing him back. Cough, 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 cough. Lying in Son Wukong's arms. Son Wukong was not in good condition, continuously coughing up blood, while Chi-Chi and Biddy had already started wiping their tears. Returning to normal, Ye Tian landed on the balcony, lowering his head under the collective gaze of disapproval. I couldn't bring myself to apologize after holding it in for so long. In battle, there are bound to be some accidents. Besides, hadn't he also been badly beaten by the mysterious rice before? Can he be blamed for that? As Ye Tian sighed with his head down, Whis had already stepped in to heal Son Wukong. Noticing that the crowd's gaze was no longer so intense, Ye Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Next time when no one is around, he would privately apologize to Wukong. Good, Wukong. Son Wukong grinned and patted Son Wukong's shoulder as he stood up. Not bad. Piccolo also nodded in appreciation, but his gaze was directed at the head-down Ye Tian. You really scared me. Biddy, holding Xiao Fong, laughed as she wiped away her tears. Yeah. Chi-Chi also wiped her tears and echoed. You're really not blackening Wukong? The heavily pregnant Bulma peeked from behind Whis, cautiously asking Ye Tian. Really not. Hearing this, Ye Tian looked up and gave Bulma what he thought was a gentle and handsome smile, seeing the silly smile identical to Son Wukong's. Bulma stepped out from behind Whis, exclaiming, You really scared me. Ho ho ho. Lord Zeno, you've made another step towards mastering your power. Whis looked at Ye Tian with a gentle smile. Hee, of course. I'm a Zeno. Ye Tian quickly accepted the compliment, sweeping away the previous unpleasant feelings. Indeed, one cannot just work in isolation. It's better to come out and battle with others. Ha ha. Then let's have a spar using that rosy form of yours. I'm itching to see it. Son Wukong moved closer to Ye Tian, grinning. No, and let me correct you, it's called peach pink. Ye Tian's smile instantly faded as he looked at Son Wukong with disdain. I was already sick from fighting you in the divine realm. Son Wukong looked disappointed. It's not the same. Zeno, that can only be a sparring partner. This is a proper match. Please. Son Wukong followed Ye Tian with his hands clasped together in a pleading gesture, but Ye Tian wasn't buying it and shook his head repeatedly. No. No. Beerus raised his arms high, stretching and yawning. It's getting late. Time to go back to sleep, Whis. I want to stay here. I want to sleep on a normal bed like on Earth. I don't want to go back to the divine realm. Ye Tian quickly voiced. Going back means sleeping on a stone with just a blanket and eating the fast food I bought. Bulma, do you have any extra rooms? Let's just sleep here tonight. Whis asked the big-bellied Bulma, standing aside. Yes, feel free to choose. Bulma naturally waved at the three little Pilafs standing next to her. Please follow me this way. Little Dance stepped forward, leading Whis, Ye Tian, and Beerus into the big villa. Oh, then I'll stay too. Son Wukong said as he tried to keep up with the three. You can just come home with me. Chi-Chi crossed her arms and blocked Son Wukong's path with a fierce look. Son Wukong was extremely disappointed but didn't dare to resist. He sulked and followed Chi-Chi with a pitiful expression. Then we'll head back too, Dad. Son Wukong's clothes were already tattered. After bidding farewell to Son Wukong, he flew into the sky with Piccolo, Biddy, and little Fong in his arms. Goten, it's time to go back. Son Goten and Trunks were still playing with toys in the corner of the balcony, and Chi-Chi called out. Then let's play together next time. After bidding farewell, Trunks also went into the house. With the departure of Son Wukong and the others, the entire balcony fell silent, with only the stars in the sky still twinkling as if silently telling something. The next day, accustomed to waking up early, Ye Tian followed Whis into the dining room and was nearly brought to tears by the sight of a sumptuous breakfast spread before him. This is the life a normal person should have. Only after crossing over did I realize how ordinary my past life was, living in bliss without knowing it. Vegeta had already been sitting at the table, munching on buns and fried dough sticks. He didn't stop his actions upon seeing Whis and the others. Whis and Beerus were as relaxed as if they were at home, enjoying their meal, and at that moment, Big Trunks and Little Dance also entered. Good morning, everyone. Big Trunks greeted the crowd as he and Little Dance took their seats. While eating breakfast, Ye Tian also saw Little Trunks yawning as he walked in, and finally, there were two Bulmas. There were quite a few people. The large table was surprisingly filled with guests. Ye Tian looked at Vegeta again, thinking to himself, how does Vegeta manage to stay calm while interacting with two Bulmas? Are the three of them going to sleep together at night? Chapter 21, The Different Vegeta, and he even got such a big son for free. Sigh, why can't he just cross over and become Vegeta? enjoying the blessings of many. Ye Tian's thoughts began to wander aimlessly again as he drank his soy milk, his eye constantly glancing at Vegeta. A prince of the Saiyans, he had a rough start, but after coming to Earth, he hit it big with the wealthy Bulma. His quality of life soared, with nothing to worry about, just focusing on how to train harder than Son Goku. Meanwhile, Son Goku occasionally struggled with financial issues. Yet he didn't have even that kind of trouble, living off stones for sleep and instant noodles and fast food for meals. But everyone has their own opportunities and characteristics. Envy is pointless. Vegeta, what are you staring at me for? Vegeta stood up, leaning on the table, looking coldly at Ye Tian. Nothing. Ye Tian quickly shifted his gaze. He certainly wouldn't tell Vegeta what he was thinking. Haha, Lord Grand Zeno, are you planning to have a life and death battle with Vegeta today? Whis elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and continued. That must be the reason you wanted to stay over yesterday, right? As soon as Ye Tian heard this, he wanted to refute. What purpose? You're just trying to stay and mooch food, drinks, and a bed. But saying it so bluntly felt awkward, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. A life and death battle? Vegeta squinted and scrutinized Ye Tian. You can't beat me. Ye Tian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind going blank. Vegeta was indeed still Vegeta. His words were sharp and hurtful. No wonder he was the eternal second. After finishing his words, Vegeta turned and walked away without even glancing at Ye Tian. Ye Tian pressed his lips together and turned to Whis. Can I not beat him? Yes. Whis and Beerus both nodded simultaneously. Dad is very strong. Even Goten's dad can't beat him. Little Trunks exclaimed anxiously. Huh, nonsense. Ye Tian's first reaction in his mind was those 3 words. That's actually true. The others echoed, and it seemed that only Ye Tian was left dumbfounded. By the way, how could Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan 4? Ye Tian fell silent for a moment and then asked Whis again. He has always been able to transform. Dad could transform into Super Saiyan 4 back when I was playing with Cell. This time, it was Big Trunks who answered. Ye Tian's mind instantly flashed a line of text. Toxic. This Vegeta is toxic. Could it be that Vegeta is also a traveler? Then can I not engage in a life and death battle with him, but just spar a little? Ye Tian also stood up and walked outside. Sure, if he gets seriously injured, I will treat you. Whis nodded, continuing to leisurely sip his tea, allowing Ye Tian to leave. What if Vegeta just kills me? Beerus stuffed a whole donut into his mouth. I just realized the donut tastes pretty good. Whis paused with his tea and then smiled. Haha, it shouldn't come to that. After stepping out the door, Ye Tian quickly arrived at the entrance of Vegeta's gravity room. He took a deep breath. Facing the strange Vegeta, he wasn't afraid. Vegeta had more or less cleared his name now, and he wouldn't act recklessly. Besides, he was still under the identity of the Grand Priest. Vegeta wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. In the Dragon Ball world, Vegeta was even afraid of Beerus. Knock knock. Vegeta, are you in there? Can I come in? Ye Tian knocked on the door. Don't turn on the gravity. Just come in. Vegeta's muffled voice came from inside. Hearing this, Ye Tian opened the door and walked in. Vegeta was sitting cross-legged on the floor, seemingly meditating. What's the matter? Vegeta stood up and looked at Ye Tian across from him. Ye Tian frowned slightly, wondering. Why was he eye to eye with Vegeta? Isn't Vegeta over 9 meters tall? Just go out if there's nothing. Seeing Ye Tian staring at him again, Vegeta coldly issued an eviction order. What is it? Ye Tian regained his composure and tentatively asked, Transfer 20, don't kill Jia. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, thinking, is the Grand King out his mind? What nonsense is he saying? Saying goodbye? Ultraman is here to pick me up. Seeing Vegeta raise an eyebrow, Ye Tian thought he had really encountered a fellow countryman, so he continued with a couple of lines. I can give up being One Piece, a Kainu cannot kill. Blackbeard can keep his teeth, the world doesn't have to be ruled, but Grand King, I'm not as free as you, if there's nothing. Please hurry up and leave. Vegeta interrupted Ye Tian's words, feeling that he had probably spoken the most tactfully he ever had. His gaze carried a hint of sympathy, leaving Ye Tian a bit confused. What is going on? What does that mean? I mainly wanted to come and ask you. Ye Tian pointed behind him. How do I get my tail out? You asked me about Kakarot's body? Vegeta frowned, a hint of danger in his eyes. Ask Kakarot or go ask Whis. Oh. Ye Tian stood still, not leaving. Do you want me to send you out? Vegeta impatiently spoke, his fist already clenched, clearly ready to use force to send him away. I am a Grand King. Ye Tian rebukit unhapidi. Does he really think he can be bullied just because he is easy to talk to? Vegeta finally realized, thinking about this matter, Looking at Kakaroto's face was already annoying, plus he was the Black Goku he had previously beaten down. It was easy to forget about the Grand King. Vegeta's patience wore thin again. After taking a deep breath, he asked, "So, Grand King, what do you want?" "Well, I want to spar with you. I want to feel the power of Super Saiyan 4. Ye Tian finally managed to express his intention. "Oh, are you ordering me using the Grand King's identity?" Vegeta smirked, a dark light flickering in his eyes. "Not really. This is just a Saiyan's request." Ye Tian replied innocently. Vegeta placed his hand on Ye Tian's shoulder. Not giving him a chance to think, "This place isn't suitable for fighting. Let me take you somewhere else." Whoosh. Oh no. The teacup in Whis' hand broke as the handle snapped off. The cup fell to the ground and shattered. "Huh, Bulma, the quality of your stuff has dropped." Looking at the three little ones hurriedly cleaning up, Beerus frowned. "If it breaks, just buy a new one. Order some expensive sets." Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Whis, pouring water into a new teacup, suddenly turned to look at the yawning Beerus, their tension dissipated. Vegeta wouldn't act recklessly. Beerus, completely unfazed, rested his hands behind his head and yawned. "Where is this?" Looking at the desolate surroundings and the towering rock mountains, Ye Tian suddenly felt a bit anxious. Chapter 22. Life and Death Battle? You really can instantaneously move, right? And it's the kind of Kaishins? Ye Tian was a bit bewildered. An uninhabited planet. Vegeta stood not far in front of him, arms crossed, staring intently at Ye Tian, seemingly answering his question. Yet not directly. "Let's get started quickly. My time is always very precious." Vegeta uncrossed his arms and clenched his fists, ready to unleash his rage. Okay, Ye Tian nodded. Vegeta's personality seemed to be like this, and he didn't plan to waste much time on idle talk. As Vegeta's roar erupted, a strong whirlwind whipped up around him. Crimson energy exploded, and Vegeta was instantly covered in blood-red fur. That powerful force erupted, and Ye Tian stretched out his hand to shield his forehead, stepping back several paces. Ye Tian widened his eyes. This Super 4 form was a bit terrifying. He felt like he was facing an immovable mountain. The disparity between an elephant and an ant made Ye Tian's expression somewhat grave. "All right, it's your turn." Vegeta looked at Ye Tian, his words straightforward and without any unnecessary chatter. "Oh." Ye Tian thought about the state he was in during the battle with Son Gohan last night, clenching his fists at his sides. Are you toying with me?" After watching Ye Tian roar for a long time without any change, Vegeta's forehead showed visible veins. No, I can't feel that peach red state anymore." Ye Tian rubbed his chin, falling into distress. "When it comes to real combat, no one will wait for you to reach your best state," Vegeta said as he struck a fighting pose and charged towards Ye Tian with a punch. Ye was still lost in his thoughts when he suddenly realized it was because he felt an overwhelming pain. Bang! Vegeta's fist had already struck his abdomen, and this punch was a lethal blow to Ye in his normal state. Ugh! Ye screamed, blood spilling from his mouth as he was sent flying like an arrow. He crashed through layers of rocky terrain, finally falling to the ground and creating countless spiderweb-like cracks, with debris scattered everywhere. Ye clutched his stomach, crying out in agony. It hurts so damn much. Damn it. Vegeta landed in front of Ye, still wearing a cold smile. "I've seen how gentle Whis and Kakaroto are with your training, but that doesn't align with a Saiyon's bloodline. A Saiyan should charge forward, never afraid. Damn it." Ye coughed up more blood as he spoke, gritting his teeth. "I am a king of all. I know, but when you sought my advice, you used the identity of a Saiyan, and I am the king of Saiyans." As soon as he said this, Ye felt a surge of anger. No wonder he had asked that question earlier. What a clever strategy. Now he could only swallow his pride. Get up. The more critical the battle, the faster your body will merge with Black Goku's. Vegeta crossed his arms, looking at the still kneeling Ye, urging him on. The smugness on his face was unmistakable. "I'm helping you. You should thank me. Hurry up and reach your strongest form. Are you at Super Saiyan 2 or Super Saiyan 3? Ye Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Bring it on. Who knows? After being hit by Vegeta a few times, he might reach the Rose form, as Black Goku's body has that characteristic. Vegeta had already thrown a punch at Ye Tian, and even though Ye Tian was on guard and fully alert, Vegeta's speed was too fast, even faster than Gohan in his fully unleashed state yesterday. Ye Tian also realized that the training he received from Whis and the sparring with Son Wukong were nothing but child's play. Another punch hit Ye Tian's jaw. and he couldn't see Vegeta's movements. All he could do was take the hits. Vegeta landed several punches on Ye Tian's body, and Ye Tian felt his vision darken and the world spin around him. It was terrifying. Ye Tian had blood at the corner of his mouth, his face bruised and swollen, gritting his teeth as he looked at Vegeta, who was distancing himself. Hey, you're hitting me so hard under the pretense of helping me. Vegeta, that's really unfair. Vegeta, however, remained calm, his expression indifferent, and his words extremely justified. What are you talking about? Wasn't it you who begged me? Vegeta, I feel like you have no respect for me. Ye Tian grimaced, feeling pain all over his body. Respect? Are you stronger than me? Vegeta sneered, his expression as arrogant as it could be in Ye Tian's eyes. Ye Tian was at a loss for words. Although this statement was indeed infuriating, it was a fact. For example, Beerus had destruction techniques. Whis, the angel, had the ultra instinct. Even this long-standing second place, Vegeta, would eventually learn Beerus's destruction techniques. The Grand Zeno, although lacking in combat power, could make anything disappear with just a wave of his hand. He occupied the position of the Grand Zeno's brother, which sounds nice as the Grand Zeno, but in reality, he had nothing to show for it. Weakness and lack of special techniques. Is it frustrating? It should be frustrating. Vegeta charged at Ye Tian again, delivering another kick. Ye Tian was kicked and flew backward, barely stabilizing his body, his teeth grinding. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming sense of humiliation that he felt, but Ye Tian realized that his injuries didn't hurt as much anymore. The kind of strength you have determines how others treat you, Vegeta said as he threw another punch at Ye Tian's cheek. Bang! Ye Tian was struck and fell rapidly toward the ground, crashing into it and creating a huge pit. Smoke instantly rose up, engulfing his disheveled figure. After a moment, the smoke gradually dispersed, and Vegeta landed not far from the edge of the pit. Ye Tian swung his fist to counterattack Vegeta. With a snap, Vegeta raised one hand to block Ye Tian's punch, and with a kick, Ye Tian was sent flying again. Ye Tian's feet continuously rubbed against the ground as he retreated, until he knelt on one knee and supported himself with one hand on the ground, finally dissipating the inertia. What kind of strength? What kind of treatment? Damn it! Ye Tian initially spoke softly, but as he continued, his tone grew louder and louder. The peach-red aura erupted from Ye Tian, and he clenched his fist, continuously roaring. The ground beneath him cracked inch by inch due to his powerful aura, and fragments of stone flew into the air. Not bad. Vegeta sneered and charged towards Ye Tian again, throwing a quick punch. Smack! Ye Tian finally stopped getting hit. He caught this punch. Then, he raised his other hand, clenched into a fist, and struck towards Vegeta's cheek. Chapter 23. I want to see the Grand Minister. Vegeta continuously dodged Ye Tian's punches, his speed so fast that it was dazzling. Swish, swish, swish. Ye Tian gritted his teeth and increased the speed of his punches. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. To hit Vegeta, even if it was just one punch, he had to hit Vegeta. Crack! Ye Tian's fist continued to swing, finally surpassing his original limit speed, striking towards Vegeta's face. Vegeta raised one hand to block the blow. His combat experience was extensive, and he quickly jumped back, using one hand to support himself on the ground to steady himself. At this moment, Ye Tian soared into the air, his hands crossed, leaping above Vegeta, intending to deliver a powerful strike. Ye Tian's speed was a bit faster, but no matter how you put it, the experienced Vegeta was still faster. By the time his fist struck, Vegeta had already dodged. Boom! Ye Tian's fist smashed into the ground, and in an instant, another huge pit was created, with debris falling and smoke dissipating. Ye Tian turned to look at Vegeta in midair, his hand trembling slightly as he watched Vegeta's fist clench. TSK. Vegeta snorted. Gotcha. Ye Tian grinned. Just in that brief moment, he brushed past and actually made contact. Although he was still blocked, he truly touched him. He wasn't being hit all the time. He had indeed become a little stronger. Vegeta spoke indifferently, then raised his fist and charged at Ye Tian. Let's end this fight. What? Ye Tian's eyes narrowed, but there was no time for surprise as Vegeta had already appeared in front of him, throwing a punch. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Ye Tian hurriedly raised his hand to block Vegeta's fist, and as Vegeta's other hand struck out, Ye Tian had no choice but to frantically extend his hand to block again. Ye Tian's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Vegeta was strong, much stronger than he had imagined. Is this the Super Saiyan 4 form? Even Vegeta hadn't unleashed his full combat power. No, It's that he is too weak, unable to fully tap into Black Goku's original strength. Watching Vegeta reveal a chilling smile, Ye Tian instantly felt even worse. Vegeta's fists swung out one after another, each time faster and more powerful than before. Ye Tian bit down hard on his molars, veins bulging on his forehead, struggling to cope with these fists. He had no strength left to counterattack. With a final punch from Vegeta, the force was so great that it shattered the air, causing it to twist. Bang! Ugh! Ye Tian had no ability to block this punch, which broke through his defenses and struck him in the abdomen, making his whole body arch. The immense pain left him unable to even scream, his body trembling slightly. Not bad. Vegeta reached out his hand to catch the falling Ye Tian, speaking in a voice that buzzed like a mosquito. With such a ridiculous performance. You're exactly what I hate the most. If I don't hit you, who should I hit? Did Ye Tian hear it? No, because he was engulfed in darkness, unable to bear the immense pain, and had already fallen into a coma. When Ye Tian woke up again, he found himself lying on a lounge chair on the balcony, with Whis and Beerus chatting casually beside him. Oh, you're awake. Lord Zeno. Whis quickly noticed that Ye Tian had opened his eyes. Ye Tian just lay there motionless, completely engulfed in a tremendous shock. What's wrong, Lord Zeno? Whis, being refined and perceptive, noticed Ye Tian's odd behavior. It's nothing. After a long time, Ye Tian finally sat up, looking at Whis with a serious and earnest expression. I want to see the Grand Minister. Is it absolutely necessary to meet? Whis looked at Ye Tian and fell silent for a moment before asking again. Yes. Ye Tian nodded firmly. What? Even Beerus noticed the subtle change in Ye Tian's demeanor. Did you lose to Vegeta and get upset? It's okay. Even if you have Black Goku's body. You've only been training for a month. Beerus said lazily, resting his hands behind his head. Losing is normal. That Vegeta guy really went too hard. Ye Tian listened to Beerus's insincere words, his hands tightly clenched into fists on his thighs. Go see the Grand Minister. Ye Tian lowered his head and repeated it once more. All right. Whis stood up, and a staff appeared in his palm. Looking at Ye Tian as he placed his hand on Whis' shoulder, Beerus waved his hand disinterestedly. The sooner you go and come back, the better. I'll be waiting here for you. Isn't Lord Beerus going? Whis was somewhat surprised that Beerus had no interest in this matter. Not going. Beerus yawned as he began to rest his eyes. Following Whis, they arrived in front of the Omni King's house in the blink of an eye. This was Ye Tian's first time seeing the Grand Minister. Grand Minister, the Omni King. Whis knelt on one knee, looking at the Grand Minister, wanting to explain. I know. The Grand Minister interrupted Whis, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. Omni King. The Grand Minister's hands were clasped behind him, hovering about 30 centimeters off the ground, and he bowed to Ye Tian. Am I really the Omni King? Ye Tian pursed his lips, feeling an inexplicable familiarity from the Grand Minister. Yes. The Grand Minister nodded slightly. Then do I have any special abilities? Aside from Black Goku's body. Just like the Omni King. Ye Tian stretched out his index finger to point at himself, his words somewhat difficult to articulate. He wanted to know the answer, but was also afraid of it. Yes and no. The Grand Minister's expression was quite indifferent, as if everything was under his control. What? What do you mean? Ye Tian unconsciously swallowed his saliva, feeling somewhat nervous. In the past, yes, but not now. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's words, Ye Tian felt unsurprised. This was a fact he already knew, yet he still felt very disappointed. As an Omni King, the brother of the great Omni King, he had no abilities at all. But, Omni King, you shouldn't be so discouraged. As your strength recovers and your memories awaken, your special abilities will return. Listening to this, Ye Tian's eyes regained a glimmer, while Whis, who had been kneeling, squinted at the Grand Minister. Really? Ye Tian similed, uncertainly asking again. Yes. The Grand Minister nodded, giving a definite answer. Then he coldly looked at Whis. Omni King, did someone offend you? Why are you denying yourself like this? It's not that. It's just that I feel. Before Ye Tian could finish, the Grand Minister's gaze turned even colder. Whis as a guide, you and Beerus are clearly unqualified. No, it's not their fault, mainly because of me. Ye Tian hurriedly waved his hand, wanting to explain. Beerus and Whis were decent to him. It was just that his self-esteem had been somewhat damaged after being beaten by Vegeta. Omni King, you don't need to make excuses for them. The Grand Minister's gaze toward Ye Tian softened again, as he said chillingly, if anyone disrespects you, let me know. I will punish them. Hey, I want to find someone to play with. A small figure ran out from inside the Omni King's house, with a flat round face and sparkling black eyes. followed by two tall, fierce-looking guards. You are, brother. Seeing Ye Tian, the Omni King was clearly very happy, rushing over to grab Ye Tian's hand. Play with me, brother. The soft call of brother made Ye Tian's eyes a bit red, as he felt an indescribable sadness deep within his soul. Was there also a faint sense of indebtedness? Ye Tian was a bit uncertain. He found it hard to articulate this feeling. His hand was being pulled, and he felt a mix of emotions, unable to respond in time. What happened? Did you bully my brother? The king of all's gaze instantly filled with killing intent as he turned to look at the high priest and Whis. And no, under such a gaze, even Whis, who usually had good composure, broke into a cold sweat. The king of all felt overly excited upon seeing Ye Tian. The high priest remained calm as always. Is that so? The king of all looked at Ye Tian, whose eyes were red, and after Ye Tian nodded, he revealed a happy smile. Then play with me. The king of all happily shook Ye Tian's hand. Ye Tian revealed a gentle smile, looking at the Omni King with eyes full of affection. All right, what do you want to play? We can play a game that makes the universe disappear. I'm the best at that. The Omni King boasted and showed off, inadvertently stabbing a knife into Ye Tian's heart. As an older brother, he was just not good at such things. But I can't. Can we play other games? Ye Tian rarely showed patience, pulling out a small iron box from his waist pouch. With a bang, as he opened the box and pressed down on a capsule before throwing it out, some leisure items appeared after the smoke cleared. There were adult playing cards, mahjong, even mahjong table, a pool table, and various game machines. Big and small, all lined up on the grass. Ye Tian affectionately patted the Omni King's head. We'll play one by one. What do you want to play? Haha, awesome. The Omni King clapped his hands in joy, pulling Ye Tian towards the leisure items at a run. High Priest, what you just said. Whis and the High Priest both looked at the playful Ye Tian and the Omni King, and he suddenly spoke. The situation with the Omni King is much better than I imagined. Take good care of him. The High Priest's peripheral vision scanned Whis. Yes. Whis nodded silently, ultimately only giving a faint acknowledgement. He was really very curious about that so-called dark history. But since the High Priest was unwilling to speak, he had no choice. Like this. Then spin half a circle, press the A button. Ye Tian reached out to operate the King of Fighters 97 machine. You try it. The Omni King went up and tentatively pressed a button. As the character on the screen was caught and beaten up, he darkened his face and started pressing buttons randomly. Then in a fit of anger, he slapped his hand and the machine in front of him disappeared. It's too hard. Let's switch to the next one, brother. Oh no. Ye Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn it. Back then he said he couldn't control his power and couldn't meet the Omni King. But it turned out he couldn't control it himself. Was he talking about the Omni King? This issue of making things disappear when he's not happy. It was terrifying, almost made him break down. Then let's play checkers, okay? The rules are like this. Ye Tian chose a simple game. Like this. This done. The Omni King unceremoniously rushed to place 5 pieces in a row. Amazing. You're really amazing, Omni King. Ye Tian felt his mouth twitching more frequently. Your turn, brother. The Omni King eagerly pushed the white piece in front of Ye Tian. Brother. Your pieces don't look as good as mine. The Omni King commented as he watched Ye Tian arrange pieces differently from his own. After a while, with no creativity, the Omni King quickly got bored, and Ye Tian hurriedly took out a deck of cards. This is simple. This side is the back, this is the front. We'll slightly fold the back up and put it on the ground, realizing the ground was covered in grass. Ye Tian placed the cards on the nearby pool table. Put them on the table, then slap your hand. With a bang, he flipped them over successfully. Oh. Watching Ye Tian's operation, the Omni King nodded, clearly understanding, and the two began to play back and forth. Clap. Ye Tian's forehead was dripping with sweat. He had to pretend to be having a great time playing such a silly game. Why did he come to the King of all to find the Grand Priest? The scenery around him showed no distinction between day and night, and he could hardly perceive the passage of time. After going through everything, Ye Tian gasped for breath and looked at the still excited King of all. Brother, I am tired. Let's take a break. He had just played various high-intensity games like ball games and jump rope, and even Black Goku's body felt somewhat difficult to endure. The Grand Priest was right. Accompanying the King of all is exhausting if you don't manage your own body well. Continuing to play would be deadly. His stomach had been rumbling for a while. Ye Tian even suddenly felt that the daily training he had done in the divine realm a few days ago was more enjoyable than accompanying the King of all now. Looking at the King of all, who let the 2 attendants continue playing with him, Ye Tian's gaze towards those 2 attendants was filled with sympathy. Are we going back? Your Majesty? The Grand Priest floated over to Ye Tian, who was sitting on the grass, rubbing his stomach. Why yes, we're going back. Ye Tian nodded, feeling dry-mouthed and a bit unwilling to speak. I see. I'll have Whis come to pick you up. The Grand Priest's hand, which had been behind his back, extended, and in the next moment, a staff appeared. At the Grand Priest's notification, Whis's figure quickly appeared in front of Ye Tian. Your Majesty, are you going back? The gentle Whis's familiar words made Ye Tian feel somewhat strange. Let's go. Ye Tian stood up, feeling a bit embarrassed, as if he were fleeing. Are we still going to Earth? Whis flew quickly through the starry sea, looking ahead as he asked Ye Tian. I ordered something yesterday, and it's supposed to arrive today. I need to go back and pick it up. Ye Tian's other hand reached to his neck, swaying left and right, feeling quite sore. Yesterday? Whis suddenly hit the brakes, turning his head with a strange expression to look at Ye Tian. Ye Tian bumped into Whis's back, rubbing his sore nose and complaining. What are you doing? You need to brake slowly. It's easy to get into an accident. Lord Zeno, according to the Earth time calculation you're familiar with. You've been with Lord Zeno for 3 months already. Whis almost laughed out loud. I didn't feel the passage of time at all. Ye Tian's words got stuck here as he thought about the things he brought. I need to go through them. Those things cost a total of 30 million on the cart, but I haven't even had a meal, just occasionally drank some water. Ye Tian exclaimed. Well, that's normal. After all, you are a god. Whether you eat or not doesn't really matter. Whis said calmly. Eating is just a hobby. We're here, in the divine realm. Whis put away his staff and looked at Beerus, who was sitting under a tree eating pizza. Lord Beerus, did you save some for me? I saved a box. With his hands behind his head, leaning against the tree, Beerus lazily replied. Around him were scattered pizza boxes, and Ye Tian's gaze was filled with disdain. What about my share? Oh, Lord Zeno, you're back. Beerus casually waved his hand. Hey, your attitude towards me is quite disrespectful. Ye Tian walked towards Beerus with his hands on his hips. Beerus opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Ye Tian. Because Whis and I could be considered your mentors, we could be counted as half-teachers. Do you think so too? Ye Tian raised an eyebrow at Whis. Oh ha ho ho ho. Whis elegantly took a bite of the pizza and smiled. If Lord Zeno wishes for us to kneel in reverence every time, we will certainly do so. Ye Tian thought about that scene where the two of them would kneel down at any moment. Forget it, that feels really annoying. Ye Tian waved his hand and walked over to Whis, wanting to grab a slice of pizza. Lord Grand Zeno, that's my pizza. Whis protectively shifted the pizza. Hey, don't be so stingy, I'm just eating one slice. Ye Tian said helplessly, reaching out for the pizza again. But the pizza is all mine. Whis kept dodging, making Ye Tian miss again. Watching Ye Tian continuously reach for the pizza and Whis constantly evade, Beerus lazily wagged his tail. After training with Whis for 2 days, Ye Tian had lost his patience again. Whis, can you teach me something else? Ye Tian floated in the air with his hands on his hips, looking at Whis. What? Whis looked at Ye Tian in confusion. Like your ultra instinct. Ye Tian stretched out his hand, shrugged his shoulders, feeling that Whis was deliberately refusing to teach him. Aren't I teaching you? The key is that you have to keep practicing the basics seriously. Whis explained it. I'm tired of it. It's too tedious. Ye Tian looked at it discontentedly, landing on the ground as he looked at the yawning Beerus. Are you bored? Can't you watch? Beerus was fishing with a rod and a prophetic fish. I want to go out and see Frieza. Ye Tian turned to Whis, who had also landed. Frieza, Whis pointed his index finger at his chin. Frieza is probably still in heaven right now. Oh, that heaven where you watch the bear band perform. See the little fairies frolicking? And are wrapped in cocoons hanging from the big trees? Ye Tian asked excitedly. I don't know about that. Whis shook his head after all. He wouldn't go to that kind of place without reason. Then take me there, I want to go find him a play. Spar. Ye Tian said, changing to a nicer term. All right. Whis looked at Beerus and asked, Lord Beerus, do you want to go? After all, that is your old acquaintance. Not going. Beerus turned back to look at the lake. Speaking of which, you not only know each other, but planet Vegeta was also destroyed because of you. Ye Tian immediately thought of this joke. What nonsense. Planet Vegeta is still here, right? Last time we even went to eat the roast meat of the swift elephant. It was delicious, Beerus said, turning back to Whis and unceremoniously commanding. When you come back, bring some roast meat. What? Ye Tian was a bit confused. What the hell was Beerus talking about? How could he not know that planet Vegeta was still alive? It's the wish that Vegeta made with the Dragon Balls. Whis said, pulling out his staff. All right, Lord Grand Zeno, let's go. Then I want to go to planet Vegeta too. Ye Tian said, placing his hand on Whis' shoulder. Okay, Whis replied, and the two quickly disappeared. My fish is about to bite. The prophetic fish shook its goblet, and the fishing rod in its hand trembled slightly. Damn it. My fishing rod is completely still. If it doesn't bite soon, I'll destroy you. Beerus shouted angrily at the surface of the lake. In an instant, bubbles surged in the water, and Beerus's fishing rod was pulled violently. You're cheating. The prophetic fish angrily threw the fishing rod into the lake, turning its goblet in frustration and preparing to leave. Hey, I'll let you have it this time. Beerus quickly called out as he saw the fish about to escape. Following Whis, Ye Tian arrived in heaven, where flowers bloomed and greenery flourished, and in the distance, little fairies were laughing and playing. On the ground covered with yellow flowers and tender grass, countless toy soldiers lined up, banging drums and playing music, some dancing with head bobbing. The atmosphere was filled with joy and happiness. Ye Tian felt the breeze on his face and sighed. This is heaven. Yes, if you like, we can stay here for a few days. Whis said softly from behind Ye Tian. Living here for retirement sounds good, but not now. Ye Tian said as he stepped towards the distant giant tree. Ye Tian, is that guy Frieza just hanging there? If we want to spar, can you let him down? Whis, of course. Ye Tian, can that guy Frieza really be touched by love? It just seems unrealistic no matter how I think about it. Whis, this matter is not my concern. Ye Tian, is that under the jurisdiction of the King of Hell? Speaking of which, what is the relationship between the King of Hell and the Bull Demon King? Whis, what kind of relationship could they possibly have? Chapter 29, Golden Frieza. Ye Tian, for example, I and the Omni King are brothers, and they also carry the character for king. Whis, your idea is quite unique. The two chatted casually, and as they walked in, the tree appeared even larger in their eyes. This tree is really big. After walking for a while, Ye Tian realized that there was still some distance to go. Yes, the area of heaven occupies the entire planet. Whis also sighed. By the way, Lord Omni King, are you going to walk over like this? Aren't you flying? I want to take a look at this rare scenery along the way. Ye Tian froze for a moment and quickly found an excuse. He wouldn't tell Whis that after being immortal for more than a decade, he had forgotten about flying. In the end, because walking was taking too much time, Ye Tian flew to the front of the big tree and greeted Frieza, who was hanging from it. Hi. Frieza. Sunday. Goku. Seeing Ye Tian's appearance, Frieza, who had been clenching his teeth with veins bulging on his forehead, became even angrier. No way. Let me take a closer look. Ye Tian shook his head. He had really clarified this countless times. You are next to Lord Beerus. Seeing Whis peeking out from behind Ye Tian, Frieza was momentarily stunned and then turned to scan the surroundings. Oh. Lord Beerus isn't here. The Omni King is looking for you, Whis said cheerfully, extending his hand to introduce Frieza. Omni King? Frieza looked at Ye Tian with disbelief as if he really wasn't Son Wukong. The aura is different. He even learned to wear earrings. But that silly grin still makes him look like someone you want to punch. Lord Omni King, do you want Frieza to come down? Whis asked Ye Tian for confirmation. Let him down. Ye Tian nodded with his hands on his hips. Sometimes Whis is really useful. You should have brought Beerus along. If you have some B-rank power, why not show it off? Really? Frieza, without even feeling anger, stared blankly at the two in front of him. Did his ears hear wrong? What did they just say? Let him down? With a light tap of Whis' staff in midair, the layer of cocoon surrounding Frieza mysteriously disappeared. Frieza quickly stabilized his form, looking at his hands in a daze. Thank you so much, Lord Omni King. Frieza couldn't help but want to hug him to express his gratitude. No need to be polite. Ye Tian smiled lightly as he flew in front of Frieza, gesturing a few times to compare their height difference. It's really concentrated. Watching Ye Tian's movements, Frieza felt like several knives had been stabbed into his heart. Veins throbbed on his forehead, his fists clenched tightly. He couldn't get angry. He had to endure, although he didn't know why this so-called Omni King looked exactly like Son Wukong. As long as he could save himself, he didn't care whether it was Son Wukong or the Omni King. Besides, anyone who could command Whis must be someone like Beerus, someone he couldn't shake. I wonder what the Omni King commands. Frieza forced a smile and asked Ye Tian. It's nothing serious. I just want to spar with you a bit. Ye Tian smiled, his gaze scanning Frieza like a scanner. This guy's skin is very shiny, exuding a cold metallic luster. In human terms, his skin is well maintained. However, your height is really a bit excessive. It's almost like a child. Ye Tian said with words that pierced the heart. Frieza's fist clenched even tighter at his sides, cold sweat trickling down his forehead again. This Omni King really speaks cruelly, a bit ungrateful. With this thought, Frieza's forehead veins bulged again. Lord Omni King. How do you want to spar? Oh ha ho ho ho. Whis covered his mouth with his hand, watching the two confront each other and laughing. Just as Frieza was about to explode, Ye Tian also withdrew his teasing gaze and created some distance between them. Ye Tian felt that Frieza was probably holding back due to concerns about Beerus. So let's fight. How else can we spar? Ye Tian looked indifferently at Frieza. Lord Zeno really knows how to joke. How could I possibly be your opponent? Frieza's expression changed slightly. He didn't want to fight Ye Tian. Ye Tian's gaze turned cold as he waved to Whis behind him. Whis, if he won't fight me, hang up immediately. No. I'm willing to spar. Upon hearing this, before Whis could take out his staff, Frieza anxiously agreed. Very well. Ye Tian stepped back to create distance from Frieza and assumed a fighting stance. Frieza swallowed hard, nervousness causing his mouth to water. He clenched his fists tightly and transformed directly into his golden form, as if facing a formidable enemy. Oh. It's golden Frieza. Ye Tian nodded repeatedly, wondering how much this golden form could be worth. Ye Tian had no intention of keeping Frieza waiting for too long. He shouted loudly and entered the Peach Blossom realm. After being stimulated by Vegeta's nonsense last time, he had become increasingly proficient in this form over the past few days. He didn't even need to spend time getting the feel for it anymore. So here we go. Ye Tian mysteriously gestured with his finger at golden Frieza. As soon as Frieza entered the arena, he unleashed his full combat power, throwing a punch with all his strength. Faced with the Omni King, who was on par with Beerus, he dared not be careless. But this beautiful misunderstanding was quickly resolved, as his punch landed directly on Ye Tian's face. Bang! Ye Tian was hit by this punch, and his body flew back like a bullet being fired, constantly retreating. Seeing this, Frieza couldn't help but tremble, and various conspiracy theories flashed through his mind. Could it be that Beerus was dissatisfied with him and wanted to use the Grand Zeno as an excuse to eliminate him? Just like back then, when he used him to destroy planet Vegeta? After finally stabilizing his stance, Ye Tian touched his nose, which was bleeding, and thought, damn it. No martial ethics, starting off with full force. Grand Zeno, are you okay? The more Frieza thought about it, the more afraid he became, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he flew toward Ye Tian. It's fine. Continue. Wiping away the blood from his nose, Ye Tian responded nonchalantly and charged toward Frieza. Here I come. Chapter 27. What conspiracy is behind it? Frieza looked at the slowly swinging fist coming his way and still had time to think about what the Grand Zeno's purpose in saving him was. Did he really just want to spar with him? But being able to command should at least mean he was on the same level as Beerus. But why did the power he displayed seem so weak? Could it be that he guessed wrong earlier and there was another purpose? Frieza couldn't figure it out. He watched Ye Tian's fist swing toward him and didn't dodge. The punch landed on his cheek. Frieza dramatically tilted his head, then let his body fly back, perfectly matching the distance Ye Tian had flown back earlier. Wow! Frieza even screamed to emphasize the power of Ye Tian's punch. Is he being too fake? Ye Tian turned to look at Whis, dissatisfied. I think this guy Frieza is full of schemes. Hey, Frieza, come back. Ye Tian shouted with his hands on his hips. Does he not understand his own strength? Here it comes. Frieza did a backflip and flew toward Ye Tian. Is he not satisfied with pretending to be weak? Frieza's eyes turned, and he reined in some of his power as he swung his fist toward Ye Tian. This punch wasn't very strong, and the speed wasn't fast either. Whis slightly raised the corner of his mouth, looking at Frieza with profound meaning. Bang! Ye Tian sidestepped to avoid Frieza's punch, and quickly counterattacked with a sweeping kick toward Frieza. Frieza stepped back to evade Ye Tian's kick, then swung his tail at Ye Tian. Ye Tian hurriedly crouched down. Ye Tianfei leaped into the air and continuously kicked at Frieza's head. Bang, bang, bang. Swish, swish, swish. Frieza kept dodging, even occasionally putting on a micro-expression, gritting his teeth, struggling, and persevering. His dodges seemed somewhat convincing. But Ye Tian had previously felt the power of Golden Frieza. Therefore, Frieza's performance appeared very deliberate and exaggerated in Ye Tian's eyes. Ye Tian felt humiliated and gritted his teeth, increasing his speed by a few notches as he threw a punch at Frieza. Bang! Watching Frieza fly backward but quickly stabilize himself, Ye Tian's forehead flashed with veins. He charged towards Frieza and kicked out, while Frieza dodged and tentatively swung a punch at Ye Tian's abdomen. This strike was overly controlled, and Ye Tian felt as if he had been slapped in the stomach. Ye Tian quickly turned and moved behind Frieza, using his elbow to strike at Frieza's neck. Ye Tian was fighting very seriously, and Frieza was also restraining himself seriously. Frieza lowered his body to dodge Ye Tian's attack, and with the force of his body, he raised his bent leg, delivering a gentle knee strike to Ye Tian's jaw. Bang! Due to inertia, Ye Tian's head tilted back, and his entire body flew up from the spot. While flying backward, he extended his hands and continuously fired energy blasts. Frieza didn't dodge. He knew that those energy blasts couldn't harm him at all. Accompanied by the constant sound of explosions, Frieza took advantage of this moment to think. With such a balanced fight, this Omni King must be quite satisfied. As the smoke cleared, Frieza's golden form remained as shiny as new, still reflecting light. Ye Tian's forehead flashed with veins as he charged towards Frieza again, swinging his fist. Frieza raised his elbow to block it. Frieza was not the type to back down easily. A battle needed a back and forth to be interesting. So, he lifted his foot and swept it towards Ye Tian, who also raised his elbow to block. After deflecting the attack, Frieza keenly noticed that, after just a short while of fighting, this guy's strength had subtly increased a lot. His realm wasn't very stable, so he came to spar with him? This thought flashed through Frieza's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. How could that be possible? Why would he choose to come to heaven to find him, and even release him? There must be some conspiracy that he was unaware of. Ye Tian continued to throw punches in quick succession, trying to hit Frieza. He gradually got into the zone, with his speed increasing and the power of his strikes growing stronger. Frieza had to take things more seriously, controlling his own strength while also suppressing his speed to avoid hurting his opponent. This left Frieza with a lot to consider. He kept dodging and, taking advantage of Ye Tian's openings, threw another punch that was significantly faster than before. This punch once again struck Ye Tian in the abdomen. He felt pain, but it was within an acceptable range. Ye Tian had barely flown out a few meters before he dissipated the inertia and gritted his teeth, charging towards Frieza again. The two rushed towards each other, arms bent and elbows colliding. Ye Tian raised his leg to sweep kick Frieza's shoulder, but Frieza blocked the attack with his elbow, and the two engaged in close combat. Frieza fought with intention, while Ye Tian didn't think too much. He had little defense and just kept throwing punches and sweeping kicks in a fierce offense. Beside them, Whis watched silently, thinking that this Frieza seemed to be a very good sparring partner. Much more useful than that guy Goku, though he lacked a physical body. But the resurrection issue. Frieza swung a punch at Ye Tian, who quickly crouched down to counterattack, but Frieza's tail moved again. With his fist swinging empty and his body turning, Frieza twisted and swept his tail towards the crouching Ye Tian. Seeing the incoming tail, Ye Tian gritted his teeth and raised his hand to block, dissipating the force from Frieza, grabbing Frieza and starting to spin him around, making Frieza spin like a top. With a sudden release, Frieza's body shot out, but in an instant, he stabilized himself. I always feel like you're mocking me. Under this golden form, you seem to be able to fight at super blue level. I just transformed into a pink form and can actually match you. I'm not even at full power of super blue. Ye Tian's forehead bulged with veins, and he could no longer hold back his curses. However, Whis, who was watching from the side, leisurely spoke up. Lord Zeno, when did you become so aware of your own strength? Be more confident. Remove the seams. It's because I've just entered the golden form, and I can't control myself, well, due to my stamina issues. That's a poor excuse. Ye Tian pointed at the halo above Frieza's head. You're dead, okay? Where's the stamina coming from? Do you really think you're that easy to fool? You're dead. What stamina do you need? Frieza felt that he might as well go watch those trash dance and sing. This Zeno was too hard to please. If he really got beaten up badly, wouldn't Beerus use that as an excuse to destroy him? Just as Frieza was tangled up in what to do, Ye Tian retracted his aura and returned to normal, looking at Whis. Take him back, I'm done playing. Okay. Whis moved very quickly this time, and with his response, his scepter appeared. Frieza didn't even have a chance to speak before he was wrapped up by the emerging cocoon and hung back on the tree. Wait. Looking at Ye Tian, who was about to leave, he roared, "Didn't you say you would let me out?" Chapter 28, Planet Vegeta, Broly Humph. I let you out to play, but you're not competent at it, making me unhappy. Ye Tian Jursit, your Frieza is not like this. How can he fight so timidly? Oh ho ho ho. Let's wait for next time. You have plenty of time to think now. Noticing Frieza's hesitation, Whis guessed his thoughts and said softly, taking Ye Tian to fly towards the horizon. Hey, don't go. Frieza kept shaking his cocoon, trying to get the two to come back. Tell me how you want to play. I can do it. but his deafening roars were quickly drowned out by the sounds of the toy band continuing to play on the grass. What a buzzkill. It was extremely frustrating to fight like that. Sitting behind Whis, Ye Tian was still fuming. Does Lord Zeno want to be beaten up? Or does he want Frieza to let you win? Or a 50-50 chance? Whis asked with a smile. Ye Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. He just wanted to see the power of Golden Frieza, and hadn't he expected to be so angry if he got beaten up badly. So Frieza is really good at handling people? Does that mean I'm hard to please? But soon, Ye Tian began to complain again. As Whis landed, Ye Tian looked around curiously, realizing it wasn't the divine realm. Is this planet Vegeta? The gravity is a bit strong, but it doesn't feel that much. Ye Tian grumbled as he took a few steps. Ho ho, not far ahead is the palace of Vegeta. Does Lord Zeno want to enjoy the scenery along the way? Whis asked. As soon as Ye Tian heard this, he felt that Whis was mocking him for forgetting to fly before, but looking at Whis' ordinary expression, he couldn't find any evidence. No, it didn't seem unusual. Ye Tian took off and soon saw the palace not far away. That person. Ye Tian noticed a figure in the palace's guard yard, and the top of his head was reflecting a bit in the sunlight. Reflecting? That must be a bald head. Are there bald people among the Saiyans? Ye Tian was a bit uncertain, because the bald person he knew, Nappa, had died of Vegeta's hands the first time he went to Earth, right? What's wrong? Whis floated behind, looking at the still Ye Tian, and asked. Oh, it's nothing. Ye Tian flew towards the palace, thinking why he was guessing randomly. He would know once he went to take a look. As he got closer, Ye Tian's eyes widened even more. No way. That guy was really Nappa. Nappa, hello. I'm here to bring back some grilled meat skewers. Whis landed next to the guard yard and naturally said to Nappa. Ye Tian looked at Whis, then at Nappa. His gaze filled with a hint of fear. Which Dragon Ball world is this? Is it the one he knows? No, it isn't. He had no idea there was such a plot. Whis actually knows Nappa, and they're talking so familiarly. Wait a minute. I'll give orders right away. Nappa responded and walked out of the alert room, shouting at the patrolling troops below. Go hunt a few rampaging elephants, be quick, and send them to the kitchen to be grilled into skewers. Yes. The soldiers received their orders and quickly left. Teacher, I want to go back. A door nearby opened, and a person with green hair appeared. Bro. Broly. Ye Tian exclaimed. Why is Broly here? There seems to be no problem with Saiyans on planet Vegeta. Hello, Goku. Broly naturally nodded at Ye Tian, showing great politeness. Wow, he is the great king. Whis noted that Ye Tian, who was stunned for a long time, did not refute and introduced again. Oh, did he change his name? Broly nodded again and then greeted. Hello, great king. Is Paragus still alive? Ye Tian suddenly asked a very impolite question. Broly responded without any concern. My father has always been very healthy. Nappa and Whis exchanged glances, then awkwardly smiled and started speaking formally. Broly has been taught very well by you. Whis spoke first. Following that, Nappa also politely responded. This great king is very polite too. Oh. He. Vice. I want to see the local customs of the Saiyans. Ye Tian didn't plan to wait idly for the grilled meat. He put his arm around Broly's shoulder. Broly, take me around. Go ahead. Receiving Broly's questioning look, Nappa nodded. Watching Broly and Ye Tian enter through the door, Whis naturally sat in the alert room. Prepare some food and drinks for me. I'll wait here. After entering through the door with Broly, the two walked side by side, and Ye Tian began his endless stream of questions. Ye Tian, how did you come to planet Vegeta? Weren't you living on planet Vampa before? Broly, we came by spaceship. My father fixed it and said he wanted to seek revenge on King Vegeta 3. This doesn't match up with the new and old movie versions. Ye Tian sighed inwardly and continued to ask, have you fought with Vegeta? Broly, I lost in the end. Ye Tian, do you know Bardock and Jiren? Broly, Bardock is now the commander of the patrol team. With the continuous questions and answers, Ye Tian was almost going crazy. Which Dragon Ball world is he in? By the way, is your Ultra Instinct amazing? Ye Tian asked the last question, as he wanted to see Broly's Ultra Instinct and spar a bit. It's not bad, Broly replied, and the two had already left the palace, with Broly taking flight. Ye Tian also followed along, and the two of them took a tour around the tribe. Ye Tian witnessed the boldness of the female Saiyans. They were even bolder than the women from the northeast, putting their hands on their hips, cursing, and directly throwing punches at the male Saiyans. Ye Tian was not very interested in Paragus, so he followed Broly and met Bardock. His younger son, Khan, was the first to see Ye Tian and quickly flew towards him. Ye Tian did not dodge and instead happily accepted Ji Nei's warm embrace, even returning the hug. Standing beside them, Broly had a serious expression on his face. He had changed his name to Great King. Great King? I think that name sounds even worse than Goku. Geni released her embrace and looked at Ye Tian, saying, "Why do you seem to have lost weight?" Ye Tian's expression turned ugly. How could he not be thin? He had spent 3 whole months playing games with King Quan without eating. "I'm not Son Wukong. I'm King Quan. Just look like him." Ye Tian pointed at the empty space behind him where his non-existent tail should be. Chapter 29. Super 4. Bardock, is that so? Then are you also a lower-class Saiyan? Jiren asked curiously. I guess so. Looking at Jiren in front of him who had a tail, Ye Tian thought that he needed to remind Whis to find a way to give him a tail, because in the original story, Son Wukong never grew back his tail. "Bardock, what's wrong?" Jiren looked at Bardock, who had been staring at Ye Tian in silence, feeling a bit strange. Is it just because they look somewhat alike? Dallas and his younger son also look very similar, so why is he staring? You can't transform into Super 4, right? Bardock suddenly asked, which was quite abrupt. This is a pointless question. Ye Tian didn't have a tail, and anyone with eyes could see that. How could he transform into Super 4 without a tail? Could he undergo a genetic mutation? Ye Tian's disdain had not yet been revealed, but Bardock added, "But I can." This statement was filled with pride and arrogance, leaving Ye Tian somewhat taken aback. "That damn guy Bardock, do you believe I will hit you? Although I can't go Super Saiyan 4, I can go pink." Ye Tian's gaze was full of provocation, and his words were even more fierce. "Pink? I've never heard of that form. Should I give it a try?" Ye Tian's words successfully ignited Bardock's enthusiasm, and the two quickly settled on their subsequent sparring session. Bardock joined Broly, and Ye Tian took to the skies and left the tribe, finding a desolate place. Ye Tian was also a bit wondering how Bardock's Super Saiyan 4 form would compare to Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4. "Show me your pink form. This is the first time I've heard of it, and I haven't seen it from King Vegeta or Goku." Bardock spoke first, clearly excited. On the desolate horizon, a cold wind blew as Ye Tian and Bardock faced each other from a distance, while Broly and Chi nearby planned to watch the battle. I've seen Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 form, and it is indeed very powerful, but I wonder how yours will be." Ye Tian also responded defiantly. Of course, he wouldn't say anything that would embarrass himself. He had been beaten so badly by Vegeta that he fainted. It made him question his life. Hiya! With Bardock's roar of rage, he transformed into a great ape, and then into a golden great ape, and, as his body continued to shrink, he finally reached the Super Saiyan 4 form. Ye Tian found it hard to describe. Aside from Bardock not being very skilled at transforming into Super Saiyan 4 yet, Ye Tian believed Bardock was just showing off. Yeah. Ye Tian quickly transformed into his pink form, rushing towards Bardock with the advantage of his inherent knowledge of Dragon Balls. This guy really loves to show off unexpectedly. His fists were already itching to teach this guy a lesson. One had just entered the Super Saiyan 4 form not long ago, while the other was in a very unstable pink state. However, their momentum was quite magnificent. Ye Tian swung his fist at Bardock, who responded with a fierce move, directly grabbing Ye Tian's fist. In Ye Tian's moment of hesitation, Bardock hurled him away and continued to unleash energy blasts at the flying Ye Tian. Bang! 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 As Ye Tian looked at the energy blast coming towards him, he suddenly thought, isn't this Vegeta's fighting style? Bardock watched as the energy blasts exploded continuously, the smoke engulfing Ye Tian's figure, but his hands were still firing energy blasts relentlessly. For a moment, no one could sense what had happened to Ye Tian, who had fallen to the ground. Only those who are gods can sense each other's divine power, and at the scene, no one had achieved the status of a Saiyan god. Ye Tian did not think that Bardock's Super Saiyan 4 form was very impressive. Perhaps it was because he had seen Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 before, which was so powerful that he had this illusion. So Ye Tian rushed out from the smoke as if nothing had happened. Not to mention Bardock, even the observing Broly and Chi were stunned. Bardock was only momentarily dazed, quickly regaining his senses and watching Ye Tian rush towards him with clenched teeth and vigilance. Bang! The two of them simultaneously punched each other in the cheek. But Ye Tian seemed to have more leeway. He retracted his fist in an instant and struck again. This punch wasn't particularly strong, but it was fast, catching Bardock off guard and causing him to turn his head. Bardock gritted his teeth and retaliated, throwing a punch at Ye Tian's cheek. But Ye Tian stepped back to dodge and created distance between them. Ha! It seems your Super Saiyan 4 form isn't as strong as my peach red. Ye Tian smirked. Bardock, provoked, roared and charged at Ye Tian again. Don't get too cocky. As the two rushed towards each other in midair, Bardock kicked out while Ye Tian punched. Below, Chi was watching in astonishment, seeing their fists and feet become blurred shadows entangled together. Chi couldn't see this kind of battle clearly. After all, she wasn't a combat-type Saiyan and was only responsible for transporting meat. Broly, who do you think will win in the end? The reason she was standing there was out of curiosity and to know the outcome of the two, and of course, in her mind, she hoped Bardock would be the one to win. I don't know. Broly's response was very concise. In a battle, until the last moment, no one can say for sure. The two seemed evenly matched, and the battle was undoubtedly ever-changing. As Ye Tian and Bardock's fists collided, the powerful energy field burst through the air, creating ripple after ripple. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of the energy fields was so strong that the ground trembled continuously, and Chi nervously protected herself to avoid falling. Ye Tian and Bardock's strengths caused both of them to simultaneously retreat backward, with Ye Tian clenching his fists and scraping the ground beneath his feet. Rustle, while Bardock supported himself with one hand and continued to move back, both of them looking at each other with excitement. Not bad. Your movements don't seem amateurish. You have quite a bit of combat experience. Bardock smirked. That said so casually, but your skills are just average. Ye Tian felt annoyed at Bardock, thinking, what do you mean amateur? I've studied Tai Chi with an old man in the park for over 10 years. That's only because I haven't used my full strength yet. What just happened was merely a warm-up. Bardock retorted with a cold snort, exaggerating, as if no one else is warmed up, without waiting for Bardock to finish. Ye Tian clenched his fist at his side, bending his legs and charging at Bardock. Is that so? Bardock placed his hands on his waist and unleashed his energy wave at the incoming Ye Tian. What the? Seeing that massive energy wave, Ye Tian quickly dodged, thinking that if it hit him, without a Senzu Bean or Whis' healing, he would be out for days. Ye Tian always forgets he has an immortal body. By the way, why can Bardock also use the Kamehameha? After dodging, Ye Tian fell back into his old habit, getting distracted and lost in thought. Bang! Ye Tian only felt a pain in his cheek, and then he realized he was still in the fight. Chapter 30. I won. It was too late to defend himself, as Bardock's fist fell on Ye Tian's body like a torrential rain. Ye Tian violently swung his fist to block Bardock's punch, then lifted a knee to kick towards Bardock's cheek. Bang! Bardock was caught off guard and took the hit directly, and before he could retaliate, Ye Tian's fist swung towards the other side of Bardock's cheek. Bang! The symmetrical blows to his cheeks weren't over yet. Ye Tian again punched Bardock's abdomen with a series of strikes, making Bardock's eyes widen. Ye Tian crossed his arms and delivered a heavy blow to Bardock, sending him plummeting towards the ground. Ye Tian placed his hands on his waist, grinning mockingly as if to say he wouldn't use the Kamehameha. A powerful energy wave shot towards the place where Bardock was falling, and Ye Tian, with his hands on his hips, wore a proud expression in mid-air, laughing heartily. Boom! A huge explosion echoed, smoke billowed, and debris flew everywhere, the shock waves spreading outwards. Jiren raised her hand to shield her forehead from the flying debris. Battling against the fierce wind, Jiren struggled to steady herself. Worry etched on her face as she looked towards the thick smoke where Bardock was. Bardock! Ye Tian was overjoyed. Aside from the initial non-serious training with Sun Wukong and the training with Whis and Beerus, he had already dealt with Krillin. After being beaten by Vegeta and seeing Frieza being forced to concede, he finally felt the taste of victory. Wonderful. As the smoke cleared, Bardock's figure emerged, looking somewhat disheveled, but there were no serious injuries at all. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at Ye Tian, feeling a bit angry. Even when he was just a low-level Saiyan, his combat power was quite good, at least among the top ranks. Now, however, he was being surpassed one after another by the younger generation, and he, Bardock, refused to accept that. You're telling me you're fine. Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh. The force he used was no small matter. Bardock sensed Ye Tian's smugness and roared, his aura continuously rising. Such a powerful aura. Ye Tian looked at Bardock below in disbelief. That strong wave of energy was making it difficult for him to stabilize himself in midair. Bardock bent his legs and charged quickly towards Ye Tian. Just as Ye Tian was on guard, Bardock suddenly disappeared right in front of him. No, it wasn't that he disappeared. It was that his speed was too fast. By the time Ye Tian sensed Bardock had reached behind him, Bardock's fist was already coming in. Bang! Ye Tian's back was hit hard by a punch, and his body was instantly sent flying backward. Bardock chased after him and got in front of Ye Tian. With a swift motion, Bardock swung his fist down heavily towards Ye Tian's abdomen, then kicked Ye Tian away with a swift lift of his foot. Bang! As Ye Tian flew backward, he gritted his teeth and performed a backflip to stabilize himself, quickly charging towards Bardock with a punch. Seeing this, Bardock leaped into the air to avoid Ye Tian's fist and unleashed a ki blast with one hand. Ye Tian's figure quickly disappeared, as Bardock and the others were startled by the energy blast flying towards the distant horizon. Ye Tian had already appeared behind him. With a ha, he threw a punch, hitting Bardock's face without any hesitation, causing Bardock to become unsteady. An energy wave was already shot out from Ye Tian's palm. Boom! Before Bardock, who had fallen to the ground, could escape the smoke, the energy wave reached his landing spot. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke billowed, and amidst the flying debris, Jiren still stretched out her hand to shield herself, her face worried. Could it be that Bardock had lost? Broly didn't respond, and even his expression didn't change in the slightest. He stood tall and straight, indifferent to who won or lost. Ha ha. It ended even earlier than I imagined. What a pity. Ye Tian, with his hands on his hips, floated in midair, looking down at the billowing smoke, his expression increasingly smug. But in fact, Bardock had quietly appeared above Ye Tian's back. You always get happy too early. Bardock crossed his arms, looking down at Ye Tian with contempt. The howling wind and rolling clouds suggested that the battle on the field would continue. TSK. Ye Tian turned around, looking up at Bardock, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction. How could he have fought for so long? It seems he still had to continue getting stronger. You are more resilient than I imagined, Bardock, but you are too obsessed with superficial power. Ye Tian suddenly smirked. Superficial power? What are you talking about? Bardock was somewhat surprised, but he felt this was just Ye Tian's one-sided opinion. It's simple because I am much stronger than you. Overwhelmingly strong, Ye Tian said, clenching his fists and roaring. You're just bluffing. Bardock didn't believe it, provocatively looking at the enraged Ye Tian. Just as Bardock finished speaking, he looked at Ye Tian in disbelief as he unleashed an even more powerful force than before. This damn guy still had some strength left. Huh. Ye Tian smiled charmingly and quickly charged at Bardock, delivering a punch that struck Bardock's jaw hard. Before Bardock could react, Ye Tian launched another attack with a sweeping kick, sending Bardock flying like an arrow. In the next moment, Ye Tian pressed the advantage, catching up to Bardock and swinging both fists towards him. Bang! The fists landed squarely on Bardock's forehead, causing him to crash to the ground and create a large crater. Boom! Bardock stood up, rubbing his forehead, and as the smoke cleared, Ye Tian stood behind him with a smug smile, saying, "How about that? I'm not one to boast." Bardock's eyes widened with a grim expression, and by the time he turned around, Ye Tian was already unleashing a flurry of punches. Clap, clap, clap. That's enough. We agree it was just a spar. Ji and I watched as Bardock was completely overwhelmed, unable to hold back her shout. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was quickly drowned out by the sound of Ye Tian's punches. With Ye Tian's final punch, Bardock was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Ye Tian blew on his fist, grinning as he gave a thumbs up to Ji and I, saying, "I'm the strongest. Broly, you should join in for some sparring too." Just as Ye Tian was feeling extremely proud, Whis appeared beside him with his staff, coolly stating, "You can't beat him." The once proud Ye Tian felt as if he had just downed a glass of icy water on a summer day, feeling completely chilled. "Whis, I haven't even fought yet, and you're pouring cold water on me like this. You're going to offend me." Chapter 31, Beautiful Angel. Bardock's all right. Lord Grand Zeno, you're the strongest. The best. Keep it up. After saying some extremely perfunctory words, Whis stepped back. Ye Tian looked at his own disheveled appearance and smiled at Whis. "Is the barbecue ready?" "All done." Whis replied with a smile. "Let's go again." Bardock shouted as he got up from the ground, looking at Ye Tian. "We haven't decided the winner yet." "I already won," Ye Tian said without even looking, making a very childish face at Bardock. "I'm going back. I'll come find you guys for sparring next time." Hey. Watching Ye Tian put his hand on Whis' shoulder as they flew off into the sky, Bardock was furious. Whis, do you think I won that battle just now?" Ye Tian, sitting cross-legged behind Whis, asked cheerfully. "Not really. To put it bluntly, you and Bardock are about equal, very much on par," Whis replied, glancing at Ye Tian out of the corner of his eye. "Lord Grand Zeno, you still need to work hard on your training. Black Goku's power is not just this level. I don't like people who speak the truth like you." Ye Tian muttered, pretending to be angry and falling silent. The two quickly returned to the realm of the gods. where Beerus was yawning and waiting boredly for the barbecue that the two had brought back. Phew! After a hearty meal, Beerus satisfiedly patted his belly, resting his hands behind his head as he walked toward the house. It's perfect for a nap after eating. TCH. Didn't you say you were my half-teacher? I haven't seen you teach me anything. Ye Tian disdainfully raised a middle finger at Beerus's retreating figure. Since he didn't make the universe disappear like the Grand Zeno, he could at least learn some destruction techniques from a god of destruction. Having more skills is never a bad thing. That Beerus guy refuses to teach me anything. He's utterly despicable. All he does is sleep every day. As Whis was elegantly eating, he suddenly revealed his staff, saying, "It's a message from Bardos." Ye Tian looked at the magic ball on the staff, which was flashing, and he frowned. Sure enough, this guy Whis is quite deep. What he said about the phone vibrating was simply ridiculous. Bardos, is there something you need? Whis connected the communication and cleverly positioned the angle to prevent the other party from seeing the roasted meat on the table. Well, I think Lord Compa has gained weight recently and should lose some. I wanted to ask if you have any good methods? The magic ball flashed to show Bardos's beautiful face. In the background, Compa's voice could be heard shouting, "What do you mean I've gained weight? Can't you see? I'm thinner. Besides, I'm not fat at all. I'm just a bit plump." Plump? That's quite the wolfish remark. Ye Tian held a skewer, chewing on the roasted meat while listening to Whis and Bardos discuss. Just keep your mouth shut and move your legs, right? Oh. It's easy to say, but clearly, Lord Compa can't do that. Whis shot a sideways glance at Ye Tian. Who are you talking to? Is it Lord Beerus? Bardos asked with a puzzled expression. Hey! Ye Tian pushed Whis aside, holding a skewer and looking at the magic ball. Bardos, do you want some roasted meat? Oh, brother, you're sneaking some food again. Bardos's dissatisfied voice came through. Whis maintained a faint smile, completely unembarrassed. No, sister. You must be able to find such food on your planet, so it's not really sneaking. Sneaking? What's sneaking? Is it delicious? Before Bardos could speak, Compa's voice eagerly chimed in. Hurry up, Bardos. What are we chatting about? Let's go decide. Lord Compa, you should lose some weight. Even if you go over, you can only look at it, not eat it, Bardos said as she turned to look at the magic ball. So, brother, goodbye. Compa. Ye Tian threw the skewer he had eaten down to the table. Whis, I suddenly thought of a question. Ye Tian asked while patting the crumbs off his hands. Please speak, Lord Zeno. Whis put away the staff, placing his hands behind his back while looking at Ye Tian. Can I find a partner? Before he finished speaking, Ye Tian's ears turned red. If he were to get involved with Bardos, wouldn't that make Whis' brother a partner? Whis slightly tilted his head to look at the sky, his expression somewhat peculiar. It's not impossible. Just see what you want, Lord Zeno. I never expected that Lord Zeno has such a preference. So, can I find Bardos? Never mind. Under Whis' strange, complex, and suspicious gaze, Ye Tian couldn't continue speaking. It felt incredibly embarrassing. After all, he is Zeno. What would it mean to date an angel? Would that lower his status? How would other angels and destroyers perceive him? This is a serious issue, so he would remain single for now. Does Lord Zeno have a partner he likes? Whis had no reaction to this question. Not at the moment, but I can't guarantee for the future. Ye Tian replied ambiguously. He hadn't even met Bardos yet. Although she looked quite beautiful through the magic ball, he had to see her in person. Online dating wasn't reliable. Whis clearly showed little interest in this topic as he looked at Ye Tian, who was starting to daydream again. Has Lord Zeno eaten enough? I'm full, what's up? Ye Tian asked, puzzled. It's time to exercise. Whis flashed a gentlemanly smile. You can't slack off on your training. But that smile in Ye Tian's eyes was simply a devilish grin. Ye Tian shook his head and spread his hands. I've already fought twice today. I want to rest. Even though I have the body of Black Goku and the blood of Saiyan, I'm not one of those battle maniacs. Besides, I hardly encounter any threats. Ye Tian remained calm. Earth didn't need his protection, so why should a rich kid like him work hard? So, what does Lord Zeno want to do next? Whis asked dutifully. Sleep, of course. I've exercised today, and I'm full, so it's time to sleep. Ye Tian walked towards Beerus' house. His treatment had greatly improved. Ever since he bought a bunch of things on Earth last time, he specifically found a large space to decorate a cozy bedroom for himself. The high-end mattress goes without saying. Even the bathtub and toilet in the bathroom were gold-plated. With a wealthy friend like Bulma. It's just being willful. Speaking of which, Whis, do you not need to sleep? Ye Tian suddenly thought of this question while walking and looked back at Whis. Angels don't need to sleep, and neither do Supreme Kais. Whis replied, if Bardos comes over later, wake me up. If not, let me sleep until I wake up. Ye Tian waved his hand and left. Fighting in the Dragon Ball world is one thing, but having fun is also important. Occasionally, one should enjoy some beauty to enhance their aesthetic. When Ye Tian woke up yawning and walked out, he saw Whis talking with Bardos, who was eating skewers, while Kampa was staring at the skewers on the table, drooling. "Why didn't you wake me up when you came?" Ye Tian instantly perked up when he saw Bardos's enchanting figure, which was facing away from him. "Lord Zeno, you're awake? I was just about to go call you." Whis casually greeted as he saw Ye Tian approaching. "Bardos, Kampa, this is Lord Zeno, the brother of the king." "What?" Kampa's gaze shifted from the roasted meat, and he quickly knelt on one knee in front of Ye Tian. Lord Zeno, Kampa, and Bardos, holding skewers, both bowed. Ye Tian responded perfunctorily, and after letting them rise, his gaze fixed tightly on Bardos's face. Aside from her somewhat strange skin tone, her temperament and appearance were on par with Android 18. Moreover, because she was an angel, Bardos appeared even younger. Ye Tian secretly nodded, but soon he sighed. As the great full king, could he do whatever he wanted? Could he take angels into his harem? Would it provoke the wrath of the high priest? What would his younger brother, the full king, think of him? There were too many questions. Forget it. It might be better not to take them in. Ye Tian would never admit to having lustful thoughts without the courage to act on them. "Lord Dakianwang, why are you staring at my face? Is there something wrong with it?" Bados touched her face in confusion. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just curious about what angels look like." Ye Tian quickly shifted his gaze away, feeling extremely awkward inside. "So that's how it is." Soon, Whis briefly explained why Dakianwang appeared here. "Oh." Bados listened very attentively, occasionally glancing at the skewers on the table like Pa was doing. "But it's strange. Why hasn't there been an emergency notification from the high priest side?" Bados looked curiously at Ye Tian, who was practicing punches and kicks on the surface of the lake. Why is Ye Tian working so hard at this moment? Because he secretly thinks that perhaps Bados will be captivated by his serious training posture. Feeling Bados' gaze, Ye Tian threw his punches and kicks with even more effort, occasionally shouting loudly. "Huh, who? Today's king of all is exceptionally diligent." Whis also noticed Ye Tian's movements and felt puzzled. He usually slacks off, so why is he suddenly so hard-working? As for weight loss methods, I think we could ask Zuma. After all, he knows everything. Soon, Whis withdrew his gaze and glanced over at Kampa, who was still staring at the roasted meat. "Bados, Kampa has been stealing food. He has cumin powder on the corner of his mouth." "What?" Bados looked at Kampa with a very unfriendly expression upon hearing this. Kampa hastily wiped his mouth, whistled nonchalantly, and tried to change the subject under the gaze of the two. "What about Beerus?" "Lord Beerus is sleeping. He won't get up unless it's something important. Vice explain it." "Then, Lord Kampa, let's go back." Bado's smile was somewhat eerie. "You have to fly back yourself. I'll accompany you slowly." "Are you kidding me?" Kampa's forehead bulged with veins as he angrily shouted at Bados. By the time Ye Tian retracted his punches and kicks and noticed Whis, there was no sign of Bados, and even Kampa was gone. "Huh, did Bados and them leave?" Ye Tian fell from the air and asked Whis. "Yes, then let me be your opponent." Whis clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Ye Tian. "Today, you still need to find a way to hit me. I feel a bit tired. I want to rest for a while." Ye Tian didn't even look at Whis and turned to leave. "No way. King of all, you've been slacking off lately. Your strength will regress." "Vice disaquit. What for? Why be so amazing? Does Earth need my protection? Besides, I don't want to control my body at all. I don't want to play with a Quan anymore." Ye Tian was extremely frustrated. Playing with the king of all was simply risking his life. After 3 months of just giving him a bit of water, it was killing him. After a few days of this, Ye Tian was disturbed by a noisy commotion and couldn't sleep well. When he rubbed the back of his head and walked out of the house, he saw a golden giant ape. Ye Tian's first thought was that it couldn't be that guy Vegeta. Could be Son Goku? No way. Even Bardock can achieve Super Saiyan 4 form. But the protagonist Son Goku is still in the golden great ape form? Is he unable to control his sanity like this? Where's the halo of the Dragon Ball protagonist? Roar. The golden great ape continuously beat its chest, tried to destroy the surrounding environment, but was stopped by Whis. Its massive body stomped on the ground, producing a deafening sound like an earthquake. Ye Tian kicked the golden giant ape's head in midair, saying, "You're disturbing my sleep. Seriously, I can't even get a comforting nap once in a while. He's not an angel. He doesn't need to sleep." The golden giant ape staggered from the kick, then turned around, its blood-red pupils suddenly widening. The golden giant ape stared intently at Ye Tian, then abruptly reached out and grabbed him, tightening its grip. "Hey, you bastard!" Feeling the pressure and intense pain on his body, Ye Tian shouted. Lord Zeno, Wukong loses his reason in his giant ape form and can't distinguish between friend and foe. Whis appeared not far from Ye Tian, calmly reminding him. Hey, isn't that reminder a bit too late? Ye Tian turned to look at Whis. Oh, it's fine. I think the Wukong in his golden giant ape form shouldn't be a match for you, Lord Zeno, Whis said very calmly. Ye Tian struggled with all his might to pry open the hands of the golden giant ape, continuously roaring as his rage reached the Super Saiyan 2 form. Roar. The golden giant ape was applying force, seemingly unwilling to let Ye Tian escape. As Ye Tian roared and transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he seized the opportunity to break free from the golden giant ape's grip. Phew, that was close. Ye Tian gritted his teeth and looked at the golden giant ape, which was pounding its chest. Just watch me beat you. Huh. Chapter 33. The method to control rationality. Ye Tian charged forward with a punch towards the golden giant ape. Unexpectedly, despite its massive size, the golden giant ape was not slow. It tried to swat Ye Tian away with a palm as he flew towards it. But Ye Tian narrowly dodged and jumped in front of the golden giant ape, landing a punch on its nose. Ow! The golden giant ape, in pain, reached up to cover its nose, while its other hand attempted to grab Ye Tian. Ye Tian dodged behind the golden giant ape and kicked its massive head. Bam! The golden giant ape was clearly furious. First, it was blocked by Whis, and now it was attacked by Ye Tian. Roar, roar, roar. The golden giant ape was enraged. It turned around and swiped at Ye Tian with its palm, this time much faster than before. Ye Tian was struck and sent flying. When he steadied himself in midair, he saw the golden giant ape jumping around. It was obvious that this guy was celebrating the success of his attack. What immense power. Ye Tian brushed off the dust from his body, gritted his teeth, and glared at the golden giant ape. You damn Super Saiyan monkey. The golden giant ape jumped around for a while before charging towards Ye Tian, its speed incongruous with its massive size, and each step it took was deafening. Bang! Ye Tian was on high alert, waiting for the golden giant ape to run in front of him. However, the golden giant ape unexpectedly leaped into the air by pushing off the ground. Bang! This surprise caught Ye Tian off guard, and by the time he reacted, the golden giant ape's fist had already struck his body. Ye Tian fell from midair towards the ground, sliding along the grass with his feet and leaving a long trail. Rustle, rustle. This is a bit tricky. It seems I can't handle the Super 3 form. Ye Tian hooked his index finger and wiped his nose, looking at Whis in the distance. How about you take care of it? Ho ho. Lord Zeno, if you can help Goku regain his sanity, I can take you to the place you want to visit. Whis took out some bait. After spending some time with him, he discovered that Zeno was quite playful. He enjoyed watching fights between others, but wouldn't stay put in the divine realm to train properly. Really? Ye Tian was delighted to hear this, his eyes shining with excitement as he looked at the golden great ape. Then let's fight until you regain your sanity. Ye Tian jumped into the air and reached the peach blossom realm, then flew toward the golden giant ape and kicked out. Bang! This sudden kick caught the golden giant ape off guard, and his massive body crashed down to the ground, destroying 1/3 of a nearby forest. Roar! The golden giant ape howled, and suddenly a fireball shot out from his wide-open mouth toward Ye Tian. Ye Tian quickly dodged and flew in front of the golden giant ape, throwing a powerful punch. The golden giant ape's blood-red eyes widened as it looked at Ye Tian approaching and also struck out with a palm. Bang! Ye Tian's fist collided with the palm of the golden giant ape, creating a wave of air that swept through, causing Ye Tian's hair to flutter. The golden giant ape leaned back to the ground again, still trying to clench its fist in an attempt to restrain Ye Tian once more. Seeing this, Ye Tian quickly withdrew his fist and stepped back. Before Ye Tian could stabilize his position, the physical advantage of the golden giant ape became apparent as it extended its arm and swept towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian quickly dodged the arm of the golden giant ape, planning to wait for it to get up before flying behind it. However, the golden giant ape just lay on the ground without getting up. Ye Tian tried to shout, "Hey, hey, Son Wukong, wake up!" But the golden giant ape completely ignored him and opened its mouth wide again to shoot a fireball at Ye Tian. Watching the fireball miss and cause destruction to the surrounding environment, and knowing it wouldn't be suppressed by Whis, the golden giant ape excitedly got up, waving its fists and shaking its tail. "Whis, can I cut off its tail?" Ye Tian asked Whis while looking at the silly-looking back of the golden giant ape. Whis, hovering not far above, shook his index finger. "No, you can't." "Then can I destroy that moon up there?" Ye Tian continued to ask. "Great King, I want you to help Wukong, the golden giant ape, regain his sanity." Whis corrected Ye Tian's misguided ideas. Seeing that Ye Tian wasn't attacking him, the golden giant ape ignored him, easily overlooked due to its small size. The golden giant ape began to cause widespread destruction around it, seemingly finding more enjoyment in destruction than in fighting. The golden giant ape walked toward the mountain, hugged the mountain, and began to exert force, breaking off a huge chunk of it. Standing on the broken mountain peak, the golden giant ape roared excitedly. Roar! After the roar, the golden giant ape threw the mountain peak far away, which smashed into the lake, splashing water into the air like rain. Seeing the god realm in ruins and the golden giant ape thumping its chest, Ye Tian planned to sneak up on it from behind. However, it was clear that this didn't work. The beast's instincts were exceptionally sharp, and Ye Tian was almost knocked away by its tail just by getting closer. This won't work. Ye Tian touched his chin while looking at the continuing destruction caused by the golden giant ape. I need to use a flanking strategy. Strategy? Haven't you watched Dragon Ball GT? Xiao Fong is still young, and there are others. Huh? Whis looked at Ye Tian curiously. Son Wukong had been stuck in regaining his sanity for quite some time. I can't find a way. Could the Great King have some unique method? Whis, project an image of Earth into the air. Ye Tian shouted, waving at Whis. Okay. This request wasn't excessive, and Whis extended his hand, causing his staff to appear. The magical orb projected an image of Earth into the air. Roar! The golden giant ape, still causing destruction, didn't notice the Earth's image immediately. Ye Tian flew above it and shot a key blast at its head. Crack! A few tufts of yellow fur on the golden giant ape's head were singed, and its blood-red eyes glared at Ye Tian, quickly noticing the Earth image not far away. Roar! The golden giant ape's roar sounded different this time as it reached out toward the Earth image. Unable to reach it, the golden giant ape looked around the chaos and quickly stepped toward a small mountain, standing on it and reaching for the Earth image again. Roar! 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 GT didn't lie to me. Ye Tian immediately recognized this as Son Wukong's deep-seated instinct and continued to instruct Whis. Project images of people related to Wukong, along with their voices. I'll handle the recordings, Ye Tian said, flying to Whis' side. Chapter 34. Sparring with the Super Saiyan 4 formed suddenly. The figures of Chi-Chi, Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Bulma, and others appeared in front of the golden giant ape. Holding Whis' staff like a microphone, Ye Tian shouted at the magical stone on the staff, Wukong, you've gone and caused destruction again. What are you going to use to pay for it? You jerk. The golden giant ape was a bit stunned. Why did people suddenly appear in front of it? Chi-Chi immediately placed her hands on her hips and started scolding. The golden giant ape instinctively took a step back and fell to the ground from the small mountain, seeming to argue as it let out a low growl. Right, always thinking about training everywhere and ignoring me and Goten. One unfit father. Gohan pushed up his glasses, speaking without reservation. Exactly, with that attitude, you'll never reach Super Saiyan 4. Bulma added, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at the golden giant ape. Wukong, I believe in you. You can definitely succeed. Go for it, Krillin said with a determined expression, pumping his fist. Where's your sanity? Hurry up and transform into Super Saiyan 4 to fight me, or you'll forever be just the second fiddle behind me. Vegeta crossed his arms and sneered disdainfully. Roar! The golden giant ape listened, feeling a mix of agitation as it held its head and shook it continuously, looking at the familiar Earth and familiar friends. Scenes flashed in its mind, and with its shaking head, the golden giant ape's form began to shrink continuously. I'm amazing, right? You promised to take me out to play. I want to see Universe 9. Ye Tian turned to Whis, looking smug. Phew. Son Wukong looked at his hands, his gaze lingering on his blood-red fur for a long time before murmuring, I succeeded in becoming Super Saiyan 4? Right, you should thank me. Ye Tian showed no signs of shame. After all, he understood more than others. Really, thank you so much, Great King. Son Wukong's lips curved slightly. He trusted Ye Tian, believing in him wholeheartedly. First, restore the God Realm. Taking the staff from Ye Tian's hand, Whis gently pointed downward, and the God Realm returned to its original appearance. To show my gratitude, Great King, let's spar a bit, just in time to test the power of Super Saiyan 4. Without waiting for Ye Tian's response, Son Wukong swung his fist and charged at Ye Tian, aiming a punch at his cheek. Bang! Unprepared, Ye Tian was knocked flying. Fortunately, under the Peach Blossom realm, otherwise that punch could have put him to sleep right there. Disregarding his immortality. Cough, cough. Ye Tian coughed a couple of times, spitting out blood as he glared at the embarrassed Son Wukong. You ungrateful bastard. Sorry, haha, I got too excited and lost control of my power. Son Wukong scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. Is this what you call gratitude? Were you trying to kill me? Ye Tian cursed, looking at Whis while pointing at Son Wukong. Whis, go wake Beerus up and have him destroy this jerk. I'll name Son Wukong from now on. It's really driving me crazy. Don't. Great King, we're friends. Son Wukong muttered softly, frowning a bit. Friend? Is this how you treat friends? Throwing punches? Ye Tian rolled up his sleeves and swung a punch at Son Wukong's cheek. Bang! This punch was fueled by Ye Tian's anger, but when it hit Son Wukong's face, it merely made him tilt his head slightly. All right, I'll let you hit me back once. You should be cooled down now. Son Wukong rubbed his slightly sore cheek. You're kidding me. Can your punch compare to mine? Ye Tian, in a fit of rage, swung his fist at Son Wukong once again. This time, Son Wukong leaped up to avoid Ye Tian's attack. Ye Tian turned and shot a blast of energy towards Son Wukong. I've already let you hit me back once. Son Wukong frowned as he looked at the energy blast flying towards him and swatted it away with his hand. Bang! Ah! Ye Tian felt deeply insulted both as the great sage and as a friend of Wukong. He charged at Son Wukong again, swinging his fist. This time, Son Wukong squatted to avoid Ye Tian's punch, and Ye Tian seized the opportunity to strike hard at Son Wukong's face as he was getting up. Son Wukong was hit in the nose and hurriedly covered it, while Ye Tian raised his foot and kicked at Son Wukong. Son Wukong was kicked into the sky. He steadied himself and felt a bit angry, thinking, I've already apologized, why won't you let it go? Come on, if you have the guts, kill me, otherwise I'll fight to the death. I'll definitely take you down. Ye Tian's forehead was throbbing with veins. Don't say it like that. Let's just have a friendly spar. Son Wukong grinned widely, his fist clenched, charging at Ye Tian. Then I'll fight seriously. I'll try to control my strength. Oof. Ye Tian snorted and charged at Son Wukong as well, both of them throwing punches that collided together. Bang! Seeing Son Wukong's face full of excitement, Ye Tian felt even angrier, and his attacks became sharper. He retracted his slightly numb fist and aimed another punch at Son Wukong's cheek. However, Son Wukong seized the opening created by Ye Tian's punch and hit him in the abdomen. This strike was somewhat restrained, and Ye Tian only felt a bit of turbulence in his stomach. The pain wasn't too intense. Ye Tian flew backward for a few meters before performing a backflip to dissipate his momentum, charging towards Son Wukong again. He raised a leg and kicked towards Son Wukong's abdomen, while Son Wukong sidestepped to avoid it, aiming to launch a sneak attack on Ye Tian's back. Ye Tian quickly turned to block Son Wukong's punch, and the two of them engaged in close combat, exchanging punches and kicks. As they continued to strike, Ye Tian's speed was steadily increasing. However, Son Wukong seemed to have more combat experience, dodging attacks more timely and getting hit less often. The two collided with their elbows, then retreated to create distance, and at this moment, Ye Tian had begun to breathe a bit heavily. This guy's Super Saiyan 4 form is much stronger than Bardock's. Ye Tian thought to himself, his expression less angry now. When did you see Bardock? He's my father. Son Wukong grinned, finally noticing that Ye Tian was no longer angry. I know, but why is your Super Saiyan 4 form slower than Bardock's? Ye Tian clenched his fists again, clearly intending to continue the attack after finishing his sentence. I don't know. Son Wukong smiled while maintaining his fighting stance. I haven't been a Planet Vegeta in a long time. Chapter 35, just a warm-up? Lord Zeno, your stamina has noticeably declined recently, which is why you haven't been training properly. Whis, who was watching the battle, had his hands resting behind his back. Ye Tian hoofet in dissatisfaction. Even if he wasn't the strongest, he was still the man on the highest throne. Besides, how can he get stronger if he doesn't have anything to protect? Then let's continue. Lord Zeno, seeing Ye Tian lost in thought, Son Wukong called out and charged at him. Ye Tian chuckled softly. If this was the battle power of Son Wukong, he wasn't incapable of defeating him. As Son Wukong charged forward, he threw a punch, and Ye Tian quickly bent his arm to block with his elbow while throwing his own punch. Whoosh! Son Wukong immediately crouched to dodge, and Ye Tian used his foot to kick towards Son Wukong, but Son Wukong straightened his body to avoid it. Before Ye Tian could finish his shout, Son Wukong's fist struck him squarely in the face. Ye Tian barely had any reaction when Son Wukong's sweeping kick came again. Bang! Ye Tian was kicked away and was falling towards the ground, blood streaming from his nose as he opened his eyes to see the ground rapidly approaching. He quickly rolled over and knelt on one knee, using one hand to push against the ground to help his body slide back and dissipate the momentum. By the time Ye Tian steadied himself, Son Wukong in midair had already prepared to unleash the Kamehameha with both hands at his waist. Hey. Ye Tian's face was filled with anxiety. What kind of joke is this? Wasn't this just a casual spar? What does he mean by releasing the Kamehameha? Surely Son Wukong wants to kill him, right? Ah! Ye Tian let out a roar, unleashing all the combat power he could muster, showcasing his peak state, with both hands trying to catch the Kamehameha. Boom! As a result, the Kamehameha flew past Ye Tian, destroying everything in its path. Cold sweat dripped down Ye Tian's cheeks. He felt a mix of fear and anger. That guy's Son Wukong. As expected. It's been too long since I fought like this. My aim is off, so let's wrap up the warm-up. Son Wukong smiled and charged towards the dazed Ye Tian again. Just a warm-up? Ye Tian listened to this, and even though he knew Son Wukong was charging at him, he was a bit taken aback. Was that just a warm-up? How strong is Wukong's true Super Saiyan 4 form? Right, this guy always starts off evenly matched with others, fighting to a standstill. And when he feels he can't hold on any longer, he unleashes all his fighting power to overpower his opponent. So, is Wukong playing himself? His Super Saiyan 4 is probably not much different from Vegeta's. Stop. When Ye Tian saw that Son Wukong's fist was only 3 centimeters away from his nose, he shouted out loud. WH. What is wrong? Son Wukong asked in confusion, but still obediently stopped his punch. How far has your Super Saiyan 4 form come? Have you just entered Super Saiyan 4? Or have you fully mastered it? Or are you at full power in Super Saiyan 4? Ye Tian waved away Son Wukong's fist and asked, is there such a division in the Super Saiyan 4 form? Son Wukong frowned and thought for a moment, then raised his index finger and said, I have completely mastered Super Saiyan 4, but I'm not sure if I'm at full power. Oh! Ye Tian grinned and then turned to fly towards Whis. Let us go. I don't want to see this guy anymore. Ye Tian felt even angrier. He directly ignored Son Wukong and placed his hand on Whis' shoulder. Aren't we continuing to spar? Whis looked at Ye Tian in surprise. Is he scared of being hit? What the hell? He is at full power in Super Saiyan 4, and I haven't even stabilized my Peach Blossom realm. Am I crazy for wanting to get beaten up? Ye Tian wanted to curse. He doesn't have such a problem of knowing he can't win, yet still fighting hard. It's not a matter of life and death. Staying with his Saiyan monkey for sparring or whatever is worse than retiring. So where does Lord Zeno want to go play? Whis turned to look at the unfriendly Ye Tian behind him. Let us not go to Universe 9 for now. Let us go to the Kaioshin and rest for a while. If we go to Universe 9, who knows if that guy Wukong will follow us. Better to just hide and rest. Hey, don't go. I'll be really bored here by myself. Seeing Whis about to take Ye Tian away, Son Wukong quickly reached out. We should be back soon. Whis turned to smile at Son Wukong, signaling him to not worry. Ye-Shin's days with the Kaioshin were just as Whis said, thinking about going back soon. As for Kaioshin, Shin, and Jebit, along with the old Kaioshin's retirement life, it's not worth mentioning. The old Kaioshin always stretches his hand to shield his forehead, not knowing what he is looking at, occasionally revealing a lewd expression. Kaioshin Shin, on the other hand, hold a crystal ball every day, looking here and there, not knowing what he is watching. And Jebit, throughout the time, cautiously follows Ye-Shin, his highly tense nerves making Ye-Shin doubt that he might just snap and go crazy at any moment. After just 3 hours, Ye-Shin had Kaioshin Shin take him to Earth, swiping Bulma's card, and it was another shopping spree. When he returned to the Kaioshin realm, Ye-Shin saw a smiling Whis. Lord Zeno, are you going back to the realm of the gods? Whis, can you set up Wi-Fi in the realm of the gods? I could binge-watch shows and snack occasionally. Ye-Shin sighed helplessly and tentatively asked, What is that? Whis asked, puzzled. You can ask Bulma. After returning to the realm of the gods with Whis, Ye-Shin didn't even look at Son Wukong and went straight back to his luxurious big room. However, within a day, Ye-Shin and Son Wukong reconciled as if nothing had happened. There was no way around it. After all, this guy is both lovable and annoying. A little over half a month later, Son Wukong said he suddenly had something to do and went back. The daily training of the three had turned into just Ye-Shin and Whis. The training time was dull, but it was the best way to pass the time. And before they knew it, several months had passed. I can't quite remember the timeline here compared to the last book, so please don't mind. One day Ye-Shin got up, yawning as usual, and saw Son Wukong squatting by the lake. Wow, Wukong, when did you get here? Lord Zeno. Son Wukong waved his hand as a greeting. Haha. Just arrived. I brought some food. Huh? Ye-Shin looked at Whis, his gaze inquiring. When did you bring Wukong along? No, it was Vegeta who brought Wukong here. Whis explained with a smile. Yeah, but when I arrived, I found Beerus and you were both sleeping, so I just sat here and waited. Son Wukong said as he weighed the paper bag in his hand. P.S. Who loves me so much that they sent me a book to read? It affects my back-end data. It affects my income. I'm crying. Thank you for your tips. Here's an extra chapter. Chapter 39. The Power Tournament. What is it? Whis' eyes brightened a little. Just for this, he almost went in to wake them up. He also wanted to have his share, but it seemed inappropriate. After all, Wukong is not very reliable. Daifuku. It's delicious. Son Wukong said as he opened the bag and started eating first. There are 12. Whis looked and then said to Son Wukong, you need to save half for Lord Beerus. Otherwise, he will get angry. I don't want to eat this. Ye Tian immediately shook his head. He didn't like eating such greasy things. I'll take one. A prophetic fish swayed over from a lake with a tall glass. It really is a top-notch delicacy. Whis took small bites, eating very gracefully. Then let's hurry up and train. After eating one, Son Wukong didn't continue eating, but eagerly stood up to look at Whis. Could you wait a moment? I like to savor my food slowly. Whis smiled and declined. I feel like my body is already sluggish. Son Wukong raised his arm and looked at Ye Tian. Does that Lord Zeno want to spar with me? You are planning to turn Super Saiyan 4 to fight me, are you? Ye Tian's gaze was ambiguous as he stared at Son Wukong's slightly swaying tail. If you don't agree, we can fight in other forms. Son Wukong replied, while warming up. Actually, the last time I went back, I went to find Vegeta to spar. But that guy refused to fight me, I sigh. Son Wukong began to complain. And Bulma, I don't know what's wrong with her. She even called Chi-Chi. So I was forced to go back to work for a while. Today, I finally begged Vegeta to bring me over. Such a lack of loyalty. By the way, seeing Lord Zeno reminds me of my agreement with Zeno. Son Wukong kept babbling. Agreement? What agreement? Whis looked at Son Wukong curiously. Is it that power? The one that selects the strongest person from the entire universe? Ye Tian asked. Yes. The Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Son Wukong nodded. Training definitely needs a goal. I want to ask Lord Zeno to give it a try. Son Wukong said with a smile as he took out a button. That sounds interesting. The strongest in the entire universe. Ye Tian said nonchalantly. He had seen the power tournament before. Right? Lord Zeno thinks so too, right? Son Wukong excitedly agreed. I think you should avoid excessive contact with Lord Zeno. After all, his special abilities are terrifying. Whis slowly stood up after finishing his meal. Ye Tian was a bit displeased to hear this. Zeno is very dangerous. But this Lord Zeno is not dangerous at all. He can even be happily beaten. No, es pared. It's just a martial arts tournament. What could possibly happen? Son Wukong was also not very happy. He pointed at Ye Tian. Even Lord Zeno thinks it's okay. I don't know, but for now, I don't want to see my dear brother. Ye Tian rested his hands behind his head, his expression somewhat grim. Spending 3 months with Zeno was terrifying. I lost weight. I think it will be fine. Son Wukong said as he looked at the button. Pressing this side will call Zeno over. This side goes to Zeno. Bang! Before Whis could speak, Son Wukong had already pressed the button with his thumb, and his figure quickly vanished. Oh no, he went to Zeno. Whis was somewhat surprised by Son Wukong's eagerness. He must have been forced to work hard by Chi-Chi. Ye Tian didn't care. Anyway, if he participated, he would definitely be sitting on the throne next to Zeno. If he finds it interesting later, he could go down and have some fun. After all, he has a high position and can be willful. By the way, Whis also want a tail, but I think it's a bit strange that my tail still hasn't grown after all this time. As if thinking of something, Ye Tian pointed to his backside. Oh, this, after all, it's Wukong's body. You want a tail? Whis reached for his staff, quickly recalling the last time regarding Son Wukong's tail. Of course, the Super Saiyan 4 form is still very cool and powerful. Ye Tian nodded and turned to lift his backside towards Whis. Whoa, there's no need to pose like that. Whis pointed his staff at Ye Tian. Ye Tian immediately felt a slight itch on his buttocks. When he turned his head, a shiny tail appeared. Oh, I have a tail now too. Ye Tian grabbed his tail, and as he gently squeezed it, his body stumbled and fell to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained. No strength. Because he couldn't control his body well, naturally, the Saiyant's weak point, the tail, was definitely not well trained, which seemed unfazed. Also, Goku spent more than half a year stuck in the mindset of the golden great ape. What? Ye Tian widened his eyes and stood up, exclaiming in shock. More than half a year. That's too exaggerated, right? Lord Zeno, you still have a long way to go in mastering the power of Black Goku, Whis said with a smile, gently pointing his staff at Ye Tian's tail. Swish! Ye Tian suddenly felt weak all over again. He struggled to turn around and saw a small loop restraining his tail. Then, let's start by exploiting the Saiyant's tail weakness. Whis said gently, his hands clasped behind his back. That gentle expression instantly became loathsome in Ye Tian's eyes. Ye Tian gritted his teeth, but was too weak to resist. I. Goku fears nothing, and Whis is really diligent. The prophecy fish kept chewing on the daifuku it was holding inside. Why aren't you training? Beerus yawned lazily as he hung upside down from a tree. After sleeping for so long, he finally had enough rest. What does that smell? I seem to smell something delicious. Beerus kept sniffing. It's daifuku brought by Goku. I saved half for you. Whis pointed to the grass, not far away. Oh. Goku was quite thoughtful. Beerus immediately appeared next to the gift box, picked up a daifuku, and started eating while casually asking, "Where's Goku?" "Oh, you want to see Lord Zeno?" Whis replied nonchalantly. Cough, 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 cough. As soon as Whis said this, the daifuku got stuck in Beerus's throat, making him cough incessantly. Chapter 37. The Grand Priest summoned. This is simply a nightmare. After finally swallowing the daifuku with great difficulty, Beerus held his head in anger. Who made him acquainted with Lord Zeno? Who is it? Beerus scratched his head, feeling a bit frantic. It was you, Lord Beerus. During the martial arts tournament with Kampa, didn't Lord Zeno appear then and meet Goku? Whis said with his hands clasped behind his back, without a hint of emotion. It's my fault. Beerus, upon hearing this, knelt on the ground, feeling utterly powerless. Ye Tian, who was also kneeling nearby, had a face twisted in agony, saying time eat, not, calm. 4 table. Ha. Lord Zeno, you must keep it up. Whis looked at Ye Tian, his words gentle, yet utterly ruthless. Ye Tian gritted his teeth. This is too outrageous. This treatment is not at all like that of the Omni King. Over at the Omni King's side, Son Wukong appeared and saw the Omni King still playing the game that Ye Tian had brought him, accompanied by his 2 attendants. It was only after Son Wukong's reminder that the Omni King remembered there was a tournament for the entire universe. The Grand Priest quickly made a decision, scheduling it for 40 hours later, and promptly notified all the angels. Through Whis' staff, the news reached him as well, and he smiled at Beerus. Lord Beerus. It's a summons from the Grand Priest. What? That damn guy Wukong. Beerus angrily covered his head. Let's hurry up and prepare. With a tap of Whis' staff, Ye Tian felt his strength return instantly. Prepare for what? Ye Tian raised his knee to brush off the grass clippings, looked at himself, felt perfect, and then asked Whis. Just waiting for the Grand Priest summons. Whis replied, I don't really want to meet the Omni King. Before the words even faded, the 3 people in the divine realm vanished simultaneously. Looking at the empty hall, 2 rows of angels and destroyers knelt on one knee. And Son Wukong exclaimed in surprise, Oh. Only Ye Tian stood awkwardly in the middle. Upon seeing Ye Tian, the Omni King raised his hand and waved. Brother. Upon hearing the Omni King's call, everyone in the 2 rows looked towards the center with surprise marks on their heads, except for Whis, Beerus, and the Supreme Kai. Everyone, please raise your heads. I would like to formally introduce this person. He is the brother of the Omni King, the Grand Omni King. The Grand Priest placed his hands behind his back and looked at Ye Tian with a gentle expression. Is this urgent summon just for this matter? Listening to the Grand Priest, the expressions of some destroyers and angels, along with the Supreme Kai, varied. He looks quite ordinary, even doesn't resemble the Omni King. And not powerful at all. Does he also possess the special ability to obliterate universes like the Omni King? Does this mean that besides the 12 universes of Lord Omni King, the Grand Omni King also has his own universe? The crowd's gazes towards Ye Tian were like X-ray scans, wishing they could see through him. Nice to meet you. Hello, everyone. Suddenly being stared at by so many eyes, even Ye Tian felt a bit nervous. Meanwhile, no one noticed that Beerus and Kampa, the twin brothers, seemed to be silently arguing with each other. TSK. The Grand Omni King looks a lot like that person standing next to the Omni King. Have you noticed? The destroyer of Universe 2, Hellas, slightly turned to look at his angel. Zava. I don't know what the relationship is. Zava replied, watching Ye Tian walk towards the Omni King. Brother, the things you gave are really fun. Do you have more? The Omni King showed no fear of the crowd's gaze and pulled Ye Tian's hand. Yes, I can give them to you later, okay? Ye Tian extended his other hand, showing a pampering smile as he reached out to pat the Omni King's head. Then hurry up. The Omni King urged the Grand Priest. All right, is everyone here? The Grand Priest scanned the crowd. Now I will announce another notice from Lord Omni King. The venue fell silent, and everyone's gaze shifted to the Grand Priest. Waiting. In 5 clicks, The power tournament will be held at the station of Novel FFF 1937929299, FFF Novel Transfer Station 1937929299 on the day of 157. Each universe should select contestants for the contest of strength and skill. This announcement instantly stirred up a wave of confusion, and everyone voiced their doubts, with Beerus unable to help but cover his head. Damn it, Wukong, you've really caused us a lot of trouble. Is there a problem? Seeing everyone in an uproar, the Omni King suddenly spoke softly. The crowd immediately fell silent, and a pin drop could be heard. May I ask, how many people are there? In such an atmosphere, the Angel of Universe 9, Mojito, raised his hand like a well-behaved student. 10. Ye Tian continued to stroke the Omni King's flat head more smoothly. You don't need to participate from your universe. Oh, the Angel of Universe 9, Mojito, retracted his hand in disappointment. I don't need to participate. Will it look good? The Omni King tugged at Ye Tian's arm, asking cutely. It will look good. It will be very interesting. Ye Tian replied affirmatively. Are there any other questions? Since Ye Tian said so, the Grand Priest wouldn't let him down. The Grand Priest scanned the crowd, his gaze growing increasingly disdainful, as if to say, if there are no more questions, hurry up and disperse. Do you think you can stay here waiting for a meal? I want to see the battles between the destroyers. Ye Tian wasn't very interested in the power tournament. After all, he had seen the anime, but he had never witnessed the battles of the destroyers in the manga. For this request, the Omni King turned his gaze to the Grand Priest, who nodded. Then let's start with a battle between the destroyers. All the destroyers present were taken aback. Didn't they just say they didn't need to participate? How'd it come to them needing to fight now? Snap. Then, the Grand Priest snapped his fingers, and suddenly a ring appeared in midair, with the destroyers and others from each universe hovering above the circular floating stones on the ring. Oh. I ended up over here? Son Wukong appeared behind Whis and the others, surprised by his sudden change in position. Beerus turned with a displeased expression to look at the sitting Son Wukong. You idiot. Don't you realize you've caused great trouble again? Are we starting now? Ye Tian, who was speaking, was suddenly grabbed by the curious Omni King. Let go obediently. Ye Tian suddenly felt powerless. His expression nearly twisted as he wanted to slump down to the ground, but he stubbornly maintained his dignity despite his trembling body, causing the Omni King to let go. Chapter 38, The Angered Beerus. Oh, brother, when did you get an extra stick? The Omni King innocently asked. Hee, that's all the tail, not a stick. Don't touch it. Ye Tian explained as he looked up in surprise at the sky, wondering if the arena had just appeared. Wasn't there anything that needed to be prepared? Please, all gods of destruction, go to the arena, we will start now. The Grand Priest floated above the arena with his hands behind his back. Meanwhile, Ye Tian and the Omni King inexplicably floated along behind the Grand Priest, heading toward a circular floating stone. This is so much fun. The Omni King waved his arms and legs as if swimming, constantly making cheerful sounds. Brother, you should try it too. I'll pass. Ye Tian felt that he shouldn't be doing such foolish actions, which were beneath his noble status. The 12 gods of destruction, with exclamation marks appearing above their heads, flew towards the center of the arena. Even if they were unwilling to fight, they did not dare disobey the Grand Priest's orders. Moreover, this was proposed by the Omni King, who was also the brother of the Omni King, so no one spoke up. Talp. The 12 gods of destruction landed on the arena, looking around with expressions full of vigilance. Ye Tian sat beside the Omni King on the 2 thrones of floating stones. The Grand Priest's hands floated behind him as he commanded. Then let's begin. Damn, I haven't fought in decades. Kampa was sweating coldly, warily looking around at the other gods of destruction. As expected, nothing good ever happens when we come here. I still remember last time. Kampa cast a hostile glance at Beerus, that damn guy. Who told Lord Kampa to always slack off? Beerus smiled as he looked at Kampa on the arena. Hurry up. The Omni King urged with great interest, eager to see how entertaining this fighting match would be. Grand Priest, what rules are we fighting by? The mouse god of destruction from Universe 4, Quitella, raised his hands and asked. Just a free-for-all. Ye Tian rested his chin on his hands and yawned. Watching one-on-one matches slowly would take half the day. It's better to just see who the final winner is. It won't take long to prove that Beerus is the strongest god of destruction. By the way, if any god of destruction intentionally throws the match, they will be eliminated on the spot. Noticing Ye Tian's laziness, the Grand Priest said gently, but his gaze held endless indifference. The 12 gods of destruction standing on the arena had question marks above their heads again, especially Beerus, who gritted his teeth as he looked at the yawning Ye Tian. He cursed inwardly. That Omni King loves to stir up trouble, and that Goku always wanted to join in on the fun. Thanks to these two, the remaining 12 universes must be living in constant fear. A collective free-for-all? The Supreme Kai-Shin's cheeks also broke into a cold sweat. This is no rule at all. It's just chaos. I really don't want to be eliminated. The sea monster god of destruction, Jiren from Universe 12, also looked serious. So that is how it is. The mouse god of destruction, Quitella, crossed his arms and looked at Beerus, the strongest god of destruction. This is your great opportunity. However, you've been defeated by me once before, and it seems you are not the strongest among the gods of destruction anymore. Damn, does that count? That was just an arm wrestling match, not real fighting. How can you say you defeated me? Hearing this, Beerus angrily clenched his fists. Quitella, I have reason to suspect you are looking for trouble. Ha ha, go for it. Lord Beerus. Son Wukong stood beside Supreme Kai-Shin, laughing as he heard this, his hands cupping his mouth like a trumpet. Upon hearing Goku's cheers from outside the arena, veins popped on Beerus's forehead. In the end, the culprit is that guy, right? If that idiot Goku hadn't reminded the Omni King, the trouble-loving Omni King wouldn't have made such a bizarre request. What fighting among the gods of destruction? What a waste of time. Wouldn't it be better to watch them sleep? It's all your fault. Damn it. How can you stand there, casually making sarcastic remarks? The more Beerus thought about it, the angrier he got, turning to yell at Son Wukong. Ah! You damn bastard. I really want to destroy you. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this cursed tournament, and we wouldn't be standing here. The other 11 gods of destruction looked towards where Beerus was yelling, their eyes narrowing with malice. He is a human from Universe 7, right? The clown god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermoud, scanned Son Wukong. He looks just like the Omni King. Something seems off? Beerus, did you just say that this situation is all because of that human? The fox god of destruction, Li Gil from Universe 8, cast a suspicious glance at Beerus's back. It seems like Universe 7 is the troublemaker. It's Beerus again. The Egyptian goddess Hellas from Universe 2 confirmed the result. Beerus really has caused a lot of trouble in his managed universe. Ha! Beerus, you're quite on point with that remark. Your ability to fan the flames has really improved. Quitella gloatingly enjoyed seeing his nemesis in trouble, feeling much better. Beerus turned around. Cold sweat on his forehead. This is bad. I just got caught up in venting my anger. Speaking of which, I suddenly remember last time. Vermoud, hands on hips, began to stir the pot. Last time as emergency gathering was because you almost got all the universes wiped out. What happened back then? Ye Tian, hearing this, looked curiously at the Omni King. There is hardly any description of the gods of destruction and angels in Dragon Ball Super. The Omni King tilted his head to look back at Ye Tian. I don't remember. It was like this. On the other side, Whis explained to the inquiring Supreme Kai-Shin and Son Wukong. Last time, we held a hide-and-seek contest across all universes. Lord Beerus hid and slept for 90 years. Because Lord Beerus never came out, the contest ended hastily, and the Omni King was very angry. The Grand Priest also explained. Is that so? The Omni King looked puzzled, extending his little finger to his cheek in thought. Because of that incident, the other gods of destruction put in a lot of effort to calm the Omni King down. They almost brought out their best skills like dancing, singing, clowning, telling jokes. Whis continued to explain. Chapter 39, The Great Battle. Sai hide and seek. Son Wukong's face showed his innocence. They actually played like this. Unbeknownst to them, Earth had just passed through another major crisis. Such a thing actually happened? Supreme Kai-Shin's expression was not good. It's too childish. If Universe 7 were to be destroyed because of Lord Beerus' sleeping, that would be very unfair. Who would have thought that Lord Beerus could do something so foolish? Son Wukong laughed. It's not just this incident. There are many other disputes and frictions involving Lord Beerus in other places too. Whis smiled faintly, exposing Beerus' past. For example, pulling out Lord Ewan's hair, mocking Lord Quitella as a stinky rat, and saying Lord Arak is ugly, disdaining Lord Sidra for being too short, etc. Basically offending everyone in every possible way. As Whis' words fell, the other gods of destruction on the arena all rolled up their sleeves and surrounded Beerus. TSK. For a moment, Beerus felt pressured. Although he was the strongest, facing the united front of the other gods of destruction, he would also feel overwhelmed. Then let us beat Beerus up first to vent our frustrations, the fox god of destruction said, resting his hand on his shoulder and shaking his arms. Crack, crack. That is a good idea. The Egyptian goddess of destruction revealed a strange smile. Such good fortune definitely cannot be missed by the mouse god of destruction, who grinned wickedly as he clenched his fists, the joints of his fingers cracking. The 11 gods of destruction took up a fighting stance and charged towards Beerus, who had a serious expression, watching the surroundings with keen eyes and ears. Beerus, who always claimed to be the strongest, still had some foundation. He calmly dodged the claws of the sea monster god of destruction first. Then he sidestepped the small fists of the furry monster, lowering his body and lifting his feet off the ground, causing the clown's kick to miss. Faced with the attacks from the 11 gods of destruction, Beerus skillfully evaded, showing no signs of panic. All the fists and feet swung at him missed, which made Ye Tian, who was watching the excitement, nod repeatedly. This must be the angel's ultra instinct. The body judges by itself, and then dodges the attacks. But unfortunately, just as this thought crossed his mind, Beerus was caught by the robot god of destruction from Universe 3. As Mosca, Muru, exerted more force with both hands, Beerus's body became increasingly bound. I didn't expect Lord Beerus to be caught, Son Wukong exclaimed, because he hasn't reached perfect ultra instinct yet. Whis couldn't help but chuckle. Grand Minister, I want to learn this. Please remind Whis to teach me. Ye Tian excitedly interjected. How could Whis not teach him? All right, the Grand Minister, looking at the arena, didn't turn back, but acknowledged the request. Well done. The mouse god of destruction praised Mosca with a grin, followed by the sharp-toothed elephant god, who also showed his fangs. Along with the giant elephant god of destruction, the three flew towards the bound Beerus. Heh. The triumphant sneers continued as veins bulged on Beerus's forehead, and sweat dripped down his cheeks as he struggled to break free. Beerus's eyes widened in fury as he finally broke free from Mosca's grip just before the mouse, elephant, and giant elephant's fists and feet could reach him. Bam! The attacks from the 3 gods of destruction landed on Mosca, sending all 4 tumbling to the ground in a heap. TSK. The mouse angrily stood up and looked up, shouting, "That guy is up there." The sea monster god of destruction bellowed, drawing the gazes of the others to look up. The sea monster, the bearded dwarf, the alien, and the clown gods of destruction jumped up, only to realize that Beerus's form was not right. It was several sizes larger. Whoa, that's the elephant. The bearded dwarf was taken aback and quickly stopped swinging his fists. Oh no. The clown gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "This is Beerus's scheme." The bearded dwarf felt something was off. Meanwhile, Beerus stood beside the fallen Mosca, triumphantly stepping on Mosca's arm. A bunch of fools. He raised one hand high and shot a powerful energy ball at the few above. Let you taste this. The flavor will definitely be delightful. The 4 gods of destruction, along with the elephant, looked at the energy ball rapidly flying towards them with astonishment. They were doomed. The elephant gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and a hint of grievance. Beerus is just too wicked. A huge explosion erupted, and the raging smoke instantly engulfed their figures. Ye Tian and the king looked at each other awkwardly, but soon both broke into smiles as they watched the arena, pretending to understand what was going on. The speed is too fast. The battle speed between the gods of destruction is too fast. They can't keep up at all. Cold sweat dripped from Ye Tian's face. In such an unclear battle, should he let it stop? Wow, merciless indeed. Lord Beerus is really going all out. Can they still survive? Son Goku, on the other hand, watched with rapt attention, excited. It's fine. That kind of attack. Whis looked completely indifferent. As the smoke cleared, the bearded dwarf extended one hand, and a protective shield surrounded the 5 destroyers, clearly the work of the bearded dwarf. It's a protective shield. The Grand Priest also watched with great interest. Hearing this made Ye Tian even more frustrated. It seemed he couldn't continue to slack off and needed to train properly. Who? As the bearded dwarf sighed in relief, the protective shield disappeared, and the sea monster expressed gratitude. But another twist occurred. The clown suddenly launched a sneak attack on the bearded dwarf, knocking him off the arena and crashing into the floating stone nearby. Bang! Sorry. He's full of flaws, the clown said with a grin, showing no remorse for his betrayal. Who says the opponent is only Beerus? This isn't a game of mutual assistance. Snap! The clown destroyer raised his hands, and suddenly, both the remaining destroyers in midair and those standing on the ground were surrounded by a sphere that appeared out of nowhere. Oh no! I've been caught! The mouse destroyer slapped the suddenly appearing sphere. Hee. The clown destroyer laughed wickedly, crossing his hands, and in the next moment, energy flying cards appear between his 10 fingers. Snap, snap, snap. This move is very unclown-like. The actions here were quite simple. because the speed wasn't fast. Ye Tian could see it clearly. Chapter 40. Ketla and Beerus's final showdown. As the clown destroyer continually retreated into the sky, he raised his hand, and countless flying cards shot down towards the remaining destroyers below. Swish, swish, swish. Those flying cards sliced through the bodies of the destroyers like sharp blades, leaving countless bloody marks. TSK. The elephant struggled to dodge, veins bulging on his forehead. The fox destroyer's expression was also grim as he struggled to defend himself, summoning his 9 tails. Huh. Snap, snap, snap. The 9 tails unfurled, launching continuous energy blasts at the clown destroyer high above. You bastard. Take this. The energy shots flew out in unison, so numerous they were countless, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, high above, the clown destroyer gritted his teeth, crossing his hands in front of him, as the incoming energy blasts instantly engulfed his figure. On the ground, after finishing his attack, the fox destroyer put away his tails, revealing a smug smile. Amidst the swirling smoke, the Egyptian female destroyer had already aimed her bow and arrow at the fox destroyer from close range. You're celebrating too early. Whoosh. The bow and arrow were shot out by the Egyptian female destroyer, and just as the fox's smug smile hadn't faded, he was already knocked to the ground. You wicked woman. The fox's arm was pierced by the arrow, and there were abrasions on his fox-like cheek. Accidents followed one after another. No one knew who they were hitting, and the next moment, who would successfully sneak attack whom. The next moment, with the deafening roar of the elephant destroyer, everyone instinctively wanted to cover their ears, but unfortunately, they trembled in place, unable to move. Snap, snap. Following that, the various universe Kaioshin who were lying on the floating stones fell one after another. My body won't move. Hey, Kaioshin, what's wrong with you? Son Goku turned his head with difficulty to look at a fallen Kaioshin. Saiyan, looking at the Grand Priest, lightly tapping his staff towards him. The oblivious Ye Tian showed a confused expression. What's going on? Over at the floating stone, Whis spoke first. It's Ramses's technique. The roar will temporarily numb people's nerves. And with the Kaioshin's strength, they can't withstand it. Even the strength of the destroyers can barely keep themselves standing. On the arena, the elephant destroyer had started his rampage against the other destroyers who were trembling and unable to move. Some slightly stronger destroyers could still resist a bit, firing energy blasts, dodging and attacking. The smoke was rampant, and for a while, it was impossible to tell who was who. One could only see shadows flashing back and forth in the smoke, along with the sounds of fists and feet colliding. It's too chaotic. I can't tell who is the strongest at all. Ye Tian couldn't help but voice his complaints. I can't see clearly either. Zeno chimed in, sounding very bored. Is that so? Hearing both Zeno and Ye Tian say this, the Grand Priest turned to ask, then should we let them stop? Wait a bit longer. It's just the mouse and Beerus left. Let's wait until they finish. Ye Tian spoke to stop him. At this moment, on the arena, the smoke also cleared, and the only ones standing were Beerus and the mouse destroyer. Both destroyers looked very disheveled, their faces bruised and swollen to the point of being unrecognizable. Who? The mouse destroyer looked at Beerus with disgust, making a threatening remark. Sure enough, you can still stand. Ha, you chatty little mouse. Beerus also expressed extreme disdain for his opponent. You damn bald cat. I'm definitely going to win this fight. The mouse destroyer charged at Beerus. Beerus also unceremoniously swung his fists toward the other, and the two destroyers punched each other simultaneously. Bang! The powerful aura generated from their punches blew the other fallen destroyers on the arena rolling. Before Beerus could retract one punch, the other was already aimed at the mouse destroyer Ketla's cheek. Bang! The speed of this punch from Beerus was so fast and powerful that Ketla couldn't react in time. It seemed Beerus wanted to quickly finish off the mouse destroyer, not giving Ketla a chance to respond, and launched another punch, continuously hitting Ketla's abdomen, sending him flying into the air. Finally, with a sweeping kick from Beerus, Ketla's figure was sent flying backward, and Beerus quickly followed up with another punch aimed at Ketla's jaw. Ketla gritted his teeth, wanting to fight back, but unfortunately, after such a chaotic battle, he had reached the point of exhaustion. Boom! With a loud bang, Ketla's figure was embedded in the arena by Beerus's final punch. Countless spiderweb-like cracks spread across the arena in an instant, and debris flew up, indicating that the battle had determined a victor. With a solemn expression, Beerus panted and suddenly grinned, revealing his sharp little fangs, looking at Ketla, who was wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth in the battered arena. Who? Looks like I've won. The disheveled Beerus showed a proud smile. Ketlo wiped the corner of his mouth and lowered his hand, seemingly unbothered by the blow. Your continuous hits aren't anything to critique. Hee. So do you admit you've lost? Beerus placed his hands on his hips. Or do you want me to hit you again? You have some beautiful thoughts, bald cat. Katra wanted to launch a sneak attack, and as soon as he finished speaking, he planned to throw a punch at close range. The smug Beerus had no defenses and was hit squarely in the abdomen, spitting out blood. You damned stinky rat. Beerus's forehead bulged with veins as he reached out to grasp Quitra's fist and kicked him away. Bam! Katra shot forward like a bullet, crashing into the floating rock and causing it to crack apart. The Angel Matinu from Universe 12 and the Supreme Kai simultaneously flew up to hover above, watching the floating rock shatter into pieces and fall. Katra gritted his teeth, looking at Beerus with increasing anger, raising his hands to form an energy ball that appeared in his palms. D. Udet Bad Ket. With his fierce words, the energy ball shot towards Beerus. Beerus didn't just wait. He also launched an energy ball at Katra. The two energy balls collided, creating a powerful shockwave that shook the floating rocks, making them tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling light made the Supreme Kai, who had just been healed by the angel, grip the edge of the floating rock tightly, fearing it would collapse. It's unbelievable. Simply spectacular. Son Wukong clenched his fists, wanting to join in and try it out. Chapter 41. A bit of information, At this moment, Ye Tian had long stopped paying attention to the fight on the stage. He folded a playing card, exhaled, and threw it onto the ground beside the throne. It's my turn. The Omni King watched Ye Tian's actions, stretching out his little hand to slap the ground, flipping the playing card over. Oh yeah, I won, brother. You can put down another one. All right. Ye Tian helplessly repeated his previous action, throwing a new playing card on the ground. He looked up at the stage. The winner hadn't been decided yet. Great Priest, let me know as soon as a winner is determined. The Great Priest didn't turn around, continuing to watch the battle between Beerus and Katra, responding, Okay, Lord Omni King. On the stage, it was a fight between Beerus and Katra. Katra threw a punch at Beerus, but was dodged by him. Beerus bent his leg, delivering a knee kick to Quitra's abdomen, causing him to spit out blood again. Beerus's speed became increasingly fast and strange as he flashed behind Katra, elbowing his back. This strike sent Katra crashing into the stage, which could no longer withstand the repeated heavy hits, beginning to crack and crumble into rocks. The other defeated gods of destruction, who had fallen and not gotten up, had already been eliminated back to their respective floating rocks, receiving treatment from angels or supreme kais. The stage was gone, and as the fragments of rock fell, Katra looked up at Beerus in midair. An energy ball had appeared in Beerus's palm, and Katra gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He no longer had the ability to fight. Damn stinky rat. In the end, Beerus did not release the energy ball, but instead retracted it. Oomph. He coldly snorted, looking over at Ye Tian, and the scene he saw made him grit his teeth in anger. Because of that bastard Omni King's words, he was fighting with great difficulty, covered in injuries. And what is the result? The Omni King and the Great Omni King were happily playing cards, taking it too far. Lord Great Omni King, Lord Omni King, a winner has been determined. The Great Priest, with his hands behind his back, looked at Ye Tian and the Omni King with loving eyes. A winner has been determined? Did Beerus win? Ye Tian looked up, and, at this moment, the central stage was long gone, with only the lone Beerus floating in midair. He looked extremely disheveled, bruised and battered, gasping for breath. Although he had won, it was clearly a Pyrrhic victory. Winning wasn't easy, so give a reward. Ye Tian turned to the Omni King. Ah Quan, what do you think we should reward? I don't know. The Omni King shook his head frankly, but looked very bored, suggesting that if the next matches were going to be this dull, they should just cancel them. Is that so? That's why I said they wouldn't need to go on stage. Let the others from their universe compete. Ye Tian shook his index finger and turned to look at the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest wondered what kind of reward would be good for the victorious Beerus. As long as the Omni King is happy. The Grand Priest didn't care much about this and shifted his gaze to the Omni King. Lord Omni King, how about letting Goku fight that Torah? You can take a look afterward. Perhaps human battles are more entertaining than those of the gods of destruction. Sure. If it's not interesting, then let's just make the unnecessary universes disappear. The Omni King nodded. Huh? Why? Ye Tian, who was still pondering what reward to give Beerus, looked at the Omni King in surprise. Why make the unnecessary universes disappear? I don't like them. The Omni King candidly explained. Universes with too low quality shouldn't be kept. Brother, you're even worse than me. Did you make all your universes disappear? The Omni King retorted to Ye Tian, casually revealing a huge amount of information. Really? Ye Tian shifted his puzzled gaze to the Grand Priest. So he is just a hollow figure disguised as the Omni King with nothing behind it? Yes. The corner of the Grand Priest's mouth twitched slightly, having guarded against Whis and Beerus, but unexpectedly slipped up in front of the Omni King. Oh, if you eliminate one universe, then this Omni King won't have a place to play. Ye Tian quickly followed up on the Omni King's words. What does it matter? At most, I can find the dragon god Salaman to create a super dragon. The Omni King was about to be led into a conversation. The Grand Priest suddenly coughed, interrupting the Omni King's words and redirecting the conversation. Lord Omni King, will the tournament still be held? Or should we let Son Goku and Tora fight? Didn't Lord Omni King say to let others participate? There just happen to be two here. Oh, Tora, the righteous captain. That sounds interesting. Ye Tian stroked his chin, appearing profound and inscrutable, but in fact, he had little interest. His mind was filled with the Omni King's words. At most, let Salaman, the god who creates the Super Dragon Balls? Does Salaman have a solution? Sure. The Omni King clapped his small hands in agreement and returned to his throne, having long forgotten what he had just said. I have no objections. Son Goku excitedly clenched his fists. I just saw a fight, and now I'm really excited. It would be great to have another match. Mr. Goku agrees. So what about Mr. Tora? Is that all right? The Grand Priest looked at the members of Universe 11 standing on the floating rock. What a great opportunity. The clown god of destruction looked at Tora. Go for it. Don't let them underestimate you. Understood. Yes, my lord. Tora nodded. With Tora's agreement, the Grand Priest reached for the suddenly appearing scepter and pointed it at the empty center, where a brand new arena appeared. Everything around returned to its original state, creating an illusion that the earlier chaos among the gods of destruction had never happened. Talp. Son Goku and Tora quickly landed on the new arena, facing each other from a distance. Based on the previous battle, we need to add some restrictions. The Grand Priest placed his hands behind his back, his expression solemn. To ensure that Lord Omni King and the Omni King can see clearly, flying is prohibited, weapons are prohibited. Killing the opponent is prohibited, and falling outside the arena counts as a loss. Hearing the Grand Priest's words, Ye Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Did you say it was for the Omni King? Does the Grand Priest not care about his own dignity? Hey, no flying? Son Goku was quite surprised and even a bit disappointed. Yes, this was proposed by Lord Omni King and the Omni King. The Grand Priest nodded in response. Huh. Ye Tian pointed to himself with a puzzled expression. What did he say that? This Grand Priest. Oh, then there's no helping it. Son Goku quickly pushed this question out of his mind. He clenched his fists and assumed a fighting stance, looking at Tora across the way. Let's get started quickly. My blood is boiling. Chapter 42. Super Saiyan 4 Goku versus Tora. Ye Tian was extremely speechless. Hey, can't you guys in the Dragon Ball world think a bit more about the issues instead of just focusing on combat power? But the next moment, Ye Tian regained that feeling of being a normal person. Who exactly are you? Are you also a candidate for the God of Destruction? Why do you look so much like Lord Zeno? Tora didn't make a move, and as soon as he spoke, he launched a triple soul question. I'm not interested in being a God of Destruction. I just want to become stronger. And as for looking like Zeno, that's just a coincidence. After a moment of thought, Son Wukong finally spoke up. Not interested. Torap's expression became serious, and he quietly scrutinized Son Wukong, saying, You're hiding your power, right? You're also quite powerful to be a candidate for the God of Destruction. Son Wukong grinned, unable to contain his excitement. Hurry up and fight. Ye Tian impatiently spoke. He was still waiting for a chance to ask Zeno some questions privately. He wasn't interested in listening to this meaningless chatter. If they weren't going to fight, they might as well wrap it up. Then the second match begins now. The Grand Priest waved his hand and immediately announced the start of the match. Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 1, clearly intending to test Tora, and now I'm coming. Come on, Tora politely echoed. Son Wukong immediately dashed towards Tora, who calmly dodged Son Wukong's straight punch. As Son Wukong launched another sweeping kick, Tora lowered his body to evade again. And throughout Son Wukong's continuous kicks, Tora kept dodging. Swish, swish, swish. Ye Tian lazily yawned while propping his head on his hand, muttering. First, Son Wukong went in evenly matched, then was pressured in the fight, followed by punches and energy blasts. Finally, a big explosion and an energy clash to send the opponent flying. Brother, what are you talking about? Zeno didn't turn around, excitedly watching the two entangled in the arena, saying, Wukong's transformation is so cool. Nothing much. Brother can also do that transformation. Ye Tian looked at the arena with boredom. Brother is also very cool. How many transformations are there? Zeno asked longingly, looking at the Grand Priest. That's not good, Lord Zeno. It's best to keep your own body. Even if Lord Zeno has Black Goku's body, he still can't control it very well. The Grand Priest seemed to be reading Zeno's thoughts, and as soon as Zeno looked at him, he understood what Zeno was thinking. Is that so? Zeno turned to Ye Tian with a hint of displeasure. Can't even do the basics? No. Besides, controlling the body's power is annoying. I train every day. Ye Tian nodded in agreement. He didn't want Black Goku's body either. After all, his own body is better. As the saying goes, a gold nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Moreover, in the Dragon Ball world, if you want something, just find the Dragon Shinron. If the Dragon Shinron can't do it, there's always the Super Shinron. Besides, he is the high-ranking Lord Zeno. It wouldn't be a problem to just relax. Lord Zeno's body is still asleep. The Grand Priest gently looked at Ye Tian, saying there's no need to rush. Black Goku's body is just temporary. So why do I still have to struggle to control my own power? 3 exclamation marks popped up over Ye Tian's head. Isn't to play with Lord Zeno? The Grand Priest countered. This question stunned Ye Tian. So, if he didn't want to play with Zeno, he wouldn't have to work so hard to control his power? Is that the meaning? So, how many transformations are there, brother? Zeno pointed to Son Wukong, who was still in Super Saiyan 1 form on the arena. I don't know, at least 7 or 8 types. Ye Tian straightforwardly shook his head. He wasn't an ultra-hardcore Dragon Ball fan. I want to see. Zeno excitedly swung his little legs in the air. As soon as Zeno shouted, without the Grand Priest needing to speak, Beerus had already shouted at Son Wukong, who was still fighting Torop in the arena. Hurry up and transform. Didn't you hear Lord Zeno wants to see your transformation? Are you waiting for Lord Zeno on the throne to transform? Hey, all right. Son Wukong, interrupted in his battle, looked at Beerus and nodded in confusion. You have so many transformations? Torop also heard the conversation from Zeno's side. After all, Zeno didn't suppress his voice, and with the surroundings so quiet, it wasn't strange to hear the sounds on the arena. Well, I didn't plan to use them all. Son Wukong chuckled, clenching his fists and letting out another roar. As the surroundings occasionally sparked with lightning, Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2, but Zeno looked very dissatisfied, as if there was not much change. Hey, next transformation. Hearing Zeno's dissatisfaction, beads of cold sweat slid down Beerus's cheeks as he urged again. Oh! Son Wukong clenched his fists. His hair suddenly grew down to his waist as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. This is Super Saiyan 3. His face became fierce. Zeno exclaimed, turning to look at Ye Tian, asking, Can your brother do this? Of course. Ye Tian's expression showed a hint of pride. He was not only Zeno, but also a Saiyan. In the arena, Son Wukong in Super Saiyan 3 form swung his fists and kicked at Torop, trying to hit him. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of attacks echoed in the arena, along with the sound of Torop constantly dodging. He skillfully avoided Son Wukong's kicks, appearing behind him, speaking with a hint of arrogance and disdain. Is this all the 7th universe has? Crack! Torop's fist tightened, launching his first attack in this arena. In Son Wukong's shock, he punched towards Wukong's cheek. Son Wukong was knocked down by this swift punch and slid several meters back. Zulfust! Ye Tian's eyes widened. He never expected that such a chubby Torop could unleash such speed. Below, Son Wukong rubbed his cheek and expressed what Ye Tian was thinking. Your figure looks quite big, but I didn't expect your speed to be this fast. But Torop completely ignored him, continuing to throw punches while Son Wukong struggled to defend with his hands crossed awkwardly. Good job. Really good. Find the right opportunity to hit him. The clown god of destruction crossed his arms, speaking proudly. In the arena, Son Wukong immediately fell into a disadvantage, being pressured by Torop, unable to find a chance to counterattack. The battle power displayed by the two was simply not on the same level. Bang, bang, bang. Slap, slap, slap. Chapter 43. You idiot, don't pull him. Hurry up and transform to the next one. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to win. Torop kicked Son Wukong back several meters. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Son Wukong used his hands to push against the ground, trying to slide along the surface with all fours, desperately trying to dissipate the inertia. Damn! Son Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood as he stood up and looked at Torop, thinking that the next transformation might just determine the outcome between them. Toripo didn't say anything, but his expression said it all. Son Wukong was definitely boasting now. Clap! Son Wukong crossed his arms in front of his chest, and with a loud shout, he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Huh. The aura swept through the area, causing the surrounding floating rocks to shake again, and everyone present was astonished to the extreme. Hey, I strangely feel a bit envious. Ye Tian looked at the arena, somewhat envious of Son Wukong's moment in the spotlight. This aura, it's simply comparable to that of a god. The sea monster god of destruction couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It feels like a gorilla. The clown god of destruction glanced at the angel Makalita beside him. Doesn't it look similar? It really is quite similar. Makalita nodded. The Kaishin Kai weakly spoke up. We also have Saiyans in our universe. They can transform like this too, so don't just casually rename the Saiyan race. Really? The clown god of destruction was quite surprised, and he rubbed his chin in dissatisfaction, contemplating whether to destroy these gorillas. Oh, Saiyans. The aura is as powerful as a god's. Then I too, Taripo said, clenching his fists, his whole body slightly trembling. Can you transform too? It seems you have also received guidance from your side's god of destruction and angels. Son Wukong was increasingly excited, eagerly awaiting Taripo's transformation. But Son Wukong's anticipation was in vain. Taripo showed no change at all. At most, he released a faint divine aura. I can't let Lord Wumei down. So I must win this battle. Taripo shot out an invisible energy blast towards Son Wukong. Clap. Son Wukong was a bit surprised, but his innate, extraordinary intuition allowed him to leap into the air and dodge the attack. Taripo didn't stop his assault. He extended 2 fingers and shot energy blasts at Son Wukong, who was in midair. Seeing Son Wukong flying, the Grand Priest exclaimed, "You can't fly." Oh! Son Wukong was distracted, and the energy blast was already flying towards him, exploding and burying him in smoke. Ow! Son Wukong screamed as he fell from the smoke. Clap! Taripo revealed a victorious smile, as Son Wukong's figure was just grazing the edge of the arena as he fell. Oh no, he's going to fall. Beerus shouted anxiously. Could it be that his strongest subordinate can't even compare to the candidate for God of Destruction from Universe 11? Clap. At this critical moment, Son Wukong grabbed the edge of the arena, leaped back onto the stage, and charged towards Taripo. In Taripo's astonished gaze, he raised his hands defensively, looking at Son Wukong. The two of them were soon engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, moving at an astonishing speed. The speed of their punches and the force of their kicks were no less than during the previous God of Destruction melee. Bang, bang, bang. Clap, clap, clap. Wow. That really startled me. Beerus sighed in relief, almost losing face because of Son Wukong. But Beerus then curiously asked Whis, when did Wukong enter Super Saiyan 4? Not long ago. Back then, Lord Beerus was sleeping. Whis explained. As the fight on the arena grew fiercer, the monster god of destruction couldn't help but exclaim, "The battle between these two has already reached the realm of gods." Oh wow, this is quite exciting. Both of them are impressive. The Omni King was fully focused, probably very satisfied. Enough. Hurry up. Show the rest of the transformations, and end this battle. Beerus's patience was running thin. The longer Son Wukong dragged out the fight, the less time they had to find contestants. Only 40 hours left. Not even 2 full days. Got it, Lord Beerus. Son Wukong was somewhat reluctant, but obeyed. As he continued to exchange punches and kicks with Taripo, he reached the Super Saiyan God level, then further ascended to Super Saiyan Blue. Oh wow, so many transformations turning yellow, red, blue. The Omni King was delightfully entertained. At this moment, Son Wukong caught Taripo's incoming punch and cheerfully said, "I hope we can have another match in the upcoming tournament." Huh. The explosive aura surpassing that of a god made the gods of destruction and angels present, including the Kaishin, widen their eyes in surprise. Son Wukong shouted as he swung his fist at Taripo, but suddenly, unexpectedly, Taripo dodged Son Wukong's rapid punch. Whoosh! In Son Wukong's shock, Taripo's foot was already high in the air, kicking him in the abdomen. Ow! Careless Son Wukong screamed, retreating while rubbing his belly, his vision darkening. Before Son Wukong had the chance to recover, Taripo rushed towards him, closing the distance between them. Bang! Son Wukong recklessly intercepted Taripo's punch, although he caught it. He did so rather clumsily. Son Wukong shouted as he threw another punch towards Taripo's abdomen, fully unleashing the power of Super Saiyan Blue, causing Taripo's body to tense up and curl like a shrimp. Cough, cough, cough. Taripo's eyes widened, blood splattering from his throat. He felt incredulous, not expecting the opponent to be this strong. The inertia from this punch sent Taripo flying, and it looked like he was about to fall out of the arena. Bang! Everyone present widened their eyes in shock at this dramatic turn of events, because just as Taripo was about to leap out of the arena, Son Wukong grabbed his hand. Damn it, Wukong, you idiot. Why did you hold on to him? If you hadn't, we would have won. Beerus, seeing this, was beyond furious. He. We haven't determined the winner yet. Son Wukong innocently scratched the back of his head, then readied himself to face Taripo again. So let's fight again. The previous one can only be considered a warm-up, right? You're strong. What was your name again? Son Wukong scratched his face with his index finger, looking somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 44. Don't worry. Coexistence with the universe. Candidate for God of Destruction of Universe 11. Taripo. Taripo spoke solemnly, his expression serious. I will not thank you. Son Wukong smiled and didn't mind. However, I know that without this arena's restrictions, it's hard to say who would win or lose, so don't be careless during the official match. Huh? What are you talking about? Son Wukong looked puzzled at Taripo, who was turning to leave. Taripo ignored Son Wukong, who was ready to continue fighting, and walked to the edge of the arena. Glancing back, this match was won by you. Just now, with my ability, I would have indeed fallen. So I won't owe you anything. Taripo voluntarily jumped off the arena, looking up at Son Wukong, peeking over the edge. I have some unfortunate news to tell you. I'm only the second strongest in Universe 11, and there is someone even stronger than me. Huh? Son Wukong listened, cold sweat forming on his face. There's someone stronger. Yes, he is Jiren, stronger than Lord Beerus. After throwing down the shocking news, Topo flew towards the Clown Destroyer, landing on a floating stone and kneeling. Lord Beerus. TSK, forget it. That last jump did defend your dignity. The Clown Destroyer waved his hand in disdain. If it weren't for the difficulty in training a candidate for a destroyer, he wouldn't generously forgive that damn Topo. Oh. Goku won. The Grand Zeno was quite surprised. This battle was quite interesting. After standing in a daze for a long time, Goku got up and excitedly clenched his fists, even stronger than a destroyer. Oh yeah, so great. Awesome. Has Goku been knocked silly by Topo? Beerus turned to ask Whis. Oh ha ho. Because although Topo is a candidate for a destroyer, he is not the strongest warrior in Universe 11. It turns out there is someone who doesn't want to be a destroyer. Whis looked at Beerus with meaningful eyes. Bastard. Hearing Whis's insinuation, Beerus gritted his teeth in anger as he looked at Goku, who was still cheering on the stage. He decided that after this tournament of power ends, he would catch Vegeta and make him a candidate for destroyer. Ha. Super looking forward to the tournament. Goku on the stage was grinning foolishly with delight. What does Lord Zeno and the Grand Zeno think? Seeing the outcome, the Grand Minister turned to ask Ye Tian and the Grand Zeno. Whatever. I don't care. Let it happen or not. Ye Tian waved his hand dismissively. I want to watch. Very exciting. The Grand Zeno beside him was rather excited, waving his little hands. Yes, understood. The Grand Minister quickly made a decision. Standing behind Whis, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 thought it was wonderful. Perhaps some miracle would happen, and we wouldn't have to hold the tournament. Our universe wouldn't be destroyed. You actually expect such a miracle? Beerus looked at the Supreme Kai with disdain. How could such a thing possibly happen? Now, then, everyone. The Grand Minister placed his hands behind his back and scanned the crowd. Referencing the previous matches, he announced the rules of the competition. Sure enough, we still have to hold it. Do we have anyone in our universe who can participate? Kampa quietly asked Beerus, putting his hand over his mouth. Apart from the destroyers, each universe will select 10 people, and the rules of the match are simpler. Knock the opponent out of the arena. Killing is not allowed. All contestants will fight together, and the match time is 48 minutes. After the time is up, whichever universe has the most surviving members will be the victor. Goku just raised his hand, but before he could speak, Beerus had already covered his mouth with a flick on the head. Shut up, you bastard. I beg you. If it weren't for so many people present, Beerus felt he could yell his throat hoarse. Ye Tian looked at the Grand Minister's figure, trembling a bit. He had just thought of all this in his mind. The tournament of power that he had seen in the anime was exactly the same. So the Grand Minister really knows what he or the Grand Zeno is thinking. Then, the last contestant remaining after the stipulated time, based on the previous matches of Universes 9 and 7, will have the Super Dragon Balls as a reward, which can grant any wish. The Grand Minister cast his gaze towards Kampa, so, Mr. Kampa, please hand over the 3 Dragon Balls you have. Okay. Kampa was sweating profusely. He thought no one would know about his little actions. Now, all the universes knew he was secretly collecting Dragon Balls. Grand Minister, can I speak? The Supreme Kai of Universe 3, L, raised his hand. Please speak. After being granted permission, L quickly voiced his question. Since the contestants have rewards, what about the winning universe? Nothing. The Grand Minister replied coldly. Huh? Then it's honor. L felt quite awkward, asking in vain. No, nothing means the reward for victory. Nothing will be done for the winning universe, but the Grand Minister's expression turned even colder as he dropped a heavy bombshell. The losing universe will be erased by the Grand Zeno. The crowd was a bit stunned by this information. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to react until the first one spoke up. Just now you said, erase. WH. What do you mean? Is that true? How could it be? Ye Tian yawned and looked at the expressive crowd, as Aquan felt that there were too many universes. Yes, Lord Zeno said there were too many universes. This is a good opportunity. The Grand Priest nodded and took over Ye Tian's words. This is truly a major event beyond expectations. This was also a bit surprised, not expecting this shocking news again. Meanwhile, Beerus was already on his knees, his hands propping him up on the ground, his figure engulfed by gloom. This far exceeded my most serious expectations. Their universe is second to last. It's over. Everything is over. The clown god of destruction thought for a moment and summarized that only one universe could be left. That is probably what it means. It can't be said that only one is left. Universe 1, Universe 12, Universe 5, and Universe 8 will be retained. The Grand Priest gave everyone a hammer and then threw out a pancake. The god of destruction from the universe that was pointed out secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Why? Ye Tian was a bit puzzled. This seems different for what he thought, because the average level of humanity in these 4 universes is above 7. They are directly exempt from participating in this conference. The Grand Priest explained. Chapter 45, The Tournament of Power, is about to begin. What luck? The fox god of destruction laughed and clenched his fists. Great. The monster god of destruction patted his chest and also breathed a sigh of relief. Working hard does pay off. The Kaioshin of Universe 12, Agen, turned to look at the sea monster god of destruction who was still wiping sweat. Damn. The mouse god of destruction listened to this and gritted his teeth in anger. Could it be that they didn't work hard at all? It seems. Well, it seems like they really didn't have that, Grand Priest. If the universe is destroyed, what will happen to us? After the elephant god of destruction asked this question, everyone present perked up their ears, seriously listening, afraid of missing something important. Please do not worry. Aside from the guiding angels, all gods and universes will disappear. The Grand Priest calmly said these heart-wrenching words. Even the angels present widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that even the gods of destruction and Kaioshins would be destroyed? Ye Tian laughed out loud. Don't worry. There's really no need to worry, because everyone is going to die anyway. And while the Grand Priest was still talking with the various universes, Ye Tian looked at Beerus and Kaioshin Shin. They began to argue. Bastard. What makes humans improve their level by their own ability? Second to last, Beerus could no longer care about his demeanor and started cursing. Hey, don't push all the responsibility onto me. You've been sleeping the whole time too. Kaioshin Shin also went all out. With everything finalized, the Grand Priest summarized again. The location is the Null Realm. Cheating is prohibited, otherwise disqualification. As the Grand Priest spread his hands, everyone on the floating stones disappeared one after another. The Grand Priest turned around to look at Ye Tian. Lord Zeno, do you want to go back to Beerus' side? Not going back for now. I'll wait to see the tournament of power. Ye Tian rested his hands behind his head and curiously asked, if Universe 7 disappears, will I disappear too? Lord Zeno is getting funnier. The Grand Priest smiled and brushed past this remark. Aquan, let's go play. Ye Tian stood up, took Zeno's little hand, and waved at the Grand Priest. You go ahead and be busy. No need to take care of us. Such a small matter is quick. The Grand Priest smiled and followed behind the two into the temple. Brother, will you stay and play with me? Zeno was obviously very happy, still holding the playing cards that the gods of destruction used during their battle. I don't want to play this anymore. Let us play something else. All right. What do you want to play? Ye Tian, rarely gentle, patted Zeno's head and listened to him chatter. In less than 40 hours, time flew by. During this time, the Grand Priest kept a watchful eye, and Ye Tian couldn't find an opportunity to pry Zeno's words. Sigh. Grand Priest, you're quite cunning. Ye Tian shot an unhappy glance at the Grand Priest who had been following closely. Lord Zeno, when it's time for you to know, I will take the initiative to tell you. The Grand Priest's hands were clasped behind him, floating 30 centimeters above the ground. I believe you not. Ye Tian rolled his eyes again and changed the subject. If Universe 7 really fails, can you give me some face? Doesn't Lord Zeno already have everything figured out in his mind? The Grand Priest retorted with a question. Isn't it just in case something unexpected happens? Ye Tian scratched his head. He still planned to visit the major universes. He always felt like he had forgotten something. Zeno's hand once again grasped Ye Tian's tail. He helplessly lay on the ground, too lazy to think. It probably wasn't anything important. Suddenly, Beerus, who appeared in the realm of the gods, sneezed hard. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand and glared at Son Wukong. Truly the misfortune of the universe. Huh, Lord Beerus, are you catching a cold? Son Wukong was completely on a different wavelength from Beerus. Could it be that a god of destruction can catch a cold too? How strange. You damn bastard, I really want to destroy you. Damn. Beerus shouted in anger. But since things had turned out this way, he had no choice. If he really destroyed Son Wukong, it would mean losing a major asset for the competition. Oh ho ho ho. Let's first think about who we can select. Whis smiled at Beerus. Sigh. Shin sighed softly. Was he the only one worrying about Universe 7's future? And within the less than 40 hours of playing around with Ye Tian and Zeno, all the gods of destruction and Shins from every universe were busy searching for competitors. Beerus and Whis, Shin appeared on Earth, gathering Son Wukong and Vegeta to select competitors. Everything seemed like the tournament of power, but everything also subtly felt different. In less than 40 hours, time was about to run out. All right, Lord Zeno, it's almost time. Let us head to the Null Realm. The Grand Priest kindly looked at the two who were still playing. Oh, is time passing so quickly? Ye Tian was a bit surprised. His horse race with Zeno hadn't finished yet. What is a horse? Two tall attendants. If you ignore these two who were panting with their tongues out. It really was just a short play. Whoosh. On the arena of the Null Realm, a light flashed, and the participants from Universe 7 appeared. Is this the venue for the competition? Vegeta crossed his arms and was the first to speak. It was about what he expected, even larger. It's pitch black down there. I really don't want to fall. Krillin leaned over the edge of the arena, swallowing hard. Whis. Even if we don't need to hold hands, we could still get across, right? Beerus looked at Whis with an unhappy expression. Oh ho ho. I just wanted everyone to feel the cohesion of the team. Whis explained with a smile, his hand raised to his mouth. TSK. You almost made me fall apart. Beerus angrily clenched his fist and shouted. Can you fly, Whis? Vegeta glanced sideways at the two who were still arguing, asking Whis. No. If you don't believe me, just try it. Whis looked at the participants. Huh. Bardock flew up into the sky, but fell back down before reaching 3 meters high. Indeed. It feels like something is holding me back. Huh. Krillin, standing beside him, clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, and couldn't even lift off the ground by 3 centimeters. Chapter 49. This doesn't match what I saw before because the arena is controlled. You can't use techniques like flight. Whis continued to explain to everyone. We can't use flight. This greatly affects our plan. Gohan felt quite uneasy. Piccolo scanned Frieza and Vegeta, silently gathering the remaining participants. Gohan, it seems we need to modify the plan we made earlier, excluding Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza, who can't cooperate, I think adding this. Piccolo was methodically arranging things, while Krillin noticed a winged person appearing on the opposite side. Isn't that against the rules? That's like your hands. It's not against the rules. Whis patiently explained. This is really annoying. Just to be clear, if we win, I don't want anything else. I just want the money. Android 18 crossed her arms, reminding him impatiently. Oh ho ho. I'm really looking forward to it. Frieza scanned the other participants with great interest. So, let's head over to the stands. Whis looked at Beerus and the Supreme Kai. Shin, the old Supreme Kai said. Why can you fly? Goku mumbled. Oh. That's because we're not participants. Whis smiled and waved his hand at the 10 people in front of him before flying towards the stands. Don't lose for me. If you lose, our universe will be finished. Beerus followed Whis into the air, not forgetting to turn around and issue a warning. The representative from Universe 9, Kampa, also brought his participants to the venue and angrily shouted at Kale. Stop calling him scrap metal. A certain robot was crying. Hey, Hit, you're here too. Goku immediately waved to greet him when he saw him. Frost took a step forward, looking meaningfully at Frieza, who smiled knowingly in response. The two seemed to be silently communicating with their eyes. Cabba was walking towards them with Kale and the timid Caulifla, raising his hand and shaking it towards Vegeta. Master Vegeta, how have you been? TCH. What the heck is Master? Vegeta retorted speechlessly. He certainly didn't have such useless disciples. Don't call me master randomly. I don't have that kind of relationship with you. Vegeta coldly refused to acknowledge it. In fact, Kaba felt that it was Vegeta who gave him the opportunity to learn so much during the last martial arts tournament between Universes 9 and 7. And his gaze toward Vegeta was as if he were looking at a reborn parent. TCH. Is this what the Saiyans of Universe 7 are like? They don't seem that impressive. Caulifla stepped forward, looking at Vegeta and the others with disdain. Standing behind Caulifla was the timid Kale, and Vegeta raised an eyebrow, thinking that this guy might be just like in the original anime. The interaction between the two universes seemed harmonious, but was actually quite unfriendly. However, on the side, Frieza and Frost, two big real estate moguls, were having a very pleasant conversation after meeting. As several universes participants gradually gathered, Goku also sensed the strong aura of the Universe 11 fighters. Of course, in Goku's eyes, the strong auras were from Toppo and Jiren. He eagerly ran over to Universe 11, waving his hand to Toppo and Jiren, wondering what they were talking about. Vegeta looked around. Kakarot is so one-sidedly treating others as friends, but it's clear that the participants from Universe 11 see him as a villain. Don't ask why. Just look at Toppo and Dispo's expressions to know. Vegeta also noticed the powerful opponent Jiren. Jiren clearly noticed Vegeta as well, his gaze flashing with surprise. He probably didn't expect Vegeta's presence. Perhaps Vegeta would become his rival. I want to go over there and greet Universe 7. Yeti, who suddenly appeared on the floating throne, felt restless. With so much excitement below and so many people he wanted to meet, he couldn't just sit up high. Brother, are you going to sit here with me? After watching the match, let's go back and continue playing horse riding. The Omni King was unhappy. He usually sat alone up high, and it was rare for someone to accompany him. And this person was his brother. I want to go back to training after the match. Yet he didn't want to accompany the Omni King in playing some ridiculously childish games. Not getting the response he wanted, he certainly wouldn't stay with the Omni King. And at that moment, Yeti looked around and saw that people from other universes had also arrived. Looking at the sparse crowd on the stage, Yeti quietly made his next plan. After the Tournament of Power, which universe should he visit first? Ye Tian looked around, scanning for someone interesting, like that not-so-cold killer hit. Frost and Frieza from the 9th universe were standing together, whispering something. Vegeta had his arms crossed, looking quite confident. So boring. Sitting here doing nothing. Ye Tian propped his chin on his hand and complained. The Grand Minister seemed to catch the meaning behind Ye Tian's words, flying down from above towards the arena, extending his hand. Everyone, bow to Lord Grand Zeno and Lord Zeno. The people on the arena below knelt on one knee, with a few bold ones secretly glancing up. Is that the Grand Zeno? He looks very much like a human. And Zeno is much smaller than I imagined. Hi, hello everyone. Zeno was quite accustomed to such scenes, waving at the crowd below. Oomph. Ye Tian snorted proudly, and at that moment, he caught sight of the contestants from the 7th universe gathered together. He remembered seeing that old turtle hermit at the Tournament of Power, but where is he? By the way, that green-haired guy over there, isn't that Broly? How'd he end up here? And that guy who looks just like Goku. Oh wow, isn't that Bardock? How did these two get involved in the Tournament of Power? Are they just here to watch? But I didn't hear about that. Wasn't it supposed to be the Turtle Hermit and Tien Shinhan participating? Where did the discrepancy come from? Before Ye Tian could figure it out, the Grand Minister began to announce. Very well. Thank you to Lord Grand Zeno and Lord Zeno for your wonderful speeches. The Grand Minister turned to the people below. Let's start the match now. Everyone else besides the contestants, please move to the stands. Chapter 47. The 80-person free-for-all begins. The destroyers from all sides were reminding their respective universe contestants. After all, this match was about the universe and their lives as destroyers. Now, let me briefly explain the rules of the tournament again. The time is 100 taka. The pillars in the center of the field will sink down over time. And when the pillars are level with the ground, the match ends. The use of weapons other than skills is prohibited. Killing is not allowed. And the key to victory is to knock your opponent off the arena. Don't worry. Once you fall off the arena, you'll be transported to the stands. The Grand Minister kindly reminded. So, are the 80 contestants ready? As the Grand Minister's words fell, all the contestants present became vigilant. And even the destroyers and Kaioshins in the stands wore solemn expressions. The atmosphere on site instantly became heavy. TSK, hurry up and start. Vegeta smirked confidently. Goku was also excited, clenching his fists, his gaze constantly scanning the contestants from various universes, looking eager to try. It looks very interesting. Bardock crossed his arms and glanced at the contestants not far away, seemingly trying to pick a satisfying opponent. The more opponents I defeat, the more money I get, right? Number 18 asked Krillin. Not really. Cold sweat trickled down Krillin's cheeks as he awkwardly replied. Number 18, are you really sure on money? Number 17 squinted at Krillin. Could it be that this guy is useless? Uncle Piccolo, does the plan need to be refined further? Gohan seemed a bit nervous, confirming with Piccolo again. It's about right. Don't worry about those two. Piccolo directed his gaze at Vegeta and Goku. Those two never follow any plan. Heck, I'm not planning to participate in your plan either. Frieza crossed his arms and flicked his tail, speaking ominously. Sigh. The most important thing is that we can't eat Senza beans. I feel like I'll slow you guys down. Krillin looked a bit dejected. Krillin, don't give up so easily. How will you know if you don't try? Piccolo cast a meaningful glance at Krillin. Of all the contestants, only Broly remained silent, curiously surveying his surroundings, easily overlooked by others. First, we need to gather together back to back. Teamwork. Teamwork. Gohan still seemed a bit anxious, mumbling to try to relax himself. Oh dear, I wonder if the 7th universe will win. Whis had already taken his seat in the stands, speaking lightly. Hey, don't think you can just ask such questions without disappearing. Beerus, sitting in the front row with his arms crossed, turned his head and scolded. Sigh, we can only trust them. Kaiush and Shin looked extremely serious. Amidst Beerus's discontented scolding, the Grand Minister also began to announce, waving his hand. The Tournament of Power now begins. With the Grand Minister's command, everyone standing on the arena looked around with serious expressions, on guard against the others. Each universe had its own arrangements and strategies, of course, except for the 7th universe. Their earlier teamwork had collapsed in an instant. Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, number 17, number 18, and Bardock all rushed off independently, leaving Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin looking at each other, while Broly, seeing the situation, hesitated for a moment before following the familiar Bardock. They said teamwork. Seeing these people's actions, Piccolo gritted his teeth in anger. Sure enough, this kind of team combat method just doesn't suit these Saiyans. Gohan felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Everyone really has no consideration, Krillin thought to himself. Forget it, let's not worry about them. We'll take care of ourselves. Piccolo took a deep breath, and then the three remaining stood back to back. The 80-person free-for-all was about to erupt. The arena instantly exploded with colorful energy balls, bursting like brilliant fireworks. As the battle commenced, chaos ensued. Oh. Zeno watched in amazement, constantly tugging at Ye Tian's arm. Sigh. Ye Tian sighed helplessly. Accompanying a child would be better than going down to play. The Grand Minister seemed to sense Ye Tian's thoughts. He gentlemanly turned to Ye Tian and Zeno, bowed, and the god pad was ready, soon to be used. Yay! Zeno raised his little hand in a cheer. TSK. Ye Tian huffed. He wasn't the childish Zeno. No need to coax him like that. This will tie in with Vegeta's Tournament of Power. The main character Ye Tian doesn't appear often. Feel free to skip to the next segment if you don't like the Tournament of Power. On the arena, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, regardless of which universe they were from, 80 people gathered together. Under the colorful bombardment of energy, some were eager to show off and defeat the contestants from other universes, while others quietly hid, waiting for the so-called opportunity. Of course, there were also many who managed to find one-on-one combat styles. Yes, one-on-one. However, there were also many instances of 3 or 4 people mixed in, creating chaos. As a fighter from Universe 3 swung his fist towards the approaching fighter from Universe 4, their battle seemed about to begin. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared between them, grabbing each fighter's fist with his hands, clearly interrupting them. But for scrubs like you, it's better to get off the stage early and not take up space. Vegeta threw both hands behind him, not giving the two fighters a moment to be confused, and simultaneously fired 2 energy blasts that hit them. Bang! Whoosh! The 2 fighters fell off the stage along with the sound of the wind, and Vegeta didn't even glance at them. After 2 screams of agony, the figures of the 2 fighters appeared on the benches corresponding to their universes. Pepperoni from Universe 3 and Nink from Universe 4 had fallen off the stage, eliminated. As the Grand Minister's words fell, the Omni King hurriedly swiped his god pad, and Ye Tian also took a glance, but could only see the fighters and their icons. Can't the god pad even go online for some fun? So boring. Universe 3. Pepperoni, found him, and there's another from Universe 4. The Omni King seemed very interested, swiping on the pad nonstop. Ye Tian continued to watch the chaotic battle on the stage. Chapter 48. Successive eliminations. At this moment, Vegeta turned to look at Goku, who was surrounded by Universe 11 not far away. That Kakarot really knows how to pick his opponents. The chaos continued. And with the elimination of the previous two fighters, the gods of destruction in the stands cheered for their respective universes' contestants. Bang! On the other side of the stage, Android 17 rushed in at high speed, kicking and punching a contestant from Universe 10 off the stage. Whoosh! Boom! After 17 retracted his moves, another contestant from Universe 10 shouted angrily, "You bastard. Hee, it looks like there aren't many strong fighters in your universe." 17 said indifferently, catching the incoming contestant's punch. With a sudden downward motion, 17 swept his leg, kicking the contestant into the air. Just as it seemed the contestant would fall off the stage, he miraculously grabbed the edge of the platform. At that moment, 17 switched opponents, facing a green Birdman with wings. The Birdman was very alert and immediately flew high into the air. How dangerous! Being able to fly is really a wonderful thing. The Birdman sighed in relief. Whoosh! 17 jumped up and reached behind the Birdman, full of disdain, saying, "At this height, you could reach it without flying, right? So what are you so proud of?" With that, 17 kicked the Birdman down. Bang! The Birdman crashed onto the stage, hitting it hard. This scene fell into the eyes of the Universe 10 God of Destruction, and 17's dashing figure became incredibly detestable. No, it made the God of Destruction loathe him. That damn guy. Why? Just a little brat from Universe 7. Ugh. The contestant from Universe 10, who had been knocked out by 17 and was clinging to the edge of the stage, gritted his teeth and continued to struggle. Come on. Just as he felt he was about to climb back onto the stage and greet the dawn of victory. Whoosh! Slap! Frieza stepped heavily on the contestant's hand, gripping the edge of the stage, kicking him out with an innocent expression. Hearing the continuous screams, Frieza returned to his spot with his hands on his hips. How strange. It seems I kicked something just now. Oh dear. It must have been something really ugly that made my foot angry. Frieza started wandering around, his face filled with excitement amidst the colorful explosions of energy. This is wonderful. A big brawl. Really great. As Frieza strolled casually, a figure suddenly appeared above him, seemingly planning to dive down for a sneak attack. Whoosh! Frieza smirked wickedly, his index finger moving slightly, suddenly turning around to halt the descending figure. At this moment, a red beam shot from Frieza's fingertip, hitting the sneaky figure. Wow! Accompanied by a scream, that person fell right in front of Frieza. Falling to the ground was a winged Baikel, a contestant from Universe 2. She sat down pitifully, holding her pierced wing and looking at Frieza. Try and play the pity card with me? Frieza showed no sign of compassion, aiming his finger at Baikel again. Unfortunately, I'm not interested. No, please don't. Baikel's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Frieza's sinister and fierce face, her calves trembling. Frieza's fingertip glowed as he sensed the immense energy, facing death. Baikel suddenly found the strength to stand up and ran away in a panic. No, don't. Haha, what a delightful sound. Frieza seemed to be toying with a mouse, grinning widely. Baikel, probably frightened, ran to the edge of the stage without a care, realizing there was no way out. Frieza leisurely approached her from behind, like a demon, and in a moment of rashness, she jumped off the stage. Whoosh! The trembling Baikel appeared on the stands, and the Egyptian god of destruction, Helios, raised an eyebrow. You are the first to be eliminated from our universe. Why yes, I'm sorry. Baikel was still trembling, likely suffering from a significant psychological shadow left by Frieza. Frieza spread his hands, looking innocent. He hadn't done anything yet. He could only blame that guy for being too timid. Meanwhile, Jiren stood unmoved amidst the swirling energy fireworks, his figure solid as a mountain. TSK. Frieza squinted at Jiren's back, feeling an invisible pressure from this guy. It seemed Jiren sensed Frieza's burning gaze and suddenly turned around to meet Frieza's eyes. A figure suddenly dashed out from not far away. It was Jimmy's from Universe 2, swinging his fist, ready to charge at Jiren. But just as Jimmy's was about to punch Jiren, he suddenly slammed to a halt, his body trembling slightly. Jiren's gaze shocked Jimmy's. He was so frightened that he couldn't move an inch. TCH. Jimmy's had unknowingly set himself up, then obediently slipped away. Sigh. Ye Tian sighed again. He suddenly felt the urge to leave the stage. Green-haired kid, what are you looking at? The Silver Dragon Warrior Chapper from Universe 9 set his sights on Broly. Broly watched Bardock's figure gradually fade away in front of him, feeling anxious. Please move aside. Hee. What do you think this is? Move aside? Chapper sneered and swung his iron fist. Slap. Broly impatiently punched Chapper in the stomach, causing his eyes to bulge and blood vessels to burst in his eyes. Ugh. Chapper felt as if his insides were about to shift. The immense pain hit him, and he instantly blacked out. Broly glanced at the fallen Chapper, but didn't care. He searched for Bardock's figure, but unfortunately, he couldn't find him. Bardock had long since disappeared somewhere. A butterfly was dancing gracefully on the stage, continuously releasing blue light. Its dazzling figure. Slap. The early bird gets the worm. Flying in midair was so obvious. Bardock shot a sideways glance, and quickly extended his hand to unleash a ki blast. What the hell is that? The butterfly fell off the stage, accompanied by a girl's shrill scream. Hey, hey, hey. Universe 10, Lily Bay, fell out of the stage, eliminated. The Grand Priest announced once more, while the Omni King was focused on his tablet, busy swiping. How interesting. The Omni King was full of spirit and excitement. But Ye Tian was so bored, he was yawning. The chaos on the stage made it hard for him to find the person he wanted to watch. Chapter 49. The Omni King takes the stage. Bardock swatted away the butterfly that was inexplicably annoying him, and another figure appeared in front of him. A rabbit, Sorero. Huh, which universe are you from? Bardock frowned. This was a bit different from the intense battle he had imagined. I'm from Universe 9. Sorero, seeing Bardock's imposing figure and serious demeanor, felt a bit nervous. TSK. Hurry up and get lost. Bardock looked down on such an opponent and changed direction, not even bothering to glance at Sorrel. Phew. Watching Bardock walk away, Sorrel let out a sigh of relief, but as soon as she relaxed her guard, she was knocked out of the ring by other competitors. Another scream. Hey, what's going on with you guys? How did you get eliminated so quickly? The short, long-bearded god of destruction angrily cursed as he watched the competitors appearing one after another on the steps beside him. Yo, not strong enough, huh? Compa proudly sneered and taunted before turning to shout energetically at the ring. Come on, Universe 9, you are the strongest. Oomph. Upon hearing this shout, Beerus became displeased, crossing his arms and sitting with his legs crossed on the steps, exuding an extremely arrogant demeanor. What's the strongest? Just look at your short tail, talking such big words. Shameless. TCH, your tail is long. You're just a cat. Compa made a face at Beerus. Bastard. Beerus's cold demeanor instantly crumbled as he stood up with a clenched fist and began to argue with Compa. Lord Beerus, let's just watch the match. The Kaya Shinshin cautiously suggested, trying to mediate. Meanwhile, in another corner of the ring, the icy beauty Android 18, dressed in a bright pink tracksuit, was surrounded by several guys. You are surrounded. Hurry up and give up, little sister. Android 18 charmingly tucked her hair behind her ear. Little sister. That sounds really nice. As she saw a competitor charging at her, she swept her leg, sending him flying, and then threw a punch. This simple punch was powerful and incredibly fast, knocking both the competitor and another one standing behind him out of the ring. Whoosh. Wow. Taking out two at once, the faces of the other competitors from the same universe turned grim. I'm a married woman. Android 18 smiled, little sister. Let's skip that. In the chaos, Vegeta had long noticed that Goku was struggling against the siege of 7 competitors from Universe 11. Stop dawdling, making it seem like you can only fight in your normal state. Vegeta disdainfully looked at Goku, who was being choked. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 1, executing a shoulder throw on the competitor who was choking him and flinging him away. Bam! In Super Saiyan 1 form, Goku quickly knocked down the competitors surrounding him, turning his head to glance at Jiren with concern. Goku, Jiren. That guy doesn't take me seriously. TCH. You think you're some kind of currency? Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed from the side. What do you mean, not taking seriously? Right now, he's busy eliminating small fries. Hurry up and clean up those small fries. Vegeta coldly huffed at the competitors who were getting back up from the ground, not bothering to help the besieged Goku. Oh dear, how can it be like this? I really want to fight Jiren. Goku grumbled while dealing with his opponents. The arena was filled with the smoke of battle, with loud explosions and the sounds of fists and feet colliding with flesh echoing intermittently. Brothers, see? Human battles are indeed more interesting. The Omni King was extremely pleased. Ye Tian was feeling a bit regretful. If he had known, he would have applied to fight too. Sitting here watching was so boring. So, which side does the great Omni King want to fight for? The Grand Minister, sensing Ye Tian's inner thoughts, turned around to look at him with compassion. The distracted Ye Tian was surprised. Can I really go down? Of course. You are the great Omni King. Your status is supreme, equal to that of the Omni King, and no one can stop you from doing what you want. Hearing the Grand Minister's decisive words, Ye Tian was somewhat skeptical. If I go down, they definitely won't fight me, right? After all, my identity is quite awkward. However, the Grand Minister smiled gently. If they refuse, just eliminate them. It's like a piece of clothing. If you don't want to wear it, just throw it away. His tone was extremely casual. It made one stand tall. Then I'll go down and fight. Ye Tian, who had been lazy, suddenly became excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He turned to the Omni King. Hey, do you want to go with me? I don't have combat power. The Omni King shook his head. I still prefer sitting here watching. Then I'm going down. Ye Tian happily waved at the Omni King and then flew towards the ring. Everyone, just a reminder. The Grand Minister's voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly, as if it were right beside them. The great Omni King also wants to participate in the match, and the decision on which side to represent will depend on the great Omni King's choice. No mercy. If there's mercy, just eliminate them directly. The expressions of the competitors varied, feeling that this strength tournament was getting more and more serious. Competing with the great Omni King? How to fight. Thus, a peculiar scene emerged where the competitors on the arena all skillfully avoided Ye Tian, trying their best not to confront him. In short, there was no one within a 30-meter radius around Ye Tian. A small circle was left empty. The Grand Minister only said not to go easy, but he didn't say they couldn't avoid the great Omni King. Ye Tian was somewhat frantic. Sometimes having a high status was also a source of trouble. Just like at this moment. Frost was also fighting hard, and at that moment he wrapped his tail around the competitor's neck and was about to throw them off the stage when Frieza appeared not far away. Hands on his hips, greeting him. Mr. Frost. Oh, it's Mr. Frieza. What brings you here? Frost tossed the competitor to the ground and turned to look at Frieza. The two were exceedingly gentlemanly. Would you like to hear some intelligence I've gathered? Frieza displayed a calculating smile. For example, the weaknesses of my Universe 7. Intelligence? Frost was somewhat puzzled. He scrutinized Frieza's expression, trying to determine if he was lying. What weaknesses? Chapter 50. Cooperation of two real estate tycoons. Do you see that ball guy over there? Frieza's peripheral vision swept over Krillin, standing behind him. That guy is just a small fry, but he happens to be connected to the competitors in Universe 7. As long as you go up and grab him, you could restrain at least 4 or 5 competitors. Make them obediently jump off the stage. Frost found it hard to believe that Frieza would kindly tell him such things. Is it really okay? What if your universe loses people? Lose? I don't care about that. Frieza reached out to stroke his chin with a fierce expression. I'm participating in this tournament to take revenge on those Saiyans. Once the competitors on the stage have been dealt with, I'll find an opportunity to personally kill them. I see. So do I count as a Saiyan in your eyes? Are you also going to seek revenge on me? Ye Tian had appeared at the edge of the rocks not far from the two, without them noticing. He stood on the rocks with his hands on his hips, a teasing expression on his face. I heard everything. Son Goku. No, the Grand Zeno. Frieza's eyes widened in surprise at Ye Tian's appearance. It's all your fault for getting so engrossed in your plotting that you forgot to avoid this difficult character. I'm asking you, Frieza. Ye Tian stood indifferently in front of Frieza, looking down at him. Although Ye Tian didn't say anything else, his eyes silently revealed, you little guy. I still have to look down at you. You're so short. I'm just joking, Lord Zeno. Frieza, using a light touch to counteract Ye Tian's words, replied. Don't say that. Do you want me to help you stay until the end? Let the dragon give you an extra 5 centimeters. 10 centimeters or something. Ye Tian also had the idea of teasing Frieza, his mocking expression becoming even more pronounced. Meanwhile, the battle had started between Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin, who were still standing back to back. Bang! A swift fist struck towards the three, and as they retreated to dodge, the fist hit the steel with a loud bang, creating a shallow dent and sending debris flying. Magetta! Krillin looked in surprise at the metal man from Universe 9. Don't scare me like that. There's an opening. Seeing Frieza entangled with Ye Tian, Frost had already quietly retreated. Whether what Frieza said was true or not, he wanted to give a try. After all, he wouldn't be the one to suffer. At this moment, Frost, having organized everything, appeared behind Krillin, wrapping his tail around Krillin's neck. Bang! Don't move. Looking at the gritting teeth of Piccolo and Sun Wukong, Frost said with a sinister smile, if you don't want me to throw him out, then don't move. Oh. Frost, hurry up and throw him out. Compa, no longer cursing at Beerus, was constantly paying attention to the situation of the Universe 9 contestants. Seeing the scene, he shouted excitedly. Not far away, Beerus, who had just paused for a moment, instantly yelled angrily at the arena. Krillin, what are you dawdling for? I'm Krillin. Krillin waved his hand towards the stands. still having the leisure to correct Beerus's mistake. What do you want to do to Uncle Krillin? Son Wukong, sweating on his forehead, clenched his fist and looked warily at Frost. Ha, it's nothing much. I just want you to jump out of the arena and forfeit obediently. Frost laughed sinisterly. Forfeit obediently? Piccolo looked at Frost as if he were an idiot. Humph. Then you might as well throw him out. Uncle Piccolo. Son Wukong was also surprised that Piccolo could be so cold-hearted, watching without offering any help. Wasn't it supposed to be teamwork? How could they turn on their companions so quickly? Right? You should hurry up and throw me out. They want to agree to your demands. Krillin instinctively grabbed Frost's tail. Try to breathe a little easier. He was the weakest among the 10 and had prepared for this from the beginning. He would endure as long as he could. But he absolutely wouldn't become a burden to others. Shut up. Frost angrily swung his fist at Krillin's stomach, making Krillin's stomach churn and acid rise. Ugh, wow. Krillin couldn't help but let out a scream, but quickly suppressed it. He looked at Frost with a smug expression. You might as well let go early. Forfeiting is impossible. Uncle Krillin. Son Wukong wanted to rush up when he saw Krillin getting hit, but was blocked by Piccolo's outstretched arm. I'll distract him. You find a way to save him. Piccolo quietly glanced at the anxious son Wukong and quickly arranged things. Yes. Son Wukong answered quietly, stealthily stepping back, planning when to take the opportunity to ambush Frost. He is the weakest among us 10. We want to forfeit just for him. I advise you to throw him out early. Piccolo focused on attracting attention, as if he didn't care, taking a few steps closer to Frost. Believing these tricks wouldn't work. TSK. That guy Frieza is indeed tricking me. Frost, dissatisfied, punched Krillin in the abdomen again. Wow. Krillin gasped in pain, glaring at Frost. You're hitting me now, but the others will hit back for me. At this point, still being stubborn you. Huh. Frost threw several punches at Krillin's abdomen in succession. Since this bald guy was no longer useful, it was better to throw him out early. Thinking this, Frost looked at Piccolo, who was swinging punches at him, and forcefully used his tail to fling Krillin out of the arena. Bang! Just at that moment, Son Wukong jumped up and caught Krillin. Krillin successfully escaped, and he and Son Wukong rushed towards Piccolo, who was entangled with Frost. However, they were intercepted by the wolf trio from Universe 9, who suddenly emerged from elsewhere. In the chaotic battle, wherever you looked, there was unexpected fighting. Ye Tian, who had been chatting with Frieza before, had finally provoked Frieza's anger. Bastard, don't think just because you're the Omni King, you can insult me without restraint. Frieza's forehead throbbed with veins, his anger reaching its peak with bloodshot eyes. He quickly ran towards Ye Tian, throwing a punch at Ye Tian's cheek. Ye Tian hurriedly stepped back to dodge, avoiding Frieza's punch and transforming into Super Saiyan 2. P.S. It's 100,000 words now. Those with money can support me financially, and those without can support me with love. I'm waiting for the big shots to give me a master certification. A health check would also be fine. I can accept even a dime. Chapter 51. Krillin is eliminated. Hee Frieza. Last time I was just playing it safe. Let us see how you do as Golden Frieza this time. Ye Tian eagerly stretched out his finger and beckoned. You'll regret it. Frieza's anger gradually subsided as he opened his arms wide, revealing a sinister smile. No one can mock me. The Emperor of the Universe. Over and over again. Omni King, don't think I'm afraid of you. Come on. Ye Tian showed no fear, disregarding the identity of the Omni King, knowing that the Grand Priest was watching the melee of everyone in the arena. Even if there was a 1 in a billion chance he could die at Frieza's hands, Don't forget one thing, he has an immortal body. Therefore, Ye Tian could be said to be completely reckless and unrestrained in his actions. Seeing Frieza transform into gold, Ye Tian also became more serious, transforming into his pink form, and the two charged at each other to engage in combat. Bang, bang, bang. Frieza's elbow strikes, Ye Tian's punches, the two collided and quickly separated again, facing each other from a distance. Truly the Omni King. How long has it been since we last met? And your power has increased quite a bit. Frieza patted his shoulder as if dusting off non-existent dust. TSK. After all, I'm always on the move. Unlike certain individuals who just hang around watching the fairies and bears beat drums. Ye Tian's words were laced with sharpness. Omni King, if you set aside this identity, you probably wouldn't have survived to this day. Frieza's forehead twitched again. Ye Tian shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly, unable to help it. He was just born lucky. Maybe it's my good character. Enough nonsense. Frieza was no longer interested in chatting with Ye Tian at all. There was nothing left to talk about. Frieza charged at Ye Tian and threw a punch at his face. Ye Tian blocked it with his elbow, turned around, and swept his leg towards Frieza's lower body. Frieza lightly jumped to avoid Ye Tian's kick and aimed a punch at Ye Tian's cheek, which was becoming increasingly irritating. Bang! Ye Tian's cheek was struck hard, and as he saw Frieza's other hand coming in a fist, he quickly raised his elbow to defend again. Bang! He blocked Frieza's downward kick, but before Ye Tian could catch his breath, Frieza's figure had already moved quickly behind him. Whoosh! Ye Tian gritted his teeth and hurriedly blocked Frieza's punch. As Ye Tian accelerated again, he could barely fend off Frieza's punches and kicks. In fact, Frieza wasn't using much strength against Ye Tian, partly out of consideration for Ye Tian's identity, especially in such a situation. Frieza subtly followed Ye Tian in their fight while shifting the battlefield, and soon he spotted the battle between Son Gohan and the three brothers from Universe 9. Frieza naturally ignored the bald man and lured Ye Tian into Son Gohan's battlefield before quickly dodging away. Hey, Frieza, what are you doing? Before Ye Tian could finish his sentence, he was caught in the battle involving Son Gohan, Krillin, and the Wolf brothers. Bang! Krillin, who was knocked back, collided right into Ye Tian's back, causing Ye Tian to stumble and nearly fall face first to the ground. Oops, sorry. Goku, what are you doing here? Krillin said, rubbing the back of his head where he had been hit and looking at Ye Tian, who had turned around. I'm the Great King, Ye Tian said, pointing towards the group of 10 from Universe 11. In his Super Saiyan form, Son Goku was being restrained by a long-eared character named Dispo, who resembled Beerus. Oh, how did you come down? It's so dangerous. Krillin also noticed that there was an empty throne above on the floating rock. I was bored sitting up there, so I came down to fight, Ye Tian said, hands on his hips, justifying himself as someone who wasn't there to cause trouble. Ye Tian was chatting with Krillin, while Sun Wukong was increasingly pressured by the Wolfman triplets. Although Krillin was the weakest among the fighters of Universe 7, his occasional distractions helped Sun Wukong not to struggle too much. So, Lord Zeno, which universe are you planning to represent? Krillin's words were cut off. Good opportunity. The second of the Wolfman triplets, Lavanda, saw his chance and kicked towards the unguarded Ye Tian, who was standing with his hands on his hips. However, as Ye Tian turned his head, Lavanda noticed that it was the Great Zeno above him. Lavanda awkwardly redirected his kick towards Krillin, who was hit squarely in the face and fell straight out of the ring. In a flash, Krillin disappeared from the ring and appeared next to Beerus, sitting down. You bastard. Who told you to chat during the chaos? Do you want to be erased by me? Beerus cursed loudly, spitting as he spoke. Sorry, it was because Lord Zeno asked a question. Krillin sat obediently, afraid to move, fearing he might really be destroyed. Look at your useless fighters. Before Krillin could finish his words, Kampa smugly turned to Beerus and laughed derisively. Not one of them has been eliminated yet. Swish! Before Kampa could finish, two fighters appeared in the space beside him, clearly the ones who had just been knocked out of the ring. Yes. Just when you thought none of them would go out, two get eliminated at once. Beerus saw the two fighters emerge and laughed mockingly. Bastards. What the hell? The two stood with their hands on their hips, cursing and bickering like market vendors. Ye Tian on the stage turned around in confusion and looked sternly at Lavanda from the Wolfman triplets. Did you just take advantage of someone in trouble? It was all an accident. Lavanda's face broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly laughing at the social death scene. See you later, Lord Zeno. Lavanda then stiffly turned and walked towards the battle area where Sun Wukong was fighting. With Lavanda rejoining the fray, Sun Wukong's situation became increasingly difficult. Ye Tian didn't join the battle because he knew that Sun Wukong was still in his normal state. He probably wanted to conserve energy for the fights ahead. TSK. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and looked at the constantly flashing figures around him, his eyes moving rapidly. The werewolf leader Belgamore's flying kick was clearly seen by Sun Wukong, who quickly bent his arm and used his elbow to block Belgamore's attack. Swish! Sun Wukong threw a punch at the suddenly appearing werewolf number 3, Bazel, but Bazel's figure vanished, causing Sun Wukong to miss. Chapter 52, Angry Piccolo. Meanwhile, the werewolf number 2, Lavanda, who was in sync with the others, had regained his ability to move. He silently approached Sun Wukong from behind and launched a surprise attack with both fists. Sun Wukong was completely unprepared from behind, and his body was sent flying into the sky by the powerful force. Whoosh smack! As Sun Wukong flew back, he tried to stabilize himself, but before he could, Belgamore's figure had already appeared behind him, waiting. Belgamore swung his fist with all his might, and Sun Wukong, unable to use any leverage to turn around in midair, could only grit his teeth and push his upper body down. Smack! Belgamore's fist also missed, and by this time, Sun Wukong had fallen to the ground, using his hands to support himself as he flipped over, looking at the other two werewolf brothers surrounding him. Wukong, do you need my help? Ye Tian stood to the side, one hand on his waist, waving the other hand at Sun Wukong. Although he knew his help wasn't needed, a little courtesy was necessary since he was his favorite mysterious rice. At this moment, Sun Wukong was exhausted from the joint attacks of the werewolf trio, and he was already breathing heavily. Huff, huff. Ye Tian stroked his chin, thinking about how to conserve energy while struggling to cope. It was truly a contradiction. On the other side, Piccolo seemed to be evenly matched with Frost, but in reality, he was somewhat being pressured by Frost and wasn't using his full strength. This was probably what they referred to as some kind of plant. Son Gohan and Piccolo both seemed eager to help each other, but unfortunately, in order to conserve energy, it was unlikely they could quickly end the battle. Seeing Frieza retreat, Frost suddenly launched an energy blast at Piccolo, taking advantage of the smoke to leave the battlefield, seemingly heading elsewhere. Ye Tian didn't bother with it. Anyway, Frost would end up with nothing in the end and would face the tragic outcome of being thrown out of the arena. Piccolo didn't even get a chance to catch his breath before he was intercepted by the other fighters from Universe 9 who were watching Son Gohan's battle. He had already exhausted a lot of energy fighting Frost, and now facing the three-man combo from Universe 9, the battle became increasingly intense. The giant, with an iceberg-like appearance and each punch carrying a chill of absolute zero, made it difficult for Piccolo to handle. Not to mention the two others who occasionally harassed him with attacks. Piccolo leaped back to avoid a punch from Shisuapu. Meanwhile, the flying bat warrior, Lozelu, swooped in with a kick aimed at Piccolo's back, and Piccolo quickly glanced and dodged. The fisherman warrior, Confu Li, also refused to fall behind, sneaking in attacks on Piccolo, while Shisuapu and Lozelu kept up their barrage. Piccolo gasped for air, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. These guys were clearly stalling the fight, trying to wear him down. You guys, just because you're big doesn't mean you're tough. How can you take so many hits? He was really frustrated. He estimated that his fighting power was probably the second to last, or maybe even the last among the 10 fighters from Universe 7. Of course, this was just his personal feeling. It has nothing to do with other related works. The more Piccolo thought about it, the angrier he became. Everyone knew that this was about the survival of the universe. Shouldn't the battle rely on teamwork? Everyone had sounded so good before the battle. And what happened? Before it even started, they all wanted to go solo and ran off by themselves. While Piccolo complained in his heart, he kept dodging Shisuapu's punches and the attacks from the other two, growing even more furious. Perhaps Piccolo's mood was too bad, or maybe he was too distracted in battle. In any case, he was quickly caught by the flying bat warrior, Lozelu. Lozelu grabbed Piccolo by the neck and flew upwards, intending to throw him out of the arena. Below, the fisherman Confu Li joyfully shouted, "Great, just throw him out of the arena." Uncle e Piccolo. The fighting Son Gohan also noticed Piccolo being taken high up. He blocked the punches from the werewolf trio, roaring in anger. The explosive power sent the werewolf trio flying away, and Son Gohan crouched down, jumping towards Lozelu in midair. Thud! Piccolo noticed Lozelu's surprise and crashed into Lozelu's cheek, causing him to instinctively let go, and Son Gohan's flying kick landed squarely on Lozelu's face. Bang! Lozelu fell towards the edge of the arena, and Son Gohan fell along with him. Lozelu! Catwoman Hoop shouted nervously. Gohan! Gohan! The place where Piccolo fell was just on the arena, and he anxiously called out to Gohan. Son Gohan seemed to know he would fall out of the arena, quickly placing both hands at his waist and shooting an energy blast towards the edge of the arena. Using the force of the blast, Son Gohan safely landed back on the arena, unable to help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. What a stroke of luck. At the moment Son Gohan landed, Catwoman Hoop, standing at the edge of the arena, extended her claws to form a net and caught Lozelu, pulling him back. Damn it. All that effort for nothing. Seeing Catwoman save him, Piccolo clenched his fists in anger. With Son Gohan and Piccolo reuniting, the werewolf trio gathered with the 3 fighters facing Piccolo, along with the 4 spectators from Universe 4. Top. Now, other universes were faintly teaming up against Son Gohan and Piccolo, and the situation became one-sided. Why is everyone targeting us? King Kaishin asked in confusion. It must be because Goku stirred up trouble. The old Kai slowly replied, then sighed. He has stirred up everyone's anger. Huh, this is also because Lord Beerus let something slip? Whis didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. TSK. Beerus was quiet, crossing his arms and not rebutting. At this moment, Ye Tian walked over to Piccolo and Son Gohan, placing a hand on Son Gohan's shoulder again. Do you need my help now? Lord Zeno. Without waiting for Son Gohan to respond, the opposing fighters immediately disagreed, with Lozelu leading the charge, saying this probably isn't in accordance with the rules. If what was supposed to be a sure win was disrupted by Lord Zeno's involvement, and they lost as a result, which universe would they cry to if it got destroyed? Rules? What do you mean by rules? Ye Tian returned his hand to his waist, frowning as he asked. Chapter 53, Frost's Surprise Attack. I am the rule. If you make me unhappy, you don't even need to worry about winning or losing the match. You all have to disappear first. Don't you feel ashamed bullying the weak and the elderly? Listening to Ye Tian's ranting, the people from Universe 9 were like constipated, unable to express their grievances. This was a free-for-all. They relied on strategy to target those who wanted to go solo. Who could they blame? This was pure bullying. Besides, you, a Zeno, if you're so powerful, why don't you go up and stand shoulder to shoulder with Zeno instead of coming down here meddling? The weak and elderly, Piccolo, and the injured Son Gohan also had 3 black lines on their foreheads, silently watching Ye Tian's actions. They were quite grateful, but they just couldn't find the words to express their thanks. Get out of here! Get out of here! Or I'll annihilate you! Ye Tian waved his hand in disdain towards the several allied fighters. He had thought this through before coming down, standing with Universe 7. How could he allow other universes to unite? Yes, even if Lozelu was reluctant. They could only watch as 2 cooked ducks flew away due to Zeno's words. Go for it. Stay until the end. Ye Tian patted Son Gohan's shoulder once more. I'm looking forward to seeing your mysterious transformation. Ye Tian finished speaking and headed towards Sun Wukong, where Jiren was. By the way, where's the not-so-cold assassin hit? Ye Tian's departure caused a group of contestants to leave at a turtle's pace. But they were incredibly taciturn and quietly returned. What a joke. There are no fathers and sons on the battlefield. They wouldn't let these 2 ducks fly away. Just as Ye Tian was seen leaving, Frieza, hiding in the shadows, turned his gaze towards Frost. Little brother, it's time for you to show your worth. Frost immediately emerged from the corner of the rocks, first casting a disdainful glance at the disheveled Piccolo and Gohan. Looks like you 2 are about done. He unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Gohan and Piccolo, the strong attack rocketing forward before either of them could dodge. Boom! Boom! A few contestants from the temporary alliance of universes noticed this scene, but hadn't even smiled before the energy wave suddenly hit them. Could the person who just appeared be Frieza from Universe 7? But that guy doesn't have a halo over his head. What the heck? Did Universe 9 and Universe 7 join forces? The contestants were thrown into confusion. Wow! The deafening explosion echoed as one contestant, due to lack of strength, was knocked out of the ring by Frost's energy wave. As the smoke cleared, Belgemore angrily shouted and led the charge towards Frost. Frost unleashed his full power, striking with the force of one man holding back thousands, and within seconds, he kicked 7 opponents out of the ring. Bang! 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 Whoa! Ugh! It would be better to get off the ring early. Not afraid of taking up space. Frost glared at the remaining werewolf trio, breathing heavily. Quick! Retreat! Seeing the situation was not good, the werewolf trio quickly made their escape. Watching the werewolves flee, Frost didn't care. He just wanted to intimidate these guys. Oof. And it's just you 2. He glanced towards the large rocks. This was the deal he had just made with Frieza. As long as he cooperated with Frieza to clear out the small fries first, Frieza would take care of the Saiyans behind him, allowing him to exact his revenge. Then Frieza would accept him into Universe 7. His days of hiding like a rat in Universe 9 would finally be over. Although all the hard work he had accumulated would be lost, there was still a chance to start over. As long as the Green Mountains remain, won't he not worry about firewood? Retracting his gaze, Frost looked at the remaining Piccolo and Gohan, and with a punch thrown out at lightning speed, Piccolo didn't even have a chance to react. Moreover, Piccolo was already not far from the edge of the ring, and without any opportunity to turn the situation around, he fell out of the ring. Ugh! As Piccolo was knocked out before his body even had a chance to drop, he appeared next to Krillin. Snap! Hee. Got one down. Next. Frost focused his gaze on the gritting teeth of Gohan. It's your turn. Damn it. Piccolo's forehead was bulging with veins, his arms crossed, his expression very ugly. Why is that guy fixated on us? Krillin looked equally puzzled. Who knows? Beerus cast a glance at the nearby Compa, suspecting that this damned guy was behind it all. Look, Krillin is pointing at the ring in surprise. It's that guy Frieza. Frieza, who had appeared out of nowhere, strolled over to Frost. Right? You have to believe me. That guy. Could it be? Beerus stood up in shock, his face contorted with anger. What's going on? This guy Frieza? He isn't betraying us, is he? Piccolo's eyes widened, struggling to believe what he was seeing. So my defeat was because of Frieza? How could this be? Isn't he from our universe? Even the Supreme Kai Shin couldn't believe his eyes. Haha, this is quite a surprise, Whis remarked, but his expression remained largely unchanged. Hey Goku, hurry up and help Gohan. Frost and Frieza teamed up. Both Goku and Vegeta, who were still entangled with Universe 11, looked up at the stands. Huh, why did Krillin go over there? Goku noticed Krillin looking surprised at the stands. Vegeta, feeling bored with clearing out the small fries, spat in annoyance. TCH, that guy must have been knocked out of the ring. And Piccolo. It's hard to believe. Goku quickly noticed Piccolo sitting next to Krillin. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Piccolo turned his head away, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. He hadn't expected to lose so quickly. He hadn't even unleashed all his fighting power. Go save Gohan. Goku. Krillin stood up excitedly, pointing towards a ring. At this moment, Frost had already retreated to the side to adjust his energy and recover his strength. Frieza was already attacking Gohan with punches and kicks, and for a moment, Gohan was surprisingly at a disadvantage, struggling to fend off the attacks. As the two retreated and separated, Frieza wore an eerie smile that made anyone who saw it shudder. Haha, don't worry, I'll go easy on you, Frieza said, but his attacks showed no signs of holding back. Chapter 54. Universe 9 in peril. Gohan gritted his teeth and didn't respond, remaining on guard against Frieza's potential attacks. You should go keep your Namekian friend company, Frieza said as he charged at Gohan. I see you two have a good relationship. This blow was so powerful that Gohan, having just fought continuously, clearly couldn't withstand it. Bang! To Gohan's surprise, Goku quickly appeared in front of him, grabbing Frieza's fist with one hand. It's you, Goku. With his punch blocked, Frieza quickly withdrew. Gohan, are you okay? Goku glanced back at Gohan. I'm fine. Gohan panted, but spoke quickly, probably not wanting Goku to worry. Don't mind me, Dad. Go fight the opponent you want to battle. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. Goku looked a bit confused. Wasn't Gohan in danger? Why? When he arrived, did Gohan not want his help? Hey, Mr. Frieza, what about this guy? Frost turned to Frieza, who had retreated next to him, asking for advice on whether to deal with this Saiyan. Let us retreat for now. He is not easy for me to deal with. Frieza immediately expressed his intention, suggesting they find another opportunity later. Whoosh, whoosh, as Goku looked on in bewilderment. Frieza and Frost once again fled. Goku was extremely surprised. Oh, they ran away. Are you really okay? Goku looked at Gohan again, confirming the temporary crisis had passed. Yeah, Gohan nodded firmly. Dad, me fine. All right, then be careful. Son Wukong continued the conversation, waved his hand, and ran towards the contestants from Universe 11. Hee. Son Gohan was a bit taken aback, then reached up to touch his own head and randomly ran off in a direction. Without Uncle Piccolo, he couldn't implement any battle plans, so he might as well find an opponent he liked to fight. On the other side of the arena, after taking care of a few not-so-strong opponents, Broly, who had lost track of Bardock, encountered the werewolf trio that had just slipped in front of him. I remember this guy is also from Universe 7. Lavanda bared his fangs, venting his previous frustrations on Broly. Let's take revenge for our teammates who lost their qualifications. Bazel focused his gaze on Belgamore, waiting for his leader's decision. Go! Belgamore said nothing more and simply uttered a word that sealed the fate that followed. Broly didn't react much. Earlier, a few women he didn't know from which universe had scrutinized him for a long time before leaving with ambiguous expressions. Especially that chubby woman who said he was too ugly. It hurt her eyes so much that she didn't even want to fight. Even now, he still looked confused, and being used to following orders, he didn't know whether to fight the person in front of him. Following the werewolf trio's words, they quickly moved to surround Broly, occasionally throwing punches and kicks at him. Bang! Broly's expression remained calm as he easily used his elbows to deflect the trio's attacks one by one. The werewolf trio kept punching and kicking energetically, but unfortunately, Broly didn't even move his feet. Lavanda and Bazel from the werewolf brothers became more and more excited as they fought, jumping up and extending their feet to kick Broly. Big brother, the two of us have more than enough strength. Bang bang. Before they could finish their sentence, two energy blasts suddenly shot from a distance, knocking Lavanda and Bazel away and causing them to fall off the arena. Ah, wow. Broly, standing on the ground, looked confused, and Belgamore, as the leader, was even more bewildered. Jumping that high at the edge of the arena, it's simply asking for trouble. Number 17, looking handsome, held one hand forward, speaking frivolously with a charming expression. There are really enough openings. Number 17 walked slowly towards Broly, saying, "You don't have to thank me too much. You look a bit foolish. Why don't you fight back?" "You, hello. Thank you. Have you seen my captain?" Broly recognized number 17 as one of his own and politely asked, "Is he that Goku's father?" Number 17 said casually, glancing at Belgamore, whose body was trembling. "I saw him over there earlier. It seems he is already engaged with someone else, but I don't know where he is now." "Oh, okay. Thank you very much." Broly bowed and expressed his gratitude, planning to leave like this. Swish swish, as two werewolves from the trio disappeared. The long-bearded dwarf in the stands looked at the many eliminated contestants sitting next to him, saying, hey, who else is still on the arena? He. Just one. Rabbit Sorrel pointed at Belgamore, who was trembling by the edge of the arena. There's only this one left, and he's being pressed down by other universe contestants. Our universe is doomed. What? The long-bearded dwarf widened his eyes. It's over. How could there be only one left so quickly? The tournament has only just started for 3 minutes. So, will you jump down yourself? Or should I send you down? Number 17 raised an eyebrow, palm aimed at Belgamore. But, how infuriating. Belgamore turned to look back at the darkness behind him, which felt like a death abyss. From the punches and kicks of number 17, just now, he had completely understood that he was no match. Hey, Belgamore, you're the only one left on the arena. The long-bearded dwarf's forehead bulged with veins as he shouted desperately. If you fall down too, then we'll all be wiped out. Don't fall down. There's only one left. A nearly extinct lone wolf? Number 17 looked at Belgamore, who was gritting his teeth. His eyes filled with endless pleading. You, please, don't let our universe be destroyed, okay? Belgamore choked out. Number 17, feeling quite speechless, slowly lowered his hand. That pleading look was too similar to his own purebred dog's expression when it made a mistake and begged for mercy. Forget it. Since there's no one here, I'll go check somewhere else. Number 17 put his hands in his pockets and walked away. Belgamore let out a heavy sigh, finally escaping a calamity. The entire team from Universe 9 in the stands breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether that black-haired man calls Belgamore a person or a dog, as long as he doesn't get knocked off the arena and lose his qualification, that's great. Belgamore scrambled to find a corner to hide, no longer daring to fight, as the survival of Universe 9 depended on him. But as long as he remained on the arena, with so many contestants gathered, he would inevitably encounter others. Chapter 55, Despair from the Lone Wolf. Even if Belgamore fired energy blasts and hid in a cave, it was only a matter of time before someone discovered him. After 2 minutes of trembling with fear, Belgamore heard a mocking voice. Oh, I found a little mouse hiding here. Frieza looked at the lone wolf Belgamore, who was cautiously curled up in the cave. Can't even hold his breath. Isn't this a meal served right to the door? Mr. Frieza, this is clearly a wolf. A half-frozen wolf afraid of the cold. Frost followed up to explain, look, he's actually shivering and wrapped in a scarf. Is that the point? Ho. Mr. Frost, please take this little minion off the arena. Frieza placed his hands on his hips and turned to order Frost. Understood. Frost replied and strolled towards Belgamore. Belgamore wanted to escape, but the narrow cave entrance was blocked by Frieza, leaving Belgamore nowhere to run. Belgamore struggled to resist, throwing a punch at Frost, but with his morale already broken, he was no match for Frost. Belgamore's fist was blocked by Frost's palm, and he stubbornly kicked out again. Useless. Your struggles are futile. Frost scoffed, grabbing Belgamore by the ankle and throwing him against the cave wall. Bang! Cough, 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 cough. Belgamore struggled to get up. Damn it. I can't win. At this rate, he would become the center of Universe 9. He had to escape. Belgamore was being beaten by Frost, spitting blood continuously while trying to find an opportunity to escape. The chance to run was completely gone. In the end, Belgamore gritted his teeth and knelt before Frieza and Frost, pleading, please, let me hide until the end. Our universe only has me left. Please. I beg you. Bergamo cast aside his pride, his words filled with a desperate plea, trying to evoke a hint of pity from Frieza and Frost. Oh. Frieza laughed with his hand to his mouth. A plea. The 9th universe is more spineless than I imagined. Was Bergamo's plea effective? It was completely useless against the treacherous Frieza, and the hypocritical Frost. In the end, Bergamo was beaten into a state of unconsciousness by Frost, who then dragged the defeated Bergamo out of the ring, with Bergamo falling out of the arena. The sight of all 10 contestants watching from the stands made even the other universes hold their breath unknowingly. Of course, this did not include the other fighters still battling in the ring. As the god of destruction of the 9th universe, the short and stout Sidra trembled continuously, unable to utter a word. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and the fear of waiting for his own annihilation crept into his heart. Hey, Lord Beerus, all 10 contestants from that universe have appeared. Krillin also had cold sweat on his face, feeling inexplicably nervous. Beerus remained silent, instead secretly glancing at the Grand Priest above. Oh dear, all the contestants from the 9th universe have fallen. The Omni King obviously noticed and sighed. All contestants from the 9th universe eliminated. The Grand Priest's words were like the summons of a hellish demon, now proceeding to annihilation. The concise words determined the fate of a universe. And everyone still fighting in the arena stopped their movements, looking towards the high platform. No. The Supreme Kai of the 9th universe, Loa, was at that moment crying and sniffling. Leave a little for a better final image. The god of destruction, the short and stout Sidra, gently sighed and patted Loa on the shoulder. Loa sniffled, wiping away his tears. Everyone from the 9th universe wore faces of despair and deep disappointment. They were about to be annihilated. Ye Tian stood on a high rock, extending his hand on the rock, 1 foot stepping on a protruding stone below, astonished. Almost 5 minutes. The first universe to disappear, but Ye Tian didn't pay much attention, since in the end, number 17 would bring all the universes back. Ye Tian jumped towards the distant Rocky Mountain. He hadn't found Son Wukong and Jiren yet. He hadn't even seen Vegeta, let alone that not-so-cold assassin. Good. Hearing the Grand Priest's words, Zeno happily raised a small hand, looked at the god pad in his hand, and pressed down hard. Whoosh! The people in the stands of Universe 9 all vanished collectively, leaving only the lonely Angel Mojito, who sighed. His figure was indescribably desolate and bleak. He had lost his job. Would it stop functioning soon? In the stands, even the contestants in the arena were left dumbfounded. They had witnessed the disappearance of an entire universe. But the atmosphere was incredibly tense, and everyone remained silent. Being eliminated would mean being ruthlessly erased. They disappeared. Those people disappeared. Broly exclaimed in surprise. This was truly incredible. Such formidable power. The Grand Priest seemed to hear many voices of confusion and explained, yes, the entire Universe 9 has been destroyed, including all planets, living beings, and even the gods have vanished. Gods, even the gods. Hearing this, the Supreme Kai Shin felt a chill run down his spine. If the contestant from Universe 7 were also eliminated, then he too truly had nothing left. Whis looked at the magic ball on his staff, saying something that horrified Beerus beside him. Once eliminated, there would be no exceptions, even if you had the best relationship with Zeno or with the Grand Zeno. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed he could no longer afford to be lax. Damn, what kind of tricks is that bastard Frieza playing with Frost? Piccolo was quite concerned about Frost, who had knocked him off the stage before. Who knows? Frieza was never a good person. Not to mention that Frost is a scheming little man. Krillin was also sweating coldly on his forehead. If he encountered those solo fighters like Wukong or Vegeta, it would be fine, but he was worried about encountering his android 18. Can 18 win? Well then, everyone continue. After all, time is passing. The Grand Priest did not care about others' feelings at all and calmly reminded them. Cannot. Absolutely. Cannot lose. Beerus's forehead was bulging with veins. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice nearly hoarse. Universe 7. Chapter 59. Zeno's interference. Hearing Beerus's roar, even the mouse god of destruction, who usually disliked him, remained silent. The gods at this moment all looked solemnly at the small figure on the high throne. Zeno was not a real child. He was an existence standing at the pinnacle of the entire universe. He was the supreme being who controlled the life and death of everyone, including the gods. Things were getting serious. Let us not forget about Zeno, who was jumping around in the arena. In contrast to the heavy and oppressive atmosphere of the 8 universes on this side, the 4 gods of destruction who were sitting together and did not participate in this tournament of power appeared relatively relaxed, and the atmosphere was even more cheerful. Looking at the empty spot in the stands, the 4 gods of destruction expressed their relief in unison. Sea Monster God of Destruction. Universe 9 has been destroyed. Fox God of Destruction. It's great not to have to participate. Furry god of destruction. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. How many warriors are still left in the other universes in the arena? Alien god of destruction swallowed hard, based on my previous observational experience. Each universe still has 7 or 8 people. No, wait. The furry god of destruction pointed in shock at the people from Universe 11. You see, they don't have a single contestant. Incredible. It seems this victory belongs to Universe 11. The fox god of destruction made the judgment. Oomph. The clown god of destruction did not hear their discussion, but his expression was very confident. Ye Tian also noticed that there wasn't even a single defeated contestant in the stands of Universe 11, which made him somewhat displeased. Why is that? Isn't Universe 11 just powerful because of Jiren? Are the other guys just hiding behind a big tree for shade? So, Ye Tian shifted his target. He wanted to find the guys from Universe 11 and kick 1 or 2 of them out to balance things out. That would be more interesting, right? Ye Tian changed several rocky peaks and continued to scan the surroundings. Then he saw Frost charging forward, knocking out many other competitors from the universe. After dealing with the so-called weaklings, Frost felt a bit exhausted. Clap, clap. On the side, Frieza applauded, "Impressive, Mr. Frost. Thank you. Just let one get away." Frost accepted Frieza's praise, and then, clap. Frieza patted Frost on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Now, leave the next part to me. Oh, by the way," as Frieza brushed past Frost's shoulder, he stretched out a finger as if he suddenly remembered something. "I forgot to tell you something besides fighting." "What?" Frost turned around with a puzzled look, but Frieza quickly reached out with 5 fingers and grabbed Frost's throat. Seeing this, Ye Tian's face showed an expression of as expected, realizing that Frieza was quite cunning. He had picked up a little brother for free, using him to eliminate other not-so-powerful competitors from the universe, and then he would send this little brother to his doom. Under the cold sweat and trembling body of Frost, Frieza leaned close to his ear and said word by word, "That is, never trust anyone." Frieza kicked hard with his foot, directly sending Frost flying out of the ring. This sudden change surprised both Beerus and Krillin, who had been secretly watching the two. Swish! Frost's figure appeared in the stands, and he touched his throat, still not recovering his senses. What happened? Krillin blinked in confusion. Didn't they have some sort of cooperation? Now it seemed this was just Frieza's plan. We were all used. Piccolo crossed his arms, realizing Frieza's intentions a bit too late. He felt very angry about Frieza's despicable actions, as evidenced by the veins popping up on his forehead. And equally angry was Frost, who had just appeared not far away. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Bastard! Bastard! Frieza! Pulling such strange tricks." Beerus was also somewhat annoyed. This guy Frieza is actually leading others by the nose. However, with this, we can at least confirm that Frieza is still on our side. The Supreme Kai, Shin, tried to advise the angry crowd present. Frieza's schemes had clearly provoked everyone's wrath. I didn't expect that the terrifying aspect of Frieza would become a reliable teammate's method. After a long silence, the old Supreme Kai suddenly said this. TSK. Although Beerus' expression was still very angry, he had to admit that the old Supreme Kai had a point. Ye Tian didn't pay attention to what was being said in the stands because he finally found Son Goku. Truly an unexpected turn of events. However, Son Goku was fighting with Toppo and the rabbit Dispo. The competitors from Universe 11 had also arrived. What a fortunate coincidence. Son Goku was still in Super Saiyan 1 form, facing the attacks of Toppo and Dispo. Although he was struggling, he was clearly trying to conserve energy for the battle against Jiren. What the heck? 2 against 1. Did you ask for my permission? Ye Tian casually found an excuse and instantly transformed into his pink form, planning to intervene in the battle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Dispo was flaunting his speed, dodging several of Son Goku's punches. Haha, not there. Dispo leaped into the air, avoiding Son Goku's punch. At this time, Ye Tian bent his legs and kicked hard from the top of the rocky peak, directly sweeping Dispo, who was jumping in the air, away. Bang! When Dispo fell to the ground and created a small crater, he couldn't even react to who had ambushed him. Oomph! Rabbit, your opponent now is me. Ye Tian placed his hands on his hips, smirking coldly, thinking to himself that he looked pretty cool making his entrance. Oh! Big Brother transformed too? And it's a color I've never seen before. Upon seeing Ye Tian's transformation, the Omni King clapped his little hands in delight. Clap, clap, clap. Hearing the voice from above, Dispo stood up and felt quite awkward. Big, Omni King, what are you doing here? Seeing how fiercely you all are fighting, I couldn't help but get excited. Ye Tian continued with his hands on his hips, waiting for Son Goku's thanks. After waiting for a few seconds without receiving any gratitude from Son Goku, he noticed Dispo sweating nervously instead. Big Omni King, is there something about me that displeases you? Dispo cautiously asked. No problem. Ye Tian turned around, raised his right hand and waved impatiently. Don't let me see you, or you will become a roasted rabbit. Yes. Dispo almost squeezed his speed to the limit, running wildly towards Topo, thinking he'd better run away. Ye Tian quickly noticed that after Sun Wukong shook off his fight with Tu Alpa, he ran to another battle zone and completely ignored him, the Great All-King. Chapter 57, Super Blue stacking Super Saiyan 3. Wukong, where's your politeness? Ye Tian turned his head speechlessly to look at a short distance away, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Ye Tian followed Sun Wukong's figure and saw the not-so-cold killer Hit leaning against a rock wall with his arms crossed. Could it be that Sun Wukong wanted to challenge Hit to a fight? But soon, Ye Tian dismissed this idea. Amid the intermittent explosions, as the smoke cleared, there was Vegeta, standing far away from Jiren. Damn, the most formidable warrior of the universe. But why? Is it Vegeta fighting Jiren? Ye Tian felt that Vegeta could only last one move at most against Jiren. Vegeta roared and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, charging at Jiren and throwing a punch. As Ye Tian expected, Vegeta indeed swung and missed, quickly getting swatted away by Jiren's hand and rolling twice on the ring. Slap! But in the next moment, it completely deviated from Ye Tian's expectations. After standing up, Vegeta clenched his fists and roared, transforming from Super Saiyan Blue into Super Saiyan 3. Super Blue stacked with Super 3. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Ye Tian widened his eyes, thinking that it made sense. Vegeta could originally stack Super Blue with Super 4, and now stacking Super 3 seemed, well, quite normal. Damn, coming to the Dragon Ball world. As a prophet who knows the plot and history, he was actually useless? Not useful at all? Damn it, even Vegeta likes to stack forms. Under this stacked form, Vegeta charged at Jiren once again, but this time Jiren easily sidestepped his punch. However, Jiren finally moved as well, and the two kept exchanging punches at an incredibly fast speed, leaving Ye Tian dazzled. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks between them seemed fierce, but neither could do anything to the other. Vegeta lifted his leg to sweep kick Jiren, but Jiren, with an unchanged expression, quickly bent his arm to block with his elbow. Is it a fierce battle from the start? Ye Tian stared hard, afraid of missing any exciting moment. After Jiren blocked Vegeta's sweep kick, he swung his fist towards Vegeta's cheek, but Vegeta lowered his body to dodge the attack. Slap! Vegeta moved his foot and instantly appeared behind Jiren, throwing a punch at Jiren's back. Jiren seemed not to sense it, but in the next moment, he had already moved forward to create distance from Vegeta. By the time he turned around, Vegeta had already unleashed a Kamehameha, the speed and massive energy creating a whirlwind around them. Boom! Jiren didn't even have time to dodge, crossing his arms in front of his chest as the Kamehameha hit him, followed by a deafening explosion. Who are you trying to show that ugly face to? Vegeta smirked. Hey, Vegeta, let me take a shot. Not far away, Son Goku saw the opportunity and quickly cupped his hand around his mouth, shouting loudly like a trumpet. You come over and take a break. That transformation stacking must be exhausting, right? Ye Tian's expression was somewhat grim. Hey, how did Goku, the main character of Dragon Ball, become so comedic? Behind Jiren, Topo and the other warriors of Universe 11 had gathered together. Topo spoke up. Jiren, we're here to help. No need. I can handle myself. Jiren replied without looking back, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. Vegeta cast a sideways glance at Goku, who had his hands on his hips, and coldly snorted, Stop being so talkative, you should just rest well. In the next moment, Jiren charged toward Vegeta, swinging his powerful fist straight at Vegeta's face. Bring it on. Vegeta seemed a bit excited, shouting as he raised his hand to block Jiren's punch. Following that, Vegeta threw a punch, which Jiren dodged as he had anticipated. Vegeta then turned to deliver a second strike, kicking towards Jiren's abdomen. Jiren seemed oblivious and was swept aside, crashing into a pillar at the center of the arena. The hard pillar cracked upon impact, debris scattering down, yet Jiren remained unfazed, landing back on the ring. It was as if Jiren felt no pain as he charged at Vegeta once more, and the two engaged in close combat again. Only Goku and Hit were watching intently, while Ye Tian felt his eyes growing sore. The speed of Vegeta and Jiren was simply too fast, and there were no other competitors around, likely unable to withstand the shock waves of their battle. After all, this was a fight that had surpassed the realm of gods. The rapid punches and kicks were dazzling, as the two fought from one side to the rocky edge, then suddenly vanished only to reappear on the other side of the ring. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with explosive sounds from their strikes, accompanied by expanding circular shockwaves. Smack! Vegeta's punch was blocked by Jiren's palm, while Jiren's other fist struck towards Vegeta's jaw. Bang! Vegeta's head snapped back, and this time it was his turn to be sent flying, his feet sliding back along the arena. The ground left behind two shallow grooves as he stabilized himself, his arms spreading wide behind him. Final flash. An energy ball shot towards Jiren rapidly, and Jiren's indifferent eyes widened as he unleashed a barrage of near-invisible attacks to form a barrier, countering Vegeta's energy ball. The barrier exploded with a loud bang, thick smoke obscuring everyone's view. As the smoke cleared, Jiren had vanished. Vegeta's vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, but his caution seemed ineffective. Jiren kicked down from above, striking Vegeta in the face, sending him crashing into the rocky wall. It seemed both fighters were not unleashing their full power. Ye Tian could sense that although it appeared to be an intense battle, both were testing each other, gradually releasing their power to suppress the other. After all, less than 10 minutes had passed since the tournament began. Ye Tian felt a strong soreness in his eyes, and unable to hold back. He rubbed them with his hands before shifting his gaze to Hit. "Hey Hit, can you spar with me?" Ye Tian asked as he landed in front of Hit. Not receiving a response from Hit, Ye Tian felt a bit helpless. It seemed that even a not-so-cold assassin was still quite cold. Just when Ye Tian thought he wouldn't get a reply from Hit, Hit leisurely spoke up, his gaze fixed on the battle between Jiren and Vegeta. "I want to fight that guy. That guy." Seeing Hit so focused on the battle between Vegeta and Jiren, Ye Tian rolled his eyes and turned to look at the two fighters. TCH. Chapter 58. I'm also very strong. Ye Tian felt a pang of bitterness. It was truly impressive. So powerful. At that moment, Vegeta quickly appeared behind Jiren, swinging his fist to strike Jiren's head. Swish! Jiren immediately extended his arm to block Vegeta's punch, then turned and punched back at Vegeta. TSK. Vegeta probably realized that their battle had reached a stalemate, and he spat in dissatisfaction. The two began to exchange blows again, their speed so fast that it seemed like they had grown multiple limbs, creating countless afterimages. "That guy Vegeta is even stronger than I imagined," Krillin exclaimed from the stands. "They haven't even unleashed their full power yet." Whis reminded with a smile. "There's still plenty of time, enough for them to determine a winner." Piccolo had relaxed considerably, his arms crossed and his expression solemn. Vegeta pulled back his fists, constantly performing backflips to create distance from Jiren. He steadied himself, arms straightened, and formed a flower petal shape with his hands, launching a ki blast at Jiren. Huh! The powerful shockwave exploded instantly, shrouding half the arena in smoke, leaving everyone in awe. "You brat, that face is really annoying." Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins, feeling furious. How dare Jiren look down on him? It was utterly infuriating. The super blue-stacked, Super Saiyan form didn't seem to deal much damage to this guy. As the smoke slowly dispersed, revealing Jiren's figure, it was clear that such a powerful attack had little effect on him. His shoulder was only covered in dust from the smoke, while the rest was completely unharmed. "That guy is too strong," Son Goku exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement he couldn't suppress. "Really? I realized that if it weren't for the new techniques I've been researching lately, I would probably just lose." Hit also spoke up, going on about it. New techniques? Were they? Son Goku turned back to Hit with curiosity. "You'll find out when the time comes." Hit teased, not directly telling Goku, saying this move was specifically meant to defeat him. "It seems you've definitely put in a lot of effort into your training too." Son Goku smirked. "This tournament is getting more and more interesting." Ye Tian knew that when Hitler was at the Conference of Power, he had already comprehended the further aspect of flash time, which is time condensation. Listening to Sun Wukong talk about how the conference was getting more and more interesting, Ye Tian yawned repeatedly, finding it increasingly boring. He didn't want to watch anymore. He wanted to find someone to spar with, but unfortunately, this not-so-cold assassin was very cold towards him. Ye Tian shifted his gaze, looking at the other contestants from Universe 11 who were also watching the battle not far away. There are plenty of challengers around. Ye Tian let out a roar and charged towards Tispo. It was agreed that the rabbit shouldn't see him a second time, and now it had seen him, right? Roast rabbit. Ye Tian kicked Tispo, sending the unprepared Tispo flying. Lord Zeno. Tispo looked seriously at Ye Tian, who had landed not far in front of him. "Don't just watch others fight, come and warm up with me." Ye Tian raised an eyebrow and gave a thumbs up, wiping his nose. He even bounced around a couple of times on the spot. Now he was like Bruce Lee in Dragon Ball. Tispo crashed to the ground, getting up and squinting at Ye Tian. Although there was fear, there was even more disgust. This Zeno was very mischievous, and he kept hitting him, even threatening him. Well then, I will take offense. Tispo's anger reached its peak. What's wrong with a rabbit? Rabbits can bite when they're angry, not counting as an offense. Show me your full strength. Ye Tian smiled slightly as he spoke, punching at the air. Come on. Tispo's long ears twitched slightly, and he pushed off the ground, charging towards Ye Tian. The speed was fast, but only fast in the eyes of Super Saiyan Goku. In the eyes of Ye Tian, who was now in the Peach Blossom realm, it was like the speed of a real rabbit. Fast it was, but it could still be caught. Thinking this, Ye Tian did just that. He struck with a knife hand, and Tispo managed to dodge by lowering his body, but before he could counterattack, Ye Tian's other hand moved. He grabbed Tispo's ears and spun him around several times, throwing Tispo into the air. Seeing Tispo being beaten down by Ye Tian, the other righteous team members couldn't stand it anymore and rushed towards Ye Tian, throwing their fists. Hey! Ye Tian's energy blast was still fired off, and his foot went up to block Tispo's punch. He couldn't defeat the first-ranked Jiren of Universe 11, but he still had some confidence against the second-ranked Tispo. As for the third-ranked Tispo, that was even less of a problem, because at that moment, the energy blast had already hit Tispo's body, sending him tumbling out of the ring. Tispo! Concerned shouts came from the contestants of Universe 11. Ye Tian did not pay attention at this moment. His foot was still on Tuo Po's broken fist. As he continued to exert force, Tuo Po, who originally used one hand, had now shifted to using both hands to block. Unfortunately, even with both hands, Tuo Po could not hold on for long, as his arms were already faintly trembling. Ye Tian smiled indifferently and withdrew his foot. Under Tuo Po's puzzled gaze, he exerted force again. Not only were Tuo Po's arms trembling, but under this heavy blow, even his entire hefty body began to tremble slightly. Ye Tian continued to exert force, and Tuo Po could no longer withstand it. His body flew back, letting out a cry of pain. Wow, I'm not that useless, Ye Tian said with his hands on his hips, then looked at Tuo Po falling from midair to the ground, sliding several meters. Indeed very powerful. No wonder it's the Great King. Tuo Po supported himself on his knees to stand up and praised in response. But I won't go easy on you either. Tuo Po clenched his fists at his waist, his expression serious and solemn. Oh really? Then let's see who wins first. Ye Tian charged towards Tuo Po again, throwing punches and kicks. Bang bang bang. Tuo Po quickly matched Ye Tian's movements, blocking all of Ye Tian's attacks. Oh. Brother's really great. The king sat high above, occasionally clapping his hands, feeling truly envious. Does the Great King also want to join the fun? The high priest turned to the king and asked. No. The king shook his head. I just want to watch. Let my brother enjoy himself. After throwing punches and kicks for a while, Ye Tian felt that he and Tuo Po were evenly matched, quickly losing interest. Continuing the fight would make it hard to determine a winner. Phew, I'm done. Ye Tian withdrew his fists, performing several backflips to distance himself from Tuo Po. Under Tuo Po's gritted teeth expression, Ye Tian quickly jumped a few times on the ruined arena and disappeared without a trace. The Great King is really mischievous. Bowen walked to Tuo Po's side, looking at the vanished Ye Tian, and sighed. Tuo Po looked towards the stands where TC Po had been eliminated because of Ye Tian, his expression heavy. The proud team now had only 9 members left. After Ye Tian Kai slipped away, he quickly found a base not far away, where he saw number 18 and Ribrian fighting. Which warrior? At this moment, Ribrian and the girls standing behind her had not transformed yet, looking like youthful, beautiful girls. Ye Tian let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he might have lost control and taken off his shoes to hit that ugly, love-filled fat woman, who was simply unparalleled in her hideousness. Number 18 and Ribrian were entangled in a fight, and Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the two beautiful women battling it out. It was truly a feast for the eyes. How infuriating! Ribrian exclaimed angrily, quickly retreating to distance herself from number 18. As a warrior who protects love and victory, how could she be beaten down by such an ugly woman? I, Ribrian, bear the will of the second universe, guarding the love and peace of the universe. I will never be defeated by you. On the spectator side, the old Kaioshin of Universe 2, Per, also showed a girlish heart, posing and exclaiming, "Here she comes." the beautiful warrior of love. What? The Kaioshin Shin and the old Kaioshin exchanged glances, not knowing what the Kaioshin of Universe 2 was going on about. Ribrian, unleash your charm, and let them witness your strength. The god of destruction, Hellas, from Universe 2, spoke meaningfully. Yes. Ribrian winked at the spectator side. Then let me transform and show it off. Ribrian, TSK. No transforming. Fatty. Before Ye Tian could finish speaking, he saw the pure and cute Librian surrounded by light, then transformed into an unapproachably fat figure. Damn, it hurts my eyes. Ye Tian quickly covered his eyes and rubbed them, as if washing them. Damn it, how could it sneak attack my eyes? Ye Tian didn't care about anything and casually threw an energy ball at Librian. The energy ball hit the newly transformed Librian, leaving her somewhat dazed. Even 18 was surprised and turned to look at Ye Tian. I really can't help it. Ye Tian's feet were constantly grinding on the ground. What to do? The soles of his feet were so itchy, he really wanted to take off his shoes and go over to beat that ugly woman. 17, hurry up. Where are you? Don't let the plot fall apart. He doesn't want to see this disgusting thing hitting 18. Ye Tian felt a few degrees of collapse after being stung in the eyes, but unfortunately, he had no idea where the 17 figures were. A gift of love. Ribrian charged towards Android 18. The enormous body running made Ye Tian feel like the ground was shaking. The now heavier Ribrian blocked a punch thrown by Android 18, then quickly counterattacked with a punch aimed at her. Android 18 was knocked back, landing on the ground with a thud, kneeling and rubbing her backside. TSK, can getting fatter really increase strength? This movement was quite graceful. Ye Tian simulated, as Android 18 happened to be facing away from him. Hey, get up quickly, you ugly woman. Kakunsa and Logi shouted from behind Ribrian. Android 18 turned her head, puzzled, looking back at Ye Tian, wondering if there were more people behind her. Ye Tian also looked around, scratching his head in confusion, before finally returning his gaze to Ribrian. What ugly woman. He thought that the participants in the tournament were probably just these few transformations from Universe 2. The other women were quite commendable, weren't they? Vegeta King of all. I'm talking about this one. This ugly woman. Ribrian noticed Ye Tian's fiery gaze and angrily clenched her fists, shouting, Ugly? Ye Tian's confusion grew, pointing at Android 18 and asking, Yes, the so-called ugly is the opposite of beauty. Logi kindly explained to Ye Tian. Ye Tian glanced back at Kakunsa and Logi, who hadn't transformed yet, then looked at Android 18 and finally focused back on Ribrian. Beautiful. Ye Tian felt he might need to question his life choices. Could it be that there was something wrong with his aesthetic sense? Yes, king of all. Ribrian is a super beauty, unlike that ugly woman. It will take 500 years, no, 10,000 years to win. Seeing Ye Tian's bewildered expression, Kakunsa also kindly reminded him. Ribrian crossed her arms, proudly accepting the flowery praise from Kakunsa and Logi. Ribrian is not only beautiful in appearance, but her strength is also very powerful. Yes, unparalleled beauty, powerful strength. Truly perfect. Is there something wrong with my taste? Ye Tian looked at Android 18, who also had a strange expression, confused and wanting to confirm. I don't know. Android 18 also looked puzzled, meeting Ye Tian's gaze, completely unaware of what the other was saying. Every universe, every planet, has different standards of beauty. Whis noticed the situation on Ye Tian's side and explained with a smile. Then, this can also be considered a beauty? Krillin, who was always paying attention to Android 18's situation, found it hard to express his feelings upon hearing Whis' words. Different standards of beauty? I don't find her cute. I think she is a bit ridiculous for being fat. Beerus was surprised by Krillin's reaction and casually shared his opinion. Then, does that mean Hellas can't be considered beauty? Ye Tian pointed towards the Egyptian female destroyer in the stands. In his eyes, Hellas could also be seen as a seductive beauty. But if Android 18 could only be called ugly, is that so? Then Hellas, you wouldn't be considered a beauty in your own universe, right? Beerus turned to look at Universe 2 and asked. Chapter 90. A stinging beauty nonsense. It's just that their planet is like that. Hellas crossed her arms, her expression somewhat unpleasant. Don't whine. I don't care if you think they are beautiful or ugly. In my eyes, you are ugly. Ye Tian put one hand on his hip and squinted, pointing at Ribrian. What? Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Ribrian felt as if struck by lightning. And in deep shock, she knelt down with her hands on the ground. In our world, beauty equals strength. Being beautiful to the extreme means being powerful to the extreme. The king of all actually said I'm ugly. Right. Hurry up and get off the stage. Ye Tian nodded, placing his hands on his hips as if it were a matter of course. Saying that Android 18 is ugly is simply unreasonable. No. Look at my love punch. Ribrian was somewhat shaken, but still held onto her self-identity, swinging her massive fist at Ye Tian. Even if you are the king of all, you cannot stop my determination for love. Clearly, Ye Tian's words severely stimulated Ribrian, and as she saw her giant fist, Ye Tian quickly withdrew to avoid it. Love Tornado Arrow. Super Love Rain. Indestructible Love Explosion. Ribrian, seeing her attack dodged by Ye Tian, relentlessly continued to strike again. Ye Tian quickly dodged, occasionally making a provocative face, seemingly worried that Ribrian wasn't stimulated enough. TSK. Ye Tian looked at the ground he had avoided, which had been smashed into a heart-shaped pit, and he was utterly speechless at the sheer randomness of the attacks. Just then, Kakunsa and Roji took the opportunity to appear behind Ye Tian, each grabbing one of his shoulders. With a clap, they restrained him like a criminal, and together they shouted, "Lord Ribrian, let the great king see your beauty." Don't force it? Ye Tian said that, but he still somewhat enjoyed the feeling of being held by the two girls. After all, they hadn't transformed yet, and in Ye Tian's aesthetic, they could still be considered cute. But in the next moment, he saw Ribrian leaping and spinning into the air, her massive body flying towards him as if to crush him like a mountain. No. Ye Tian panichkit. He didn't want to be pinned down by an ugly woman. Ye Tian hurriedly turned with Kakunsa and Rogi, pulling their hands apart and stepping back to create distance. This is truly ridiculous. Number 18, unconcerned, tucked her stray hair behind her ear, thinking that it was fine to be lazy and still get paid. Librian's attack once again missed, and upon hearing number 18's words, she cast a hostile glance at her. Kakunsa, Rogi Binder. Her rationality slightly returned. If she couldn't vent her anger on the great king, then she would target this ugly woman. All right, Lady Librian. Kakunsa and Rogi proceeded to bind the watching number 18. Hey, what are you trying to do? Let go of number 18. Krillin, unable to sit still, stood up and shouted nervously. Taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable position is simply despicable. Librian, who was preparing to attack, turned her gaze toward the stands where Krillin stood, and she blushed. That is, Librian's shyness crept onto her face, and her whole body trembled with embarrassment. That handsome guy. Who is he? Huh. Ye Tian looked over at Krillin, that short guy, bald and without a nose. Calling him handsome? Is that what handsome looks like? What does that make him? Handsome to the point of being sinful. That is my husband. Is there a problem? Number 18 looked at Librian suspiciously. What did you say? How could an ugly woman like you marry such a handsome guy? Hearing number 18's words, Librian also began to doubt her life. Oh dear. Kakunsa and Rogi kept sighing, wearing expressions like flowers. Krillin stuck in cow dung. Number 18. That smooth bald head, such simple yet exquisite features. Even without a nose, it's so on point. Kakunsa also admired Krillin's unparalleled looks. He is a man beyond reproach. Rogi chimed in. Jojo. Beerus cast a teasing glance at Krillin. Kirin. They actually said you're handsome. Thank you very much. But I'm not very happy. Krillin wore a constipated expression. And also, my name is Krillin. Krillin, what the hell? Hey, you all need to act normal. Ye Tian shouted, seeing Librian so excited that she was about to go crazy. What kind of lunatics are these? Is this the tournament of power? Is a melee fight? It's not a discussion about beauty or handsomeness, right? This is going a bit off track. How can it be? How is it possible? A handsome guy and such an ugly woman. No, I absolutely cannot accept it. Librian appeared somewhat frenzied, raising her hands high to form a heart shape, releasing pink light aimed at the bound number 18. Beautiful cannon. The light seemed poised to attack number 18, but it shrank smaller and smaller, its energy dwindling to the extreme, and then it disappeared. Oh no, Lady Librian's known beauty has wavered. Rogi's eyes widened. Rogi and Kakunsa suffered a huge blow, and number 18 took the opportunity to break free from her restraints, sending the dazed duo flying. Although I don't know what you were babbling about. If that's all the ability you have, then you should get off the ring early. Number 18 raised one hand, aiming at Librian. Even if we fail, we are still beautiful. We will jump ourselves. Librian angrily walked toward the edge of the ring. Lady Librian, Kakunsa and Rogi, seeing Librian so impulsive, desperately reached out to stop her. I really don't know what is going on. Number 18 didn't care anymore, letting those strange people be. This is truly a super childish game. Ye Tian, seeing this, also strongly agreed with number 18's earlier words. If you can play, then keep playing. If not, then go play. Ye Tian shrugged his shoulders, planning to change places to see how others were fighting. He couldn't play with such an eye-burning woman. Lady Librian, don't give up so easily. We promised to advance and retreat together. Kakunsa stretched out her hand, trying to persuade her. Chapter 91. Upper route, lower route, jungle no, you all continue fighting. Librian stood at the edge of the ring, her massive body looking extremely desolate. No. Rogi also reached out her hand. Lady Librian, you must cheer up. Your beauty shouldn't be so easily shaken. You all. Librian turned her head, her eyes brimming with tears, her plump face slightly trembling, filled with emotion. Stop chattering. Just get down already. Ye Tian couldn't stand it anymore. He kicked out, unexpectedly sending all three of the eye-burning trio flying off the stage. Really, what a show of sisterly affection. Just go down and play. Ye Tian walked towards number 18 with his hands on his hips. Number 18, you won. Before Ye Tian could finish his sentence, number 18 turned arrogantly with a cold snort and walked away, but before she could take a few steps, she was suddenly kicked off the stage as if she had been attacked. Swish! Seeing number 18 appear on the stands, Ye Tian's eyes widened. Which damn guy actually disrupted his rare moment alone with a beauty? At that moment, number 18 appeared dazed, sitting on the steps of the stands. Number 18, are you okay? Krillin looked concerned as he reached out to touch number 18's waist. Not sure. It felt like someone kicked me. Number 18 was also a bit taken aback. So careless, to be ambushed by an unseen attack. Come out. Ye Tian was furious, constantly scanning surroundings. Is the invisible person still small? Hello, Great King. A sudden voice came from behind Ye Tian. Was it you just now? Ye Tian turned around, looking around, but seeing no one. Furrowing his brows in frustration, coldly scolding, "Get out of here. You actually disrupted my plan. You disturbed my rare opportunity to be alone with a beauty. Such a rare chance. Simply damn it." Yes. The transparent person, Gamasalas, spoke helplessly. Ye Tian waited for a while, and then heard the voice of the rat destroyer from the stands. Gamasalas, did you offend the great All-King? You fool. Fortunately, the great All-King has forgiven you. For now, I'll let you off the hook. Ye Tian listened to the rat's ambiguous words and snorted, then wandered off to another place. After jumping around for a while, Ye Tian tried using the sky dance technique. It seemed that he wasn't exactly a top contender, and the restrictions on the arena had no effect on him. Swipe. Ye Tian floated in midair, watching the column in the center of the arena that hadn't changed much. Great Priest, how long has the tournament been going on? 13 minutes. Is the Grand Zeno tired of playing? Does he want to come sit and rest for a while? The Great Priest still had his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, but his eyes radiated affection. Brother, come sit. The Grand Zeno also patted the armrest of the throne, signaling Ye Tian to return. It's very interesting to watch here. The contestants will fall off soon. Hey, Quan, you keep watching. I haven't found a suitable opponent yet. Ye Tian waved at the Grand Zeno and continued to ask the Great Priest. How many people are left in each universe now? All right, please wait a moment, Grand Zeno. The Great Priest said, reaching for his staff and lightly pointing towards the void. Soon, the remaining contestants from each universe appeared in the void. Universe 2 had 5, Universe 3 had 7, Universe 4 had 3, Universe 9 had 5, Universe 7 had 7, Universe 9 had already been eliminated, Universe 10 had 1 left, and Universe 11 had 9. Oh wow, it seems the gap has widened. Ye Tian also saw the faces on the huge screen. It looked like the tournament would become even more exciting. Which universe will win? The Grand Zeno waved his little hand, looking very interested. I didn't expect it. Besides Goku and Vegeta, we still have so many contestants left. The Kaioshin Shin was very happy when he saw the number of people from his universe. Yes, it seems our universe has a high level in fighting. Old Kaioshin leisurely agreed. Hee. Maybe if we hold on in terms of numbers, we might win in the end, right? Lord Beerus? Whis also smiled and looked at Beerus, who was sitting in front, but Beerus crossed his arms, ignoring them, as he focused on the scattered battles of the few from Universe 7. Broly and Vegeta were on the offensive, fighting. Goku was assisting, watching. Frieza, Bardock, and number 17 were playing the field, encountering and fighting one by one, while Gohan was also assisting, wandering around. Such a combination wouldn't last long. Over here, Ye Tian received the exact news and turned his head to the most intense battle area, flying towards that direction. There were quite a few people, including Broly, Caulifla Kale, and Frieza with Kaba, All familiar faces from Universe 9 and Universe 7. Broly and Kaba were having a very friendly sparring session, trading punches and kicks, a courteous exchange. Broly seemed somewhat perfunctory, while Kaba was fighting very seriously. Their duel barely counted as a real fight, at most a friendly match. On the other side, Kale was nervously watching Caulifla because Caulifla was engaged in battle with Frieza. But clearly, Caulifla was no match for Frieza. With a kick, Frieza sent Caulifla flying into the central column of the arena. The column had already been battered and was full of dents from the chaotic fighting. Even the arena itself was unrecognizable. Aren't you Saiyan? Frieza sneered, looking at Caulifla with a mocking expression. TCH, what is going on? Why do you keep staring at me while I fight? Caulifla's forehead bulged with veins, confused by Frieza's actions. Why is that? Frieza placed his hands on his hips with an arrogant expression. Of course, it's because you are Saiyans. Who told me I have a blood feud with Saiyans? Even though you are from Universe 9, seeing you swaying in front of me makes me very uncomfortable. Bastard. What kind of reason is that? Caulifla wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression turning serious. She suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan, proudly clenching her fists, and said, "Looks like I need to get serious. This is my Super Saiyan form. Are you scared yet?" Oh dear. Frieza's expression was somewhat hard to describe. He wasn't scared at all. After all, Saiyans from our universe have many colors when they transform. Thinking about it, there really aren't many colors left for Saiyans in Universe 7. Frieza sneered. Is that so? But don't confuse me with others. Caulifla didn't listen at all, still wearing a proud expression as she charged towards Frieza. Frieza showed a sinister smile, catching Caulifla's fist, twisting her wrist, and throwing her away. Bam! Caulifla flipped and fell to the ground, sliding backward. After steadying herself, she charged at Frieza again. Frieza, however, remained indifferent, raising one hand with his palm up. A sudden rock from the arena jutted out, blocking Caulifla's charge. Unexpectedly, Caulifla broke the rock with her punch, striking Frieza's cheek. Bang! Frieza was sent flying, and Caulifla quickly followed up with a swing of her fists. It seemed Frieza was enjoying the game. His index finger twitched, and another rock shot out from the arena towards the chasing Caulifla. The rock flew at high speed, leaving Caulifla no time to dodge, and it hit her hard, sending her flying again. Bang! Bang bang bang! Frieza landed on the ground, raising both hands as countless rocks flew up and bombarded the fallen Caulifla. Boom boom boom! The huge explosions and the accompanying smoke spread out instantly, causing Kale, who was standing nearby, to shout nervously, "Sister!" Such a big commotion. Broly and Kaba stopped their sparring and turned to look. "Caulifla, are you okay?" Kaba called out anxiously. "Super Saiyan or whatever. It's nothing special." Frieza proudly waved his tail, treating her as mere entertainment. Is that so? Ye Tian, in his pink form, silently appeared behind Frieza, suddenly swinging his fist to attack Frieza's back. Crack! With a punch to the unsuspecting Frieza's back, he sent him flying. Ye Tian blocked his forehead with his hand, gazing into the distance, muttering like you're the only one who can play. As the smoke cleared, Caulifla had already appeared on the other side, hands on her hips, looking dissatisfied at Ye Tian. "Grand Zeno, this is our fight, okay?" Is that so? Sorry. Ye Tian flew back, giving way. "Then you continue. Get up quickly. That hit from the Grand Zeno just now won't hurt you," Caulifla said indifferently, looking at Frieza, who was sprawled on the ground. "Don't be so straightforward." Ye Tian felt embarrassed and twitched his mouth at her words. Even in Super Saiyan 1, Caulifla could still shamelessly say such things. "Oh, you could see the Grand Zeno everywhere," Frieza said with a hint of meaning, standing up and looking at Caulifla with a mocking gaze. Getting too proud too early often leads to a very ugly death. Isn't this saying about yourself? Carly flipped her foot and charged towards Frieza once again. Ye Tian shook his head while listening to the two guys talking. They were so arrogant. Frieza and Kale seemed to be evenly matched, exchanging punches and kicks. But Frieza wasn't using his full strength at all. Bang! A punch was dodged by Frieza, and Kale quickly retreated, unleashing a Kamehameha wave towards Frieza. This Kamehameha wave was Kale's ultimate attack, so powerful that it blasted a chunk out of the arena. Broly and Kaba had already stopped fighting and landed not far from Caulifla, watching the battle between Frieza and Kale. Even the entire arena paused in shock, turning their attention this way. As the smoke cleared, scattered debris floated around the arena. Caulifla laughed triumphantly. "White Lizard, have you witnessed my power now?" On the ruined arena, Frieza brushed off the dust from his shoulder, smiling at the proud Caulifla. You're definitely stronger than those Saiyans from our universe who just started transforming. But you're pretty impressive too. I must say, you held up quite well against my powerful strike. Upon hearing this compliment, Caulifla accepted it without modesty and started to flatter him back. You're not bad either. You only looked a bit disheveled under my mighty blow. Quite solid. Frieza, stop playing around. If you want to play, play with me. Ye Tian stood by, utterly speechless at how well these two got along. Aside from Jiren, Goku, and Vegeta, the only one who could match him was Frieza. Oh right, and that topo, but he was always talking about justice, which was quite annoying. Lord Zeno, there's still so much time left. Why are you in such a hurry? Frieza had no interest in Ye Tian and said to Caulifla, well then, I need to show you my true power. Like all of it. I had planned to save it for last. What? Caulifla was puzzled. Had Frieza not used much of his strength until now? Big sister. Kale's expression showed concern. The big sister she supported should always be the strongest, but now... Frieza clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead, and his body began to tremble slightly. As he released his powerful energy amidst continuous shouts, the airwaves swirled into a hurricane, blowing around the arena. The howling wind stirred up the debris on the ground and cleared the dust around Frieza. Is Golden Frieza about to appear? Ye Tian felt as if he could hear the exclusive music announcing Golden Frieza's entrance. What the heck is that golden shine? Caulifla looked shocked as she tried to block the fierce energy wave. Oh, Frieza has turned golden. Nearby, Bardock, who was fighting with other universe contestants, was secretly surprised. Broly also showed a shocked expression, his color changing from ivory white to golden. What is ivory white? Hearing Broly's words, Ye Tian blinked and looked at him. Wasn't he just white? His power seems to have become even stronger. Cabba's face was covered in cold sweat. Caulifla might not be his match. Oh, I didn't expect Frieza to unleash all his power. Goku had been focused on the battle between Vegeta and Jiren. After sensing Frieza's power surge, he turned to look at the opposite side of the arena. What? Who is Frieza? Hit looked at Goku in confusion. Is Frieza really that strong? By the way, why didn't this guy participate in the last tournament between Universe 9 and Universe 7? Chapter 93. The handsome 17 below me is also quite strong. Goku explained, looking at the battle between Vegeta and Jiren. The fight between the two was still very intense. Vegeta launched a new round of attacks, striking at Jiren, who calmly blocked the punch with his elbow. Bang! Vegeta twisted his body and kicked at Jiren. But Jiren blocked it again, and Vegeta performed 2 backflips to create distance. It seems this isn't all your power. With a push, Vegeta flew forward, increasing his strength with the momentum. What a surprise! Vegeta seems to have gotten a lot stronger. Goku watched the fierce battle and sighed. When did he learn to do that? His stacking power has significantly increased, and his transformation duration is longer now. Vegeta and Jiren locked their fingers together, struggling against each other, seeming evenly matched, but Jiren's power was subtly rising. Meanwhile, Vegeta's peak was starting to decline, clearly unable to keep up with Jiren's speed, and he was kicked away by Jiren. Swipe. Looking at Vegeta landing beside him, Goku's expression turned worried. Hey, Vegeta, are you okay? TCH. Stop talking nonsense. Vegeta spat and charged at Jiren again. The two once again engaged in close combat, accompanied by Vegeta's occasional shouts, with only the sounds of fists and feet colliding remaining. Bang, bang, bang. If you can't hold on, just say so, and I'll take over. Goku mumbled. I'm still waiting in line to fight hit. Vegeta, who was exchanging blows with Jiren, didn't he hear Goku's words at all. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he increased the intensity of his attacks. I won't believe it. I can't let your expression remain unchanged. Ye Tian seemed to feel something and scratched his ear. He just seemed to have heard Vegeta's roar. Whoosh. Ye Tian turned his head to the left, not far away, as he seemed to hear the sound of arrows. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't arrows at all, but a beam of light shooting by. It was Android 17, quickly leaping between the rocks. It's Android 17, the second most handsome after me. Ye Tian had a good impression of this dashing antagonist, and he waved his hand. Unfortunately, 17 didn't notice Ye Tian, who was blocked by layers of rock. With a fit figure and a calm expression, 17 was engaged in a chase with his opponent, and judging by his confident demeanor, he must not have encountered any tough foes. With infinite stamina and energy, he wasn't weak at all. Ye Tian thought as he shifted his gaze back to 17. The chase finally came to a halt, or L17 would have left Ye Tian's line of sight. Bang bang bang. It was the yellow bear Bartamo from Universe 9, continuously throwing punches at 17, who effortlessly deflected all the attacks. In fact, 17 quickly countered. He blocked Bartamo's punch, grabbed his wrist, and flung him upward. Bartamo's massive bear body was thrown into the air, but he quickly fell back down, bouncing a few times like a rubber ball to stabilize himself. Hoo. Your fate has long been sealed. Bada Montak Sniat. TSK. Ye Tian spat, feeling that this bear was quite arrogant. 17. Using physical attacks against that stupid bear won't work. Ye Tian planned to lend 17 a hand. His body was like rubber. He could only think of a way to throw him off the stage. Ye Tian's words were left unfinished, as number 17 had already punched Bartamo in the abdomen, charging straight forward. The entire bear-like body of Bartamo was pulled to the extreme of elasticity, like a slingshot in hand, pulled back with force. Bang! Bartamo's body rebounded and flew off the stage, falling down. Swish! Huh? Number 17 then noticed Ye Tian behind him and asked, somewhat belatedly, Great King, did you just say something? I didn't say anything. Ye Tian shrugged his hands, indicating his innocence. You're really impressive. How do you train? How do I train? Number 17 thought for a moment and replied straightforwardly, I don't train. I just guard the island. Usually, I just scare away some animals or catch the bad guys that come. Oh, it must be lonely being on the island by yourself, right? Ye Tian casually asked, trying to find topic. I'm not alone. There's also number 19, plus my wife and 3 kids, and the other forest rangers. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was stunned. What the hell? What kind of Dragon Ball Super is he watching? Didn't number 19 already die a long time ago? How could he still be alive now? Hasn't he seen enough of Dragon Ball? Ye Tian's thoughts hadn't yet deepened when he saw a sneaky figure peeking out from the side. Come out! Ye Tian looked over with dissatisfaction, and it was the last surviving warrior of Universe 10, Makiope. Yes, Lord Zeno. Makiope displayed a face more hideous than crying, shrinking back as he looked at Ye Tian. From Universe 10? Ye Tian was somewhat uncertain. Mainly, with those bulging Babidi-like eyes, he really couldn't confirm these random passerby ABCs. Yes. Lord Zeno's memory is truly remarkable. Makiope trembled as he responded. Get lost. You're really in the way. After sensing Makiope's strength, Ye Tian waved his hand dismissively. What did this ugly man want to interrupt their handsome exchange for? Why, yes, my lord. Makiope immediately wanted to retreat, but unfortunately, his luck ended there, because at that moment, number 17 quickly launched an attack, throwing a punch at Makiope. Seeing the imminent danger, Makiope immediately dove to the ground to evade number 17's attack, exclaiming, Don't make a move in front of Lord Zeno. Oh, it's fine. You guys fight. After you're done, I can continue chatting with number 17. Ye Tian said as he leaped back several meters. With such an ugly thing, Ye Tian felt he had no reason to intervene if number 17 wanted to take action. And no. Makiope waved his hands repeatedly. What a joke. He was the only warrior barely surviving from Universe 10. You can continue talking. You can pretend I don't exist, pretend I didn't pass by. Makiope was on the verge of tears. He really just happened to be hiding nearby and curiously peeked out at the noise. He didn't want to fight at all. He bore the lives of all the gods and beings of Universe 10 on his shoulders, and he needed to survive until the end. Chapter 94. Universe 10 is eliminated TSK. If you're not going to fight, what are you doing on the stage? Let me send you down. Number 17 frowned slightly, seeing Makiope's refusal and displaying his goodwill enthusiastically. Makiope watched the powerful wind from the punch approaching him, and without caring too much, he gritted his teeth and dodged to the side to avoid number 17's punch. Quite nimble, huh? Number 17 coldly smiled as he saw his punch miss and was not annoyed. He launched another punch. Sensing the crisis, Makiope gritted his teeth and threw a punch back at number 17. But even without underestimating him, he underestimated number 17's strength. With just one punch, Makiope felt his fist hit something harder than the arena stone. As their fists collided, Makiope's body was instantly sent flying, and before he could react, number 17 was already in front of him. Bang! Makiope had no ability to resist and was knocked to the edge of the arena, just 0.5 meters away from falling off. Phew! Seeing Makiope nearly fly off the arena, the elephant destroyer god in the stands had his trunk almost straightened out, shouting, Stop! Don't come over. Our hope. Am I wrong? Is this where it ends? The Kaioshin Gavas also had a worried expression. Turning away from the arena, his mind somewhat unstable. Having silently watched the continuation of life, Had he made a mistake? He didn't need to think to know he hadn't yet come out of the shadow of the incident with Zamasu. But at this moment, everyone was focused intently on the arena, and no one noticed Gava's situation. Are you going down yourself, or should I help you? Number 17 walked over to Makiope with his arms crossed. Ye Tian, standing nearby, put his hands on his hips and watched the show. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that Universe 10 only had one contestant left who hadn't been eliminated. I will never leave the arena. Makiope shouted angrily with his eyes closed, randomly unleashing energy blasts at number 17. Bang! Bang! Number 17 effortlessly swatted away the continuous energy blasts with one hand, his expression indifferent as he said, "You can't beat me." Just as number 17 was about to throw his final punch at Makiope, unexpectedly, the combat expert from Universe 11, Kaeslar, quickly appeared behind the two. Bang! With a punch and a kick, Makiope, who was so close to the edge of the arena, was directly knocked out. Swish! Number 17, however, reacted quickly, bending down to avoid Kaeslar's kick and leaping to the back of Kaeslar. The righteous warrior will never be absent. Kaeslar posed dramatically like a superhero. Is he out his mind? Ye Tian squinted at the foolish Kaeslar. Didn't you see we were handling serious business? Lord Zeno, this is the arena, and everyone is fighting. It's not a place for chatting. Kaeslar retracted his pose, looking seriously at Ye Tian. This subtly hostile gaze clearly held a grudge against Ye Tian for knocking Bro down from the arena earlier. Swish! At this moment, Makiope appeared in the stands, and everyone from Universe 10 looked grave. All the contestants had been eliminated. The time for extermination was approaching, and the Grand Priest's voice rang out, Universe 10. Eliminated. I'm sorry. The Kaioshin Gavas suddenly stood up and bowed to the people of Universe 10. I should have focused more on everyone's physical training. It was my policy that was wrong. Universe 10 can only come this far. The Elephant Destroyer God looked somewhat pale, his long trunk drooping, his mood heavy. It's okay, Gavas. You've done enough for the Kaioshin position of Universe 10. Swish! As the Grand Priest raised his small hand, everyone from Universe 10 collectively vanished. This heavy atmosphere hardly affected Ye Tian on the arena. His expression was not good as he looked at Kaeslar with some dissatisfaction. Oh, so you're looking for trouble, huh? I wouldn't dare. Feeling Ye Tian's ill intentions, Kaeslar hypocritically replied, but his expression showed no respect at all. Oomph. Ye Tian instantly reached Peach Blossom Realm and kicked at Kaeslar. Kaeslar wanted to react, but unfortunately for him, number 17 was also not just watching. He quickly blocked Kaeslar's escape route. Bang! Kaeslar, already at the edge of the arena, was kicked off just like Makiope before him. Swish! The Clown Destroyer God turned to look at Kaeslar, who appeared in the stands, his heavily made-up face looking somewhat displeased. What are you doing provoking Lord Zeno? Do you want our universe to be destroyed? But Kaeslar's eyes subtly glanced at Bro, who was sitting uncomfortably, swallowing his words of explanation. All right, the trash has been dealt with. Ye Tian clapped his hands and looked at number 17. Let's continue our exchange between handsome guys. Is Lord Zeno not angry? That person just now offended you. Number 17 looked at the furious Clown Destroyer God in the stands and questioned curiously. Why should I be angry? They're just trash. Why would I get mad at trash? That would only make me seem petty. Ye Tian asked in confusion, and then said that Kazarar had already been defeated by him. Oh! Number 17 replied perfunctorily, saying that it had nothing to do with him. So what does the Great King want with me? After what Ye Tian considered a pleasant conversation, number 17 asked with a puzzled expression. So am I supposed to stay until the end? Ye Tian nodded in response. That's right. As the second strongest, you are the key person in this conference. So even if you have to survive, you must survive until the end. So who is the first strongest? The focus of No. 17 was entirely on the first half, and no one knew if he was listening in the second half. Of course it's me. Ye Tian tilted his head and adjusted his crab-shaped bangs. Upon hearing this, number 17's expression became somewhat complicated. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately kept silent. The two of them fell into silence for a moment, while explosions and dazzling fireworks occasionally erupted around them. The omnipresent shockwaves, flying debris, and swirling dust indicated that the chaotic battle on the arena was still ongoing. The other beings from various universes in the stands remained unusually silent at the disappearance of yet another universe. Not a single person spoke. Not even the four gods of destruction who didn't participate in the Tournament of Power. Chapter 95. Are you going up? The atmosphere grew increasingly quiet and heavy as they watched the intensifying battle on the arena. Which universe would last until the end? No one could tell, especially with the unpredictable king of all, who could throw a wrench into anything. Vegeta and Jiren from Universe 11 were still fighting. Both were not using their full strength and were testing each other. But how long would this go on before a victor emerged? In this silent atmosphere, the Supreme Kai of Time, Shin, looked towards Vegeta's battle and spoke up. The gloomy ambience gradually faded. With the old Supreme Kai's voice, the atmosphere became lively again. Oomph. A Supreme Kai who can't even see clearly. The old Supreme Kai disdainfully gave him a knock on the head. Supreme Kai Shin knew he couldn't argue with the old Supreme Kai, so he just stood there covering his head. What was the most important thing in a chaotic battle? Time is limited. 48 minutes seems short, but the battlefield can change in an instant. Conserving energy becomes particularly crucial, especially since one has to guard against sneak attacks from others. Why fight this way? Only you wouldn't understand. The old Supreme Kai grew increasingly disdainful and simply turned his head away to watch the arena. Supreme Kai Shin didn't dare to raise any further questions and quickly moved past the topic. He didn't want to be hit a few more times in front of so many people. There were still 30 minutes left in the tournament of power. Huff. Vegeta frowned as he dodged a punch from Jiren, quickly retreating to stabilize himself. You're stronger than I expected. Oomph. Justice is the strongest. Jiren still wore a cold, emotionless face, his dark, large eyes filled with pride. Vegeta let out a cold laugh, quickly returning to his usual demeanor. Turning to Goku, Kakarot, are you going up? Aren't you going to fight? Is it really my turn now? I thought you were going to fight until the end of the tournament. Goku looked at the battle between Vegeta and Jiren, already pumped up and eager to go. This isn't a one-on-one battle. This is a tournament. Vegeta shrugged slightly, vaguely saying, in the original plot, while his performance was indeed impressive, it wasn't the kind of impressiveness he wanted. Why was he so reluctant to fight against Jiren? If he was going to fight, he wanted to defeat Jiren and make it to the end. As someone who had memories from a system, he wanted both to be first and to be the strongest. With the remaining time, he needed to conserve some energy to strive for the final victory. Then I won't hold back. Goku rotated his shoulders and twisted his neck, making cracking sounds. What about me? I've been waiting for ages. Hit, who had been leaning casually against the rock wall, finally spoke up, dropping his arms from his chest to look at Goku. How about rock, paper, scissors? Gohan suggested the simplest solution. Then you go first. After a moment of silence, Hit made the difficult decision. I won't go easy on you. Upon hearing Hit's uncertain words, Goku moved towards Jiren. Then, maybe I should go first? Hit tentatively looked at Goku as he walked forward. If you two want to go together, that's fine. Vegeta spoke softly as he brushed past Goku. After all, in the original Tournament of Power, Hit and Goku had teamed up against Jiren before. Jiren, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, feeling insulted. One after another, they all wanted to fight him but didn't take him seriously. They just switched out whenever they felt like it. Vegeta, how can you say that? Goku frowned, muttering in dissatisfaction. Stop wasting time. If you dawdle too long, none of you will get a turn. Vegeta walked back, waving his hand at the two. I'll go first. Upon hearing this, Goku no longer hesitated to give way to Hit. He quickly dashed towards Jiren. As he ran, Goku instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form, throwing a punch aimed at Jiren's face. Jiren was somewhat annoyed. After fighting Vegeta, he realized that Vegeta's strength was not weak. He no longer underestimated the approaching Goku and also threw a punch back at him. Bang! To Jiren's surprise, his punch actually hit Goku's jaw, sending him flying. Ugh! Goku cried out in pain, doing several backflips on the arena before barely stabilizing himself. You're even stronger than I thought, Jiren. Goku rubbed his jaw and praised him. After that, Goku charged at Jiren again, attempting to sweep Jiren's legs to knock him down. Jiren kicked out an almost imperceptible speed, sending Goku flying away. Goku was hit and instantly sent tumbling backward. With 2 consecutive attacks, it seemed Goku had no way to counter. He backflipped and landed on the arena, once again charging towards Jiren, throwing punches, kicking, sweeping. Goku moved like lightning, his attack speed leaving only afterimages. His powerful and forceful moves tore through the air, creating explosive sounds. Each strike was as unstoppable as a raging tide. But to Jiren, it felt as slow as a turtle. Bang! 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 Jiren didn't even move his feet, simply bending his arms to block Goku's punches and kicks with his elbows. Are you stalling for time? Your power is nothing but a joke. Jiren's forehead twitched with veins, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Goku's fighting style felt like child's play compared to his fight with Vegeta. Was he just playing with him? Hey, look. Goku's attacks aren't having any effect. Krillin in the stands couldn't take it anymore. Was he not taking it seriously? No, Goku is fighting very seriously. Whis suddenly spoke up, possibly recalling how Vegeta fought earlier. That was Super Saiyan Blue stacked with Super Saiyan 3, while Goku was just in Super Saiyan Blue now. So it feels like he can't compete with Jiren. Hearing Whis' explanation, Krillin's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he watched Son Wukong on the stage. Unable to shake Jiren. Why doesn't Wukong use stacking? P.S. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone, and Happy New Year tomorrow. Chapter 99. That was really close. Maybe. It can't be. The old Kaioshin also looked towards the battle on Son Wukong's side. TSK. Beerus rested his chin on his thigh, glancing at the three who had already been eliminated beside him, then scanning the various universes represented in the audience. Universe 11 has only eliminated 2. I hope the Grand Zeno will be a bit more generous. Oh, I didn't expect you to say something like that. Beerus. The mouse god of destruction raised an eyebrow and began to mock. The Grand Zeno is one of us, Beerus said proudly, not paying the mouse god of destruction any mind. The Grand Zeno has never said such a thing. Don't be so self-righteous. The mouse god of destruction's forehead twitched with veins. I am at least half of the Grand Zeno's caretaker. What about Quitella? What does he count as? Beerus became even more smug, and his tail began to sway behind him. The commotion in the audience completely escaped Ye Tian's attention. After chatting with number 17, he flew into the air, hovering and watching the chaotic battle on the stage. He wanted to find Frieza, but although many contestants had been eliminated, the stage was too chaotic. Moreover, after the battles, the stage was battered and broken, with too many rocks blocking his view. It was difficult to find the elusive Frieza. Ye Tian raised a hand to shield his eyes and looked over. Wukong is now fighting Jiren? At that moment, Son Wukong was swinging his fists heavily at Jiren, but unfortunately, Jiren caught Wukong's attack with one hand. Wukong backflipped to create distance from Jiren, landing on the ground with gritted teeth, placing both hands on his hips. A Kamehameha wave shot toward Jiren, who didn't dodge and was hit by the wave, causing smoke to rise at the edge of the stage. How about this move? Son Wukong looked towards the direction obscured by smoke, as this was a considerable boost in his power. Ye Tian landed next to Hit. Where's Vegeta? Why didn't he fight Jiren? He left. Hit responded without even looking at Ye Tian, not turning his head. Ye Tian didn't pay much attention to it. The not-so-cold killer would only be cold towards him, and he would gradually get used to it, one way or another. Ye Tian looked at Jiren, who walked out calmly amidst the swirling smoke, and approached Son Wukong. Is this all the power you have? Jiren stood before Son Wukong, looking down at him, and then threw a punch. Bang! Son Wukong was knocked back, screaming as he fell to the ground, sliding until he barely stopped at the edge of the arena. Hey, Wukong, what are you doing? Even Vegeta can stack Super Saiyan 3, and you're only using Super Saiyan Blue? Ye Tian immediately asked, not understanding. This question also voiced its confusion, as he slightly raised his head nearby. The Grand Zeno. Son Wukong flipped over and jumped up, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. I want to conserve some energy. That pillar hasn't even gone down halfway yet. Hee. Ye Tian chuckled, looking at the cylindrical pillar in the center of the arena. I didn't expect you to have a habit of getting beaten up. Wukong. Son Wukong didn't answer, charging at Jiren again, only to be punched away once more. Bang. This time, Son Wukong's body was already more than half out of the arena, and he realized this was not good. I think conserving energy like this is worse than just stacking Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and Super Saiyan 4 like Vegeta. Ye Tian offered his suggestion. Son Wukong wobbled as he got back up, and when Jiren's fist swung at him, he managed to block it. But the force caused him to slide back to the very edge of the arena. Bang! As stones crumbled, Krillin in the stands exclaimed, Wukong, be careful. You're about to fall. Just as he said that, the edge of the arena beneath Son Wukong cracked, and his footing gave way, sending stones tumbling into the endless darkness below. Top, top, top. As the edge of the arena continued to crack, Son Wukong stared blankly with wide eyes, falling into the endless abyss. Wukong, Wukong. Piccolo and Krillin in the stands shouted in unison. Could it be that their ace was about to be eliminated in such an unexpected manner? Damn it, what are you doing? Seeing Son Wukong's body fall out of the arena, Beerus widened his eyes and immediately yelled. It's over. Krillin felt guilty and regretful, unable to stop himself from covering his face, cursing his own bad luck. Tap! Just at this critical moment, Ye Tian suddenly grabbed Son Wukong's hand, grinning. If you get eliminated, this tournament will be boring. Whoosh. Ye Tian threw Son Wukong back onto the arena, and Hit, who was rushing over from a distance, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The members of Universe 7 in the stands also relaxed, with sweat still beading on Beerus's forehead. Thank you, Grand Zeno. Krillin had already started wiping sweat, feeling a large patch of coldness on his back. Wukong really is lucky. Even Android 18 exclaimed, astonished that he received Grand Zeno's favor. Yeah, Piccolo nodded in agreement. While the others were expressing their feelings, the clown god of destruction, Demigra, couldn't stand it any longer. Hey, this is cheating. Shut up. The clown god of destruction slapped Demigra on the forehead. Do you want to die? These guys, do they not realize the noble status of Grand Zeno? Or are they blinded by the power he is displaying now? Don't forget that Grand Zeno can jump down from the arena because of his identity and the backing he has. Before the clown god of destruction could continue his thoughts, the Grand Priest's gaze turned towards them. Does Universe 11 have any opinions to express? No, none. The clown god of destruction felt the Grand Priest's emotionless eyes and the killing intent rising from within, and immediately shook his head frantically. Oh, that's good. The Grand Priest slightly raised his head and focused his gaze back on the arena. The clown god of destruction couldn't help but exhale, then warned Demigra with a glance, and continued watching the chaotic battle on the arena. Phew, that was close. Son Wukong sighed, thanking Ye Tian, who was flying at the edge of the arena. Thank you so much, Grand Zeno. If it weren't for you, I would definitely regret it. You're too polite. Using your body, I have to repay you somehow. Ye Tian landed back on the arena, responding courteously. Ha ha ha. Beerus stood with his hands on his hips, smugly declaring, as expected, Grand Zeno is on our side. Victory is indeed ours. Chapter 97, Rotating Substitution Tactics. Whoa. Lord Beerus, tone it down a bit. Whis reminded Beerus, you'll attract everyone's ire like this. Then it's my turn. Without giving Son Wukong a chance to react, Hit stood expressionlessly in front of Jiren. Hey, I'm not done yet. Son Wukong looked at Hit with dissatisfaction. That last one was an accident. Hit ignored Son Wukong, pressing at his waist to release his coat and throwing it to the ground. I've waited long enough. With that, Hit charged at Jiren, quickly throwing punches. Jiren watched indifferently, extending his arm to block Hit's fist with his elbow. Hit wasn't in a hurry. He spun in the air and kicked Jiren's shoulder. Jiren's other hand moved, bending his arm and raising his elbow to block the attack, his feet not moving an inch. Hit quickly withdrew to create distance and then dove down again. Hit is really impressive. He's even stronger than during the last martial arts tournament. Son Wukong watched Hit's rapid attacks, expressing his admiration repeatedly. Ye Tian listened to Son Wukong's words with some helplessness, as Hit had been continuously pressured and beaten by Jiren, without even the strength to react. So how was he strong? Bang! Hit was once again knocked away and fell to the ground. He touched his abdomen and stood up shakily, looking somewhat disheveled. Are you okay, Hit? Son Wukong shouted with concern, and then gritted his teeth to join the battle. Seeing Son Wukong throwing punches at Jiren, Hit rushed in without hesitation. And for a moment, the two were mixing it up with Jiren. Bang, bang, bang. Clap, clap, clap. Oh! This is what I've seen in the Tournament of Power. Ye Tian nodded at the familiar scene. He had no idea how the plot had gone off track before. He didn't feel omniscient at all. Damn it. He hasn't even changed his expression. Cold sweat slid down Son Wukong's cheek as he gritted his teeth and spoke. This isn't going to work. Hit echoed. They both couldn't defeat him. Hearing Son Wukong and Hit's words, Ye Tian suddenly smiled, instantly entering the state of Peach Blossom and joined in the fray. Count me in. The chaotic fight of 3 quickly turned into a chaotic fight of 4. Jiren finally moved, and facing the 3 opponents, even the seemingly invincible Jiren felt the pressure. When Ye Tian's fist collided with Jillian's developed muscles, he felt a stinging pain from the recoil. What strong muscles! Ye Tian jumped up and kicked toward Jillian's neck, but Jillian, quick on his feet, managed to block Ye Tian's sweep. Looking at that smooth head, Ye Tian inexplicably thought of the so-called Bronze Man from Shaolin Temple. With this thought, Jillian in front of him was strangely placed into that role. Distracted, Ye Tian's attack speed slowed down even more. Oh ha ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, look at Lord Zeno, he's distracted again. Whis laughed. This habit. I don't think Lord Zeno will be able to change it. Beerus glanced out of the corner of his eye, 3 black lines appearing on his forehead. But not long into the battle, Son Wukong exited the fight, reverting his Super Saiyan blue form back to normal. Ye Tian and Hit suddenly felt an increase in pressure, and after a short while, they quickly distanced themselves from Jiren. Hey Goku, what are you doing? Ye Tian asked, surprised as he looked at Son Wukong. I want to defeat him with my own strength, not by teaming up. Son Wukong looked at his own hands. I feel like there's a wall in front of me. What wall? Ye Tian touched in front of Son Wukong, but aside from air, there was no wall. Are you trying to break through that wall in this match? Hit looked at Son Wukong in surprise. Yeah, otherwise I can't defeat Jiren. And I won't win the match. Son Wukong nodded. It was at a loss for words. You really have confidence. Son Wukong, I don't have confidence. I just want to try. After all, I have no other choice. Don't treat me like I'm air. Ye Tian looked at the two talking to themselves, feeling a bit annoyed. What wall? What wall? What confidence or no confidence? Got it. Is the Grand Zeno still going to fight? If not, then I'll go myself. Hit looked at the dissatisfied Ye Tian and asked symbolically. Huh? Without waiting for Ye Tian's response, Hit shouted loudly and unleashed all his power, charging towards Jiren. I'm coming, Jiren. Feeling the immense power explosion from Hit, Jiren's expression finally showed a hint of change. Jiren moved first, charging towards Hit, while Hit quickly formed a hand sign, with his thumb, index, and middle finger straight, and the other fingers bent. Hit raised his hands, creating a hand sign to face Jiren, who was momentarily stunned. He felt an endless power spreading over him, binding his movements and making him unable to move. But in the blink of an eye, Jiren regained his movement, and his punch just barely grazed Hit's body, missing entirely. Ye Tian's eyes widened. If I didn't see it wrong, I would have thought Hit learned some secret technique for Naruto. In the following moments, every punch thrown by Jiren was dodged by Hit. Even Son Wukong was shocked. What's going on? Jiren's movements have actually slowed down. What did Hit just do? This technique is called time stop, an evolved version of flash time, which separates Jiren's time, making it slower. Ye Tian showcased his knowledge. Oh, although I don't fully understand, it sounds impressive. Son Wukong nodded, his gaze on Hit growing more intense. What is the Grand Zeno saying? Krillin curiously asked Beerus next to him. How would I know? Don't ask me. Beerus snorted, clearly not in a good mood, seeing the fighters from Universe 9 show off. The technique Hit used is a form of time manipulation. The Grand Zeno is probably discussing this with Wukong. Whis explained gently to Krillin, not paying much attention. Jiren's attacks became increasingly fierce as he continuously punched at Hit. But under the effect of the time stop technique, not a single hit landed on Hit. Smack! Hit blocked Jiren's powerful punch, and with his other hand clenched into a fist, he struck hard at Jiren's abdomen. Jiren took a small step back. Although it was just a tiny step, it gave Hit immense confidence. Chapter 98. Hit actively forfeits. Hit found his confidence and quickly retaliated with punches, forcing Jiren to retreat once again, continuing to throw punches that pushed Jiren back until he reached the edge of the arena. Amazing. So amazing. Good job, Hit. Hit him. Knock him out of the arena. Seeing this, Compass shouted excitedly, cheering for Hit. If it continues like this, Jiren might really be knocked out. Son Wukong watched with a hint of envy in his tone. Just wait and see. I don't think it will go that smoothly. Ye Tian winked it, uncertain if Hit might get countered, as that's how the plot typically goes. Could it be? Son Wukong seemed to think of something and suddenly shouted a warning to Hit. Be careful, Hit. He hasn't used his true power yet. What? Hit turned to look at Son Wukong upon hearing this. In that moment of distraction, Jiren seized the opportunity, breaking through Hit's time stop technique, throwing a punch with incredible speed and strength. Hit was sent flying into the air and quickly began to fall, seemingly about to fly out of the arena. Ye Tian reacted quickly and instinctively jumped up, reaching out to pull the falling Hit back onto the stage. Phew! Ye Tian couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. How could Hit be so easily knocked down? That punch just now had a speed that surpassed the slowed down time. Hit was shocked and exclaimed. Even though he wasn't eliminated, the impact he felt was significant. What the hell? You deliberately pretended to be weak to trick Hit. Ye Tian also recalled Son Wukong's earlier reminder and looked at Jiren in surprise. This guy, with his big black eyes, actually has such a dark heart. Is this a case of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? However, if Son Wukong hadn't shouted like that, perhaps Hit wouldn't have been distracted and would have been knocked down so easily. Ye Tian's gaze was unfriendly as he looked at Son Wukong, who appeared utterly confused. What had he done to provoke the king of all? Meanwhile, Hit had already charged towards Jiren again. Faced with Jiren's pretense of weakness, Hit felt an unusual anger. Having had his disguise ripped away and unable to retain his strength, Jiren naturally would no longer be polite to Hit. Then, Hit was pinned to the ground and ruthlessly beaten by Jiren, and at this moment, Hit's time skip ability was ineffective. It seemed that even with the king of all's rescue, Hit couldn't hold out for long against Jiren. Beerus looked at Kampa with sympathy and spoke helplessly. Damn, how can this be? Is Jiren really that strong? Kampa was extremely anxious, his heart almost jumping out of his chest just moments ago. He was so anxious that he wished he could step in to fight Jiren for hit. Sometimes, being powerful to a certain extent allows one to ignore all techniques and tricks. Beerus wasn't sure if his words could comfort Kampa. Kampa was not comforted at all. He looked at his own hands and thought, is my Universe 9 really going to end like this? Ye Tian's ears twitched as he glanced over at Xiangpa in the stands. Why did his tone sound like the end of the Qing dynasty? Don't say that. Lord Xiangpa, I will always think of you. Bados continued to comfort him. Xiangpa chuckled dryly, feeling no comfort from Bados, but rather sensed a hint of schadenfreude. Are you hoping for our universe to disappear? Siempre lamentit ingredi. On the arena, Hitter was increasingly affected, starting to doubt whether he was really that weak. Do you have any other tricks? If not, you should have stepped down early. Jiren looked indifferently at the devastated Hitter. Hitter was furious, gritting his teeth, but facing the seemingly invincible Jiren, he could only gnash his teeth in anger. But Hitter, true to his killer instincts, quickly adjusted his mindset. I admit I'm not your opponent. So Hitter suddenly turned and walked toward the edge of the arena, then recklessly jumped down. Swish, not only did an exclamation mark pop up above Xiangpa's head, but even Ye Tian beside him had countless exclamation marks above his head. What the hell? Was his previous rescue of Hitter in vain? How could Hitter voluntarily get eliminated like this? Can't you ask others for help if you can't win alone? There's still Wukong and Vegeta, and even him. Ye Tian was shocked. Its figure quickly disappeared outside the arena, and Son Wukong felt cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. Hit actually chose to be eliminated voluntarily. Clap. Its figure appeared in the stands, and Xiangpa covered his face in terror. Hit. We are strongest. This is bad. It's over. We're doomed. Why did you act impulsively? This is about the survival of our universe. Xiangpa felt like he was going insane. He kept tugging at his ears, on the verge of collapse. It's my lack of skill. It was also hit hard. His face pale, he lowered his head and ignored the screaming Xiangpa. This thunderous roar made everyone on the arena turn their heads towards the stands. The guy named Jiren is really strong. Even Beerus had difficulty swallowing down his previous pride and arrogance. Victory? It seems very uncertain. The clown god of destruction smirked, truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Regarding Hit's voluntary jump from the arena, Ye Tian also realized Jiren's true strength. But the fact was already established. Even if he and Wukong teamed up, they couldn't defeat Jiren, not to mention that Wukong wanted to go solo. Ye Tian quietly glanced at Son Wukong, who was standing not far away. Suddenly, he ran over, grabbed Son Wukong, and said, "Let's run, or you'll be knocked off the stage too." Let go. Lord Grand Supreme Kai. Son Wukong tried to break free from Ye Tian's grip, but in his normal form, Ye Tian was in his peach blossom form. So, Son Wukong was dragged away. Jiren saw this, but did not pursue them. He stood tall and proud in place, slightly tilting his head to look at the pillar in the middle of the stage, exclaiming, "The powerful justice, unmatched by anyone." "Lord Grand Supreme Kai, what are you doing?" Son Wukong complained, finally free and rubbing his wrist. "If I fight Jiren, I might quickly break through the wall in front of me. I don't know about breaking through or not. Let's just survive to the end first. What if you fall off like Hit?" Ye Tian rolled his eyes. The plot is going off track again. Chapter 99. Kale, what are you hesitating about? Not at all. Son Wukong shrugged it off, hands on his hips. "Aren't you here too, Lord Grand Supreme Kai? You really have the audacity to say that." Ye Tian was speechless. "Am I just a free tool for you?" Before Son Wukong could respond, they heard the sounds of battle not far away, faintly accompanied by a girl's shouts. The mischievous Ye Tian and the nosy Son Wukong exchanged glances and grinned as they hurried toward the commotion. It was the battle between the Golden Frieza and Kale. And surprisingly, they were still fighting after so long. It seemed Frieza's wild play had gradually turned into a brawl. Although Frieza was playing around, his attacks in golden form were still overwhelming. Kale narrowly dodged Frieza's powerful punches and quickly retreated, thinking, "Damn, what destructive power is this?" Watching Frieza's punch land on the stage, the incredibly hard surface was instantly smashed into a massive crater. Whoosh! Frieza looked at Kale, who was leaping in mid-air, and propelled himself upward to appear before the stunned Kale. Bang! Frieza crossed his arms and punched down at Kale, sending her crashing downward. Before Kale's body could hit the ground, Frieza had already moved quickly to the ground, kicking at her. Kale couldn't stabilize herself, and once again, Frieza's powerful attack was right in front of her. Ha ha! Beating up Saiyans is just irresistible. Bang bang bang! Son Wukong and Ye Tian, who had just arrived, looked at each other in surprise, realizing that Frieza had been doing all this just to beat up a Saiyan. But did he have any grudge against the Saiyans of Universe 9? This was their first encounter with the Saiyans of Universe 9. Kale was completely being suppressed, unable to fight back at all. Kale tried to speak several times, but hesitated. Damn it. Don't underestimate the first Saiyan genius. Although Kale was being suppressed, she refused to admit defeat and looked for opportunities to counterattack. With a genius like you, Universe 9 is doomed. Frieza scoffed. Kale's struggles seemed utterly futile. The opportunities she seized were fleeting, and she simply couldn't match Golden Frieza. Aren't you from different universe factions? Aren't you going to help? Ye Tian, hands on his hips, looked at Kale's companions, Caulifla and Kale. Aye. Kale shrank back in front of the unfamiliar Ye Tian and Son Wukong. Her fists tightened at her sides, as if there was something hard to say. Damn it, I have to go help. Caulifla's figure was somewhat disheveled, clearly having tried to help earlier. However, in Ye Tian's eyes, Caulifla's strength was lacking, and in her normal form, she was no match for Frieza. Ye Tian thought to himself as he saw Gabe transform into Super Saiyan 1, flying towards Frieza and throwing a punch. However, Frieza didn't even glance at him and simply swatted Gabe away, saying, "You little fish, stop getting in the way. This shiny golden guy is not someone you can handle. You don't need to interfere. Just watch." Caulifla, without looking back, charged at Frieza again. "I'll defeat him on my own." Wow, such big talk. Frieza scoffed as he blocked Caulifla's punch. Faced with Caulifla's continuous attacks, Frieza handled them effortlessly, even occasionally mocking her. Someone like you can actually say such big words. Frieza dodged Caulifla's punch, sweeping his leg to send her flying into the air. Who will defeat whom, huh? Hey, Frieza, that's too much. Son Wukong shouted, unable to watch any longer. Wow, Son Wukong, do you even realize which side you're on? How dare you say such things? Frieza retorted, pointing at Caulifla, who was falling from the sky, and fired a death ray. Caulifla screamed as her back was hit, looking like she was about to fall off the stage. Bang, bang, bang. Frieza kept shooting beams with his index finger at Caulifla in midair, making her body jerk back and forth, refusing to let her fall. Ha! I'll keep you flying. Frieza's smile grew increasingly sinister. Sister, Kale said, her fists clenched, her nails digging into her palms. If this continued, her sister would be defeated, but her sister refused to let them help. Frieza, stop. Son Wukong's forehead throbbed with veins as he tried to intervene. But Ye Tian stopped him, turning his gaze to the clenched-fisted Kale and asked seriously, "What are you worried about? If you unleash your power, you will definitely be stronger than your sister. Are you afraid of hurting Caulifla? Or do you think that once Caulifla discovers your immense power, she will abandon you again?" Ye Tian's words were rather heart-wrenching. Clearly, Caulifla was in a dilemma. If Kale did not intervene, Caulifla would face humiliation at the hands of Frieza, potentially being kicked off the stage. However, if she did intervene and showed Caulifla her strength, perhaps she would abandon her, leaving them, the orphans wandering the streets, once again. This was Kale's worst-case scenario, and it was something she was most unwilling to accept. Big Sister was an unshakable presence. She was our faith, and Big Sister had to be the strongest. Kale's emotions were extremely low, and her words were filled with a choking feeling. Look, Caulifla is about to be beaten to a pulp by Frieza. Ye Tian pointed at Caulifla, who had fallen to the ground after being struck by Frieza's energy blast. Look, he's got his hands around your big sister's neck, and maybe in the next moment, she'll be choked to death. Damn it, Kale was struggling in her thoughts. Lord Zeno, what are you doing? Let me go help. Son Wukong interrupted, feeling a bit annoyed as he watched Ye Tian continuously provoke Kale. Shut up. Let me finish what I'm doing. Ye Tian casually brushed off Son Wukong without looking back, and then continued speaking to Kale. You can unleash your energy. Don't be afraid of losing control. I'll assign you a teacher, that muscular guy. Ye Tian pointed to Broly, who had previously participated in a friendly match with Gaby, and remarked that this guy was still watching the show, giving off a really low sense of presence. Under Broly's puzzled expression, Ye Tian continued. His transformation is the same as yours. He has tricks to control his power and prevent it from going berserk. Chapter 70, pressed to the ground and rubbed. You know that if you unleash all your power, you'll lose your sanity and go berserk, right? Leave it to him. Although he seems a bit silly, he's actually stronger than you. Ye Tian was like a devil, displaying a charming smile and uttering seductive words. Anyway, who knows how the power tournament has turned out? What's the difference if it becomes a bit more twisted? Damn, Miss Khalifa, Gaby, who had struggled up from the ground, charged towards Frieza once again. Slap! Gaby was once again sent flying. Seeing this, Goku kindly caught Gaby and shouted, Lord Daquanwang, that female Saiyan is going to die. No. Watching Frieza's tail tighten more and more, Kale finally lost her rationality in response to Goku's words. Let go of my big sister. Kale roared in anger, unleashing a powerful force as she charged at Frieza. Her big sister is the strongest. No one can threaten her existence. Under the shocked gazes of Gaby and Khalifa, Kale erupted with immense power, transforming into a form similar to Broly's legendary Super Saiyan. In an instant, a visible green glow emanated from Kale's body, and the terrifying power hidden within her for years burst forth violently. In a moment, an overwhelming pressure soared into the sky, affecting the participants on the stage, with some even stopping their battles to turn and look this way. Ye Tian also stretched out his hand to block in front of him, shielding himself from the storm brought by the roar. At this moment, the arena's ground was shaken into countless layers of crushed circles. The sudden change attracted countless gazes. Even the high priest showed a hint of surprise, let alone the Omni King. Oh, it seems to be very powerful. The Omni King excitedly waved his little hands. Is that also a Super Saiyan? Kale widened her eyes, having fallen to the ground after being released by Frieza's tail. She touched her throat and struggled to make a sound. This is... Son Goku looked at Kale after her transformation, then glanced at Broly, not expecting that the ninth universe had a legendary existence. It has the same aura as Broly. But unfortunately, it's just a bit weaker. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Kale was no longer the timid and weak figure from before. She had become incredibly robust, just like Broly in his prime. Kale seemed unremarkable, but the intense light green aura she emitted carried an oppressive force that couldn't be ignored. Yes, everyone was on guard. Even Ye Tian was cautious, but only the playful Frieza was not. It seems this guy has more entertainment value. Before Frieza could finish his boast, Kale, attracted by the sound, rushed over and slammed her palm down on Frieza's head. Slap! Kale pressed Frieza's head into the ground, creating a dent, and she grinned as she threw several punches at Frieza's face. But that wasn't all. Under the astonished gazes of Kaba and Kale, she stood up and grabbed Frieza's tail, swinging him around like a whip. Slap, slap, slap. Frieza was first thrown to the ground, then flipped over, landing on his back. Even Ye Tian, watching from the ground, couldn't help but shiver. Ye Tian really wanted to ask, Frieza, does her face hurt? Thud. Kale released her grip, and Frieza flew out with the momentum, crashing to the ground, spiderweb-like cracks spreading out. I didn't expect this guy, who is so easy to overlook, to be so powerful. It seems victory belongs to our Universe 9. Kappa grinned proudly. But Beerus didn't give Kappa any time to be happy. She said coldly, it looks like this is the first time he's unleashed such a fight. If it gets out of control, the tournament could be hindered. Hindered? Kappa started to sweat coldly. If the tournament is hindered, Zeno or the Grand Zeno might be unhappy. A chill ran through Kappa, and he couldn't help but shiver. What? What should we do? I don't know. Beerus replied nonchalantly. Who can guess the thoughts of the Grand Zeno and Zeno? However, but, Lord Kappa, you don't have to worry too much. Look, the Grand Zeno is over there too. Beerus tried to reassure him. Kappa was not comforted at all. The cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. It's precisely because the Grand Zeno is over there that I'm even more worried. Who knows if the Grand Zeno might get accidentally hurt? How should they cry then? Damn. This guy. How is he different from an ordinary Super Saiyan? Frieza struggled to get up from the ground, trembling as he pointed at Kale. Kale revealed a sadistic smile and pressed Frieza down on the ground, giving him a thorough rubbing. Damn it. There are so many transformations for Saiyans. I can't believe there's this one too. Frieza was beaten into a sorry state, struggling to get back on his feet. Once standing, Frieza was quickly pinned down again by Kale and beaten up, leaving Kaba and Caulifla dumbfounded. Caulifla, your junior is impressive, Kaba exclaimed, shocked at how deep Caulifla had hidden her strength. No, I didn't know Kale was this strong. This is the first time I've seen her transform like this. Caulifla explained, equally stunned. I didn't expect the Saiyans on your side to be this powerful, Goku said excitedly, eager to try. Goku, don't think about fighting everyone. This girl is my gift to Broly as a disciple. Ye Tian shot a disdainful glance at Goku and then happily appeared beside Broly, nudging him with his elbow. Hee hee. This is your disciple. Go on, beat her until she regains her senses. What's this? Lord Grand Zeno, can't you leave a few for me to fight? Goku muttered, looking dissatisfied. Oh, unlike Goku, Broly wanted to refuse after all. The Grand Zeno was neither his captain, nor his father, nor his teacher. Because I'm a Grand Zeno, the highest existence in the universe. More powerful than your King Vegeta. This is an order. Go. Ye Tian thought for a moment and put on his act. The Tournament of Power was created for him and the Grand Zeno to watch. So what was the problem with wanting to see a battle between Super Saiyans? Chapter 71, Super Saiyan versus Super Saiyan. Oh, I see. Broly nodded. If he's more powerful than King Vegeta, then he should obey, right? Swish. Following the command, Broly quickly appeared in front of Frieza, blocking Kale's incoming punch. Hey, what kind of joke is this? I don't need your help, Frieza said reluctantly as he looked at Broly standing in front of him. He was currently in a bit of a sorry state, but soon he would counter beautifully. Hee hee. A Super Saiyan from Universe 9 against a Super Saiyan from Universe 7. Ye Tian watched with anticipation, focusing on the impending battle between Broly and Kale. This was a battle that might not be seen for a millennium. Broly showed no mercy, blocking Kale's punch and then kicking her in the stomach. The kick sent Kale sliding back several meters, and she angrily yelled as she rushed back towards Broly. Hey, you subordinate of Vegeta, I don't need your help. Do you hear me? Frieza shouted again as he flew into the fray, unwilling to let anyone else fight for him. His pride didn't require anyone else to restore it. He could do it himself. Frieza's intentions were noble, but the next second, Kale landed a powerful punch directly on Frieza's abdomen. Frieza felt his stomach churn, and stomach acid rose in his throat. Ah! A furious roar stirred up endless winds, shocking everyone present. How could a mere mortal possess such powerful energy? What was even more shocking was the ensuing duel between the Super Saiyans. Shut up. Ye Tian appeared behind the stunned Frieza, giving his smooth head a hard knock. One more peep, and I'll let the Grand Zeno erase you. Frieza, having been intimidated by Ye Tian, settled down a bit. If one ignored his wildly wandering eyes and tightly clenched fists, he seemed quite composed. Broly landed a punch on Kale's cheek, causing her to tilt her head, and the fierce battle began. At this moment, Kale had clearly lost her rationality, clawing and kicking at Broly. Her wild attacks caused Broly to frown slightly as he continuously dodged without counterattacking. Although this was the Grand Zeno's order, he had no idea how to proceed. Ugh. Seeing her attacks being dodged, Kale grew furious, gritting her teeth and shaking her fists at the sky in a roar. After her roar, Kale charged at Broly again, throwing a punch even stronger than before. Smack! Broly bent his arm and blocked Kale's punch with his elbow. But her punch had great force, causing his arm to tremble from the impact. Oh no! Kale's power is actually increasing. Ye Tian was astonished. This was the first time he personally felt the strength of a Super Saiyan. He was even tempted to jump in and fight Kale himself. Seeing his arm bending close to his chest, Broly let out a furious roar, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Wait, is Broly going to go berserk too? Ye Tian couldn't help but take a step back, standing beside Frieza. He had already thought it through. If both Super Saiyans went berserk, he would have to let Frieza take the lead. After all, Frieza could take a beating. In fact, Ye Tian's worries were completely unnecessary, because Broly surprisingly did not go berserk. His eyes were not the blank white of a typical Super Saiyan, but instead had bright green pupils. Swish! Broly once again dodged Caulifla's attack, swinging his fist to strike her abdomen, causing her to retch a mouthful of sour water. Who would have thought that this guy Broly could maintain his composure while in the Super Saiyan form? It certainly is different from the original Dragon Ball world. Ye Tian crossed his arms, and, seeing that there was no danger, as Broly was still able to restrain Caulifla, he moved further away from Frieza and stood next to Goku. After all, Frieza isn't exactly a good guy. What if he tries a sneak attack? Caulifla, frustrated and furious, was unable to hit Broly with her wild punches and kicks, and now she had taken another hit. She fell to the ground, got back up on her knees, and couldn't contain her rage as she pounded her fists on the ground. Following that, Caulifla straightened up and let out a roar towards the sky. The powerful wave of energy that erupted from her swept across most of the arena. Although the other competitors noticed the battle between Broly and Caulifla, some were concerned. For example, Topo from Universe 11 felt it was terrifying just the roar alone. If I were to face him, I'd have to force out the powers of a destroyer god to compete. Others were indifferent. After all, there was fighting happening all over the arena, and the battle between Jiren and Vegeta was even more intense. Wow. So, many unsuspecting competitors were swept away by the powerful energy wave that Caulifla unleashed, blown off the arena. Whoosh! Of course, there were also the lucky ones, or those with quick reflexes who managed to grab the edge of the arena and narrowly escape disaster. In short, with Caulifla's explosion, many competitors were eliminated. Is that Broly? Bardock covered his face with his hand, watching the competitor across from him being blown away, feeling somewhat annoyed. This warm-up was only halfway through and had already been interrupted. Bardock turned around in frustration and quickly jumped across the ruined arena towards Broly. Meanwhile, Vegeta, standing atop a rocky outcrop, turned his head with a frown towards Broly's direction, another Super Saiyan, that guy named Caulifla. Vegeta also moved towards Broly, as if everyone had a tacit understanding to check it out. The number of competitors on the arena had suddenly decreased significantly, leaving mostly the peak warriors from each universe. Goku, that woman. Her form is actually the same as Broly's. Is it her first transformation? Bardock landed next to Ye Tian and realized he had mistaken someone, but he didn't feel embarrassed. After all, Ye Tian and Goku were standing together. He just assumed his question was directed at Goku. Lord Zeno. Hello there. Bardock greeted Ye Tian. Chapter 72. We are enemies watching Bardock, who was smiling without a hint of embarrassment. Ye Tian patted Bardock on the shoulder. Bardock, do you want to check out the Super Saiyan versus Super Saiyan battle? It looks quite interesting. Bardock didn't mind Ye Tian's gesture and also crossed his arms to watch with interest. Vegeta had also arrived, landing not far from Ye Tian and the others. Snorting disdainfully, has he lost his mind? Broly, knock her out and throw her off the arena. Vegeta spoke with confidence, knowing that Broly's strength had already surpassed Super Saiyan and reached Super Saiyan 3. Yes. Hearing Vegeta's command, Broly instinctively responded. Oh wow, things just got a lot more lively. Ye Tian grinned as he watched more people arriving to witness the excitement. Caulifla roared as she charged towards Broly, unleashing a terrifying power, with a pale green aura enveloping her, instantly transforming into a Kamehameha wave aimed at Broly. Broly's attitude towards the fight changed at this moment. His expression hardened as he quickly vanished from his spot. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared behind the rushing Caulifla, striking her neck with a knife hand strike. Bang! The stunned Caulifla fell directly to the ground, her body slightly trembling, clearly not yet unconscious. Broly reached out to grab Caulifla's arm, intending to lift her up and throw her out of the arena. But before his hand could touch her, in the blink of an eye, Caulifla suddenly trapped Broly's wrist with one hand, quickly getting up and swinging her fist towards Broly's abdomen. The speed was astonishing, and the movement was seamless, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. That knife hand strike was a feint. Universes 9 and 7 will be our fierce rivals. Topo, watching from a distance, spoke seriously. Originally, Universe 7 only had Goku to show for, but now there was also Vegeta, and now Broly had emerged. And Universe 9 thought Hit was the strongest at first. But now seeing Caulifla, she seems even stronger than Hit. The author is just rambling. These Saiyans all seem quite extraordinary. Jiren had already joined the other members of Universe 11, and after a brief glance, he expressed no interest. Grasshoppers can jump, but no matter how much they jump, they're still just grasshoppers. It's just a few more of them. His only goal is the Super Dragon Balls. Ye Tian Kai didn't care how others viewed or thought about him. He was completely focused on the battle between Broly and Caulifla. The duel between the green-haired Super Saiyans was an incredibly rare opportunity. Broly felt pain, but it was nothing serious. He quickly broke free from Caulifla's restraint and stepped back to create distance between them. Howa! Caulifla roared again, her power exploding once more as she charged at Broly recklessly. Caulifla! Kale called out worriedly, trying to dissuade Caulifla, but it was no use. Caulifla was filled with momentum, her power unstoppable, while Broly was poised, waiting for the perfect moment. In just a flash, Broly and Caulifla were entangled in a flurry of punches and kicks, their speed dazzling to behold. Bang! 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 At this critical moment of fierce battle, a figure suddenly joined the fray. It's Kale. She reached out to block Caulifla's fierce punch. The impact so strong that it left Kale feeling unwell. Kale! Cabba looked on in disbelief. In such an intense fight, taking a punch from the rampaging Caulifla would surely injure Kale. Cauliflower. Kale smiled, feeling a bit dizzy, her trembling arms losing sensation. Not bad, Cauliflower. You actually have this kind of power. It's what your big sister has sought but couldn't obtain. Ugh. Seeing Kale blocking her punch, Cauliflower's brows furrowed tightly, softening for just a moment before returning to anger. Broly, sensing the situation, attempted to push Kale aside, but she changed her expression, a look of pain spreading across her face. Cauliflower, regain your senses. That hurts so much. Big sister. The furious Cauliflower saw Kale's expression and froze for a moment, covering her head with her hands. Big sister. I hit my big sister. Cauliflower's energy gradually weakened, her sanity returning as she looked up at Kale, giving a bitter smile. Thud. Cauliflower fell straight to the ground, and Kale quickly caught her. Cauliflower. It's fine. She just fainted. Kale explained with a sigh of relief as she saw Kaba approaching with concern. Phew, that was close. Kaba also sighed in relief. Although Cauliflower's explosive power was strong, losing her sanity would make her indiscriminate in battle. Thank you. Kaba politely bowed to Ye Tian, grateful that, regardless of the great priest's intentions, he had at least saved Kale. Just when everyone was relaxing, Broly suddenly moved, grabbing the unconscious Cauliflower from Kale's arms and throwing her out of the ring. Whoosh! This action caught everyone off guard, as the unconscious Cauliflower fell outside the ring, disappearing into the stands. Broly, what are you doing? Son Goku exclaimed, eyes wide in surprise. You bastard Beerus. What's wrong with your fighter? Taking advantage of someone in trouble? Compy yelled at Beerus upon seeing Cauliflower's situation. What are you talking about? Isn't the ring just about life and death? Beerus responded nonchalantly, leaning against the steps. Damn it. You guys. Cauliflower beat them up. Compa shouted at the ring. You two leftovers? Can you win against our universe? Beerus mocked. Follow the orders. Broly explained emotionlessly as he walked behind Vegeta. Ye Tian suddenly realized that, yes, Vegeta had mentioned before about having Broly knock Kale out and throw her off the stage. Don't forget this is a tournament. We are enemies. Vegeta smirked wickedly. Damn it. You guy with a receding hairline. Cauliflower stood up, clenching her fists at her sides. At this moment, the situation was subtly turning into a standoff between Universe 9 and Universe 7, as Ye Tian looked left and right. In Universe 9, there were Gabe and Cauliflower, while in Universe 7, there were Vegeta and Broly, along with Bardock and Goku, who were currently watching the show. You think just because you're a woman, I won't hit you? Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt insulted. He uncrossed his arms and walked up to Cauliflower. I'll give you a chance. What did you just say about me? Cauliflower had a kind heart, but she was also stubborn and overly confident, which made her arrogant. So she wasn't afraid and repeated it defiantly. You guy with a receding hairline. So what? Huh? Vegeta let out a light shout and transformed into Super Saiyan 4, reaching out to slap Cauliflower away. Slap. Watching Cauliflower fly off the stage without even a chance to resist, Vegeta coldly snorted, crossing his arms. Just like that. Damn woman. Sure enough, apart from his Bulma and Bra, other women really weren't worth calling women at all. Everyone present looked at each other in disbelief. Vegeta was still as merciless towards women as ever. Ye Tian shifted his gaze to the stands, realizing that Cauliflower had also been eliminated. He patted Gabe's shoulder with a serious expression, saying, the survival of Universe 9 now rests on your shoulders. Because in Universe 9, Gabe was the only one left on the stage. Everyone else had already been eliminated. As he said this, Ye Tian glanced at Vegeta. Ever since the last time Vegeta had beaten him up, he still felt a bit of psychological shadow regarding that guy. Well, let's disperse. Ye Tian waved to everyone and turned his attention to the disheveled Frieza, grinning mischievously. Hey, Frieza, shall we play a game? The few who found no good show to watch once again dispersed, continuing their respective roles. Those who were fighting continued to fight, and those who were supporting continued to support. Frieza, shall we stand? Ye Tian looked at Frieza, who was also preparing to sneak away. Huh, Lord Zeno, I think I need to take a break. After all, I just made quite a contribution to Universe 7. Frieza smiled insincerely, subtly trying to withdraw. Don't. Look how bored I am. Play with me, and if I enjoy it, I'll let you be revived. How about that? Ye Tian squinted, blocking Frieza's path. Frieza's golden form faded, and he said, oh, I'm so sorry. My golden transformation time is up. He didn't want to play with this hard-to-please guy. Wait. Just as Ye Tian wanted to continue the conversation, a sudden voice rang out, and he immediately felt several presences locking onto him. Oh, Universe 11, are you looking for me? Ye Tian looked at the lead guy, whose skin was neither blue nor green. Lord Zeno, we hope you can sit down and watch the match properly instead of causing chaos on the stage based on your preferences, said the heavily bearded Topo. Oh, huh. Ye Tian was amused upon hearing this. How straightforward could one be? As Topo's companions introduced themselves, the five of them struck their unique poses. So cringy, so silly. Ye Tian rolled his eyes and intentionally put his hand to his ear, shouting at the brain-dead members of Universe 11. What did you just say? I'm blind and can't hear. We are the Pride Troopers. Topo's forehead bulged with veins as he clenched his fists and spoke again. What? The Ginyu Force. Ye Tian maintained that pose, deliberately distorting Topo's words. You are opposing justice. Quincy was a bit more tactful. He didn't just target Ye Tian, but also drag Frieza from Universe 7 into it. As guardians of justice, we will never allow you to recklessly destroy the tournament. Frieza, who was known for bullying the weak, looked down at his scarred body. Who had he bullied? He had ended up battered and bruised himself. Ye Tian listened as he bent the fingers resting on his ear, stretched out his pinky, and dug into his ear, but found nothing. He held his hand in front of his mouth and blew on it. Nonsense. What a load of crap about justice. Always talking about justice. Aren't you just looking to take revenge for those two eliminated teammates? Ye Tian said disdainfully. What? Even Lord Zeno can't slander the justice we defend. Quincy gritted his teeth in anger. Stop whining. Do you want to fight? Ye Tian clenched his fist and coldly looked at the five people in red uniforms across from him. Hey. The Clown Destroyer on the stands noticed this scene thanks to the reminder from the god of destruction Kai. The Clown Destroyer's face looked terrible. What did they want to do? Attack Lord Zeno? Were they tired of living? Hee. It seems your subordinates are truly fearless. The Egyptian female god of destruction from Universe 2 mocked the Clown Destroyer. This is something even Zeno has to deal with. How should we put it? Commendable courage or foolish stupidity? It seems that Zeno's constant meddling had indeed brought people closer together, making them feel that Zeno was easy to bully. Beerus also grinned at the Clown Destroyer. Jiren. Topo. The Clown Destroyer didn't have time to argue with the Egyptian female god of destruction and Beerus. He shouted towards the arena. However, the distance between the stands and the arena wasn't too close, and the chaos on the arena was quite noisy, so Jiren and Topo couldn't hear him for a moment. Come on, Justice Hammers. Ye Tian wasn't backing down. He instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged toward the five, not forgetting to drag Frieza along. Frieza, you take care of 2, and I won't drag you into this anymore. Ye Tian thought to himself, dealing with these trash should be more than enough with the Super 2 form. No, everything is for justice. Taba gathered energy in both hands and swung, releasing 2 energy swords. Ye Tian frowned instantly and became displeased. Damn, isn't this thing his trademark? Huh. Ye Tian let out a light shout, his hands transforming into a palm and a fist. He clenched his empty fist, gathering energy in his palm to pull out a scythe. Huh. Lord de Quan Wong, you might as well take your time playing. Frieza wasn't one to back down, completely ignoring Ye Tian's words, and immediately made a run for it. Now it was 5 against 1. Ye Tian looked at himself surrounded by these 5 people, his brows furrowing. Damn it, was it just because he played with a rabbit for a bit? And by the way, he had eliminated 2 of them. Was that why they were clinging to him? Did they think he was easy to mess with? Did they think he wouldn't hold a grudge? Did they think he was a pushover? Chapter 74, Justice, my ass. Ye Tian suddenly revealed a cold smile. He looked at the charging Tabar and unceremoniously swung his scythe. With a swipe, Tabar dodged the attack, but Ye Tian did not rush. He coldly smiled at the several people swinging their fists at him, truly thinking that he was easy to bully. The scythe danced in Ye Tian's hands like a fierce wind, and for a moment, the few people couldn't get close to him. Ye Tian had no good feelings toward these guys, who always talked about justice, but hardly did anything just. Bang! Taking advantage of the gap when these guys were attacking, Ye Tian wielded his scythe, and with his left hand, he didn't stay idle either, directly unleashing energy blasts that hit 2 of them. Kokoti Kaitel. Taba was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Ye Tian's strength to be so formidable, showing no mercy even towards Kokoti, a girl. Ye Tian had no idea about Taba's thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely complain that Kiki was not his type. Ye Tian was eager to end the battle for a reason. If Tuapa and Jillian arrived, these individuals would be impossible to eliminate. However, it was clear that Ye Tian had underestimated the difficulty of dealing with the 5 people working together in front of him, and for a moment, the battle fell into a stalemate. They couldn't get close to Ye Tian, and Ye Tian could only occasionally launch a few energy blasts to harass them. The Keket Sphere. Seeing the sphere flying towards him, Ye Tian knew the power of this sphere, capable of trapping opponents in a spherical alternate space it created. Ye Tian squinted his eyes. This woman was trying to create a confined space to trap him and wear him down. But Ye Tian was not oblivious. Just as the sphere was about to hit him, he leaped into the air, dodging the Cocotte sphere. Whoosh! In midair, Ye Tian swung his scythe and charged towards Cocotte. Cocotte was taken aback, and Ye Tian's scythe was already in front of her. Watch out, Cocotte! Taba saw this and rushed over to help, pulling Cocotte away from Ye Tian's scythe. However, Cocotte's arm was still slashed, leaving a deep cut, and blood gushed out as she cried out in pain. Ugh. Cocotte! Taba shouted worriedly, his gaze towards Ye Tian filled with disgust. Bastard. How can you be so ruthless to a lady? Huh? That's not even human language. Should I just stand there and let you hit me? Ye Tian was infuriated. What are you talking about? You came looking for trouble and expect me to treat you with respect? Should I announce my attack before hitting her? As he spoke, the short Zoe lay on the ground, rolled, and launched his attack, a tornado rushing towards Ye Tian. The tornado was swift, carrying overwhelming power. Ye Tian frowned again, extending his left hand to shoot out a few air bullets. Bang, bang, bang. But the air bullets hit the top of the tornado and were directly deflected away. Zoe lay inside the tornado, showed a smug face. Hee. Let you taste the justice of a spin. Justice my ass. Ye Tian dodged the tornado, not forgetting to retort. But in the next moment, the tornado seemed to have locked onto Ye Tian, relentlessly pursuing him. The other four guys were not just watching either, occasionally attacking Ye Tian to harass him. Ye Tian felt extremely frustrated. The cooperation of these guys was incredibly harmonious, with each complementing the other perfectly. Cater's countless energy orbs were released from time to time, hovering all around. Ye Tian knew that this thing would explode at the slightest touch, and Keter could control these energy orbs to attack. It was simply impossible to defend against. Ye Tian had to keep an eye on these energy balls while also dealing with the attacks from several people. There was Cocotte's special sphere, as well as Tabar and that little dwarf's tornado. This is somewhat interesting. Ye Tian could not deal with the joint efforts of these few, but the other side couldn't get close to him either. Once this was said, the prideful members of the battle team felt insulted. It was a questioning of their strength. If 5 of them couldn't take down Ye Tian, what else could his words be but an insult? If you have the ability, don't hide, great king. When Cocotte saw that his attack couldn't hit Ye Tian, he instantly became a bit angry. Heh! Ye Tian actually stopped, grinning wickedly at the few of them. Ye Tian put away the sickle in his hand, gathering energy with both hands at his waist, and released his own energy wave towards the Cocotte sphere that was striking towards him. Bang! The collision of the 2 energy spheres caused Ye Tian's energy wave to instantly overpower the Cocotte sphere. The Cocotte sphere shattered into fragments that scattered down, and with widened eyes, Cocotte exclaimed in shock, How is this possible? You're just an ordinary attack. Isn't the great king just like the king? There's no way you have such powerful strength. Do you really think I came down here just to play around? Ye Tian sneered repeatedly. Although he was just playing with his sickle, if one thought he had no strength at all, that would be a grave mistake. Zile, Cocotte, furious, shouted and struck out dozens of Cocotte spheres into the air. Received. Zoile's body rolled and spun into the air, bringing all the Cocotte spheres into a tornado. The tornado rushed towards Ye Tian with incredible speed, and Ye Tian's expression turned serious as he reached again for his waist. Haim. The energy wave shot towards the tornado, and in an instant, the wind force of the tornado dispersed a considerable amount of Ye Tian's energy wave. As Ye Tian continued to shout, his energy wave forcibly halted Zoile's tornado. Soon after, the Cocotte spheres carried by the halted Zoile also turned into fragments, and Ye Tian's offensive continued, sending Zoile flying away. Bang! Zoile's small body was directly sent crashing against the central pillar of the arena, then fell to the ground, unconscious. How could this happen? Zile. Cocotte saw this and disregarded the battle, rushing towards Zoile to check on his condition. Come on, there are still 4 of you left. Ye Tian coldly glanced at the remaining few. Damn it, I will avenge Zoile. Cocotte placed the unconscious Zoile down and shot a glare filled with hatred at Ye Tian. That gaze was filled with intense hatred, as if it were a vendetta against the murderer of a father. Ye Tian truly couldn't understand the thought process of these individuals. It was just a game with a rabbit that led to the rabbit being eliminated, making it seem as if he had killed the rabbit. Tabar stood in front of Cocotte and Zoile, looking at Ye Tian with not only anger but also determination, vowing to take revenge. You garbage. Just looking at you is annoying. Ye Tian scoffed, as if the person was already dead, making it seem like he had killed them. Chapter 75. Don't poke the great king. Ye Tian walked slowly towards Tabar. The golden light and occasional flashes of lightning put some pressure on Tabar. Tabar finally couldn't withstand the invisible oppression, and he pushed off the ground and charged towards Ye Tian. Get lost. Ye Tian was somewhat angry, and with one punch and one kick, he sent Tabar flying. Tabar slid back a few meters on one hand, and before he could stabilize himself, he charged towards Ye Tian again. Bang, bang, bang. Facing Tabar's continuous punches, Ye Tian was completely unfazed. He felt some pressure from the combined effort of 5 people. But individually, bang, Ye Tian directly blocked all of Taba's attacks, then punched him away. On the other side, Keket also moved, launching a joint attack with 3 others, which made Ye Tian somewhat annoyed. At that moment, Torpo and Jiren, not far away, also noticed the battle involving Ye Tian. Torpo uncertainly asked Jiren, "Should we intervene? I don't want to meddle. My goal is to conserve energy until the end." Jiren coldly replied. Torpo then heard the clown destroyer shout and glanced at the indifferent Jiren, helplessly moving towards Ye Tian. Torpo sighed. Although Jiren was part of their team, his heart was not with them. Jiren's arrogance had created quite a gap between him and the other team members. Stop it. Torpo wanted to dissuade the team members. Despite the gap with Jiren, the other members were united. They were united enough to confront the Grand Zeno, which was commendable, Torpo thought, sighing again. Torpo. Although Taba had pulled back, the 5 of them still surrounded Ye Tian, silently resisting Torpo. Is this how you show respect to the Grand Zeno? Torpo reprimanded. Yes. Taba reluctantly commanded the team to regroup, and the 5 walked towards Torpo. You want to fight? You want to leave? Ye Tian looked coldly at the 5, his expression icy. Did they really think he would just come down to play and let them walk away after stepping on him? What does the Grand Zeno want? Taba stopped, turning to face Ye Tian. You 5, jump down from the arena or die. Ye Tian's expression grew even colder. He might be playful, but that didn't mean anyone could step on him and leave as if nothing happened. He had his pride, watching the situation unfold. The clown destroyer couldn't help but facepalm. It's over. Sometimes being too united isn't a good thing. Even Torpo fell silent. He was filled with anger at the 2 choices presented to him, feeling there was no real choice at all. Oh, it seems my brother is angry. The Grand Zeno, sitting on his throne, noticed and exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the Grand Priest had noticed long before and quietly looked at the 5 from Universe 11. Is it choosing to be eliminated or choosing to die? Torpo sighed heavily, looking at the backs of the 5 and making a choice for them. Jump. Who asked them to provoke the Grand Zeno? While everyone else was avoiding trouble, they were rushing headlong into it. Torpo, you. Taba angrily glared at Torpo, surprised that he would compromise like this. Sometimes, you just have to use your brain. Ye Tian stood there, putting away his scythe and returning to his usual demeanor. Hands on his hips, speaking mercilessly. Damn it. Taba clenched his fists, his forehead veins bulging in frustration and anger. But what could his unwillingness and resentment change? Their status was not on the same level as Ye Tian's. Are we going to eliminate them all? The Grand Priest floated above Ye Tian, asking with a doting expression. If those 5 don't jump, then eliminate them. Ye Tian's expression was icy as he looked at the few who were still standing still. How about we just eliminate all of Universe 11? Who told them to provoke the Grand Zeno? The Grand Priest looked at the proud team members with an extremely cold gaze. Eliminate. Eliminate. The Grand Zeno clapped his small hands, his expression sinister. They made my brother angry. Eliminate. It's over. The Kaioshin of Universe 11, Kai, slapped his own face in despair. But sitting next to him, Tiz was moved, tears welling up in his eyes. He had indeed chosen the right team. His justice might be late, but it would eventually come. No. Ye Tian shook his head, pointing at the 5 who were slowly moving towards the edge of the arena. I always have a sense of proportion. Just those 5? What a joke. If he got angry and wiped out all of Universe 11, how would he watch Jiren and Son Goku fight? He hadn't even seen Son Goku's Ultra Instinct yet. That was going to be so cool. Suddenly, Keket jumped first, hugging Zoile, and the other 3 followed suit, their figures quickly disappearing and reappearing in the stands. Bastards. The clown destroyer, who had been waiting anxiously, saw them appear and immediately gave each of them a few hard knocks on the head. Who told you to provoke the Grand Zeno? Bastards. Do you even look in the mirror? What are your identities? And what is the Grand Zeno's identity? I didn't expect even the ones who taste good to have moments of fear. Angel Margarita chuckled, watching the clown destroyer fuming. Oomph. I advise you to be honest and not think about provoking the Grand Zeno again. After scolding, the clown destroyer leisurely sat down. Fortunately, the Grand Zeno didn't specifically target their universe. Otherwise, just for the antics of those five, just now, they wouldn't last until the end of the tournament. What idiots. Thankfully, this is the tournament of power, not a competition of intelligence. The Mouse Destroyer also laughed. It's indeed hilarious. Taking the name of justice to eliminate contestants from other universes while provoking the Grand Zeno. Beerus also joined in the criticism. Oomph. The Clown Destroyer snorted heavily, but didn't argue with the two who had spoken. Now, the only ones left on the arena were Jiren and Torpo, and he needed to keep an eye on them. Jiren was quite proud, and Torpo was reliable. As long as the Grand Zeno didn't do anything to provoke Jiren, everything would be fine. With this matter more or less settled, Ye Tian watched the Grand Priest fly away and then went off to find that Frieza guy. At that moment, Frieza fortuitously ran into Bardock, who was wandering around. Ho ho, isn't this Bardock? Frieza said, shaking his tail as the two met on a narrow path. Frieza, umph. Bardock coldly snorted in dissatisfaction, his gaze towards Frieza filled with hostility. He found him very annoying. Ho ho, I return your words verbatim. Frieza replied with a smile, brushing past Bardock. One day, I will destroy your planet Vegeta again. After passing by, Frieza quickly noticed Torpo, sneaking behind him, who had a visibly bad mood written all over his face. Frieza's hands itched to take action, but he noticed Jiren and then turned to avoid the two. The battle on the arena continued, and as the chaos progressed, the number of remaining contestants from each universe dwindled. Especially for some universes, only one contestant was left. Meanwhile, the central pillar on the arena had only descended halfway. Oh, look, I found two small fish. Bardock licked his lips eagerly, looking at the nearby contestants. They were two fighters from Universe 2, Ribrian and Zarbuto. Are they from the Zaffa race? Ha! Seeing that Zabdu with a helmet and cloak, Bardock couldn't help but smirk. Ah, facing such an opponent, Bardock was simply unstoppable, knocking Zabdu out of the ring without even transforming. Soon it was Labanra's turn, and Bardock stood at the edge of the ring, listening to Labanra's screams, laughing with glee. Haha, all the fighters from Universe 2 have been eliminated. It's over. The faces of the people from Universe 2 in the stands turned pale. I announced that all the fighters from Universe 2 have been eliminated. Universe 2 cleared. The Grand Priest in different voice echoed. Hey! Upon hearing this, the Omni King raised his small hand in a fist, and everyone from Universe 2 vanished in an instant. Following closely, Gabe also appeared beside Kampa, who looked at Gabe in terror. It's over. We're done for. Sorry, Lord Kampa. I can only hold on until now. Gabe said apologetically to Kampa. What's the use of saying this now? Kampa wanted to cry, without tears, looking over at Beerus beside him. I'm leaving first. No send-off. Beerus turned his head away haughtily, not looking at Kampa, but his brow was tightly furrowed. This is the extent of Universe 9's strength. Kampa seemed relieved, unexpectedly turning to smile at Beerus. I've been under your care all this time, Beerus. Lord Kampa. Beerus looked at Kampa in surprise. At this moment, Kampa also noticed Beerus sneaking a glance back at him. He took a deep breath. Beerus, this doesn't mean I've lost to you. You bastard brother. I will return one day. After speaking, Kampa made a face at Beerus, and then the Grand Priest's voice rang out. The fighter Gabe from Universe 9 has been eliminated, and all fighters from Universe 9 have also been eliminated. Following Universe 2, Universe 9 will also be cleared. The Grand Priest said slowly. Oh, 2 in a row. The Omni King's small hand had not been lowered, sighing, and clenched again. Universe 9 has been cleared. For a moment, whether on the ring or in the stands, everyone's expressions were complex. This bastard. Beerus looked at the now empty steps, with only Beerus remaining. His words choked as he couldn't continue. Beerus looked at the suddenly empty steps, blinking, and turned his gaze to the fighter Ye Tian on the ring. Ye Tian's mouth seemed to be saying something to her, but the distance was too far to hear. With 2 universes eliminated in succession, the atmosphere on the stage became increasingly tense, and everyone, except for their own universe teammates, began to eye the other contestants with hostility. Among the remaining universes, Universe 7 had the most people left. They still had 7 members. The spectators all turned their gaze toward the stage. The remaining universes were Universe 3, Universe 4, Universe 7, and Universe 11. Indeed, Universe 7 had the most contestants left. But at that moment, Bardock suddenly felt a chill on his back, and then he fell off the edge of the stage. What happened? Bardock, who had just sat down in the audience, was a bit dazed as he looked at Topo striking a pose on the stage, his forehead showing angry veins. It was when Bardock was fighting the contestants from Universe 2 that Topo had gotten close. Topo had mastered the art of the ambush, retaining all his strength, and caused Bardock to fall. "What are you doing standing at the edge of the stage?" Beerus shouted angrily. As Beerus's words fell, Bardock finally snapped back to reality, stood up, and started cursing at Topo on the stage. "I didn't even get a chance to showcase my Super Saiyan 4 form. Damn it, you little trash. Can't play fair. Sneak attacks, you have no strength." The audience watched Bardock, who was spewing curses, in stunned silence. Ye Tian also noticed the commotion in the stands. With countless questions on his mind, he thought, "Hey Bardock, your character is collapsing. What made you curse so shamelessly? Even Bardock has been eliminated." Ye Tian turned to look at the arena, and the remaining contestants were getting fewer and fewer. But Ye Tian knew that the climax hadn't arrived yet. No matter how many contestants were left on the stage, none of them were a match for Jiren. Jiren alone could suppress them all. Ye Tian was wandering on the arena when he saw Son Wukong. At that moment, Son Wukong was oblivious, scanning the area ahead. "Wukong, watch out behind you." Ye Tian quickly shouted a warning. Son Wukong turned around, and suddenly, a liquid attacked silently. He didn't panic. Instead, he turned and shot an energy blast at the mysterious liquid. Boom! The explosion rang out, and amidst the smoke, the strange metallic liquid remained intact and headed straight for Son Wukong, sticking to him like glue. Seeing this, Ye Tian immediately thought of what this liquid was. It was from Universe 3. What was it called again? Magi Ko. So it's from Universe 7. Magi Ko coldly made a sound. Then his liquid began to slowly gather around Son Wukong's neck, trying to strangle him. Son Wukong was a bit taken aback upon hearing Magi Ko's voice, but quickly regained his composure. Son Wukong shouted and transformed into Super Saiyan 1, using all his strength to pull at the liquid in an attempt to free himself. Chapter 77, The Monster Oniraza. But the liquid continued to spread over Son Wukong, binding his entire upper body. "Really?" Ye Tian shrugged, raising one hand to shoot an energy blast at the liquid. Boom! The energy blast hit Magi Ko's liquid, still remaining intact, but Ye Tian had already moved, quickly reaching Son Wukong's side. Ye Tian took advantage of the moment to pull Son Wukong out of the liquid. Son Wukong covered his neck and coughed violently. "Thank you, Lord Zeno." After catching his breath, Son Wukong expressed his gratitude to Ye Tian. "No need to be polite." Ye Tian smiled knowingly and patted Son Wukong on the shoulder. "Go for it." "Okay." Son Wukong nodded and charged towards Magi Ko, throwing a punch. Magi Ko withdrew his liquid form, and his hand transformed into scissors, aiming to cut Son Wukong's returning punch. Son Wukong quickly dodged to the left, avoiding Magi Ko's scissor hand and reappearing behind him. He threw a powerful punch at Magi Ko's back, but unexpectedly, Magi Ko turned into liquid at that moment. Son Wukong hurriedly retracted his fist. Having learned from his previous experience, he was now wary of the liquid form and found himself at a loss. After creating some distance, Son Wukong decided to attack from afar, placing his hands on his waist to gather energy. Kame. Ame. A powerful Kamehameha wave shot towards Magi Ko. Son Wukong thought this attack would be effective, but to his surprise, although Magi Ko was hit, he quickly recovered. Its regeneration ability. Ye Tian, watching from the side, reminded him, "These abilities really keep coming." Son Wukong frowned, realizing that his ranged attack might not work. "The battle time is almost up. You don't have to conserve energy anymore," Ye Tian said cheerfully. The column of the arena had already lowered by more than half, with 18 minutes left on the clock. Hearing this from Lord Zeno, Son Wukong gave a trusting look and then erupted with energy. The explosion of energy sent nearby debris flying, and a white aura surrounded Son Wukong. Ye Tian was momentarily stunned by the tuft of hair that fell from his forehead. Wow, it's the mystic form. It seems he has completely mastered this transformation. Look, he can transform whenever he wants. Here I come. After transforming, Son Wukong felt a surge of confidence and charged at Magi Ko. His punches and kicks were so fast that Magi Ko couldn't respond at all, rendering his liquid form ineffective. Unable to keep up with Son Wukong's speed, Magi Ko was soon knocked off the arena by Son Wukong's high output. Damn it. You couldn't even force out your opponent's full strength before getting eliminated? The god of destruction from Universe 3 scolded as he saw Magi Ku appear in the stands. Magi Ku lowered his head to accept the criticism. He not bad, Beerus exclaimed, looking at Son Wukong. Another one down. Keep it up. It seems the remaining fighters are all skilled. The real competition is just beginning. Whis also spoke gently, his eyes filled with anticipation. After dealing with Magi Ku, Ye Tian was about to praise Son Wukong when a beam of blood-red light shot up from a distance. In an instant, everyone on the arena looked over, and Beerus in the stands exclaimed in surprise, "What the heck is that? Ha! Here it comes." A powerful warrior from Universe 3. The god of destruction from Universe 3 suddenly laughed, looking very pleased. A giant figure appeared before Ye Tian and Son Wukong, its massive head adorned with a gem-like crystal. It's so big. Ye Tian raised his hand to shield his eyes, looking up in awe. Oniraza, our ultimate warrior from Universe 3. Go defeat the remaining fighters in the arena. The god of destruction from Universe 3 adjusted his glasses and waved his arms at Oniraza. Oh! Ye Tian withdrew his hand, creating some distance from Son Wukong, while encouraging him. Go for it, Wukong. Take him down. Oh, roar. Oniraza let out a roar and stomped towards the nearest Son Wukong. Son Wukong was quick. By the time Oniraza's massive foot slammed onto the arena, he had already reached the other foot. Running quickly on Oniraza's foot, he saw Oniraza reaching down to swat at him. Son Wukong jumped quickly to avoid Oniraza's hand and landed not far from Ye Tian. This guy is really powerful. Yeah, Ye Tian nodded, pointing to the crystal on Oniraza's forehead. That's his weak spot. It's his energy core. I'll give it a try. Son Wukong placed his hands on his waist and quickly unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave towards Oniraza's forehead. Bang! Unfortunately, Oniraza showed no fear, swinging his hand to shatter Son Wukong's Kamehameha wave. The explosion echoed, and amidst the scattered smoke, Oniraza grinned menacingly. Nice! Oniraza, go for it! The god of destruction from Universe 3 excitedly stomped on the steps, cheering loudly. The crystal on Oniraza's forehead suddenly shone brightly, firing a red energy beam at Son Wukong. Ye Tian frowned slightly. Oniraza's energy beam was very powerful. If Gohan was hit, it would likely be the end for him. Just at this critical moment, Son Wukong arrived. He exchanged a glance with Gohan, and the two of them, with great tacit understanding, placed their hands at their waists. Their Kamehameha waves combined into one strike, canceling out Oniraza's energy beam. Dad! Gohan exclaimed, clearly very happy to see Son Wukong, and this shout brought in quite a few familiar faces. Number 17, Vegeta, and Broly all showed up. Aside from the hiding Frieza, almost everyone from Universe 7 was gathered. This guy looks pretty formidable. Vegeta smirked coldly, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and launching a Kamehameha wave at Oniraza. Boom! The Kamehameha struck Oniraza, exploding upon impact and sending smoke billowing. Ye Tian squinted at the scene, knowing that according to the smoke and no injury rule, Vegeta's attack was ineffective. As the smoke cleared, Oniraza wore a proud grin, mocking Vegeta with exaggerated expressions. The expressions of everyone present grew serious, their hearts sinking, while the god of destruction from Universe 3 looked extremely pleased. Chapter 78. Vegeta faces the challenge alone, useless. Oniraza's power is far beyond what you can imagine. None of you will be his opponent. Oniraza's massive fist swung towards everyone, even affecting Ye Tian, who quickly flew back. Damn it! Vegeta angrily jumped to avoid the giant fist, and the others also dodged. Bang! As Oniraza's fist slammed into the ground, a massive pit appeared before everyone's eyes. Roar! The entire arena trembled slightly, and Oniraza roared as he suddenly raised both hands, unleashing a powerful explosion of energy that transformed into countless energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy blasts shot into the sky and rained down on all corners of the arena, causing continuous explosions and immense destructive power. Wow! Son Wukong kept dodging while exclaiming in surprise. This monster's power is truly incredible. As the smoke dissipated, the arena was already a mess, pockmarked everywhere. That monster looks so interesting. Zeno clapped his hands, watching with great interest. Ye Tian looked in midair as the members of the 7th universe, who had just gathered, were once again separated, with some even buried under rocks. Crack! Son Gohan rose from the rubble, constantly brushing off the dust from his body. Ye Tian landed beside Son Gohan and asked, "How is it? Are you all right?" Yeah, Son Gohan replied, his expression serious as he gazed at the massive Oniraza. Oniraza was attacking indiscriminately and clashed with Vegeta, who tripped Oniraza with a kick. The gigantic Oniraza fell onto the arena, its enormous body taking up a significant amount of space. "It's Uncle Vegeta," Son Gohan exclaimed, looking at Oniraza's fall, nodding at Ye Tian, and quickly rushing toward that spot. "Come on, Vegeta, take down that disgusting monster." Beerus shouted from the sidelines, arms crossed. Useless. Oniraza's power is unmatched. The Kaioshin of the third universe arrogantly adjusted his glasses. "Anyone can talk big. How would you know if you don't try?" Vegeta scoffed, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Hey, Vegeta, don't just think about yourself. You've already exhausted quite a bit. Let me take a turn." Son Goku below frowned at the situation. However, Vegeta ignored Son Goku completely and quickly flew toward the struggling Oniraza. As he got closer to Oniraza, the pressure on Vegeta increased, but he remained unfazed and took off into the air. Boom! Vegeta instantly arrived at Oniraza's jaw, delivering a swift kick that made Oniraza stagger. Oniraza flew backward and fell to the ground, while the Kaioshin of the third universe's expression turned grim. Vegeta's strike was like a slap to his face, and the subsequent attacks from Vegeta were even more relentless. The Kaioshin of the third universe widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched the fight on the arena, astonished that their universe's ultimate warrior was injured so easily. Once Oniraza regained his footing, he roared and charged at Vegeta. The ground trembled with Oniraza's massive steps, and Ye Tian looked at the small figure trembling in front of Oniraza, Vegeta. Despite Oniraza's size, his speed was impressive, and his fists sliced through the air. Vegeta's smaller stature didn't diminish the power of his attacks. Countless punches rained down, dense as raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. The loud sounds echoed as they struck Oniraza, pushing him backward. Oniraza didn't just wait to be hit. The crystal on his forehead continually released energy beams. But as he retreated, and with Vegeta's quick movements, all the energy beams were wasted. Roar, roar, roar. Oniraza seemed to be getting frustrated from the beating and unleashed an even greater power. Vegeta was initially close enough to throw punches and kicks, but upon seeing Oniraza's rage, he quickly retreated to create distance. So strong. This monster's power is still rising. Son Goku exclaimed. Yeah, just like the Saiyans. The more they fight, the stronger they get. It's normal. Ye Tian agreed, glancing at Son Gohan. Ha. To force Oniraza to use all his power, very good. But the final victory still belongs to our third universe. The Kaioshin of the third universe laughed again. Hey, you're so loud. Shut up. Ye Tian called out in dissatisfaction towards the stands. The smiling L suddenly covered his mouth. It felt like the world had quieted down, and Ye Tian then continued to watch the battle between Vegeta and Oniraza. It was indeed quite noisy. Beerus glanced disdainfully at the people from the third universe, wondering if there were only 9 eliminated contestants. What to do? Can Vegeta really not handle that monster? Krillin wore a worried expression. The opponent's defense is very high. It's hard to quickly determine the victor. Beerus said, his gaze fixed on the arena. Is there no other way? Kaioshin Xin turned to look at Beerus with intense eyes. Why are you asking me? Beerus shot him a glance, unwilling to answer the question. Vegeta landed on a rock, frowning as if he were thinking of strategy. Uncle Vegeta, his weakness is that crystal on his head. Son Gohan kindly relayed Ye Tian's earlier words to Vegeta. TCH. Vegeta didn't respond. He certainly knew that energy core was Oniraza's weakness. He was thinking about having a proper fight with this guy, challenging his limits. He hadn't fully mastered Super Saiyan 5, nor had he skillfully used the Ultra Instinct. Roar. Oniraza howled again, his mouth wide open, shooting energy beams at Vegeta. Vegeta quickly dodged from his position, leaping into the air to avoid the blast, which hit the rock where he had been standing, turning it into small pieces and then powder. As Vegeta's form fell due to the constraints of the arena, a shadow quickly lunged at him. It was Oniraza's massive hand, trying to grab Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly and shot a ki blast at that hand. Boom. Chapter 79. What is he doing? Vegeta used the impact to land on the ground, but soon he charged back toward Oniraza. But. Ye Tian watched Vegeta's battle, feeling it was somewhat deliberate. Without him saying anything, he heard Son Gohan's voice. Uncle Vegeta. He's trying to surpass his limits. Is there a new transformation? What? When did Vegeta become so strong? Ye Tian asked in surprise, wide-eyed. He's always been strong. Son Goku landed beside Son Gohan, looking excitedly in the direction of the fight. Goku, does that make you the eternal second place? Ye Tian suddenly turned to ask Son Goku. As soon as the words were out, Son Goku frowned in dissatisfaction and muttered, Lord Zeno, how can you say that? It would be great if those two took each other out. Not far away. Toppo watched as Vegeta and Oniraza were entangled, a sinister thought surfacing. But it's true, aside from Jiren, there really aren't many who can fight Vegeta on the stage. Standing next to Toppo, Jiren watched Vegeta's punches, a hint of eagerness stirring in his eyes. Ye Tian felt a bit dazzled, clearly realizing that the battle between Vegeta and Oniraza had exceeded expectations. A powerful aura surged, and as Ye Tian watched the two suddenly disappear, Vegeta and Oniraza's speed had surpassed the limits of the naked eye. Bang, bang, bang. The arena was filled with the sound of fists striking flesh, along with the explosive sound of air being sliced. Vegeta aimed for Oniraza's forehead, but unfortunately, Oniraza was very sharp-minded. One was intent on blocking, while the other was fiercely attacking, leading their battle into a stalemate. When Ye Tian saw the two figures appear, he noticed Vegeta launching an energy blast towards Oniraza's forehead. Oniraza was quite agile. He waved his hand and swatted Vegeta's energy blast away, which left L on the stands in shock. Why did that Saiyan know Oniraza's weakness? The battle was at a stalemate, and with Vegeta pressing on Oniraza's forehead weakness step by step, Oniraza became furious. Roar! With Oniraza's continuous howls, the immense power he released made everyone on the arena's faces grow increasingly serious. It was too powerful. Even the strongest Jiren's gaze darkened significantly, clearly feeling threatened by Oniraza's current strength. Uncle Vegeta, let us help you. In a moment of desperation, Gohan shouted towards Vegeta, who was on the distant rock. Ye Tian slightly shook his head, thinking that with Vegeta's strong pride, he wouldn't need their help. As he said this, Ye Tian looked towards Goku and the others not far ahead. They were just watching and had no intention of stepping in to help. Oniraza's transformation had also ended, and with the huge wings revealed behind him, the flying Oniraza became even more difficult to deal with. Vegeta remained expressionless in the battle, suddenly using instant transmission to appear above Oniraza's head and launched an energy blast. Oniraza slightly moved his wings to dodge the energy blast, and the stalemate between the two had not yet been broken. However, in the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows for no less than 100 moves, with Vegeta continuously using instant transmission in an attempt to find an opportunity, but Oniraza was very cunning. Broly, hold him down. Vegeta instantly teleported next to Broly, issuing the command indifferently. Yes, Broly roared, directly transforming into his Super Saiyan form and charged toward the increasingly powerful Oniraza without any hesitation. That guy's power has increased quite a bit. Gohan frowned. Number 17's handsome face also showed some concern. That monster shouldn't be underestimated. Ha ha, that's Oniraza's true power. Tremble, other universe contestants. L on the stands couldn't hold back his laughter. Can Vegeta really do it? What is he thinking? Why not all attack together? Krillin was also closely watching the battle on the ring. What can we do? We can only choose to believe in him, Piccolo said calmly, crossing his arms. With Broly joining the battle, Vegeta's pressure suddenly decreased a lot. He stepped back and surprisingly closed his eyes to enter a meditative state. Broly kept running below, occasionally launching energy waves at Oniraza to attract his attention. With his eyes closed, Vegeta was trying to break through the realm in front of him while also focusing intently, waiting for the right moment to strike. Oniraza was becoming increasingly irritated by Broly's disturbances. Broly unleashed another energy wave towards Oniraza's massive body, but Oniraza's power was too strong, and his defense was extraordinary. The energy wave merely tickled Oniraza, leaving no marks whatsoever. Was this a futile effort? Not at all, because it had already attracted Oniraza's attention, which was exactly what Vegeta wanted. Oniraza roared in anger and charged at Broly, who was fully focused, crossing his arms to block Oniraza's punch. Broly braced himself against Oniraza's massive fist, but his form kept sliding backward. They were getting closer to the edge of the ring, and number 17 shouted a warning. You're about to fall off the ring. Be careful, Broly. Goku also shouted. Broly glanced back over his shoulder, skillfully deflecting Oniraza's fist to the side, avoiding the blow. In the next moment, Broly began releasing energy balls, trying to draw Oniraza's full attention. Unfortunately, Oniraza's intelligence matched his agility, making him very clever. While dealing with Broly, He also guided Broly toward the edge of the ring, seemingly planning to knock him out of the ring. With continuous attacks, Broly was once again pushed to the edge of the ring. Before Broly could react, Anaraza's speed was too fast. Aniraza was already in front of Broly, delivering a punch. Broly was hit and flew backward, about to fall outside the ring. At this critical moment, Gohan could no longer sit idly by. He rushed forward and grabbed Broly's arm at the edge of the ring. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and by the time Ye Tian noticed, Gohan was already trying to pull Broly up. Chapter 80, the Saiyan Super 5, but Aniraza would not let such a good opportunity slip by. He aimed another massive punch at the two on the edge, wanting to knock Gohan off the ring as well. Goku used instant transmission to appear in front of Gohan, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 to block Aniraza's punch. However, as soon as he made contact with that punch, the overwhelming force made veins pop out on Goku's forehead. Haha. This is Aniraza's power. No matter who else is on the ring, they're not his opponent. I was already lost in glee, laughing wildly. Beerus's expression was very grim. He wanted to scold, but looking at the arrogant face of the Kaioshin from Universe 3, the words got stuck in his throat, making him feel uncomfortable. Huh. Goku roared again, and with his continuous shouts, his whole body ignited in crimson flames, stacking up the Super Saiyan God form. Yeah. Within the crimson flames, hints of brilliant blue light emerged, seemingly layering towards Super Blue. Aniraza's punch was blocked, and Gohan managed to pull Broly up. The two quickly retreated. Seeing that the two were safe, Goku also began to fight back, quickly dodging Aniraza's punch, and after overcoming this crisis, Beerus on the stands secretly sighed in relief. Originally, Broly's attack turned into a three-person assault, making Aniraza dizzy. Aniraza became increasingly enraged, a terrifying aura igniting around him, and with a flash of red light from his wings. He charged at Goku. The punch, which couldn't even be seen by the naked eye, struck Goku's face, sending him flying. Ugh! Goku cried out in pain, and before he could finish his cry, Aniraza's giant foot appeared above him, and when it came down, Goku was in for a solid hit. Smack! Goku didn't even have time to feel the pain in his face and immediately dove to the side, narrowly avoiding Aniraza's kick. At this moment, Broly and Gohan had already employed Vegeta's Prince strategy, continuously launching energy waves at Aniraza. However, the effect was minimal, as Aniraza's power far exceeded theirs and had little impact. Aniraza grew even more furious, thinking that mere ants had become such a nuisance, and he exploded with rage. Roar! Accompanied by his roar, energy beams were continuously fired from his energy core toward Gohan and Broly. Boom! 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 The ring was repeatedly struck by energy beams, exploding and sending debris flying, with smoke filling the air. Gohan and Broly's figures were buried in the smoke, and for a moment, everyone's hearts were suspended, because Aniraza's second charge was complete. His shining energy core erupted with a dense barrage of energy beams once more. The people on the ring were continuously dodging. If they couldn't evade, they had to endure it. Ye Tian, however, was steady, hiding behind the protective shield created by number 17. Gohan was struggling to hold on, constantly launching energy waves to counter the energy beams, but it seemed it was not going to hold. He was about to give in. Son Gohan gritted his teeth and shouted. As he dodged, Son Goku instantly teleported behind Son Gohan, placing his hand on Gohan's shoulder. I'll help you. With Son Goku's energy output, Son Gohan's Kamehameha finally managed to counteract the powerful energy beam. Meanwhile, on the rock, Vegeta, still meditating with his eyes closed, was bombarded by countless energy beams, yet he remained motionless. Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing? Beerus exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. At that moment, Vegeta was unexpectedly transforming in his Super Saiyan 4 form. The blood-red hair covering his body was rapidly changing, slowly turning silver-white, while his hair color reverted to black. The aura surrounding him began to ignite with the explosion of his power, a transparent mix of vibrant colors. Sizzle! The burning aura surged up, dispersing the incoming energy beams. And Vegeta opened his eyes. His golden pupils now had dual colors, with a cold silver tint. Vegeta looked at his hands, Super Saiyan 5. He glanced at the three people holding back Aniraza on the stage and said indifferently, "Step back. I'll take over." Before his simple words could finish, Vegeta had already appeared in front of Aniraza. His speed was astonishing. No one in the audience could react, not even Ye Tian, who was wide-eyed, unable to describe his shock. Is this a joke? Am I in the Dragon Ball world? Am I witnessing the plot of the Dragon Ball Super tournament? In Dragon Ball Super, Would Vegeta really turn into Super Saiyan 5? So fast. Even a nearby Android 17 exclaimed in shock, highlighting the bizarre feelings of the others. Roar. Sensing Vegeta's different transformation, Oniraza shouted, instinctively sensing danger and wanting to evade. But Vegeta's speed was even faster. He calmly threw out a simple punch. Though it was a simple fist, no one present thought it was simple. Bang! The small fist created an incredibly shocking scene, as Vegeta's fist collided with Oniraza's abdomen. Yes, it collided. Oniraza suddenly widened his eyes, his expression twisted in pain, mouth agape as he spat out saliva. Ugh! His massive body trembled slightly, making it seem as if he had received a tremendous blow. What happened? What's going on? The first to speak from the stands was the Kaioshin of Universe 3L, directly questioning his own reality. He felt his worldview shattering, teetering on the brink. Oniraza clutched his belly, his blood-red eyes reflecting his madness. In that moment, he lost all reason, roaring in fury. With each shout, his power continued to rise, and he unleashed countless indistinguishable punches at Vegeta. Those punches cut through the air and cracked the arena floor, but not a single one hit Vegeta. His figure was ghostly, elusive, easily avoiding Oniraza's attacks. As he dodged, Vegeta leaped onto Oniraza, quickly landing in front of him, delivering a sweeping kick. Chapter 81. Broly unexpectedly eliminated struck on the jaw, Oniraza's head tilted back, and then his center of gravity faltered, causing him to fall backward. Bang! Roar! Ugh! A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Vegeta landed on Oniraza's forehead, extending one hand toward the energy furnace. No! Impossible! How could this happen? Elf in the stands was so shocked he stood up, his glasses slipping off his nose. I didn't expect it. Vegeta has become even more powerful. Is this a new form? Android 17 exclaimed in awe. Oh. So cool. The Grand Zeno, sitting above, clapped happily. Is this another new color? It's turned fluffy white. No, that's the Super Saiyan 5 form we saw in the previous battle with Reg, Goku said, clenching his fists, growing even more excited. Super Saiyan 5. Beerus smirked, a faint smile appearing. I didn't expect that this bastard Vegeta had such a trick up his sleeve. He looks not only powerful, but also cool. Even the Grand Zeno thinks so. Whis chuckled softly. In the shadows, Frieza finally peeked out from behind a rock, looking at Vegeta in mid-air with an inscrutable gaze. Should I jump into the ring? Or should I throw him out? Vegeta smirked coldly. Oniraza did not respond, but his actions silently indicated his struggle. He continuously fought back, the energy furnace on his forehead shining brightly, seemingly planning to launch a close-range attack on Vegeta. A terrifying energy surged forth, instantly engulfing Vegeta's figure. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta stood unharmed on Oniraza's forehead. Stubborn, are we? Vegeta scoffed, a glimmer of light appearing in his palm. Oniraza continued to struggle, but Vegeta's powerful grip kept him pinned down, preventing him from rising. Oh, I didn't expect Vegeta to be so cool when he gets powerful. Now I want to transform into Super Saiyan 5 too. Ye Tian looked at Vegeta, whose body was barely larger than Oniraza's one eye, and couldn't help but feel extremely envious that he could suppress that head. On this side, Son Goku couldn't help but want to rush over and fight Vegeta first. But he still had a bit of rationality left. So he secretly aimed at Jiren from Universe 11. Jiren, let's continue fighting. Jiren snorted coldly, not saying a word. But Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4 stacked with Super Saiyan God and charged at Jiren. Toppo wanted to join the battle as well, but was stopped by Son Gohan and Broly, and a few of them began to mix it up. Aren't you going to help? Ye Tian looked at the calm 17, standing next to him with his hands in his pockets. The protective shield had disappeared, and Ye Tian subtly indicated that he no longer needed 17's protection. Not for now, 17 replied calmly, turning to ask Ye Tian. Didn't Zeno-sama say to leave me until the end? Ye Tian suddenly found himself at a loss for words. This was completely different from the power tournament he had originally watched. It was supposed to be an intense and thrilling battle, but now it seems so unfortunate. Words couldn't express it. Over there, Vegeta unleashed a terrifying energy wave at Oniraza's energy core, and as the core shattered, that attack was incredibly cool, effortlessly and simply annihilating Oniraza. Ye Tian felt like smashing salt. Was this really the tournament of power he had seen? Wow. The massive Oniraza instantly disappeared from the stage, replaced by the figures of 4 contestants from the stands. The Grand Priest, rarely speaking, announced all contestants from Universe 3 have been eliminated. Proceed with the clearing. Oh. Clearing. The Omni King raised his little hands high once again. In an instant, everyone from Universe 3 disappeared, leaving only the Angel Kamba from Universe 3, who sighed softly. At this point, there were still 13 minutes left until the Tournament of Power ended, and on the stage, there was only one person left from Universe 4, 9 from Universe 7, and 2 from Universe 11, Jiren and Topo. Ha ha ha. Finally found a chance to gloat, the Kaishin Shin laughed heartily, imitating the earlier disappearance of L. It seemed that the final victory belonged to Universe 7. After all, they had the most participants left. Childish. Do you think what you can think of, others can't? Beerus glanced disdainfully at Kaishin Shin. Yes, the contestants from the universes with fewer participants will do their utmost to attack. We can't expect that kind of strategy. Whis' expression turned serious as he explained. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, the mouse, wore a gloomy expression. His universe had only one person left. Although it was clever to hide quietly, it was merely delaying the inevitable death, with no chance of victory at all. Damn it, the mouse god of destruction gritted his teeth, grinding them together. On the stage, Vegeta had returned to his normal state. The temporary Super Saiyan 5 form had drained a lot of his energy. He instantly teleported next to Ye Tian, seemingly intending to use Ye Tian's identity to rest a bit. What are you looking at me for? Vegeta frowned in dissatisfaction at Ye Tian, who was staring at him. Nothing much, just noticed that you suddenly look pretty cool. Ye Tian grinned and then asked a question that no one had ever brought up before. I feel like you've gotten taller. Vegeta snorted coldly, found a rock to sit on, and completely ignored Ye Tian. Ye Tian didn't get entangled in this issue and turned his attention to the battle between Son Wukong and Jiren. Son Wukong was still in the water. However, on the other side, there was an unexpected turn in the battle with Topo, as Broly was suddenly knocked off the stage by something. Broly, what's wrong with you? Bardock said with a grin, patting Broly on the shoulder. Why are you having such bad luck like me? Captain, I don't know either. It seems I was attacked by something invisible. Broly expressed his confusion. What's going on? Beerus, who had been focusing on the battle of Gohan and the others, didn't even glance at the bewildered Broly and frowned. It started. The mouse god of destruction, who had been looking grim, suddenly revealed a sinister smile. There's hope. Was it the invisible man forced off the stage by Lord Zeno? Gohan looked around warily. Topo also stopped fighting, cautiously searching around. How dare you interrupt our righteous duel? It's unforgivable. Chapter 82. Two universes disappear in succession behind. Gohan, with his eyes closed, quickly noticed the movement behind him. He wanted to throw a punch, but unfortunately, he swung at nothing. What's going on? Did your universe send two invisible people to the stage? Beerus scanned the mouse god of destruction and asked tentatively. Hee. I won't tell you, you bald cat. The mouse god of destruction cursed at Beerus and made a face. On the other side, Son Wukong and Jiren, who were conserving energy and testing each other, also stopped and looked towards Gohan. Invisible person? What invisible person? Son Wukong asked curiously. I just fought Broly and previously dealt with one by Zeno, but I didn't expect there to be another one here. Number 17 also explained. This is a bit tricky. Although I can't see it, I can still feel the energy. Son Wukong became alert. For a moment, the people from both universes stood silently, waiting and on guard. Energy? There is such a way to scout? How convenient. Number 17 sighed. The speaker was unaware, but the listener was attentive. Ye Tian looked at number 17 in surprise. Don't you need to sense energy? I can't. Number 17 smiled. Then how do you scout your opponent? Ye Tian's eyes widened as if discovering a new continent and began to inquire. Sounds, number 17 said, pulling his hand out from his pocket. No matter how far away, as long as it's a sound made, I can hear it. Isn't that like having 1,000-mile ears? Ye Tian blinked. Then you can find that invisible person. I'll give it a try. Number 17 took a few steps forward, tucked his hair behind his ear, and concentrated on listening. Number 17 quickly heard a faint sound. But. There. Number 17 pointed to the ground not far away, where a small bug-like thing was running quickly. He found it. But. Hey, the only contestant from Universe 3, Damon, was discovered. He looked at the huge number 17 pointing at him. Beads of cold sweat rolling down his cheeks. Hey, is it a bug? Son Wukong curiously squatted down, but Damon quickly punched him in the nose. Son Wukong covered his nose and cried out, ouch, that hurts. It's not an invisible person, just too small to see. Number 17 said, crossing his arms. Because it's too small, it managed to survive on the stage till now. Oh no. Run. Damon jumped and quickly started to escape. Hey, it disappeared. Gohan exclaimed, looking at number 17, hoping he would find that little bug again. It's okay. Now that I've found it, I won't miss. Number 17 said calmly, extending his index finger and launching an energy blast into the air. Bang! The energy blast seemed to hit something, and a small, unclear object fell off the stage, emitting smoke. Huh? Looking at the small figure sitting on the stage, the mouse god of destruction was shocked. Damon, there are really too many strange opponents. Number 17 smiled, brushing his hair back and covering his ears again. As expected, a handsome guy is reliable. Ye Tian laughed, giving applause and encouragement. All contestants from Universe 4 are eliminated. Erased. As soon as the Grand Priest spoke, the mouse god of destruction's face turned as pale as paper. It's over. Swish. Universe 4 also disappeared. The Kaioshin swallowed nervously, leaving only 2 universes on the stage. The remaining 5 from Universe 7 and the 2 from Universe 11 would soon reveal the outcome in the next few minutes. After resolving this small incident, Gohan once again faced Toppo, and Son Wukong continued to engage Jiren. Frieza finally showed himself, and seeing Gohan struggling, number 17 joined the fray. Frieza stopped not far from Ye Tian and looked at Vegeta. This is getting more and more interesting. Heh, you're only suited for wandering around and fighting small monsters. Vegeta sneered, mocking him. As soon as Frieza heard this, he became dissatisfied. Noble Vegeta, didn't you fail to deal with even a big monster? Oh, but you can't even handle a big monster and just hide behind to plot schemes. Vegeta retorted. The atmosphere is so strange. Ye Tian scratched the back of his head, wondering when Vegeta and Frieza's relationship became so good. They seemed to be bickering with a lot of chemistry. Ye Tian's eyes were filled with curiosity. This Vegeta is really different. On the other side, facing the combined forces of Gohan and number 17, Toppo seemed unhurried, handling the situation with ease. Number 17 threw a punch at Toppo's back. But Toppo suddenly ducked as if he had eyes on the back of his head, avoiding the punch. This punch almost grazed Gohan's nose, who quickly flipped back to create distance. Toppo, who had ducked down, didn't idle either. He tripped number 17's punching arm and kicked him away. Bang! Number 17's body flew back and quickly hit the ground. Not giving number 17 a chance to get up, Toppo rushed in and kicked him while he was down. This is the late Justice. After kicking number 17, Toppo rolled and landed on the ground, striking a pose as if demonstrating some bizarre idea of justice. Not giving Toppo too much time to revel in his victory, number 17, embedded in the stage, suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Toppo's ankle. But number 17 then flipped up by grabbing Toppo's foot and threw a powerful punch, sending Toppo flying. He stood up and dusted himself off. This is really just nonsense justice. That should be called Justice My Foot. Ye Tian waved at number 17. You're definitely going to win the championship. Handsome number 17. TSK. I think I should be a bit more handsome than you. On the 17th, one hand was in a fist while the other hand brushed away non-existent bangs. This statement. Ye Tian shrugged his shoulders, suddenly pointing his thumb at himself, saying, what's the use of being handsome? My identity is more prestigious. All right, you win. Number 17 didn't bother to say these meaningless words to Ye Tian. He dashed towards Son Wukong, planning to assist, while on the other side, Son Wukong was waiting. Seeing Toppo flying towards him, he didn't hold back and kicked out as well. Bang! Chapter 83. In Super 10, can you take a hit? Who would have thought that after only a short training, Gohan would become so powerful? Such terrifying talent. Piccolo looked at the arena, his words filled with both pride and a hint of disappointment. Proud because Gohan was more like his disciple than his son, with extremely high talent. Disappointed because he wasn't aiming for this. He didn't love fighting. If Gohan continued to train without working, would he be even stronger than Goku? Krillin couldn't finish his sentence before his imagination ran wild, and the more he thought, the more he trembled. Maybe Gohan would even surpass Vegeta and become the strongest person. What nonsense are you talking about? You cannot work. Number 18 coldly interrupted Krillin's fantasies. Right? Krillin, coming back to his senses, felt a bit embarrassed. Not working was indeed bad. Maybe if he didn't work, he would lose his wife and kids. Gohan is still quite capable. Watching Gohan entangled with Toppo, along with number 17 charging in from behind. Even Goku couldn't help but exclaim. But soon, Goku shifted his gaze to the expressionless Jiren across from him. It seemed having those two was enough. Jiren, let's settle this. It's the same every time. You're simply not my opponent, Jiren said expressionlessly. Goku, however, ignored him and charged towards Jiren, and their battle quickly erupted. Hey, Vegeta, Ye Tian shouted as he approached Vegeta. When will you achieve Super 5? Is there a Super 9? After mastering it in the fight with Jocko, Vegeta glanced coldly at Ye Tian and replied indifferently. Don't mention Super 9. There's still Super 10 after that. Do you want to learn? But can you take a hit? Vegeta felt no awe or affection for this so-called king of all. This is just a slightly bigger king of all. Fun and loves to stir up trouble. What show off? Ha ha ha. It seems this time the victory belongs to Universe 7. Frieza also joined the conversation. If it weren't for Beerus's request, do you think I wouldn't beat you to death? Vegeta disdainfully glanced at Frieza. Hey, don't be so arrogant. It's easy to die quickly. Frieza was increasingly displeased. If it weren't for Vegeta's strength being greater than his, he would want to press this arrogant guy down and rub him in the dirt. Frieza, continue to spar with me. I have no evenly matched opponents on this arena. Ye Tian secretly began to roll up his sleeves again. There's plenty of time. Lord King of all. Frieza didn't even think and directly refused. Bah, who wants to fight with their hands tied? Only a fool would fight with him. TSK. Vegeta, aren't you going to help? Ye Tian spat disdainfully at Frieza and looked at Vegeta. Kakarot doesn't need my help. It's time for him to break through, Vegeta said indifferently. Ye Tian was momentarily confused. A breakthrough? Could Vegeta really know that Sun Wukong would achieve a breakthrough to the Ultra Instinct in this arena? Is that possible? Then I should conserve my energy well. Who knows, I might just sit and wait to win. Seeing that the two weren't chatting anymore, Frieza, like Vegeta, plopped down on a rock. Hey, what's going on? Why are both Vegeta and Frieza sitting down to rest? Bastards. How dare they slack off? Beerus on the stands was furious. Victory was just within reach. How could they relax at such a critical moment? Lord Beerus, you shouldn't say that. Anyway, we have more people here, so it's fine to take turns resting occasionally. Whis chimed in with a smile. Hearing what Whis said, Beerus found a way to ease his frustration. So he decided to forgive them for now. Ye Tian turned his gaze towards the battle between Son Gohan and Toppo. Their cooperation with the 17 was becoming increasingly tacit, but they still couldn't quickly take down Toppo. This guy's quite troublesome. Son Gohan pulled away from Toppo and landed next to 17. At this moment, Toppo had veins bulging on his forehead. Although he had not been taken down by their joint attack, he was no longer fighting as easily as before. I am a candidate for the god of destruction. Toppo's words were filled with confidence and pride. How could a candidate for a god easily lose to you humans? This guy still seemed to have a lot of strength left. 17's expression was indifferent as he coldly glanced at Toppo. Watch my justice shine. Feeling underestimated, Toppo raised his large hands and charged towards Son Gohan and 17. Their cooperation was becoming more and more seamless. 17 used his energy shield as a shield while charging forward. Son Gohan followed closely behind, preparing to launch a fierce attack as soon as he found an opening in Toppo's defenses. Seeing Son Gohan rushing towards him, Toppo had to take him seriously. He hurriedly shot a Kamehameha wave at Son Gohan. Son Gohan's speed increased, quickly dodging Toppo's energy blast, and with a swift turn, he kicked towards Toppo. Toppo's massive fist was powerful, and the force of his punch nearly numbed Son Gohan's leg. Behind them, 17 had already leaped over Son Gohan's head and shot an energy ball at Toppo, who had no chance to defend himself at that moment. Bang! The energy ball hit Toppo, and with an explosion, he was instantly surrounded by smoke, his figure becoming invisible. Oh, great cooperation. Beerus in the stands was quite satisfied, not expecting Goku's son to have some skills. Although he's Goku's son, Gohan was trained by me. Piccolo was immediately displeased upon hearing this. The credit was his. Goku had never taught Gohan anything. At most, they had only spent a year, together in the hyperbolic time chamber during the fight against Cell. I won't pay attention to these small details, anyway. Beerus stood up, stepping on the railing of the stands, hands cupped around his mouth as he shouted, "Go for it. Victory is in sight. This guy doesn't seem that powerful." 17 coldly looked at the dissipating smoke. Son Gohan, however, was very vigilant, staring intently at the smoke, not daring to let his guard down. This guy is not weak. As he spoke, a strong wind blew away the smoke, revealing Toppo, whose clothes were somewhat tattered. His expression was quite grim, especially when he looked at 17 and Son Gohan, his face twisted in a snarl. Chapter 84, Son Goku est urgency HMPH. It seems I have to take this seriously. Next, I will represent justice to punish you. The Omni King has said that your justice is worthless. 17 sneered mockingly. It seems quite vulnerable. You are not allowed to insult our justice. I will make you understand what true justice is. Topo said as he ripped his tight-fitting suit and threw it on the ground. Accompanied by a roar, Topo's muscles bulged. Veins resembling tree roots intertwined and swelled, his body quivering slightly. The gradually erupting power created a howling hurricane that surged towards Son Gohan and 17. What's going on? 17 was somewhat surprised, raising his hand to shield his eyes while squinting to look. Hey, that guy's power can't be real, can it? The Kaioshin widened his eyes. When he fought Goku, Topo was not this powerful. Damn, this guy's strength is no joke. Can Gohan and the others handle it? Beerus also looked on in disbelief. A candidate for the God of Destruction? This guy already has the power of a God of Destruction. Still calling himself a candidate? Beerus glared at the clown God of Destruction, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn it, you." Hee, forcing Topo to use the power of a God of Destruction. Your universe is quite remarkable. The clown God of Destruction said this, but his expression did not reflect that sentiment. Mockery, disdain, and contempt were written all over his clownish face. The power of a God of Destruction. Ye Tian stroked his chin, watching. It seemed that his earlier claim that Topo was about as strong as him was just his own self-assessment. If Topo were to use destructive power, then Son Gohan and 17 would be in trouble. They definitely wouldn't win. Just as Ye Tian thought, Son Gohan and 17, wary of Topo's destructive power, found themselves constrained in their fighting, directly falling into a disadvantage. Be careful. Seeing Topo unleash his destructive power again, Son Gohan shouted to 17. 17 reacted quickly, leaping into the air just as Topo's destructive force struck where he had just stood. Boom! Instantly, the spot that was hit was destroyed and a massive pit appeared, erasing all the previously destroyed rocks. 17 was chased by Topo's destructive power, while Son Gohan couldn't find any way to save him at that moment. Bang, bang, bang. 17 kept dodging. The ground he stepped on and the rocks he passed over were all erased under Topo's destructive force. 17 was forced to the edge of the arena. Looking at the relentless Topo with some anger, "You bastard." Oomph. Topo snorted through his nose, raising one hand palm out toward 17, displaying a hint of the demeanor of a god of destruction. But soon, before he could look cool for 3 seconds, Son Gohan seized the opportunity, quickly moving to appear behind Topo. He hooked both arms under Topo's armpits and wrapped his legs around Topo's waist. Son Gohan shouted to 17, "Hurry now." 17. This statement was concise and clear, but 17 instantly understood Son Gohan's meaning. They were going to knock both of them out of the arena. "Let's go." 17 was not polite at all, extending his hands to unleash a powerful Kamehameha wave towards the two. Bang! Son Gohan, along with the Topo he had restrained, was directly sent flying out of the arena by the Kamehameha wave. Swish! Son Gohan fell from the arena, quickly appearing on the stands, but Topo, on the other hand, was very fortunate to land on a floating rock outside the arena. Damn! Seeing that Topo had not been eliminated, Beerus angrily pounded the railing of the stands. Goku's son had sacrificed himself for nothing. Topo cautiously got up, trying not to fall, and looked at the distance between himself and the arena, which was a bit far. He could only think of a way to get Jiren to help him. But Topo didn't notice that at this moment, a foot stepped onto the rock and a single finger pointed at him, followed by a sneer. The clown god of destruction, seeing that Topo had not been eliminated, was clearly not happy at all. He frowned and looked at the arena. "Jiren, let these guys see your power that surpasses the gods. Defeat them. No need to hold back." It was rare for the Kaioshin of Universe 11 to also echo his voice. "You are so eager to fight me?" Jiren looked at Goku and spoke. The 7th universe really cannot be underestimated. It has managed to last until now. "Yes, I love fighting strong opponents." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Jiren moved, slowly walking towards Sun Wukong, not exuding any power, but the sheer pressure from his presence made it hard to breathe. Clearly, there was no outward display of power, yet it created an invisible pressure. TSK. Ye Tian also turned his gaze towards Jiren, marveling, as he watched Jiren approach him, finally meeting his gaze. Sun Wukong revealed a faintly serious smile. "This moment has finally come. I waited a long time for this, Jiren." Sun Wukong quickly charged at Jiren. Sun Wukong said little, instead leaping into the air and throwing a rapid punch at Jiren. But this swift punch was easily blocked by Jiren, who also struck back with another punch aimed at Son Wukong's abdomen. Bang! Son Wukong was hit hard, his body instantly flying back, crashing through one rock formation after another, and finally falling from the embedded mountainside with a thud onto the arena. Ugh! That scream was incredibly tragic, but no one on the arena moved. Ye Tian watched the show. Number 17 was still at the edge of the arena, and Topo had not been eliminated yet. Vegeta was meditating, while Frieza was planning something. Cough cough. It seems stronger than I imagined, but I won't easily admit defeat. Son Wukong got up from the ground and transformed back into his Super Saiyan Blue form. Son Wukong placed his hands on his hips and began to gather energy, launching a powerful energy wave towards Jiren. Jiren remained expressionless, calm, and collected, easily swatting the powerful energy wave away with one hand. Bang! The energy wave exploded high above the arena, smoke billowing down, and at that moment, Son Wukong moved again, charging towards Jiren. Bang, bang, bang. Jiren didn't even bother to dodge, allowing Son Wukong's punches to hit him without hesitation. Yet countless punches failed to budge Jiren's form even slightly. Chapter 85, No Match for Jiren. Son Wukong roared, delivering another powerful punch aimed at Jiren's face. But Jiren showed no expression, merely turning his eyes to look at Son Wukong. Silence speaks louder than words. Is that your attack? Not even a tickle? TSK. The slow-witted Son Wukong sensed the insult at that moment, stepping back and transforming into Super Saiyan 4 at full power. In this state, his strength could become even greater. In Super Saiyan 4, Son Wukong launched another fierce attack, throwing punches and kicks at Jiren, but it seemed to have little effect. Bang, bang, bang. Have you finished testing? Jiren reached out and grabbed Son Wukong's fist, asking expressionlessly. What? Son Wukong didn't have time to be surprised before Jiren made his move. Gripping Son Wukong's fist with one hand and striking towards Son Wukong's face with the other. Bang! The overwhelming pressure and the speed of the punch that cut through the air caused Son Wukong's expression to change dramatically. But Son Wukong's fist felt as if it were trapped by something, unable to pull back at all. Son Wukong took that punch squarely, his body instantly flying back, crashing through countless mountains, showcasing just how terrifying Jiren's strength was. Son Wukong finally snapped out of his shock, flipping over and pushing off from the nearest rock to charge at Jiren again. In Super Saiyan 4, he unleashed a jet of bright red energy, combining it with Super Saiyan God. The combined power was slightly weaker than Vegeta's previous form, but Son Wukong felt that this strength could at least shake Jiren a bit. Come on, Jiren! Son Wukong roared as he threw another punch. This time, Jiren did not just stand there. His form moved, his rapid movements dazzling the eye. Wow. Such powerful strength, such fast speed. Ye Tian's eyes widened. How can there be such a difference among people? Forget it, there's no point in comparing. He had only been in the Dragon Ball world for a few months. Son Wukong and Jiren were now entangled in battle, seemingly evenly matched in Ye Tian's eyes. But Vegeta scoffed from his side. Kakarot hasn't even touched the hem of his opponent's clothing. Ye Tian stared intently, but unfortunately, both Son Wukong and Jiren were extremely fast. He focused so hard that blood vessels popped in his eyes, yet he still couldn't see through it. Great priest, your strength is a bit embarrassing for the Saiyans. Seeing Ye Tian's confusion, Vegeta began to instruct him. Kakarot seems to be chasing Jiren, but he doesn't have the initiative at all. As long as Jiren finds an opening, Kakarot will lose. Oh, Ye Tian no dit vanguidi. Turning to look at Vegeta, as if to say, is it like you in the past, when you initially pressured your opponent, only to be beaten down within moments? Is that what you mean? Ye Tian blinked and asked with a smirk. But in reality, he wasn't really trying to mock. He had seen Dragon Ball, and wasn't Vegeta always like that? Vegeta's forehead had a question mark pop up. What the hell? Wasn't I talking about Kakarot? Why am I being dragged into this? When did I ever have such a battle? Bang, bang, bang. Son Wukong's attacks were getting faster, but the openings were also increasing. Jiren casually seized an opportunity and threw a punch at Son Wukong's abdomen. Bang! Son Wukong was sent flying again. He struggled to get up from the ground, clutching his abdomen, his expression somewhat grim. If this is your limit, I suggest you stop wasting time, Jiren said coolly, clenching his fist. No, this is not my limit. Son Wukong gasped, his voice rising as he unleashed his power in the Super Saiyan 4 state, combined with Super Saiyan God. with both fists clenched tightly. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan God began to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. He roared continuously, his aura erupting more intensely and powerfully. I can feel it, my limit. That wall standing in front of me. Break it, wall. Jiren looked at him like he was an idiot, not understanding what Sun Wukong was screaming about. No one present could perhaps comprehend the urgency and desire for strength that Sun Wukong felt. He was roaring, constantly unleashing his power. But Jiren remained unfazed, his expression calm, as if he were above the mundane, rushing toward Sun Wukong with a bent knee, delivering a powerful kick to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Ugh! Sun Wukong was struck so hard that he instantly spat out bile. Without giving him a moment to brace for the pain, Jiren reached out and yanked Sun Wukong's arm, throwing him away. Sun Wukong landed on the ground in a somewhat disheveled state, coughing repeatedly to suppress the intense pain coursing through his body. He wiped the corner of his mouth, his voice rising and falling. Even if my body breaks, it doesn't matter. At this moment, I need power, very strong power. Faced with the formidable Jiren and the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Sun Wukong felt a pressing urgency, a desire for strength. Hey, Wukong's power is rising dramatically. Beerus also noticed, surprised. What is he trying to do? It feels like Kaioken, but a bit different. Krillin frowned as he watched the stage. Energy depletion, ignoring his body and forcibly draining the power within. Was explained calmly. TSK. What is Kakarot trying to do? Is he crazy? Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong's reckless actions with a furrowed brow. Yeah. Sun Wukong roared in anger, rising again and charging toward Jiren with a punch. Although he hit Jiren's cheek, the overwhelming, depleting power also made his body feel uncomfortable. Sun Wukong panted heavily. This desperate, powerful punch was delivered, but it didn't inflict much damage on Jiren. This won't do. Depleted power can't defeat Jiren. Bardock's expression was also grim. No one expected Jiren to be this powerful, but he had a question he wanted to ask. Why could Vegeta, in Super Saiyan 4 combined with Super Saiyan Blue, match Jiren equally, while his son could not? Was it due to bloodline reasons? Earlier, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 had already surpassed full power, on the verge of entering Super Saiyan 5, while Wukong was still at full power in Super Saiyan 4. The combat powers were different. Whis explained slowly to everyone. Chapter 89. Our strength is different, this won't work. Wukong's thinking is wrong. Whis' expression was somewhat serious. His teachings to Wukong were not like this. It seems like Wukong is weak. He can't take a hit. Ye Tian sighed, but soon he smirked silently. As the protagonist of Dragon Ball, he definitely wouldn't be easily defeated. Wukong would soon unleash the Ultra Instinct and dominate Jiren. Haha. The feeling of watching live versus watching on a phone is different. No wonder so many people want to see 5D. As Ye Tian's mind wandered into outer space, the figures of Sun Wukong and Jiren on the stage had already disappeared, leaving only the occasional sounds of physical collisions and punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Clap, clap, clap. But not long after, in just a moment, a figure crashed into the chaotic pile of rocks on the stage. Bang. As the smoke cleared, Ye Tian saw Sun Wukong lying amidst the rubble, struggling to get up. This is a crushing defeat. Ye Tian couldn't help but shiver. If the path to becoming stronger was like this, how much pain would he have to endure? Although he was immortal, pain would still hurt. Ha ha, Jiren, you are the strongest. Take them out. What use is there in numbers? The clown god of destruction in the stands was extremely pleased, resting his hands behind his head and lying on the steps with his feet crossed, feeling very comfortable. Wukong, over on the 7th universe's stand. The atmosphere among everyone turned somewhat serious. Damn it, how long does that guy Vegeta need to rest? Krillin gripped his pants tightly, speaking angrily. Piccolo's expression was increasingly grim. At this rate, Wukong would be eliminated too. Dad, Son Gohan's face was filled with worry. What? Has Son Wukong suddenly stopped struggling? He looked at the endless dark sky, realizing how strong Jiren actually was. Have you given up struggling? It seems you have come to terms with reality. Jiren spoke coldly. But as soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong jumped up again, charging at Jiren, shouting, I won't give up. With Sun Wukong's roar, his aura grew stronger again, the surging wave of energy instantly sweeping across the entire arena. But did Jiren care? He didn't even change his expression, still looking very calm, watching Sun Wukong gather energy at his waist without even furrowing his brow. Oh, Jiren has no eyebrows. Came. Haim. Jiren simply raised his hand calmly, unleashing an energy even stronger than the Kamehameha. intending to block Son Wukong's full-force attack this way. Useless. Jiren could block attacks below God level with just his energy explosion, let alone his active attack. Ye Tian looked on, shaking his head helplessly. Wukong, hurry up and turn silver. Did the great priest see clearly this time? Vegeta suddenly looked at Ye Tian, his gaze full of scrutiny. It's just average. Ye Tian was not the slightest bit embarrassed. He certainly wouldn't tell Vegeta the reason. Jiren's energy wave dissipated Goku's Kamehameha and then charged straight at him. Goku. Krillin voiced his concern. The situation had turned dire. Whis also spoke up. Goku's combat experience was incredibly rich, and in an instant he reacted, leaping to avoid the energy wave. But in that brief moment, Jiren had already appeared in front of him, throwing a punch that sent Goku flying again. Boom! Just one punch created a massive pit in the ground, and Goku lay at the bottom of it, wailing. Jiren's unstoppable force left the audience in silence. No one spoke, but many eyes turned towards Vegeta. Out of ammo. Huh? Vegeta also felt the gazes from the stands and stood up indifferently, taking a few steps forward. Just when everyone thought it was time for Vegeta to take the stage, he stopped after 2 steps and shouted at Goku lying in the pit. Kakarot, you idiot. Fool. Fool. You didn't consider your body while trying to force your power. You can't break through like this. Have you forgotten? Think about the full power of Super Saiyan 1 and the true Super Saiyan 2 form. Ugh. Goku struggled to sit up, looking blankly at Vegeta. Goku managed to stand up with difficulty, shifting his gaze from Vegeta to Jiren, his expression increasingly anxious. Why hasn't he been able to force out his true power? At this moment, Vegeta moved again, walking towards the disheveled Goku, his tone filled with anger. Kakarot, what is your strength? Strength? Isn't it just about needing more power? Goku looked at Vegeta in surprise as he approached him. I can't believe I heard such words from you. That's my strength, not yours. Vegeta stood 3 meters away from Goku, arms crossed, a look of disdain on his face. Your strength is different from what I'm pursuing. It's never been the same. Different. Goku looked at Vegeta in confusion, and suddenly memories from the past began to flash in his mind. Those teachings from his mentors. Those were things he learned as a child on Kirin Tower with Master Kirin, and in the Supreme Kai Temple with the Supreme Kai and Kibito. Also, the words of King Kai and Whis's frequent warnings. Their voices suddenly echoed in Goku's ears. You have too many unnecessary movements, so you will soon run out of breath. Master Kirin, when defending, you must be as still as a 1,000-year-old turtle, and when you strike, you must be faster than lightning, swift and fierce. Kibito and the Supreme Kai. If you want to become the strongest in the universe, you must not only train your body, but you also need to cultivate your mind. King Kai, vigilance and caution are constant. Let your body react and fight, not through your brain. Whis, hey Kakarot, what are you dazed about? Did you hear my words? Seeing Goku lost in memories, Vegeta yelled. If you can't do it, let me take over. Don't just stand there like a fool. No, Goku gathered all the energy he had accumulated and returned to his normal state. At this moment, his heart suddenly felt calm. Chapter 87. The sign of the Ultra Instinct I understand. With this sentence, Goku flew towards Jiren again. This time, he even used his normal state, but the next scene was quite bizarre. Jiren threw another punch, and Goku surprisingly dodged past him. Whoosh! Jiren was somewhat surprised, and so were Vegeta, Ye Tian, and the turned-around Frieza and Android 17. He dodged. Ye Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Just a few words of scolding. Can this really work? If this is how he breaks through, then maybe we should call in an army to scold him to death. He could directly reach Super Saiyan 10. An invisible aura ignited from Goku, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. Following that, the faint aura around Goku grew stronger. Soaring into the sky, no clouds, with boundless power surging. Here it comes, the sign of Ultra Instinct. Ye Tian was excited and wanted to shout out his excitement. Whoosh! Less than a second after Jiren was surprised, he quickly threw another punch. But this time Goku withdrew and dodged again. Thud! Soon, the dodging Goku also threw his own punch at Jiren, who quickly blocked it with his elbow. The shift in the battle stunned even those in the stands. Whis was extremely surprised that he had actually grasped it. Could it be? Beerus stared wide-eyed. But the others were left confused, with only Goku wearing a radiant smile. Vegeta, I know what I need to pursue now. It's my heart. As his loud shout echoed, a silver aura enveloped his entire body, and his hair turned silver. Goku's heart. Goku's expression became serious as he looked at Jiren and officially declared. Meanwhile, Beerus in the stand was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. That technique. Yes, it seems Goku has entered this realm as well, separating consciousness from a body, allowing the body to act and dodge unconsciously. It's also called Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. Krillin asked in confusion, what is this? The others were equally puzzled. What technique? What is this freedom? However, Frieza in the stands chuckled, haha, I knew that Goku wasn't so simple. Beerus crossed his arms, feeling that his position as a destroyer god was precarious. Vegeta could use Ultra Instinct, and now Goku could too. But he, as a destroyer god, hadn't fully mastered Ultra Instinct yet. Silver hair, huh? Krillin couldn't sense Beerus's inner thoughts. He pointed at the silver-haired Goku, saying it was just a color change. Unlike Krillin's confusion, Ye Tian's eyes widened. Hey, is this Ultra Instinct? Right. It's my first time seeing it. Silver hair. The shimmering starry aura. It looks cooler. Much more pleasing than his pink hair. I want to learn. I must learn. And the white-haired Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5 combined with Ultra Instinct. The entire set in silver and white. Cool. Woohoo. I, Ye Tian, am also about to take off. Krillin's confusion. Ye Tian's envy. While Jiren asked Goku with a serious expression, if you defeat your current form with all your strength, will you be satisfied? No regrets, right? Let's settle this. At this moment, Son Wukong's mindset is incredibly calm. He has found the path he wants to take. He is not simply following Vegeta in the pursuit of power. He initially trained under Master Roshi not to defeat enemies, but to improve himself, to conquer himself, and to protect those he believes should be protected. Is it really time to distinguish between victory and defeat? Ye Tian's expression also became serious, and the heavy atmosphere of battle surged. Is the most exciting climax of the Tournament of Power finally arriving? On the arena, Son Wukong charged towards Jiren, who, unwilling to back down, rushed towards him as well. Under Ye Tian's eager gaze, Son Wukong's Ultra Instinct state suddenly vanished, and he was struck away by Jiren's punch. The impact created a long dent in the arena, leaving Ye Tian stunned. Hey, what's going on? Is this all over in less than a second? Is this how the Tournament of Power is broadcast? What am I watching? Son Wukong lay in the rubble, unable to even scream in pain, clearly suffering severe injuries. It seems regrettable. Wukong probably hasn't fully mastered the true Ultra Instinct yet. Maybe he just triggered the opportunity. Whis sighed, his words filled with strong regret. After all, the Ultra Instinct is not so easy to master. Son Wukong finally managed to suppress the excruciating pain, but damn it. With someone like you, you don't even count as a bit of justice. I won't hold back. Jiren said coldly. Just now, Wukong's state could be called a. Whis' voice echoed again. Watching Jiren walk towards Son Wukong, Vegeta quickly moved in front of him, looking at the approaching Jiren. Then let me fight you. Vegeta? Jiren looked at Vegeta. You were hiding quite a strong fighting power before, right? Aren't you the same? You're still holding back all your strength. Vegeta smiled indifferently. So, do you want to break through some wall to master that marvelous technique like that guy? Jiren pointed at Son Wukong, who was getting up behind Vegeta. Oh, Ultra Instinct. I can, but I don't really like it. Vegeta snorted, reaching the state of Ultra Instinct. But soon Vegeta lightly called out, returning to his normal state. But what I prefer is the transformation unique to Saiyans. Like Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta transformed again, quickly reaching the Super Saiyan 5 state. I don't have a master to teach me. My belief is to train hard and grow stronger to survive. As the proud King Vegeta, the Ultra Instinct of some angel or this stuff, better left for that Kakarot kid. Vegeta roared and charged towards Jiren, throwing out swift punches, the powerful punches moving at incredible speed. Chapter 88. Super Saiyan 5 versus Jiren. Vegeta continuously threw punches at Jiren, forcing him to retreat while defending, and Vegeta's relentless attacks never ceased. I fight only for myself. Every battle is a gamble for life and death. My confidence comes only from my strength. The unending steps towards strength. I, Vegeta, am different from them all. Vegeta retracted his fist and leaped, kicking Jiren, sending him flying backward. Oh, Vegeta is amazing. Ye Tian exclaimed in admiration. Vegeta, well done. After struggling for a while, Son Wukong finally sat up, feeling much better, but his complexion was still pale. That kid Vegeta is indeed reliable. Beerus once again placed his foot on the railing, smugly winking at the clown god of destruction. Oomph, what's so great about it? In the end, our universe's Jiren will still win. The clown god of destruction snorted coldly, turning his head away from Beerus. But at this moment, Jiren on the arena stabilized his form, and his previously calm expression finally became serious, with a flicker of brilliance in his eyes. Not everyone can be his opponent, aside from the newly transformed silver-haired Son Wukong. This Vegeta from Universe 7 also caught his attention. Heck, Jiren suddenly smiled, feeling a long-lost surge of blood boiling. This was the joy of meeting a worthy opponent. A powerful force erupted from Jiren, and a blood-red glow enveloped his body. I will prove that only I am the strongest. Oomph. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, then continued to focus on Jiren. As the warrior king of the Saiyan race is not to be taken lightly. Indeed, you are indeed very strong. Jiren wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. My master also taught me that every battle should be a gamble for your life. Don't do unnecessary things, even if the opponent is weaker. Jiren said as he flew towards Vegeta. Your conviction is quite similar. Vegeta crossed his arms to block Jiren's punch. The two quickly engaged in a fierce battle, fast enough that no one could catch their figures. Bang, bang, bang. The clashes between Vegeta and Jiren impacted the entire arena, creating howling winds that made the rocks nearby tremble. This is going to affect the fish pond. How is that possible? That guy's explosive power actually made Jiren take it seriously. The Kaioshin of Universe 11 showed an incredulous expression. Boom. The more they fought, the more Vegeta felt Jiren's explosive power rising. It seemed Jiren's strength was beyond his expectations. Perhaps, relying solely on his newly attained Super Saiyan 5 form would require him to unleash all his power to compete with Jiren. As a passionate Saiyan, who would guess the outcome without trying? Vegeta watched Jiren's fist come at him, hurriedly raising his elbow to block it, but the immense force left his arm numb. In Ye Tian's eyes, he couldn't find Jiren and Vegeta on the arena at all. This battle was on a completely different level compared to before with Son Wukong. Vegeta and Jiren's figures occasionally flashed across the arena, from one side to the other, and from above to below. The clown god of destruction from Universe 11 looked heavy yet proud as he glanced at Beerus, shouting, "Don't think you know what Jiren represents in our universe. I can tell you, if Jiren wanted my position as god of destruction, I would have no choice but to give it up, because his strength could easily eliminate me." A god of destruction. The clown god of destruction spoke without a hint of shame, filled instead with pride. Yes, this is the warrior of Universe 11. The strongest warrior. The battle between Vegeta and Jiren continued, and the arena had already become unrecognizable. Wherever the two passed, they would be smashed to pieces. They showed no signs of stopping. The melee combat and the occasional energy blasts making the entire arena look dazzling. All the Ye Tian could feel were the occasional sounds of sonic booms and the bursts of energy waves like fireworks. Bang, bang, bang. Damit. It's like setting off firecrackers during the new year. I can't see anything. Ye Tian grumbled and cursed as he flew towards the throne. I'm tired of standing. I want to sit for a while. Ye Tian smiled and explained to the Omni King, which felt quite out of place. Brother, are you having fun down there? The Omni King reached out his small hand to grab Ye Tian's hand. Not bad. Ye Tian swiped on his divine pad. There are only a few people left. Vegeta, Son Goku, Android 17, Frieza, and Jiren from Universe 11. Oh, and that Torpo who hasn't been eliminated yet. Everyone was watching the battle between Vegeta and Jiren in the arena with great tension. This high-intensity and fierce battle was already a peak showdown. If either side showed a flaw or a gap, victory or defeat would be decided in an instant. In a true master duel, it was explosive, a battle of millions of moves in the blink of an eye, and opportunities were fleeting. Vegeta, as countless energy waves danced in the arena, while Jiren's blood-red energy waves flickered. Vegeta and Jiren soared into the high sky of the arena. Then the two of them continued to punch and kick as they fell, finally standing in the arena facing each other. Brother, look how exciting. The Omni King watched with great interest, occasionally shaking Ye Tian's hand. Ye Tian wanted to throw salt again. Exciting. Exciting my ass. Seeing this, he only felt like a useless piece of trash. The more he watched, the angrier he got. Sure enough, whatever the tournament of power was, he could only watch from above. Staring blankly, others were so powerful and impressive when they crossed over. But what about him? Just a high-status Omni King. His strength was hard to describe. He absolutely could not be lazy anymore. He needed to train seriously. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta shouted, unleashing his powerful attack towards Jiren. Jiren calmly countered with his energy wave, neutralizing Vegeta's ultimate flash. "It looks like you're much more interesting than Son Goku," Jiren suddenly said. I can't disagree with that." Vegeta arrogantly accepted this remark and then looked at Jiren. "So let us bring out our true strength and fight. What is the point of holding back? This is the final critical moment, and victory or defeat is about to be decided." Chapter 89. The Powerful Jiren. Does Jiren look down on him, Vegeta? Confidence is a good thing, but being overly confident is not right. Jiren looked at Vegeta with a blank expression. Being interesting is one thing, but talking big right away is quite off-putting. A cold light glinted in Jiren's eyes, accompanied by a roar. And once again he unleashed a terrifying and suffocating power. In an instant, this powerful force swept across the entire arena like a hurricane. The severely injured Son Goku was almost blown away, but Android 17 reacted quickly and caught Son Goku, preventing him from being blown off the stage. Otherwise, Son Goku would have been eliminated from the tournament. Ye Tian felt like he wanted to pick up a handkerchief and wipe his face. Damn it! They explode with anger at the drop of a hat, as if others don't know how powerful they are. It's so frustrating. Ye Tian felt like his heart was as sour as a lemon. Feeling the powerful aura coming from the arena, the spectators' expressions were incredibly complex, as no one expected that there was still no clear winner. The fierce battle was still ongoing, with Sun Wukong in the embrace of number 17. Watching the fight between Vegeta and Jiren, feeling increasingly embarrassed. Even though he was outside the battle circle, he was still filled with excitement. But he also knew he was no match for Jiren. After finally breaking through that barrier, Vegeta was already ahead of him. This tournament of power seemed like a stage set for Jiren and Vegeta. It declared just how powerful their strength was. In the arena, Vegeta and Jiren faced each other from a distance, and in the next moment, both figures abruptly disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. The arena was devoid of their silhouettes. Only the sounds of sonic booms and physical collisions remained. Their figures occasionally flickered, weaving through layers of energy explosions. Ye Tian lazily yawned, feeling bored. The speed is too fast. Lord Zeno, you can check the God Pad. There's a slow motion option where you can choose a speed you like to watch. Noticing Ye Tian's thoughts, the calm and composed high priest kindly reminded him. What the hell? Why didn't you say it earlier? Ye Tian immediately started swiping on the tablet. No wonder Zeno has been staring at the tablet. It turns out he has been enjoying watching in slow motion. Vegeta had already surpassed the restriction of not being able to fly off the stage. He was floating in midair above the arena. The silver aura of Super Saiyan, God, Super Saiyan, shimmering like a reflection on water. He suddenly appeared in front of Jiren, launching a punch with overwhelming force. But Jiren, with a blank expression, caught Vegeta's fist with his hand. Confidence is enough. You're still too early if you want to defeat me, Jiren said indifferently, while his other hand turned into a blade, striking towards Vegeta's neck. Vegeta instantly retracted his hand, rapidly retreating to create distance from Jiren, who was not just watching. Boom! A massive energy blast shot from Jiren's hands, quickly approaching the retreating Vegeta. Without a moment's thought, Vegeta used instant transmission to disappear in front of the energy blast. Whoosh! The energy blast fell onto the arena, exploding violently and instantly taking away a third of the arena. Fortunately, this strike exploded on the opposite side of Topo's rock. Otherwise, Topo would have been sent down to a chilly end. Number 17 on the arena was hiding behind a rock with Goku, seeking shelter, as the howling wind sounded like a blade, causing the rocks to rattle. Topo clung desperately to the rock, maintaining his hefty shape, trying not to fall. That guy Vegeta is getting stronger and stronger. Beerus crossed his arms and sat back down on the steps. Oh ha ho ho ho. Isn't this good? He is fighting for Universe 7-2. Whis chuckled, looking at Beerus, who was putting on an act. It is good, but I didn't expect Universe 11 to have such a powerful presence. There was a hint of sourness in Beerus's words. There are only a few unexpected surprises. It's not all of them. Whis glanced around at the empty space. However, it's hard to believe that Vegeta has such powerful strength. It feels like his power has no limits. The Kaioshin also sighed. Piccolo gritted his teeth, looking at Goku, who was hiding on the side. How did Goku become the Eternal Second? Why? His instincts told him it shouldn't be this way. On the arena, Vegeta and Jiren were still in intense combat. The two seemed evenly matched, but in fact both were unleashing even stronger powers than before. Vegeta wore a proud expression, while Jiren's face was serious. The two collided their fists once again, resulting in a massive energy explosion. Bang, bang, bang. The battle became increasingly tense as Jiren began to press forward against Vegeta, continuously throwing punches as if he wanted to knock Vegeta out. Vegeta crossed his arms to defend, watching the energy blasts approaching him, and once again used instant transmission. For a moment, Vegeta couldn't find a quick way to defeat Jiren. It seemed he would have to unleash the full power of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. But with all the energy in that form, his body might not be able to handle it. Should he use Ultra Instinct? Absolutely not. Saiyans have their own proud forms, not some divine state. However, with Jiren's moves and attacks, Vegeta couldn't find any quick openings for an attack. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. But there wasn't much time left on the arena's clock. Brother, look how exciting the fight is. Zeno kept swiping on his god pad, full of enthusiasm. Ye Tian glanced at the arena. At this moment, the arena was already covered in thick smoke, making it impossible to see anything, let alone what was happening inside. Just as Ye Tian was about to continue watching in slow motion, a violent gust of wind suddenly exploded in the center of the battlefield, dispersing the smoke as if it were clearing the battlefield. A roar like thunder echoed in everyone's ears, and the blood-red aura continued to expand, soaring into the sky. Wrapped in infinite energy, Jiren seemed to be enraged. He began to unleash his hidden power. Within the aura, Jiren's expression was serious and cold. His enormous, terrifying eyes seemed to want to obliterate Vegeta. The terrifying layers of energy flames burned with a heat wave, sweeping toward the arena, the momentum so great that it felt as if the entire arena was ablaze. What the hell? Is that even a person? Bardock stared wide-eyed, cursing. I didn't expect other universes to have opponents on par with Vegeta. Piccolo also had a cold sweat on his forehead. Chapter 90, I can handle it alone. No, pay close attention. Whis glanced at the few people sitting and discussing ahead, suddenly revealing a calm smile. Meanwhile, on the arena, Vegeta and Jiren quickly moved and clashed several times. After the clash dissipated, Jiren's figure suddenly appeared in front of Vegeta. Jiren had changed his attack. Vegeta was somewhat caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. He bent his arm to block Jiren's punch with his elbow. TSK. A tingling pain surged in his arm, making Vegeta's expression somewhat unpleasant as he was forced down onto the arena by the powerful impact. Jiren also landed on the arena, strolling towards Vegeta, while on the other side, Frieza, who was bored watching, decided to make a move. Frieza stepped on the rock, his index finger raised, grinning as he aimed at Toppo, who was on the rock outside the arena. Haha, this guy's still holding up pretty well. Such a powerful shockwave didn't he even crush the rocks below him. Frieza said, his fingertip glowing. This is justice. Although I can't save myself and have to rely on Jiren, this is the strength of our proud team. Toppo, lying on the rock, saw Frieza's actions but didn't seem worried at all. Haha, there should be a limit to being useless. To actually rely on others to protect your universe. Frieza sneered. Although taking advantage of others' misfortunes is quite lame, who asked me to be the evil emperor? Being upright really doesn't suit me. Frieza suddenly attacked, shooting a death beam at Toppo. The immense power pushed the rock beneath Toppo further away from the arena. Snap! Toppo gritted his teeth, holding onto the rock tightly, trying to stabilize himself, but would Frieza give him such a chance? Frieza's evil smile widened as he shot another death beam at that small rock under Toppo. Smoke billowed, but in reality, Frieza's energy blast was harmless. It was purely meant to scare. Seeing Toppo clutching the rock nervously, Frieza was exceedingly pleased. The so-called joy has to be built on the suffering of others. Oh ho ho ho, look at your pathetic state. If I let you fall easily, it wouldn't be fun. Hey, put away your twisted sense of humor, Frieza, and quickly knock him down. After settling down 17, Son Wukong noticed Frieza's movements and approached him from behind. Damn it. Toppo watched as rocks continued to crumble from the edge, and he called out for help to Jiren, who was battling Vegeta in the arena. Jiren, I'm sorry. I can't go back. Please help me. You can fly over, right? Please. It wasn't exactly a plea, but it was said with a sense of urgency, and Toppo's stance was very low. Jiren, expressionless, distanced himself from Vegeta. In an instant, he appeared between Frieza and 17. His speed astonishing enough to catch both Frieza and 17 off guard. Hey, what? Danger! Son Wukong widened his eyes and reached out. But he himself was gravely injured. Jiren struck swiftly, landing punches that sent Frieza and 17 flying. Ugh, damn it, I didn't even see when he appeared. 17 struggled to get up, looking at Jiren. Sorry, Jiren, this rock is about to break. Toppa nervously extended his hand towards Jiren. But Jiren remained unmoved, coldly stating, you should go to the stands. I can handle this alone from here. What? Toppa looked at Jiren in disbelief, not expecting him to say such a thing. They were teammates from the Proud Warriors team, unlike the misfits from other universes. Ugh. But Toppa didn't have much time to persuade Jiren, as the rock beneath him finally gave way and crumbled. Who? Universe 11 Toppa is eliminated. The Grand Priest announced the result. Am I just a burden to Jiren? Toppa appeared in the stands, his expression grave and filled with deep disappointment. Great. Only one left. Piccolo regained his composure and looked at Son Wukong in the arena. Wukong, you guys quickly team up to attack him. Oomph. As long as Jiren is here, there won't be any problems. The clown god of destruction sneered at Piccolo's shout. Bastard, you think you can take us on alone? Your confidence is quite inflated. Frieza stood up, looking at Jiren with disdain. How could the mighty king be intimidated by such words? I can't believe you're still in the arena. I didn't realize you were this strong. Jiren noticed Frieza speaking, and his indifferent words were laced with endless mockery. As soon as the words left his mouth, Frieza instantly laughed in anger. It seems you haven't seen Golden Frieza yet. I have many habits, like hiding my true power. It seems it's time to show my true abilities. Frieza raised his hands and clenched his fists, roaring, Vegeta, let me teach this guy how to behave. Ha ha ha. Golden Frieza instantly appeared, his tail sweeping fiercely towards Jiren. Come on, let the battle of masters begin. Enjoy the thrill of ultimate combat. Although he spoke harshly, Frieza's attack was rather lackluster, his kick easily blocked by Jiren's elbow. Vegeta shrugged nonchalantly. He had never liked Frieza, and he disliked him even more than Kakarot. Since Frieza was rushing to his own death, why should he stop him? Hearing Frieza's grandstanding, Beerus, who had high hopes for him, turned to Whis sitting behind him. Can Frieza handle this? I regret to inform you, Golden Frieza is no match for Jiren. Just as Whis finished speaking, Frieza was sent flying by Jiren's punch. Boom! It seems that's indeed the case. Beerus remarked with regret as he watched the arena, thinking Frieza might put up a better fight. But seemed they still had to rely on Son Wukong and Vegeta. It looked like Universe 7 couldn't afford to be lazy anymore. They needed to recruit more powerful fighters. What if the Omni King or the Grand Priest organized another tournament in the future? Chapter 91. Free and easy. The battle with Jiren again being prepared is the hard truth. Frieza should have known this. Whis observed Frieza being beaten up in the arena, his expression somewhat puzzled. Since he knew he couldn't win against Jiren, why did Frieza still choose to go solo? Did he have some new scheme? Golden Frieza was indeed very agile, but that was relative. Facing a powerful opponent like Jiren, he fell short. In an instant, Jiren appeared in front of Frieza and punched him away. Without holding back, Jiren unleashed a powerful energy blast with one hand. Boom! Frieza hurriedly shot out his own energy sphere, but unfortunately, it didn't counter Jiren's attack at all. He could only leap into the air, dodging Jiren's energy blast. Oh dear. Don't be too eager for results. My power is not just this, Frieza said as he got up from the ground, glancing at the central pillar of the arena. I see, you want to buy time? Jiren noticed Frieza's gaze and coldly extended his hand. Then let's deal with you first. Another energy sphere was released from Jiren's hand. This time, Frieza didn't waste any power and hurriedly jumped to avoid Jiren's attack. Jiren's attack targeted the arena, and seeing a chunk missing from it made Frieza grit his teeth in anger. Damn it, you're even destroying the arena? Do you want to force me off the stage? What malicious guy. It's over. In that brief moment of distraction, Jiren appeared behind Frieza and swung his hand like a blade. Damn it, how dare you underestimate me? Frieza was infuriated, barely dodging Jiren's handblade and countering with a punch. Countless punches rained down on Jiren, and then Frieza retreated, using Vegeta's Prince technique. He continuously fired energy blasts at Jiren, as if he was throwing them away for free. Frieza was quite generous. But unfortunately, the results were not as good as Frieza hoped. According to the law of smoke without harm, Frieza's attacks didn't inflict any substantial damage on Jiren. Boom, boom, boom. Frieza waited for the smoke to clear to see what damage his powerful attack had caused, unaware that Jiren had already silently appeared behind him. Jiren's fist sliced through the air, and sensing the wind, Frieza didn't wait to turn around before being kicked back to the center of the arena by Vegeta. Get out of the way. In this critical moment, Vegeta blocked Jiren's punch with his elbow. You bastard Vegeta. Frieza rolled on the ground, bracing himself with one hand while glaring at Jiren, gritting his teeth. Vegeta coldly sneered at Jiren, throwing a punch while scoffing. Delaying time is really pathetic. Let's end this battle quickly. Jiren also chimed in, and the two of them had a tacit understanding as they looked at each other. The battle between Vegeta and Jiren seemed poised to erupt at any moment, while Krillin in the stands began his prayers. Come on, I don't want to die yet. Don't let our universe disappear. Krillin clasped his hands together in prayer. Hey, Vegeta, let me in. I want to give it a try. Suddenly, Son Goku demanded. Upon hearing this, Vegeta frowned at Goku, who at this moment had once again entered the state of Ultra Instinct. Did you really comprehend it this time? Vegeta scanned Goku's expression, serious and solemn. Previously, Goku's state had been so unreliable, giving hope one moment and plunging into despair the next. In short, it was very untrustworthy. Thus came Vegeta's question. I don't want to always stand by and watch you fight strong opponents. I want to try too. Goku nodded slightly, his expression indifferent, but his gaze was fixed on Jiren. I don't want to always be behind you. There will be a battle between us later. I know you want to make a choice between Super Saiyan 5 and Ultra Instinct. Do as you wish. Vegeta felt his thoughts exposed, looking at the turmoil in Goku's eyes, and suddenly returned to normal, stepping aside. How did it change back to Goku? ISNT, this just returning to the original outcome? Ye Tian looked at the tablet in his hand. Apart from number 17, not self-destructing, there wasn't much difference. This tournament of power is getting boring. Really boring, you know? At this moment, Goku's body was engulfed in white flames, an ordinary white, yet emanating an inexplicable sense of divinity. The air around him was slightly distorted, as if a wave of heat was radiating from his body, burning the air. Oh, Goku has entered this form again? Beerus looked at the arena with great interest. Wow, I didn't expect Goku to enter this form again in such a short time. It seems to be getting interesting again. Whis also chuckled in agreement. So, does that mean Dad can win? Gohan looked at Whis excitedly. My son is quite strong. Bardock vigorously applied gold to his face. Goku on the arena moved. His speed was not fast, even considered slow, as Ye Tian could clearly see his movements even when he looked up. But it was quite bizarre. Although Goku seemed extremely slow, he could actually block Jiren's attacks with a wave of his hand, which was shocking. Goku's body seemed to have a predictive ability, always able to accurately calculate Jiren's attacks, evading those he could avoid and blocking those he couldn't. Jiren's punches often missed, and even the final punch that landed would avoid hitting a vital spot. Goku wasn't taking much damage, although it appeared that Goku was leisurely strolling on the arena. Each step was as if he was shortening the distance, his figure constantly flickering. Each step covering 10 meters. Goku quickly appeared in front of Jiren, and for the first time, Jiren was moved. He looked somewhat annoyed and mockingly at Goku. Even if you guys use a wheel battle, you won't drain me much. The final victory is still mine. Goku didn't respond, just looked closely at Jiren, tilting his head slightly to evade Jiren's rapid punches. The spectators were shocked, clearly not expecting Goku to suddenly become so powerful, even stepping into the state of Ultra Instinct, which is not easy for even gods of destruction to achieve, although it was just a sign of the state. But aside from Beerus, the other gods of destruction hadn't even touched the sign yet. Chapter 92, Jiren's anger and embarrassment. Previously, Goku couldn't even touch Jiren's tight-fitting suit, but now he could actually evade Jiren's attacks. How could that not be surprising? He could even occasionally inflict some damage on Jiren. Bang, bang, bang. Goku and Jiren were locked in a fierce battle. Their combat speed had long surpassed the peak that ordinary eyes could see. The intense battle was what Goku longed for, but he knew that he couldn't maintain this state for long. So to defeat Jiren, he needed to end it quickly. Their figures rapidly jumped and dodged around the arena, exchanging fierce attacks. Of course, Jiren was the one attacking fiercely, while Goku was the one dodging. Goku seems to be getting stronger. He is subtly pushing Jiren into a corner. Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Do you have that feeling too? Krillin turned to Piccolo, clearly thinking he was misreading the situation. You're not mistaken. Dad has really gotten stronger. Gohan was so excited that he stood up with clenched fists. Goku's Ultra Instinct sign was rapidly increasing in precision. Even when he was attacked, he could evade vital points. Was explained to everyone what had not been demonstrated before. Are you planning to just keep dodging like this? You might as well switch to Vegeta. Jiren's forehead suddenly bulged with veins. Clearly, he was extremely dissatisfied. This doesn't seem like you. Jiren, you become more talkative. Goku suddenly smirked. Being recognized by Jiren meant his breakthrough wasn't in vain. Jiren unleashed an energy blast at Goku, who quickly vanished, appearing behind Jiren in the blink of an eye. I really dislike that cold expression you have when you transform. Jiren turned to look at Goku, clearly angered by Goku's transformation. Is that so? I've also found your expressionless face quite annoying. Goku casually retorted. He had also been troubled by not being recognized by Jiren before. Hearing Goku's words made Jiren increasingly irritated. He continuously shot energy waves at Goku, but Goku's movements were agile and nimble, dodging them all. Boom! 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 The arena, which had been bombarded before, was now unrecognizable, with only pits remaining. A rough glance wouldn't reveal it was the same arena as before. I'm not cold. I just don't need extra expressions because my current mood is calmer than the clear flow on the Bunko Mountain. Goku's expression grew increasingly indifferent. This time it was Jiren's turn to rage and roar, clearly infuriated by Goku's continuous evasions. Faced with Jiren, whose combat power had once again skyrocketed, Goku remained calm, dodging and occasionally blocking and even counterattacking. Not bad. You've entered the zone. Vegeta crossed his arms, looking indifferent. Kakarot is actually a bit more perfect in this Ultra Instinct sign than he was before. It seems he has surpassed me. What state? Number 17 looked at Vegeta in confusion, as everyone was just spectators, watching the same thing. How could it become different channels? Amid Jiren's furious roar, Goku suddenly closed his eyes to face the oppressive waves of energy in the hurricane. The surging hurricane and the powerful energy waves rushed past Goku without affecting his stance. Goku's control over his current state had become increasingly proficient. He closed his eyes as if waiting for something. Jiren's power was still increasing. How terrifying. Klin's words were laced with a tremor he himself didn't notice. Jiren also became serious, preparing to charge at the closed-eyed, head-tilted Son Wukong. With a surge of power, he flew towards Wukong. At that moment, Wukong had completely adjusted his state and suddenly opened his silver eyes. In the astonished gazes of everyone, he unleashed an even more intense wave of energy, throwing a punch towards Jiren's abdomen, creating a visual impact as if Jiren was willingly offering his head. Bang! Jiren showed pain for the first time, his veins bulging all over, clearly in extreme agony. How could a human do this? Jiren's body trembled slightly. What a tremendous shock it was, cold sweat trickling down the face of the shocked god of destruction. The god of destruction from Universe 11. Sitting next to him, gaped, unable to speak, just muttering, Wow, Wukong is really impressive. He did it. Whis was also happy for Son Wukong. Really? He succeeded? Wukong succeeded? Clin looked back at Whis in disbelief, repeatedly seeking confirmation and affirmation. This is the sign of Ultra Instinct. Beerus pursed his lips, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Look, Jiren is kneeling on one knee. He was actually hit directly. Son Gohan, however, was fixated on the arena. At this moment, as Wukong withdrew his fist, Jiren, unable to bear it, indeed knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth. Feeling unprecedented anger, Jiren soared into the air, using the floating rock to propel himself rapidly towards Son Wukong. Wukong's gaze was indifferent, while Jiren's eyes were filled with madness. But it seemed that both only saw each other. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, they exchanged rapid punches. Jiren's speed was at its peak. Even his afterimages were hard to discern. Only the sound of impacts echoed in everyone's ears. The momentum was as grand as mountains and rivers, as if the apocalypse had arrived, shaking the entire arena violently. The more Jiren fought, the angrier he became, looking incredulously at Son Wukong across from him. Every attack he made was blocked by Wukong. Even as he continuously increased his attack speed, each of Wukong's counters caused him indescribable pain. Jiren charged recklessly at Wukong, who remained indifferent, throwing a punch that actually pushed Jiren back. Jiren was hit in the abdomen again, letting out a cry of agony. Before he could react, Wukong had already kicked him away. Bang, bang, bang. Between the shattered rocks, Jiren's body flew backwards repeatedly, ultimately crashing back onto the arena due to its limits, creating a massive crater. Jiren was knocked away. The god of Universe 11 could no longer maintain his composure. This time, the god of destruction was silent, his eyes wide open, his jaw nearly dislocating in shock. No, we must believe in Jiren. No one can defeat him. Chapter 93. Not for long, hooray. Wukong has the upper hand. Clin excitedly shook his fists. Amazing. Amidst the swirling smoke, Jiren was already furious, recklessly launching his energy wave at Wukong. Wukong, however, indifferently raised 2 fingers to his forehead, quickly vanishing. Whoosh! But this was a predicament for number 17, who was still watching from the arena as the swift and fierce energy wave shot towards him. He hurriedly dove to the side, covering his head to evade the attack. Bang! The powerful energy wave crossed the entire arena, disappearing into the endless void beyond the stands. The strong energy wave whooshed past Clin, making him swallow hard. Did he just narrowly escape death? The angels from Universe 9 and Universe 10, who had been sitting in the undamaged stands, quickly gathered around Whis. Really, watching a tournament can be life-threatening, the Universe 10 angel casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Clin's forehead broke out in even more cold sweat. It felt like risking one's life for the final battle. Ha. This attack is Jiren's most powerful energy release. He gasped for breath, waiting for the smoke to clear, but soon sensed a wave of energy. Son Wukong had appeared above Jiren's back, both hands at his waist, energy fully gathered. Came. Just as Jiren turned his head, the powerful Kamehameha struck towards him, the blinding light instantly engulfing the entire arena. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, capturing the expressions of all present, and he murmured, "Has the outcome been decided? This is so thrilling. How many times has this flipped?" He now wished he could jump in and fight them. Of course, he couldn't beat Vegeta, couldn't beat Son Wukong, and definitely couldn't beat Jiren. Sai, the king of all, is so humble. His power is lacking. On the throne, Ye Tian was lost in thought, while the smoke on the arena finally dissipated. Son Wukong landed back on the ground, looking at the bottomless pit beneath him, the hole created by the Kamehameha, with Jiren's figure already gone. The spectators in the stands finally regained their senses, gasping in shock. The God of Destruction's expression was complex as he strained to look at the arena, trying to find Jiren's figure. Where is Jiren? Did he fall? Bardock quickly turned to look towards the Universe 11 stands. No way. The God of Universe 11 shouted, looking around, trying to search. Jiren has not been eliminated. Because Jiren's figure did not appear in the stands, the match continues. No, he hasn't been eliminated. Piccolo's eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Over there, the angel from Universe 11 had sharp eyes, pointing at the base of the shattered arena. Jiren's hand grasped a rock at the bottom of the arena. After a brief moment of rest, he flew up through the hole, returning to the arena. You only took advantage of my unpreparedness to sneak attack. Jiren roared angrily, glaring at Son Wukong across from him. This isn't strength. This is a sneak attack. Jiren roared once again, unleashing a powerful energy and attacking Son Goku. The two engaged in close combat once more. Jiren's madness gradually subsided, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. He grabbed Son Goku's fist, intending to throw him away. With a swoosh, Son Goku was not thrown very far. He quickly stabilized himself and unleashed a Kamehameha towards Jiren. Jiren swiftly dodged, closing the distance to Son Goku again and throwing another punch. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures flashed around the arena, but it was mostly Jiren who attacked while Son Goku defended and dodged. You could say Jiren was overpowering Son Goku, but Son Goku consistently found Jiren's openings and delivered fierce counterattacks. Hit! Another hit! Bardock shouted excitedly, even more thrilled than when he fought in the arena himself. Come on, Goku, knock that bastard out of the ring. Beerus also shouted, cheering for Son Goku. Jiren felt a fiery pain on his cheek, along with the rusty taste in his mouth. His coldness began to turn into madness again, losing all rationality as he swung his fists at Son Goku once more. Son Goku responded with a retreat, and Jiren's loss of control made him more vulnerable. Son Goku directly threw a straight punch aimed at Jiren's jaw. The spectators from Universe 7 shouted in unison, cheering for Son Goku. Great, we'll defeat him soon. Goku, go for it. However, Whis looked at the arena with a serious expression, pouring cold water on the crowd. Unfortunately, Mr. Goku may not win. Hey Whis, what are you talking about? Beerus widened his eyes, turning to Whis in disbelief that he would say such demoralizing words. Jiren's strength was unfathomable, so Son Goku, even at the risk of a counterattack, had to increase his speed. But this increase was a heavy burden on Goku's body. It wasn't that simple to let his body act freely. This state of ultra instinct wouldn't last long. To master it, Goku's training wasn't enough. Listening to Whis' series of explanations, everyone in the audience was left with a multitude of question marks. Although they didn't fully understand, it didn't prevent them from reaching a consensus. Goku couldn't hold on for much longer in this battle. He might even fail. Jiren's attacks became increasingly rapid and fierce, vowing not to rest until he hit Son Goku. But this determination was futile. He still couldn't land a hit on Son Goku and ended up getting hit several times instead. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless effort bore fruit, and under Jiren's unwavering will, his speed finally peaked. He sensed Son Goku's attack, suddenly leaning his head to avoid Son Goku's fist that brushed past his ear. Then he swiftly turned and kicked out. Son Goku quickly crossed his arms and blocked Jiren's kick while rapidly retreating to create distance. The energy waves gradually diminished, and the silver glow in Son Goku's eyes slowly faded. Chapter 94. Jiren's wish. The state of Ultra Instinct was clearly not sustainable for long. Son Goku's attacks increased, suddenly appearing behind Jiren again. Before Son Goku could throw a punch, Jiren had already reached back and grabbed Son Goku's kicking foot, throwing him away. Son Goku was taken aback, let alone the spectators. However, after the initial surprise, Son Goku quickly stabilized himself. Oh no! Beerus noticed that Son Goku's condition was terrible at this moment, tightly clenching his fist. Although he was indeed strong in this state, unfortunately, Goku's stamina was starting to falter. Whis sighed. Goku is probably reaching his limit. There can't be that many miracles. On the crumbling arena, Son Goku and Jiren faced each other, breathing heavily. An angry Jiren regained a bit of his rationality, looking at Son Goku and then glancing at Vegeta, who was standing with his arms crossed in the distance. For the first time, Jiren felt the urge to speak. The so-called strength that you pursue is not the same as mine. I will not lose to you. Hearing this, the god of destruction from Universe 11 clenched his fists excitedly. Good, very good. Jiren can still fight. Of course. The clown god of destruction snorted confidently, although things like Super Saiyan 5 and Ultra Instinct were surprising. Jiren would never lose to something learned at the last moment. After roaring this, Jiren charged at Son Goku again, his speed increasing significantly, appearing right in front of Son Goku in an instant. Son Goku was secretly alarmed, facing Jiren's incoming punch. He could only use his elbow to block. Soon, the two of them began to exchange punches and kicks with incredible speed and power. The battle was extremely intense. If this continued, it would turn into a war of attrition. Whis sighed, noting that Goku would exhaust himself even faster. The time he could maintain this state would be shorter. It depends on whether Jiren exhausts his energy first or if Goku's Ultra Instinct fades first. Beerus watched the arena with a serious expression. The outcome would likely be determined soon. If Goku couldn't keep up, then it would be a rotating battle. After all, Universe 7 couldn't possibly lose. There were so many of them left on the arena. At this moment, Son Goku and Jiren's figures could no longer be seen. Only the omnipresent sounds of thuds were heard. Can't see them. Only hear the sounds. Even Gohan was amazed at the strength of the two on the arena. They've already surpassed the limits visible to the naked eye. Beerus remarked coolly. Ye Tian's mouth twitched as he silently looked at the tablet in his hand. He had now slowed down to 20 times and could barely see. How frustrating. Just when everyone was confused, why suddenly spoke up? Oh no. Because Son Wukong was already exhausted. This became a fatal weakness, and Jiren wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Vegeta had already seen that Son Wukong was running out of strength, and with Jiren's swift punch, Son Wukong's body flew straight towards the edge of the arena. With a swish, Vegeta uncrossed his arms and appeared behind Son Wukong, kicking him back onto the stage. Then Vegeta fired a ki blast at Jiren, who was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted to dodge Vegeta's attack. Seeing Vegeta's interference, Jiren's expression darkened. Vegeta, you guys keep ignoring me, and that's not good. Vegeta smirked disdainfully. Cough, 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 cough. It seems my training is still lacking. Son Wukong fell and rolled a few times, coughing continuously on the arena, completely unable to move. Idiot. Vegeta coldly snorted, looking at Son Wukong with dissatisfaction. You still haven't mastered the signs of your Ultra Instinct? Oh no. Wukong is no longer in that state. Piccolo saw Son Wukong lying on the arena, unable to move, and shouted that it was bad. Everyone's gaze shifted from Son Wukong back to Vegeta, with most thinking, is Vegeta going to give up his pride and try a wheel battle to wear Jiren down? Would Vegeta's pride allow that? There was little time left. Only a mere 5 minutes. Jiren felt he had wasted quite a bit of stamina, adjusting his breath as he looked at the gathered Vegeta and Son Wukong. For justice, for my master, I will give everything and absolutely will not lose. I will not fail. I want to become the perfect justice my master longs for. I'm almost there, because delayed justice is my victory. Listening to Jiren's words, Vegeta looked confused, while Ye Tian, sitting high above, frowned. Vegeta was confused because Jiren's words didn't make sense. He wasn't doing it for his parents? Where did this master come from? In the anime version, and Ye Tian frowned because he had read the manga. Had the anime version of the Tournament of Power veered into the manga? What the hell are you talking about? Vegeta asked in confusion. Is your wish that so-called perfect justice? No, my wish is. Jiren's expression was serious as he seemed to look past the figures in front of him. Gazing into his own past, to revive my master, Lord Jakai. Revive your master? Vegeta's brow furrowed further in confusion. For what purpose? Were those monsters? Can't ordinary Dragon Balls revive the dead? There is actually a foreshadowing here. I don't need to explain so much to you. Jiren, however, did not want to elaborate on his past. That was his painful past, full of regret and resentment, and the injustice of not having proved himself. On the stands, Tispa couldn't help but ask Trappa, Jiren, hasn't he gotten over the fact that Lord Jakai was killed? But why is he only now wanting to revive Lord Jakai? Taba also chimed in, as this was not a secret in the Pride Troopers. Many knew about it, but most had only heard of it, and in fact no one dared to ask the usually cold and unsociable Jiren himself. Because in Jiren's heart, no, to be precise, that matter had always hung over him. It kept him restless. Trappa knew quite a bit about Jiren. What matter? Tispa looked at Trappa and asked. Graduation. Leaving from Lord Jakai. Trappa casually revealed this information. Graduation? Leaving? Tispa and Taba exchanged glances, confused. I'm not very clear on that. But according to Jiren, the reason is that he felt his own power was insufficient. So he has been focusing on improving his strength. Trappa recounted the answer he had previously asked Jiren. However, I don't think it's that simple. Although his current strength has indeed far surpassed back then, he possesses overwhelming power. I think maybe he wants Lord Jakai to see his current strength after being revived, to show him and gain his approval. Is that so? Tispa looked at Jiren on the arena. That guy always seems so indifferent. I didn't expect he has this side to him. He feels like a big kid wanting to prove himself. Taba also found it hard to believe. That's a rather inexplicable and willful wish. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Jiren. Hearing the discussions from the stands, Vegeta scoffed. He's not even as good as their universe's 17. Vegeta's sarcasm did not elicit a response from Jiren. But Vegeta continued to taunt. You want your master to see how powerful you are now and praise you as a good kid? Shut up. Jiren, feeling anger rise, roared, trying to cut off Vegeta's words. I didn't expect you to be a giant baby with no hair. You haven't even weaned, relying on others like a child. Vegeta further mocked Jiren. Shut up. I command you to be quiet. Jiren was furious, not allowing himself or his master to be casually belittled by others. Jiren stepped forward, roaring as he charged at Vegeta. Stop spouting nonsense. More than a minute had already passed in their talk during the 5 minutes, leaving only a little over 3 minutes. Indeed, there was no time to waste. Watching the battle between Vegeta and Jiren on the arena, Ye Tian's mouth curled into a slight smile. He thought of something fun. Universe 11 has a lot of information. He wanted to see the powerful Jiren's unknown past. Good. Vegeta once again gritted his teeth and transformed into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, having regained some strength due to Sun Wukong's earlier delay. It seems this will be the final battle between you and me. Universe 7, Vegeta. Jiren spoke slowly, but as soon as those words were spoken, it shocked everyone. What does this mean? Is it the ultimate showdown to end the tournament? Otherwise, how could Jiren say such a thing? Does Vegeta have the strength to oppose Jiren? But the previous Vegeta could not defeat Jiren. Unexpectedly, you acknowledge me. Vegeta sneered, showing no joy from the praise. The momentum of both fighters was rapidly escalating, with Vegeta's golden aura and Jiren's fiery red energy. Their gazes shifted simultaneously, one cold and the other sharp. The two almost struck at the same time, but Jiren indeed took the initiative, closing the distance and throwing a punch at Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Vegeta had no intention of dodging. Instead, he crossed his arms to brace against the attack. Bang! The powerful fist collided with Vegeta's crossed arms, creating dazzling sparks and instantly blasting away the remaining rocks around them. The fierce battle was about to erupt. Their continuous clashes were intense, with their figures flashing across the arena, leaving behind new destruction. The sounds resembled firecrackers during the new year, crackling and booming. Bang, bang, bang. Punches and kicks back and forth, the speed of the attacks, the fierce strength, and the strange techniques left the spectators in a daze. This was a contest between two strong fighters, even making the gods of destruction, who had already become divine beings, tremble in fear. On the arena, the figures of Vegeta and Jiren were moving so fast that they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Were it not for the golden and fiery auras they emitted, it seemed everyone was merely watching a static scene. Vegeta and Jiren had cast aside everything else, focusing solely on each other, determined to defeat one another, ignoring everything else. The audience was stunned, all eyes wide with confusion as they stared at the arena. Who would have thought that this guy Vegeta had become so terrifyingly powerful? Piccolo had not stopped sweating since the beginning. Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta is indeed formidable, but just how strong is he? And what about Jiren? Has he already unleashed all his combat power? Bardock also swallowed hard. Truly, I'm extremely envious. I think Vegeta still has some leeway. Didn't you see how he kept suppressing Jiren? Number 18 said with a serious face, not holding back her praise. He's just a monster. Compared to our King Vegeta, he has nothing. Even Broly, who usually doesn't speak much, chimed in. Meanwhile, number 17, who was still in the arena and not eliminated, was increasingly amazed, realizing that Vegeta could effortlessly stand his ground against Jiren's immense energy. Wow, are you saying Vegeta is just playing around? Frieza shot a sideways glance at number 17, feeling that his words were somewhat exaggerated. I feel the gap between me and him is growing larger. Son Wukong also voiced his thoughts, unwilling to be outdone. What nonsense. It's just evenly matched. Hearing the self-praising voices from Universe 7, the clown god of destruction couldn't hold back. Exactly. In front of Jiren, no matter how strong you are still weak. You have no idea how terrifying Jiren truly is. Topo began shouting as well. The nearby Dispo interjected, saying that soon the facts would reveal that our Universe 11's Jiren is even stronger than your Universe 7's Vegeta. The Grand Priest glanced at Ye Tian and the Omni King, who were fixated on the god pad, listening to the emotional outbursts, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't witnessed a battle of this level in a long, long time, at least not since the countless years since this new world was born. In fact, in 1,000,000 or even 10 million years, there has only been one such occurrence. The clashes between Vegeta and Jiren continued. Was it really evenly matched? Not entirely. It was subtly still Vegeta who held the upper hand. Look, Jiren has been on the defensive. Krillin was so excited he stood up, clenching his fists, believing that they could definitely stand until the end. That's why I said, why not just finish it quickly from the start? Beerus also shouted, urging Vegeta to knock Jiren down quickly. Truly remarkable, Jiren. Among all the opponents I battled, you are the most special. The only one who has trained your physical strength to this level. Vegeta said while fighting, managing to squeeze in some words. This statement reached Jiren's ears, igniting a mix of boiling blood and the humiliation brought by his opponent. How self-righteous. Jiren's attacks grew sharper and faster, each strike powerful enough to shatter galaxies. However, under the pressure, Jiren began to gradually fall behind, visibly being overwhelmed. With Son Wukong and Vegeta taking turns in a wheel battle, Jiren had certainly expended a considerable amount of energy. Yet, the reason he hadn't fully erupted was still due to Frieza and the coldly handsome number 17 lurking nearby. Vegeta and Jiren had developed a mutual respect in their battle. After the continuous clashes, both had gained a profound understanding of one another. Strong, they were both uniquely powerful individuals. Vegeta secretly admired Jiren's strength, realizing that Jiren was far more powerful than in the original anime. Jiren also secretly admired his opponent, fully aware of how much effort and sacrifice he had made to reach this level. But to see Vegeta reach the same level as himself was surprising. In a sense, both understood that although this battle seemed like a one-on-one fight, in reality, it seems hopeless now. I suppose this is what they call the importance of teamwork. You can't fight alone. You must have reliable teammates behind you. The clown god of destruction suddenly spoke up, his words tinged with indescribable discouragement. As soon as he spoke, the eyes of the entire proud team were drawn to him. This didn't sound like something a god of destruction would say. This couldn't possibly be something the clown god of destruction would say. Had he been hit too hard? Was he starting to break character? This is something Jace said. It's really frustrating. He hit the nail on the head. The clown god of destruction threw in another remark, seeming to explain. The proud team nodded in agreement. This way, the clown god of destruction's character wouldn't collapse. After all, I can't help but tell you why Jace doesn't acknowledge Jiren. The clown god of destruction crossed his arms, gazing into the distance. Do you know why Jace wants the always solitary Jiren to join the Proud team? ISN Tia to increase strength? Quincy answered without thinking. No. Jace wants to teach Jiren something other than that. The clown god of destruction turned to Quincy with a serious look. What is it for then? Quincy admitted he truly didn't know. Didn't I just say? The importance of teamwork. The clown god of destruction awkwardly stated, causing the Proud team members to look at each other oddly. Frieza looked at the central pillar of the arena. They were so close now, wow. It's truly unimaginable. In the end, it was just us left. Frieza, stop being so indifferent. Don't just watch. Go help Vegeta. His ultra instinct won't last much longer. Son Wukong struggled to sit up and muttered towards Frieza. Huh? Frieza narrowed his eyes, looking displeased at Son Wukong. Are you instructing me? Enough. Let's not argue. Frieza, let's join forces. 17 spoke up to mediate. After the intense battle, Vegeta and Jiren exchanged punches and then separated, landing back on the ring. Damn it! Jiren roared in anger, his aura becoming increasingly intense. The blood-red light flickering like a burning flame. Waves of energy rippled out, covering the entire ring, even affecting the audience section. What the hell? He can still increase his power. Ye Tian's eyes widened. Isn't this tournament never-ending? Time is almost up. That overwhelming energy gives me chills. Krillin couldn't help but pat his chest. How terrifying. Is this really all of Jiren's power? The usually quiet Broly also spoke up. It seems he was quite shocked. Bardock looked at the ring with a complex expression. His son is impressive, and their king is strong. It seems he still has to work harder. At this point, if you lose, I will destroy you before the universe is eliminated. At such a moment, Beerus dropped his usual god of destruction demeanor, standing on the railing and shouting with a clenched fist. Go! Frieza and 17 exchanged glances and flew towards Jiren, joining the battle. At this moment, Vegeta furrowed his brow tightly, looking displeased at 17 and Frieza, scolding, "This is my one-on-one battle with him." 17 and Frieza flew into the air, looking at each other, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Beerus on the audience side heard Vegeta's words and spat in anger. Damn Vegeta, is this really the time to act on impulse? Humph. Unless I fall, I don't need your help, Vegeta shouted, then looked at Jiren with a smirk. Release all your power. This meaningless battle should end soon. After all, time is really running out. What did you say? Frieza widened his eyes, looking at the speaking Vegeta in surprise. Such powerful energy isn't all of Jiren's? How strong must Jiren be then? Then you should also show all your power. Vegeta, as Jiren's words fell, he suddenly widened his eyes, flames igniting fiercely from his body. His fighting power skyrocketed, and Vegeta could clearly sense that the opponent's fighting power had surpassed a level breakthrough, surpassing the gods of destruction to a higher realm. It's comparable to an angel. Chapter 97. Release all your power in that moment. The clown god of destruction and the reluctant Beerus both stood up straight, along with the 4 other gods of destruction who were watching the tournament from the sidelines. Ye Tian looked at the confused expression on his face and asked the high priest standing in front of him with his hand behind his back, "What are those destruction gods doing?" This is an acknowledgement of Jiren, Lord Zeno. You could say it's a confirmation from the destruction gods. The high priest slightly turned his head to look at Ye Tian to clarify the situation for him. The strength of Jiren has completely surpassed them, making it impossible for them to look up to him, even instilling enough awe in them. Besides the destruction gods who recognized Jiren's strength, there were also the serious-looking angels. Ye Tian looked at Vegeta on the arena, who had completely transformed into a lemon essence. He also wanted to receive such heartfelt recognition for his strength. Is this what you call true strength? Or do you want to experience my power first? Vegeta's gaze became even colder. Yes, if you can't even withstand my strength, then why should I use all of my battle power? Jiren said indifferently. TSK, TSK. Vegeta spat disdainfully, then slowly squinted his eyes. Fine. Then let you see my true Super Saiyan 5 strength. This time, Vegeta planned to unleash all of his power. After all, there wasn't much time left in the arena. After he spoke, the power within Vegeta began to surge, and in an instant, an enormous invisible pressure shot up into the sky, directly shaking the void, sending ripples spreading out. On the stands, everyone, including the angels, felt a strong pressure quickly approaching, and those with slightly weaker strength, like the Supreme Kai and Krillin, were completely immobilized. Breathing became incredibly difficult. Even a few destruction gods had their pupils constrict in shock, if the invisible threat emitted by Jiren before had made them tremble. This time it was sheer fear. A blinding burst of energy suddenly appeared as Vegeta continuously released his Super Saiyan 5 energy. How? How is this possible? Just a mere Saiyan. How could he reach such heights? The clown destruction god looked very ugly, already reaching the point of horror. Another being surpassing the destruction gods, comparable to an angel? I suddenly worry if Jiren can really win. The angel of Universe 11 suddenly directed an astonishing question at the clown destruction god. No. The clown destruction god fell into confusion. If what Jiren said is true, being defeated by a team, but just a single Saiyan, this is unreal, right? Jiren can't possibly lose. Despite the clown destruction god's doubts, the members of Team Pride were incredibly confident that their Jiren would not lose. This included Topo and Dispo, and even other members of Team Pride were firmly convinced of this. In the center of the crumbling arena, Vegeta's body was continuously emitting dazzling white light. And when the light reached its peak, it transformed into a column of light shooting straight into the sky. The terrifying power erupted in an instant. An infinite pressure spilled out in all directions, with Jiren, closest to him, crossing his arms to stabilize himself. Looking at the silver hair shining brilliantly on Vegeta, Jiren felt a bit dazed, as an indescribable sensation suddenly surged within him. It was as if in joy, yet also in panic, as if facing this Vegeta, Jiren, might be unable to shake him. Oh. It looks the same, yet feels different. Zeno's eyes widened, becoming even more excited. Oof. Ye Tian hummed. He increasingly wanted to become stronger. Perhaps Super Saiyan 4 at full power is not a match for Jiren. Then releasing all the power in Super Saiyan 5 could completely dominate Jiren. Then Jiren, you should release all of your power. Vegeta looked indifferently at Jiren. At this point, being patient seemed unnecessary. Seeing Vegeta reveal such power, Jiren's eyes showed disbelief, but soon he revealed a smile. Vegeta, it seems you are the true opponent I've been seeking. Jiren's expression was excited, twisted with excitement, and the fiery red aura around him ignited. A powerful roar erupted from Jiren's mouth, and in an instant, countless fragments of the arena exploded again. The destruction caused by the overwhelming aura, as Jiren continuously released energy. His strength was rapidly increasing. In the next moment, both moved simultaneously, throwing powerful punches at each other, and then their figures both disappeared from the arena. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. They were nowhere to be seen. The contestants from Universe 11 and Universe 7 all looked at each other, completely unable to capture the movements of the two on the arena. So fast. Damn it. When did this guy Vegeta gain such powerful strength? Beerus clenched his fists in anger. Some were happy, some were furious. A mix of emotions. Ye Tian continuously slowed down the footage on the God Pad, managing to capture their figures only at 50 times slower. Jiren's palm had already condensed an energy ball the size of basketball. Although it looked small, the power it held was enough to make one tremble. With Jiren's furious shout, the energy ball shot towards Vegeta at high speed, but Vegeta remained completely calm, even smiling faintly. Such an attack? You really underestimate me, Vegeta said indifferently, waving his hand to block the powerful energy ball with a single motion. Meanwhile, Jiren had already moved, quickly charging towards Vegeta, who also met him halfway. And soon the two began exchanging punches and kicks. Boom, boom, boom. The intensity of the battle could only be felt amidst the sounds of explosions. As shattered pieces of the arena continuously fell, the original arena had long been destroyed by 2/3, and the aura of the two flowed continuously above the arena. Such fighting could no longer be described in words. The author is at a loss for words, whether it was Vegeta's strikes or Jiren's killing moves. The exchanges between the two happened in mere fractions of a second. Their figures were everywhere, thousands upon thousands, countless light shadows intertwining into a web. The waves of energy crashing towards them, terrifying yet fear-inducing. Chapter 98. This person is no longer human. Number 17 and Frieza looked bewildered, only able to help the severely injured Goku. At this moment, they could only wait for the conclusion of the final battle. The intense shouts filled the arena, echoing everywhere, and in just 30 seconds, they saw the figures of the two. At this moment, they faced each other from a distance, both starting to breathe heavily. Clearly, the explosive energy had consumed a lot of their stamina. Who? This is really satisfying. Vegeta began to pant, his hands trembling. Come on. Jiren didn't waste words. he noticed the arena's pillar had dropped a little more and immediately charged at Vegeta. As they continued to attack, the surrounding void suddenly shattered like a mirror. Crack, crack. The barrier was shattered by the collision of Vegeta and Jiren's battle. The two figures instantly disappeared above the arena, falling into the cracks of another dimension. What is happening? Ye Tian widened his eyes, looking confusedly at the now quiet void realm. They were gone. Does this mean we're about to see the outcome? After all, there are still 3 contestants from Universe 7 standing on the stage. Not really. They haven't been eliminated. Looking at the confused crowd in the stands, the Grand Priest explained. They haven't been eliminated. Although they have landed in another world, according to their original timeline, they are still on the arena. The Grand Priest said as his hand, which was behind him, slowly rose, revealing the figures of Vegeta and Jiren still engaged in battle in midair. The power between the two was too immense, breaking the balance of this space. On the massive light screen in midair, the images of the cracks of the other world appeared, along with the figures of Vegeta and Jiren fighting. The battle continued to intensify, becoming more and more fierce. It seemed to have transcended the tournament of power, turning into a personal showcase for Vegeta and Jiren. Whose limit will be reached, and where will that limit be? The two continued to exchange blows, refusing to back down until one of them was seriously injured. Neither of them showed any signs of retreat. Even as they began to breathe heavily and their injuries worsened, their eyes were filled with burning excitement. Ye Tian looked speechlessly at the light screen in midair. They've already fought into another world. What is there to watch? Are they not coming back? The Omni Kings also curiously looked at the Grand Priest. The match isn't over yet. Do the great Omni King and the Omni King want them to come back and continue fighting? The Grand Priest slightly turned a glance at the two seated above. Isn't that obvious? Fighting in another world doesn't count as being on the stage. Ye Tian disdainfully looked at the Grand Priest. Brother's right. If they don't come back, I want to be able to see the slow motion on my God pad. The Omni King nodded repeatedly. All right. The Grand Priest flipped his hand, and his scepter appeared in it. Bang! The scepter tapped in the void, but a huge sound followed. And the shattered part of the void realm revealed the figures of Vegeta and Jiren. The damaged void realm was also repaired. At this moment, Vegeta and Jiren were colliding fists, followed by a tremendous explosion. Vegeta quickly landed on the arena, looking extremely disheveled. Even the upper half of his clothes was severely torn. Jiren, who landed on the arena afterward, was also gasping for breath. His condition wasn't any better. Vegeta's aura gradually decreased. The immense power of Super Saiyan 5 had exhausted his body, and he was on the verge of losing control of the Super Saiyan 5 form. Vegeta, number 17, and Frieza looked at Vegeta in surprise. Perhaps Vegeta won to win. But it's impressive that he has lasted this long and consumed Jiren's energy for so long. It's quite admirable. It seems now I can't continue alone. I can hold on a bit longer. You guys help me. I don't want Universe 7 to disappear. Vegeta turned to look at number 17 and Frieza. And over there, Goku was struggling to get up. Kakarot, you brat. It's all your fault. Yet I have to pay the price for you. Jiren's abnormal strength was beyond his expectations. He initially thought that the Super Saiyan 5 form could defeat Jiren, but unfortunately, if he could unleash full power in Super Saiyan 5, then defeating Jiren wouldn't be a problem. But what can he do? There's no time for him to reach full power in Super Saiyan 5. Wearing down Jiren was his strategy. And the reason he didn't stop Goku from fighting earlier was the same. In his current state, Vegeta knew it was impossible to defeat Jiren alone. So why should he stubbornly fight alone when they could work together? Soon, the situation on the arena changed again, with number 17 and Frieza joining in, turning it into a 3-on-1 fight. Knock him out. Number 17 smiled at Vegeta and swept his leg to kick Jiren's lower body. Vegeta snorted and threw his own punch. I don't need your reminder for this. Frieza instantly transformed into his golden form, exuding an overwhelming aura, continuously firing death beams. Aiming to knock Jiren out of the arena, Goku struggled to get up, supporting his shoulder, his steps unsteady. Hey, let me join too. Shut up. The three of them cursed in unison while battling Jiren, all blaming him for the trouble. Watching the chaos between the opponents, Jiren gritted his teeth in anger. He was angry at Vegeta and also frustrated with his own solitude. Countless lights flickered on the arena like neon lights. Jiren seized an opening and hurled number 17 out. Frieza, seeing the unfavorable situation, rushed over to catch number 17, and the two teamed up again. Although they couldn't severely injure Jiren, they could still create a lot of difficulties for him. The battle on the arena was captivating. But the God of Destruction from Universe 11 was not focused on watching. He recalled the previous words of the Joker God of Destruction. So Jiren's master wanted to teach him the importance of teamwork, rather than just how to become stronger? But it seems Jiren hasn't realized that at all. Perhaps he has realized. The Joker God of Destruction responded, Jiren's performance since the beginning of this tournament is the best proof, but now. That guy Jiren, with a sense of justice that rivals his master in overwhelming power, has been upholding the order of the universe, bearing all the weight alone. Chapter 99. Team up to defeat him, to put it bluntly. Jiren doesn't believe in anyone other than himself. But this will eventually lead to trouble. So it's sometimes necessary to rely on others. Oh, I didn't expect Lord My Way to say such things. Makalita looked at the Joker God of Destruction in surprise, constantly exclaiming, Idiot, I said all of this is Jiking's idea. It has nothing to do with me. The Joker God of Destruction cursed, once again adopting an indifferent expression, arms crossed. I became a God of Destruction because I hate his nagging thoughts. Yes, you used to be very good friends. Makalita looked at the Joker God of Destruction with a hint of subtlety in her gaze. Well, that is all in the past. The tone of the Joker God of Destruction suddenly lowered a few degrees. As the Joker God of Destruction spoke, the battle on the arena continued. Jiren slammed Frieza's head into the arena. Bang! The ground cracked from the impact, and Frieza's face was covered in dust. Number 17 seized the opportunity to attack, but Jiren bent his arm and used his elbow. Quick, get out of the way! Vegeta in midair was already charging up, with dazzling light gathering in his outstretched hands. Frieza and number 17 exchanged glances and immediately distanced themselves from Jiren, who looked at Vegeta in the air with a sharp gaze. The brilliant stream of light slanted down and struck directly at Jiren, who was not someone to be underestimated. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, preparing to take it head-on. Vegeta was breathing slightly heavily. With the addition of number 17 and Frieza, it seemed like Jiren would be knocked out of the ring in no time. However, the reality was not that simple. Vegeta continuously increased his power output, but Jiren only shifted his feet slightly backward. Damn it. Vegeta withdrew his hands, feeling his power decrease significantly, and he would soon be unable to maintain the Super Saiyan Blue form. He needed to end this quickly. As Jiren's rage grew, Vegeta's energy wave was neutralized. But Jiren was not in good shape either. He was breathing more heavily. Even with 3 people attacking together, it was still very challenging. Beerus frowned deeply, clearly anxious, wishing he could take their place. Come on, you must win. Krillin glanced at number 18 sitting next to him, his fists clenched tightly against his chest. Oof. No matter how many of you come, you won't be my opponents. Jiren roared, and with the eruption of his energy, his muscles became even more defined. If that's what you're saying, I think Jiren isn't really listening. The God of Destruction from Universe 11 wiped the cold sweat from his cheek. What can we do? The clown God of Destruction felt helpless. Originally, Jiren was meant to be personally trained, but that bastard died halfway through. Those killed by monsters cannot be revived with our power. Margarita also stated this unavoidable fact. However, the clown God of Destruction's mouth curled up slightly. I still believe in my instincts. I have a feeling Jiren can win on his own. Ugh. Jiren was being beaten by the 3, and the pressure only fueled his anger. Jiren swung his arms with force, howling to the sky, seemingly filled with endless power, shocking everyone on the stage. Does he really have this much power left? Son Goku lay on the stage, stretching his neck to look. Even as Jiren near exhaustion, he was still stronger than a dead camel. Ugh. The first to be sent flying by the shockwave was Son Goku, who crashed to the ground and slid to the edge of the stage just in time to stop. TSK. Frieza was also pushed back by the powerful force, using one hand to brace himself on the ground and sliding uncontrollably. Damn it. It seems like his power won't run out. Number 17 raised his hand in front of himself to block the rushing wave of energy. There are no limits for me. After Jiren's roar, his gaze towards the 3 became even more fierce. It seems that the only way to deal with him is to knock him out of the ring. Number 17 looked troubled. Let's go together. Vegeta, don't hold back. Son Goku struggled to stand, one hand on his injured shoulder, stumbling over to Vegeta's side. I can't let myself be looked down upon. Frieza's expression also became serious. While the 4 discussed their strategy, Jiren was already approaching them. Although Vegeta looked somewhat displeased, he said nothing more. Let's work together to defeat him. For Universe 7, Son Goku shouted. The 4 unleashed their most powerful attacks. 4 dazzling energy blasts flying together toward Jiren. Kamehameha. Final flash. Supernova. The combined energy of the 4 surged toward Jiren. The explosive energy sending him flying out of the ring toward the boundless void. Instantly, smoke billowed up, engulfing even the spectators who could only focus on not being affected. What a powerful force. Krillin hugged his bald head in awe. This tournament is too intense. It's like risking his life just to watch. Cough, cough. The god of destruction from Universe 11 kept waving his hands to clear the mist. What happened to Jiren? Was Jiren eliminated? Bardock also raised his hands in front of himself, unable to hold back any longer as he looked up at the stage. The smoke was thick, everywhere filled with it. Not to mention the stage, even the spectators around couldn't see clearly. I don't know. Son Gohan looked toward Universe 11. The entire stand was still shrouded in smoke, let alone seeing any figures. Aside for Vegeta, who still had some power left. Number 17 had infinite stamina, while Son Goku and Frieza were starting to breathe heavily. As the smoke slowly cleared, Jiren's figure became more distinct, and Son Goku widened his eyes. No? It can't be. You, bastard. Frieza was also shocked into forgetting to breathe. At this moment, Jiren raised his hand and shot an energy blast at Frieza. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta didn't move. Number 17 was somewhat caught off guard, and Son Goku was in no position to help. Chapter 100. Monster Jiren. Thus, Frieza was ruthlessly eliminated right before everyone's eyes. Damn it. Seeing Jiren's hand point at Son Goku, Vegeta immediately confronted Jiren, throwing a punch at him. Time is almost up. The one remaining will definitely be me. Jiren roared as he engaged with Vegeta again. Tenfold KO Ken. Vegeta was also going crazy, forcing himself into Super Saiyan Blue form while recklessly adding the KO Ken. The energy that erupted in an instant caught even Jiren off guard, and he was pushed back by Vegeta's attack. SSSHH. Jiren crossed his hands, his feet continually retreating on the stage, scraping out sparks and grooves on the platform. Kakarot, this guy can only be defeated by me. Vegeta's eyes shimmered with a silver glow. Although he was in Super Saiyan Blue form, there was an aura suggesting he was mastering Ultra Instinct. Cough. Jiren tore off his torn shirt. Looking up at Vegeta, I will beat you until you give up completely. This is really impressive. Ye Tian was already stunned. Really, how to describe this feeling? It's just exhilarating. If I want even more excitement, I have to go down and fight. But the current level isn't something I can participate in, which is quite frustrating. On the stage, a red wave of energy surged, and Jiren walked out of the heat waves like a god, his upper body muscles bulging to an unbelievable degree. Hey, where is he getting all this power? Piccolo widened his eyes, already questioning life. This is just not scientific. Even number 17 felt that Jiren was no longer human. TSK. Vegeta is also a bit dazed. I didn't expect that after grinding for so long. He still hasn't exhausted Jiren's power. This guy really has surpassed the god of destruction, as he said. Beerus's brows are tightly furrowed. He didn't expect what Topo said earlier to be true. What a monster. Bardock also sighed, secretly glancing at Broly. A monster even more monstrous than Broly, Jiren. Impressive indeed, to be able to push Jiren to this point. The clown god of destruction also sighed, lamenting the individuals from Universe 7. But it's just that. No one can match Jiren, no one. The god of destruction from Universe 11 spoke again, continuously repeating Jiren's strength. Bang, bang, bang. Debris flew on the arena, smoke billowing as Jiren walked toward Vegeta, and with his leisurely steps, everything around him shook with the flying debris. An invisible pressure filled the arena, and Vegeta also moved, charging toward Jiren. Watching Vegeta and Jiren locked in combat on the arena, Frieza in the stands was somewhat angry. Damn it, each one stronger than the last. Each one more capable of holding their own. What is Golden Frieza worth? If Universe 7 isn't destroyed, he will study diamonds, emeralds, platinum, and whatnot when he goes back. He, King Frieza, is also formidable, the most dazzling existence. Meanwhile, Goku, who was struggling to watch and rest on the sidelines, was panting heavily, his hands raised high, seemingly wanting to join the fight. The competitors from Universe 7 on the stands also silently raised their hands. And with that one gesture, everyone suddenly understood. Bardock and Broly, who were still confused, were pulled up by Gohan and Piccolo, looking at each other in bewilderment. Then Bardock and Broly suddenly felt their power being drained, their eyes wide with countless exclamation marks above their heads. Vegeta, hold on. Goku looked at Vegeta, who was entangled with Jiren. Vegeta's power was gradually declining. It seemed he couldn't hold on much longer. I will lend you a hand. Number 17 also flew over to help relieve some of Vegeta's pressure. Although the Grand Zeno said to just survive until the end, he couldn't just watch. Goku's spirit bomb was also not very big. After all, there were only a few people present, but it was better than nothing. Damn it. Vegeta also knew that if this continued, they couldn't defeat Jiren, which was very frustrating. Vegeta gritted his teeth and moved behind Jiren, his hands slipping under Jiren's armpits, restraining him. Come on, if this doesn't work, After threatening for so long, Vegeta didn't know what to threaten him with. He just clenched his teeth and firmly held Jiren in place so he couldn't move. Meanwhile, Goku's spirit bomb was ready. He pushed his hands forward, and the spirit bomb shot toward Jiren. Defeat him. On the stands, Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, and Bardock were also shouting. Although their power had been significantly drained, they still had the energy to cheer. The dazzling spirit bomb flew toward Jiren, who tried to struggle free from Vegeta's restraint, but was held tightly and couldn't break free for a moment. Fortunately, Jiren's hands were still mobile, so he desperately pushed forward, trying to block the spirit bomb. Damn it. Kakarot put in some effort. Vegeta held tightly onto Jiren, but he was helpless against Jiren's hands. What? He can still block the spirit bomb? Beerus and the others were shocked and couldn't sit still. Ugh. Jiren gritted his teeth, desperately pushing his hands forward, his determination allowing him to stubbornly resist. Hold on, Jiren. At this tense moment, the clown god of destruction was also loudly shouting encouragement for Jiren. Accompanied by Jiren's continuous roars. His hands struggled to block, even his arms shaking violently, but he still held on. Jiren managed to withstand Goku's spirit bomb, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, he pushed the spirit bomb upward. The brilliant energy erupted, instantly illuminating the entire arena. The immense energy caused the already damaged arena to shatter even further, with debris falling constantly, but everyone's attention was not on the arena at this moment. How could this be? Watching the dazzling light erupting high in the sky, everyone murmured to themselves. Vegeta even unconsciously loosened his hold on Jiren. Could it be that the victory of the Tournament of Power does not belong to Universe 7? Chapter 101. Universe 11 is eliminated. Great. The clown god of destruction was the happiest one, his fist clenched, his expression filled with excitement. I can't believe it. Goku was also extremely shocked, his body falling toward the ground. He was out of strength and could no longer continue fighting. Jiren was still fearful, panting heavily. He almost got defeated by them. Meanwhile, number 17 had already moved for the surprise attack. He didn't even fire an energy wave and charged straight at Jiren. Number 17 rammed into Jiren with his own body, knocking both him and Vegeta off the arena. Bang! The unexpected result caught everyone off guard. Jiren was knocked out of the ring, just like that. Everyone in the stands was wide-eyed, their heads filled with countless question marks and exclamation marks. Can it be an intense battle? Can it be a proper fight? Can it be a bit more formal? In Ye Tian's mind, these questions kept circling around. It was completely different from the outcome he had imagined for the tournament, wasn't it? What was even more surprising was that number 17 had also made a sacrifice, falling off the stage alongside them, all three plunging into the endless darkness. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth in anger. How did he end up being eliminated in the end? Jiren, on the other hand, was stunned, his figure falling down with a dazed and incredulous expression. Hey, the excited god of destruction, the clown, had an expression of joy on his face, only to face such an outcome. What? Beerus was also caught off guard by this sudden change. I was waiting for this opportunity. I didn't expect the Omni King to be able to foresee this. A brilliant smile spread across number 17's handsome face. Ye Tian stared wide-eyed, thinking that what he wanted was for number 17 to last until the end. Not this. He meant for number 17 to pretend to self-destruct and then hide away to survive until the end, waiting for Goku and Jiren to take each other out. Did we win? Broly turned to Bardock with a confused expression, feeling like they hadn't done anything at all. It seems that way. Bardock was also confused, just going through the motions while watching others show off. Get up, Goku. We won. Piccolo shouted at Goku, who was still lying on the stage, clenching his fists. What image, what composure. Nothing was more important than the hope of survival. Nothing felt better than being alive. Can't you let me stay on the stage too? Vegeta, who fell from the ring, was very dissatisfied, wondering why Kakarot got to enjoy the spotlight. In a moment of desperation, he couldn't care less about anything else. Number 17 awkwardly scratched his cheek and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Ah! Jiren finally reacted, roaring in disbelief at such an outcome. Swish, 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 crack, 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 clang. Accompanied by Jiren's roar, the three appeared on the steps of the viewing area, as the broken pillars of the ring finally leveled with the height of the stage. Time's up, the Grand Priest announced emotionlessly. Ha ha, cough, cough. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's voice, Goku instantly felt overjoyed, but the pain in his body made him cough repeatedly. Phew, it's finally over. Goku struggled to get up, scanning the entire stage, realizing he was the only one left. Although the time was short, just a little over half an hour, it felt like a long, long time. Goku is so amazing. The Omni King exclaimed happily, shaking Ye Tian's hand. Can my brother be this amazing too? Cough, cough. Of course. Ye Tian replied confidently, not needing to deny it at all. I lost. Jiren sat on the steps, lowering his head and murmuring, unable to fathom such a result. It's okay. Maybe for you, we are a bit unreliable. Toppo softly comforted, even though he hadn't helped Jiren. Occasionally, you can also try relying on us unreliable ones. We will work hard to make you feel dependable. After all, we are partners. Dispo echoed in agreement. You can express any pressure. Don't keep it bottled up. It can lead to depression. The clown god of destruction's expression also turned somewhat sad. Jiren, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We can't revive Jiren this time. But that's okay. After all, I also share some of the blame. I just realized what I was lacking. There's no need to have Master revived. I understand. Jiren had already calmed his emotions, responding faintly. Don't be stubborn, Jiren. This time the clown god of destruction was attentive, as he still cared for his friend's disciple. I know. You want to revive Jiren, not just to inherit his justice. We are also very pained that he cannot be revived. Even though you have permanently lost your master, there are still others who care about you. But Jiren did not respond. He understood. But he still wanted to see his master. He missed his master. You don't need to blame yourself for not being able to protect your master from the demon. Jiren wouldn't pursue resurrection or anything. You should understand that, right? The clown god of destruction began to guide him, but it seemed to have little effect. Jiren fell silent again, but he wanted to see his master, to gain his master's recognition. Beneath his expressionless face, his heart was screaming frantically, countless times at all times. Seeing that Jiren was not absorbing his words, the clown god of destruction simply stopped speaking, as the Grand Priest was already flying towards their side of the viewing area. The clown god of destruction chuckled at himself. No need to dwell on it too much. After all, we will soon disappear. The Grand Priest showed no signs of sympathy, his expression almost emotionless, declaring, Universe 11. All participants have been eliminated. Eradicated. All right. The Omni King raised his little hand and casually clenched it. Ye Tian, who was beside him, watched, then looked at his own hand and clenched it too, feeling inexplicably very displeased. Phew, the members of Universe 11 all vanished, leaving only one angel still sitting alone in the stands. Ye Tian felt that if it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he would want to comfort that angel girl. Chapter 102, Astonishing Amount of Information. Jiren, Son Wukong had finally managed to struggle to his feet just in time to see the people from Universe 11 disappear. I still wanted to duel with you. That kind of one-on-one. Therefore, the winner is Universe 7. The Grand Priest announced loudly, looking at Son Wukong on the arena. The final victor can make a wish to the Super Dragon. Then let's restore all the universes. Son Wukong grinned and touched the back of his head. What did you say? The Grand Priest looked at Son Wukong in surprise. This wish was unexpected. It turns out there are humans who aren't so selfish. Didn't they say that the last one standing could make any wish? My wish is to restore all the universes. Is that okay? Seeing the Grand Priest's expression change slightly, Son Wukong asked uncertainly. I also want to wait for the chance to duel with Jiren later. Listening to Son Wukong, the Grand Priest suddenly showed a faint smile. Of course, it can be done. The Super Dragon can fulfill any wish. The Super Dragon Balls had already been collected. All they needed was to call out the Super Dragon. A dazzling golden light flashed before everyone. And soon they witnessed the Super Dragon, which was as large as a planet, turning into a huge, glimmering golden dragon. State your wish. I can fulfill any wish of yours. Looking at the crowd, searching for the one who would make the wish. It seems this time it wasn't that annoying Grand Priest and the king of all who would fulfill strange wishes. Why is it you again? But soon the Super Dragon noticed the two annoying figures. It squinted at the Grand Priest and the king of all, who was waving his little hand. Hi, Super Dragon. Long time no see, the king of all said with a big smile. and then waved Ye Tian's hand. "This is my brother, Lord King of all." The super dragon's blood-red eyes brightened briefly, acknowledging the greeting. However, it did not particularly like this guy. Compared to the king of all and the grand priest, he was even more annoying, especially recalling what he had done to his master, Lord Zalama. Made him angry just thinking about it, feeling the super dragon's malicious gaze. Ye Tian was filled with questions. Although everyone else couldn't sense anything wrong, he could feel the super dragon's hostility. What wishes it this time? The super dragon didn't waste time, wanting to finish work early and get off as soon as possible. After the grand priest translated Son Wukong's wish, people from other universes all returned to the stands at once. Everyone was a bit confused. Seeing the super dragon made them even more bewildered. Which universe won in the end? And who made the wish that brought them back again? For a moment, people from many universes started discussing simultaneously, creating a scene as noisy as a market. Universe 7 is quite good. The previous wish raised the overall level. The grand priest placed his hands behind his back, looking at Universe 7 with a much gentler expression. Perhaps it was due to the king of all's favor. Or maybe because of Son Wukong's wish, or perhaps the performance of Universe 7 here. Hearing this praise, Kaishin Shin was extremely happy. The universe's overall level actually improved. Really? By how much? The grand priest paused, then spoke, third from the bottom. The people of Universe 7 collectively felt unhappy, looking at Kaishin Shin with resentment. What are you asking for? Why are you asking so clearly? Beerus clenched his fist and scolded Kaishin Shin. All right, this power tournament has come to a successful conclusion, and the king of all are very satisfied. The grand priest briefly summarized. Ye Tian was quite confused. When did he ever say he was satisfied? He didn't even have a chance to fight. So how could he be satisfied? Well, it seems we should head back. Is Lord Zeno coming back with us? Or will he continue training with Beerus and the others? The grand priest looked at Ye Tian with a doting gaze. Training with them. Ye Tian spoke nonsense with his eyes wide open. What good would it do to go back with the grand priest? Playing silly games with Zeno, this little brother, would just wear him out, right? Then remember to come back and see me often. You should also play with me and bring fun things. Before leaving, Zeno waved at Ye Tian and repeatedly reminded him. Wait a minute, Grand Priest. I just thought of a question. Hearing Zeno's request for companionship, cold sweat suddenly appeared on Ye Tian's forehead as he called out to the Grand Priest. What is it? Lord Zeno, have you changed your mind and want to come back with me? The Grand Priest's expression was indifferent as he turned to look at Ye Tian. No. I think if Zeno wants someone to play with, he could just find someone from a time point with Zeno and bring them over, right? Ye Tian felt that his idea was quite good. After all, in the original anime and manga, wasn't it like that? Didn't they bring another Zeno from the future world? Where did you hear that, Lord Zeno? The Grand Priest's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous glint surged as he glanced at Whis and Beerus. In every world, whether past or future, in countless parallel worlds, there exists a common entity that is opposed. Even angels and destroyers cannot transcend this. The Grand Priest spoke slowly, but at the level of Zeno and beings like me. Is transcending above that. Ye Tian was incredibly shocked. Could it be that he saw another fake Dragon Ball? The Grand Priest, the Omni King, and the great Omni King are transcendent beyond this point, with countless worlds and countless avatars. Yet, there is still only one true self. Listening to the Grand Priest's words, Ye Tian felt that his brain capacity was insufficient to store such a vast amount of information. So even if another Aquan appeared, it would just be Aquan playing with his own avatar? Ye Tian was once again shocked. According to the High Priest's words, the All-King and the High Priest can have countless avatars, but there is only one true body. Does this mean that countless worlds, including those parallel worlds, are under the High Priest's observation? The All-King is like a mentally challenged child. As the great All-King, he is left with just a soul, one without memories. The more Ye Tian thought about it, the more frightened he became. Could it be that the great priest standing in front of him might not even be the true form of the great priest? Perhaps it was just a clone created using the power of the universe? Then the great priest was not as simple as described in the original work, merely a steward serving the Omni King. This was an existence even more terrifying than the Omni King's disappearance skill. Chapter 103, Wishes and the Like. How many universes are there in the Dragon Ball world? How many parallel worlds exist within those countless universes? Looking at Ye Tian's pale face, the great priest called out in surprise to bring Ye Tian back to reality. What was the Omni King thinking? No, it's nothing. Ye Tian instinctively shook his head. All right, then I shall take my leave. wishing the Omni King a good time. The great priest slightly bowed and took the Omni King back. Meanwhile, Ye Tian, with a grim expression, approached Whis and Beerus. As Ye Tian arrived next to Beerus, he saw Beerus and Compa arguing like shrews. What? Your garbage universe actually won in the end? Compa exclaimed, his trembling fingers shaking uncontrollably. What nonsense are you talking about? How is my universe garbage? The worst is Universe 9, okay? We are second. Upon hearing Compa's words, Beerus instantly became furious and began to curse at Compa. Second? It's last. Last. Compa deliberately emphasized. No. Now it's third from the bottom. The Kaioshin Shin also spoke up, trying to mediate by extending his hands. But he had no idea that his actions were just adding fuel to the fire. Jiren, we should have a chance to fight together in the future. Then we can go head-to-head. Son Wukong ignored the shouting and yelled towards the stands of Universe 11, cupping his hand around his mouth. The people over there didn't even glance in his direction and simply vanished under the guidance of Angel Margarita. I really didn't expect this. The mouse-like god of destruction stood with his hands on his hips, squinting at the argument between Compa and Beerus, before suddenly waving his hand to the crowd behind him. Let's go back. Yes. The Angel of Universe 4 nodded in agreement, gently tapping his staff on the ground. One by one, the other universes began to disappear, and the members of Universe 7 followed Whis back. On the way back, Frieza crossed his arms, feeling somewhat dissatisfied as he thought about Son Wukong's wish. Why wasn't I the one who made it to the end? I remember 17's wish was to have a cruise ship, right? Son Wukong asked, looking at 17 flying next to him. What about your wishes? 17 asked, glancing around at the others, feeling bored as they flew. The conversation opened up among the group. The first to speak was 18, her expression indifferent as she said, 10 million zeni. Who's going to pay for me? Krillin felt somewhat awkward and couldn't help but tug at 18's sleeve. Let's talk about this later. I don't really have a wish. Bardock looked at Son Wukong, then at Vegeta, and said what everyone expected. I want to become Super Saiyan 5. And that Ultra Instinct. TSK. The few who weren't Saiyans present scoffed. Only Saiyans have such big ambitions. Broly, however, felt indifferent and quietly said, I want to have a cute daughter. Everyone turned their shocked gazes towards Broly. That's not a wish. You could just work hard at home. Huh? Broly, do you have a wife? Son Wukong suddenly asked, as if realizing something. Without a wife, you can't have kids. You need a wife to give birth. Vegeta also looked at Son Wukong with disdain, as if he understood something, but in reality, when Chi-Chi was having their children, he had avoided taking on the responsibilities of a father by pretending to be dead. I can work hard to become a scholar. I'll keep studying until I get to research school, so I don't really have any wishes. Listening to everyone's strange wishes, Son Gohan chimed in. I hope you can become a martial artist. Piccolo said, somewhat displeased with Son Gohan's comment. I also want to have a one-on-one duel with Jiren. Vegeta, do you have any wishes? Son Wukong turned to look at Vegeta, who was flying behind. My wish is still the same as before, immortality. Vegeta replied coldly. At this point, Vegeta's arc can be considered complete. The subsequent plot will focus more on Ye Tian. Of course, Vegeta is still around. However, just thinking about that little shorty acting all smug while the universe disappeared really irritates me. 17 suddenly changed the subject, speaking angrily. Hey, don't say such things. That Lord Zeno. The Kaioshin Shin quickly intervened, then looked at Ye Tian, who was flying at the front. Ye Tian heard it, but didn't feel much. He didn't turn around and looked at Whis, asking, is there nothing else? What's wrong, Lord Zeno? Whis asked with a puzzled expression. I want to go play in Universe 9. Ye Tian expressed his thoughts. Although he first wanted to go to Universe 11, those guys were really strong. He decided to wait until he got a bit stronger before going. Hey, don't just chat, What about my request? Frieza pointed to the halo above his head at that moment. He had agreed to participate in the Tournament of Power, but had made a request. He wanted to be revived. He didn't want to wake up every day to see those fairies and teddy bears swaying foolishly. All right, no problem. Whis pointed his staff at Frieza, and the halo above Frieza's head disappeared. Frieza touched the top of his head, feeling something was different. So simple. Is that it for the revival? No need to collect the Dragon Balls? Son Wukong asked curiously, amazed at Whis' abilities. Not bad. Consider this a gift for you, and I'll be looking for you again if something comes up. Beerus somewhat proudly praised Frieza. Can I? I won't stop my evil deeds. Frieza laughed happily. Being noticed by Beerus wasn't bad. At least he wasn't as afraid of Beerus anymore, but it also meant more trouble. Hey, Frieza, Now that you're revived, what do you want to do? Destroy planets? Take me to see. Ye Tian slowed down and flew alongside Frieza. Oomph. Lord Zeno, you should go play in Universe 9. Isn't there another me there? Frieza nonchalantly deflected. Oomph, what evil deeds. If you offend planet Vegeta or Earth, we will pin you down. Vegeta coldly interjected. He. Upon hearing this, Frieza wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. He understood this to mean that aside from planet Vegeta and Earth, he could do whatever he wanted with other planets. Chapter 104. Heading to Universe 9, Lord Zeno. Are you going to Universe 9? Take me with you. Son Wukong flew to Ye Tian's side, pointing at himself with his index finger. Don't you have to work? Ye Tian suddenly thought of the always furious Chi-Chi and shivered. Son Wukong suddenly felt a chill down his spine and couldn't help but shudder. Lord Zeno is such a buzzkill. Everyone quickly returned to Bulma's villa courtyard, and seeing that everyone was safe and sound, not even a corner of their clothes damaged, Bulma happily waved at everyone. Welcome back. It seems everyone is safe. What about my 10 million? Android 18 anxiously asked upon seeing Bulma. It's ready. Bulma didn't mind and waved at Pilaf behind her, who soon handed a large iron box to Android 18. Opening the iron box and seeing the money, Android 18 broke into a happy smile, calling Krillin to leave. Well then, we shall take our leave. If there's money to be made in the future, just call us. I'll also go back and tell Biddy this good news. Our universe won't disappear. Son Gohan waved at everyone and left with Piccolo. Wow, that Jiren guy is really strong, Son Wukong said, watching everyone disperse, resting his hands behind his head as he looked into the sky. Yeah, we really had no way to deal with that guy. Android 17 waved to a few people, planning to say goodbye. 17, Bulma has several cruise ships. I can have her send you one later. Vegeta crossed his arms and said after thinking, is that okay? Android 17 was surprised that Vegeta would say that. He thought Vegeta would be angry with him. No problem, Vegeta affirmed, since his family has money. Bulma, is there anything to eat? I feel a bit hungry. Ye Tian looked at Bulma and patted his flat stomach. Okay. Upon hearing this, the three little ones dashed off. The universe is still very big. Frieza, I'll send you back to your planet. Whis gently looked at Frieza. Sure. Frieza provocatively glanced at Vegeta and Son Wukong, and then flew up with Whis. I don't think it's a universe problem. Take that 17 guy, for example. He didn't do anything but guard an island, and he's almost as strong as me. Why? Son Wukong was filled with confusion, recalling how 17 could fight until the end, and turned to ask Vegeta. TSK, can you compare with people who create life? Vegeta crossed his arms, and before he could finish, Bulma was already displeased. Didn't do anything. Bulma put her hands on her hips, looking at Son Wukong in dissatisfaction. 17 has been working seriously all this time. What about you guys? He's not like you Saiyans. At least he works hard to earn money. Hey, why are you saying so much unnecessary stuff? Vegeta murmured to Son Wukong in dissatisfaction. I haven't even discussed the cruise ship matter with Bulma yet. Sorry. Son Wukong scratched the back of his head and made a face. Lord Zeno, when do you plan to go to Universe 9? Son Wukong sensed trouble and immediately slipped away, running to Ye Tian's side. Bastard, Kakarot, are you trying to escape? Vegeta was furious, having to face the terrifying Bulma alone. Seeing Bulma's face full of anger, Vegeta hurriedly walked towards the villa, trying to escape while also attempting to appease her. I'll go change Bra's diaper first, and I'll also prepare the milk. Watching Vegeta flee in a panic, Ye Tian shook his head in disdain. The mighty Saiyan King was actually afraid of his wife. It's better to be a god. No need for a partner. Beerus lazily replied from under the sunshade. Gods can have partners too. I still want to find someone to warm my bed. Ye Tian somewhat disagreed with Beerus' statement, but then added, but you only know cats. By the way, Beerus, have you been neutered? Ye Tian provocatively said without fear. Lord Zeno, what are you talking about? Son Wukong, squatting by the artificial lake, turned back in confusion. What's neutering? Go play in the mud. Ye Tian spat and then turned to look at Beerus, but before he could see Beerus, he noticed a shadow rushing towards his face. Bang! Beerus' tail instantly straightened and slapped Ye Tian's cheek, sending him flying into the artificial lake. Oh. Watching the splashing water, Son Wukong performed 2 backflips to avoid the water and stood beside Beerus. Beerus' tail swung again, nonchalantly returning to the lounge chair. Beerus, you bald cat, you dare hit me. Ye Tian, all wet, emerged from the artificial lake, furious and shaking his fist. Lord Zeno, I was just teaching you to train. Your normal defense is inadequate. Beerus lazily yawned. He didn't care at all, occupying his position as a caretaker. And he also knew that the Grand Zeno was just a bit playful, not like the Grand Minister who would destroy things at the drop of a hat. Oh, that's right, the Grand Zeno doesn't have the power to destroy either. As long as he kept an eye on the Grand Zeno and prevented him from complaining to the Grand Minister, he could freely scold and hit him. Besides, they were both adults. Would he really be embarrassed to report to the Grand Minister? Ha ha ha. What happened to the Grand Zeno? After sending off Frieza, Whis gently looked at Ye Tian as he descended from the sky. Whis, Beerus bullied me. Ye Tian instantly teared up, reporting Beerus's misdeeds. Unfortunately, Whis listened with a smile the whole time, and when Ye Tian finished, he pointed his staff at him, making all the moisture evaporate from his body. After a big meal, Ye Tian couldn't sit still anymore, patting his big belly and looking at Whis. Are you done eating? Next, let's go play in Universe 9. Sure. Just let me finish my meal first. Whis nodded slightly, elegantly eating. Oh. Ye Tian, bored, rested his hands behind his head, waiting. Although he also wanted to go to Universe 11 to dig up some information on Jiren, his current strength was just so. It would be better to have some fun in Universe 9 first. He hadn't faced the not-so-cold assassin hit yet. And then there was Frost to tease, and the Saiyans. Chapter 105. I'm not fat, speaking of which, since they were twin universes, didn't that universe have Vegeta and Goku? While Ye Tian's thoughts were racing, Goku, who was stuffing food into his mouth, looked at Ye Tian and said, Grand Zeno, take me with you. I want to see Universe 9 too. Whatever. Ye Tian shrugged indifferently. Whether one more person joined didn't matter to him. That was Whis' concern. But soon Goku started getting pushy, making his own demands. How about we go to Universe 11 instead? I really want to find Jiren and have a good fight. During the Tournament of Power, he was completely overshadowed by Vegeta. He wanted to have a proper fight with Jiren. Jiren is so strong. Why would I go watch you fight? I want to go to Universe 9. Ye Tian looked discontentedly at the gluttonous Goku. If you want to go, just go yourself. I'm going to Universe 9 first. Oh. Goku didn't dare to refute Ye Tian. If he annoyed him, he wouldn't get to go anywhere. I'm going too. Vegeta swallowed the food in his mouth, rinsed with water, and then spoke leisurely. Bulma glanced at Vegeta and quickly looked away, reminding him to stay safe. Vegeta nodded, not saying much. All right then, let's get going, Whis said, wiping his mouth with a towel. Looking at Beerus. What about you, Lord Beerus? Not going. Beerus waved his hand casually. I don't want to see that annoying guy Kampa. Forget about Beerus. Let him sleep until the end of time. Ye Tian urgit impatiently. Not wanting to see this rebellious bad guy after what just happened. Ho ho ho. Whis chuckled and picked up his staff. Then let us take you to Universe 9 to see Lord Bados and Lord Kampa. Soon, the four of them quickly vanished from their spot and not far away. A plane landed, with Chi-Chi rushing out in a hurry. Where's Goku? Where's that guy? Didn't he say he was coming back? Chi-Chi turned her head and looked around. Apart from a yawning Beerus, there wasn't a single shadow in sight. He went with the Grand Zeno to Universe 9. Beerus replied nonchalantly. That idiot Goku never thinks about me, never considers how to maintain this family. I've worked myself to the bone for this family, and I've never had a good day. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Chi-Chi collapsed to the ground, constantly complaining, damn it, I'm carrying the whole family on my shoulders. What sin have I committed to have such a hard life? Complaints occasionally spilled from Chi-Chi's lips, and Beerus impatiently picked at his ear with his pinky finger. I should have just gone with the Grand Zeno. Based on limited information, the author is making things up. Those who dislike Universe 9 can head over to Universe 11 below. Meanwhile, in the divine realm of Universe 9, identical to Universe 7, Kampa was holding an unknown bird's egg in his palm, desperately pleading. Bados, make this egg into something delicious. Bados pointed at Kampa's big belly and shook her head repeatedly. Lord Kampa, you need to lose weight. Just drink water every day. Look, your stamina has declined so much since the last match. Don't believe what Zuma says about losing weight. I haven't eaten for a whole day. Kampa's free hand patted his belly, feeling extremely aggrieved. My belly is screaming at me. It wants food, or it will rebel. Bados listened to Kampa's words, speechless. Lord Kampa, your excuses are getting more and more ridiculous. And during the last fight, didn't I get mistaken for that guy Beerus? That proves I'm not fat at all. Kampa continued to look for excuses to fill his belly. No way. Bados firmly refused. Just then, Whis appeared with Ye Tian, Vegeta, and Goku not far from them. And Ye Tian grinned at Bados. Hi, Bados. Beautiful girl. Grand Zeno. As soon as Bados and Kampa saw Ye Tian, They immediately knelt on one knee and saluted. Get up, get up. I'm here to play with you. Ye Tian waved his hand in disgust. Being bowed to a few times was somewhat interesting, but too many times became annoying. Play. Hearing this word, cold sweat started pouring down Kampa's forehead. As they stood up, Bato smiled at Kampa. Good. Sweating like this can help you lose weight. Lord Kampa, come here. Let me pat your belly, okay? Ye Tian put one hand on his hip and waved at Kampa. Okay. Kampa's forehead was sweating even more, and he nervously swallowed the saliva that was flooding due to tension and hunger. He thought of the Grand Zeno's terror and took a determined step towards Ye Tian. Grand Zeno, please. Slap. A bit bouncy, but not soft enough. Ye Tian patted Kampa's belly and then touched it, shaking his head in disgust. Vegeta and Goku, standing aside, watched Ye Tian's antics, unable to help but twitch their mouths. This is strangely bringing the distance between him and the god of destruction closer. Goku was even tempted to reach out and touch it. What are you guys talking about? After teasing Kampa, Ye Tian noticed Whis and Beerus huddled together whispering, immediately interrupting, Sister, why are you getting so close to my brother? He doesn't get that treatment as the Grand Zeno. Whis, we don't need you here anymore. Hurry back. That guy Beerus must be waiting for you to take him back to the realm of the gods to sleep. Ye Tian felt that Whis had no more value and waved his hand dismissively. All right, then I'll leave Lord Zeno to you. When Lord Zeno wants to come back, sister, just contact me. Whis also unceremoniously passed the responsibility. Okay. Listening to Whis's instructions, Beerus nodded. Then, Lord Zeno is entrusted to you. Make sure he doesn't get unhappy. After Whis finished speaking, he disappeared, and Son Goku and Vegeta were ruthlessly abandoned. It was said that leaving behind the weak ones made for a lively scene, but in fact, it was left to the incapable and troublesome Zeno to clean up. Chapter 109. Poor Kampa Beerus, how do you angels reproduce? Ye Tian smiled and took a few steps closer to Beerus. Well, we are created by the Grand Minister, using divine power combined with the power of the universe we belong to, and we don't have any reproductive abilities. Beerus seriously answered Ye Tian's question, showing no concern for any gender issues. Oh, what? Ye Tian blinked. So there are no female angels? We can't be considered living beings. Beerus thought that Lord Zeno's intelligence might not be much higher than that of the Grand Minister, so she explained more simply. Oh. Ye Tian quietly took 2 steps back. Well, any thoughts of making a move on the angels were cut short. Lord Zeno, would you like to eat an egg? Kampa thought for a long time, unsure how to please Ye Tian, and therefore raised the egg in his palm. What kind of egg is this? Ye Tian curiously took the egg given by Kampa, and since Kampa liked it so much, it must be a delicacy, right? It's a BB bird's egg, very rare. Beerus mentioned that this kind of egg can only be boiled. Kampa felt that he had some knowledge about food. Ahem. But before Kampa could finish speaking, Beerus deliberately coughed twice, with cold sweat on her cheeks, interrupting Kampa. Boiled egg? As a seasoned foodie, Ye Tian lost interest as soon as he heard boiled. He doesn't really like bland food. Ye Tian placed the egg back into Xiangpa's palm, then reached into his waist bag and pulled out a lollipop to give to you. It's delicious. Poor Xiangpa, so easily satisfied with just a boiled egg. Life must be tough. When are we setting off? Can we go find it? Watching the 3 of them chat enthusiastically, Vegeta also became a bit impatient. Right? We could also check on Vegeta's disciple. What was his name again? Jocko or Gabe? Son Wukong didn't have much patience for waiting either. It's Gabe, and he is not really my disciple. Vegeta looked disdainfully at Son Wukong, saying, Aren't you the one whose disciple is Caulifla? Caulifla? Who's that? Son Wukong frowned in thought for a moment, then suddenly realized and clapped his hands. Oh, that female Saiyan? So Lord Zeno, where do you want to go play in Universe 9? Bardoss squinted and subtly warned Xiangpa, who was holding the lollipop, and inquired about Ye Tian. Under Bardoss's threatening gaze, Xiangpa hurriedly shoved the lollipop into his mouth without even unwrapping it. That's not how you eat a lollipop. Ignoring the commotion from Son Wukong and Vegeta, Ye Tian took out another new one from his waist bag. He slowly tore off the wrapper and stuffed it into the unsuspecting Bardoss's mouth, like this. Understand? This taste is quite sweet. Bardoss squinted her eyes, looking very satisfied. Right? Ye Tian also smiled broadly, even though he couldn't eat it himself. Just watching beautiful women would lift his spirits. Delicious. Xiangpa immediately bit down. The crunching sound echoed. Slowly savoring it until it melts is the proper way to eat it. Ye Tian didn't even look at Xiangpa, although he was fat. He had clearly eaten very little. Then let's first go take a look at Planet Salad. Ye Tian said to Bardoss. The highlights of Universe 9 are probably the Science and Hit. That's right, in Ye Tian's eyes, he was here for sightseeing and to find someone to spar with. Vegeta and Wukong probably thought the same, especially about the female Science, Caulifla and Kale. And then there's the not-too-cold assassin, Hit. Other than that, Universe 9 doesn't have much else to offer. Are we setting off now? Bardoss was very attentive. So please place your hand on my shoulder. Lord Zeno. All right. Before the lewd smile could spread, Ye Tian solemnly placed his hand on Bardoss's shoulder. The prestige of a Zeno must always be maintained. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong and Vegeta skillfully placed their hands on Ye Tian's shoulders. And Lord Xiangpa, I won't leave you here to eat alone. Bardoss glanced at Xiangpa from the corner of her eye. Xiangpa was secretly pondering something, and then heard Bardoss's words. Do angels and destroyers always stay together? Ye Tian looked surprised at Xiangpa, who had his hand on Bardoss's shoulder. Yes, because someone needs to supervise the destroyer. Bardoss explained with a smile, and the few of them quickly arrived at Planet Salad while chatting about trivial matters. That's Planet Salad, the homeland of the Saiyans. Ye Tian casually instructed, of course starting with the most familiar place. All right. Bardoss slightly bowed her head, and the group quickly flew towards Planet Salad to land. Top bong. Ye Tian followed Bardoss and landed steadily, while Vegeta and Son Goku also stabilized their footing. However, Kampa, whether due to being too fat or some other reason, face-planted into the ground, creating a pit. Damn it, Kampa, covered in dirt, got up from the ground. But when he opened his mouth to scold, he saw the gaze of the Grand Zeno and immediately swallowed his words. So this is Planet Salad? Looking at the slightly yellowed environment, Ye Tian suddenly felt that Earthlings were quite fortunate. Yes, Lord Grand Zeno. Bardoss was very respectful towards Ye Tian, unlike Whis. This place is far worse than Vegeta's planet. Vegeta, crossing his arms, looked around in disdain. For him, the similarities between the 9th and 7th universes meant that Planet Salad was essentially the same as Planet Vegeta. It's just that the Saiyans of the 9th universe are different. They seek justice and kindness, not fighting over territory with the Zayful people, but instead living in peace. The life energy on this planet is really mixed. Vegeta scoffed, noticing the various energies, clearly indicating that many aliens also resided here. Son Goku, however, didn't mind at all. He casually glanced around and urged, so who should we look for? How about Kaba? You all know him. Ye Tian looked at Bardoss. Where is he? Let's find him. Just a kilometer ahead. Bardoss pointed forward to Ye Tian, somewhat uncertain about the Grand Zeno's thoughts, but probably similar to the Grand Zeno. Just go with the flow. After all, Whis also said that the Grand Zeno is fun. Just follow along. Chapter 107. Confused Kaba. Following Bardoss's pace, but after not even 100 meters, Kampa started gasping for breath. By the time they had walked 300 meters, Kampa's legs were trembling. Not only was Ye Tian amazed, but even Vegeta and Son Goku looked shocked. No, I can't do it anymore. I need to rest. Kampa plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. TSK. How can a man say he can't do it? Ye Tian was incredibly disdainful. It's only 500 meters. Speaking of which, your god of destruction is really lacking. Vegeta chimed in. Huff. Lord Grand Zeno, that's different. Destruction is just a matter of raising a hand. Noticing Ye Tian's expression, Kampa, who had calmed down a bit, quickly stood up. I can still hold on. You didn't act like this when you were fighting as a god of destruction. Ye Tian asked directly. That's different. That's fighting for your life. Kampa panted heavily, and after just a few steps, he started gasping again. Ye Tian looked on and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of deja vu reminiscent of the 4 disciples from Journey to the West. Aside from the always smiling Bados, the chubby Xiangpa resembled Zhu Beiji, panting after just a few steps. The arrogant Vegeta indeed had the spirit of Son Wukong. Proud and powerful, how did the single-minded Son Wukong somehow evoke the image of Sha Tsung? So he must be the Tang Tsung who is in high demand. Then where is the female demon? Ye Tian was lost in thought again for no reason. It's right ahead. The voice of Badass brought Ye Tian's thoughts back. Gaby is a soldier of the Shalada army. The military district is right ahead. Oh, sounds pretty impressive. Son Wukong looked shocked. But he's just a soldier. What's so great about that? Vegeta had a look of disdain. How many combat-type Saiyan warriors are there on Vegeta's planet? Making such a fuss over this is really embarrassing for the Saiyans. Ye Tian looked towards the half-air not far away and could vaguely see some peculiar-shaped houses resembling stones. By the way, Why didn't we just land here directly? Vegeta looked at Badass, wasting time walking 1,000 meters or something. Haha. Because Lord Compa needs to lose weight. I'm used to keeping a little distance like this. Badass explained. Don't mind these small details. Ye Tian didn't care whether to walk or fly. Isn't coming to play, just wasting time? Gaby, Compa shouted into the air. He could let people come over without moving himself. Just why didn't he think of it first? It's Lord Compa. Gaby, who was watching the Ray's defense team training, quickly stood up and flew into the air, quickly heading towards Compa. Lord Compa, what do you need me for? Gaby spoke somewhat uneasily, and then he saw Son Wukong and Vegeta happily asking, Mr. Wukong and Master. How did you guys come? And me. Ye Tian felt ignored and immediately pointed at himself. This is Lord Zeno, the brother of Zeno. You should know that. Badass's smile faded, and he seriously introduced Ye Tian. Oh. Gaby was a bit confused. He knew, although he didn't interact much during the Tournament of Power, what did Zeno want when he came to Universe 9? Facing Badass's serious introduction, Gaby was thinking about how to greet Zeno properly. Should he extend his hand for a handshake or give a hug? Or the highest salute of Shalada? Gaby's hesitation didn't last long, as Badass had already used a hidden force to hit his leg's hamstring. Bang! Gaby immediately bent his legs and knelt heavily before Ye Tian. Lord Zeno, get up. Ye Tian's mouth twitched slightly. The people of Universe 9 are really polite. Even kneeling has to be so forceful. If it weren't for his Zeno demeanor, he would really want to ask Gaby if his knees hurt. Unlike in Universe 7, where Whis and Beerus counted as half a master, Son Wukong and Vegeta, these two guys, better not mention it. Watching Gaby stand up with a confused expression, Ye Tian turned to Badass and asked, if I were to spar with him, could he beat me? Lord Zeno is really joking. Gaby's strength is only at the Super Saiyan level. How could he possibly be your opponent? Badass chuckled and stroked Ye Tian's ego. Ye Tian thought about it and agreed. He was already at the Divine Realm's power, and Gaby was indeed not his opponent. Then let's have a regular spar. I can't just come for nothing. Ye Tian looked at the still confused Gaby and said, come. Gaby was increasingly bewildered. So Zeno came to Universe 9 just to fight him? No, to spar? Could it be that Master and the others specifically came to Universe 9 not to visit? How could that be? Master and the others are so kind, but what about his good teachers and friends? Ye Tian was also quite troubled. However, if he didn't fight with Gabe, he would have to find someone else to spar with. Maybe a female Saiyan? But that felt a bit awkward. The issue of fighting a woman was really a bit. In this situation, watching the sparring seemed quite nice. Son Wukong and Vegeta quickly retreated to a spot by some rocks. Son Wukong sat on the rocks while Vegeta leaned against the cliff, waiting for Gabe and Ye Tian to spar. Are they really going to fight? Compa was surprised. The Omni King likes to play games, but the Grand Zeno likes to fight? Lord Compa, let us step back a bit. Beerus also created some distance to make room. Oh. Compa followed Beerus' lead with trembling legs. Don't hold back. Let us fight in our normal state. Ye Tian assumed a stance and waved at the still confused Gabe across from him. Yes. Although Gabe didn't understand what the Grand Zeno was here for, he had to comply as a sparring partner, right? After all, the other party was the Grand Zeno. As Gabe put away his confused expression and assumed his stance, Ye Tian charged forward. Ye Tian reached out to grab Gabe's arm, then swept his foot out. Gabe, seeing this posture, hurriedly reached out to block Ye Tian's sweep. Bang! In the blink of an eye, more than 10 exchanges had passed, and finally, Ye Tian knocked Gabe flying with a punch. TSK, so weak. Ye Tian retracted his fist and looked at Vegeta speechlessly. Vegeta, your disciple is too trash. Chapter 108, The Bandit Khalifa Humph. I said he is not my disciple. Vegeta crossed his arms and coldly snorted. I don't have such a weak disciple. Watching Gabe awkwardly stand up and fly back to Ye Tian's side, looking exceptionally obedient, Ye Tian lost the desire to spar with this guy. What about Khalifa? Why isn't she with you? And that powerful caulifla. Seeing the fight and so quickly and not feeling satisfied, Son Goku directly asked Gabe. Well, Khalifa is with the bandit group, and we, the Salad Army, are enemies. Gabe replied, oh, then let's go find Khalifa and that caulifla. Ye Tian decisively made a decision. After all, he is the king of all. Shouldn't we let them come over directly? Compa was somewhat reluctant to move and tentatively asked Ye Tian, don't be so lazy, you're already so fat. Ye Tian raised an eyebrow, not allowing Compa to question his decision. Since we are here on this planet, we can look at the local customs while finding a few suitable opponents to fight. Yes. Kampa nodded helplessly, then cast a hostile glance at Gabe. Hurry up and lead the way. All right. Okay. Gabe quickly flew up into the air and turned to the others behind him, saying, Please follow me. The group quickly arrived at another town filled with strange houses. Following behind Gabe. Wow, these houses are so strange. Looking at the houses embedded with ball-like objects, Son Goku exclaimed in amazement. What are those little holes for? Vegeta pointed to the small holes on one of the houses and asked, Oh, those are for ventilation, sometimes when the weather is bad. We just plug them with the small balls next to them. Gabe introduced the local customs as they walked. So your houses don't have windows? Ye Tian also noticed and began to observe a house with a strange shape. Yes, those embedded large balls can increase the house's light transmittance. Gabe answered every question. What about that? Ye Tian pointed to a strange vehicle slowly approaching in the distance. That is, our military vehicle. Why would it come to this area? Gabe also looked puzzled. Gabe almost doubted that he was dreaming today. First the arrival of the king of all, then Lord Kampa, Mr. Goku, and his master. The king of all even hit him, then came to Khalifa's territory and saw his side's vehicles. Didn't you say you're enemies with Khalifa? How did your military vehicle end up on someone else's territory? Vegeta also felt a bit surprised. Gabe started to feel confused again. I don't know either. Why not just ask? After Ye Tian finished studying the strange houses, he returned to the group and said to Vegeta. Meanwhile, the two people in the vehicle were also chatting. Soldier A, gripping the steering wheel, disdainfully said, What are you afraid of? What is there to fear from a rogue like Khalifa? We are soldiers of the Salad Army. Soldier B, sitting in the passenger seat, sounded a bit timid, but the Salad Army can't do anything to her. That is why they let her be. Soldier A said nonchalantly, I know. I just wanted to take a shortcut. Bang. But just as the words fell, the two in the vehicle heard a sound. And then the car came to a sudden stop. A few people on Ye Tian's side also looked over at the same time. It was the Carly Fura they wanted to find, who had one foot on the front of the vehicle. All right, stop the car, if you want to pass through here. Leave all your goods behind. Carly Fura, with a group of little brothers, blocked the vehicle. Carly Fura's demeanor was that of a true boss lady, with a strong and brazen tone typical of a thug. It's Carly Fura, Soldier B exclaimed, already terrified. I told you not to come this way. But, damn it. Soldier A's forehead showed veins, clearly extremely angry. Kale, get people to open the cargo compartment and unload everything inside. Carly Fura commanded with one hand on her hip and pointing at her little brothers. Yes. Kale and the others quickly got to work, moving things from the cargo compartment in a seamless and skilled manner. Hey, what kind of joke is this? We work hard to make a living, and you dare to. Soldier A quickly got out of the car, angrily looking at Carly Fura. Hey, don't resist Carly Fura, or you'll get beaten. Soldier B hurriedly advised. What? Carly Fura walked towards the two soldiers with an arrogant expression. Do you want to fight, old man? Oomph. Don't underestimate the strongest Sarada army in the universe. Before Soldier A could finish, Carly Fura threw him over her shoulder, sending him crashing into a house. Bang. Oh, they're fighting. Son Wukong exclaimed, looking at Gabe and asking, Aren't you guys good friends? Wukong, where are your ears? You just said they are enemies. Ye Tian looked at Son Wukong disdainfully, wondering what this guy had been paying attention to. Meanwhile, Kale had already unloaded the boxes. Sister, these are all jewelry. Oh, looks like we can get quite a bit of food. Carly Fura was overjoyed and signaled to leave. Damn it. Soldier A had already drawn his energy gun. Those are offerings for the Sarada King. Click. Hearing the sound of the gun being cocked, Kale's gaze sharpened, and the gun in Soldier A's hand disappeared, reappearing in Kale's hand. What's wrong, Kale? Carly Fura, who was admiring the jewelry, looked confused. It's nothing, sister. Kale hid the gun behind her back, and as she exerted force, the gun was directly crushed. Next time, remember to bring more stuff when you pass by. Carly Fura waved at the two soldiers, planning to leave. Carly Fura, seeing this, Gabe couldn't hold back any longer and quickly walked over to scold her. Why are you stealing from our army again? These are offerings for the king. Gabe. Carly Fura looked at him with disdain, sneering at the two unfortunate soldiers. Knowing this is my territory, you still dare to pass by? If I don't steal from them, who should I steal from? Oh, aren't these the uncles from the Strength Conference? Carly Fura also noticed Son Wukong and Vegeta. Why did you come to our Universe 9? Hey, old man. I remember your blue transformation was amazing last time. Teach me. This was directed at Son Wukong. By the way, what's your name again? All right, the Grand Zeno, right? You can teach me that pink one too. Her tone and attitude were incredibly arrogant, as if she were issuing direct orders. Why? Ye Tian raised an eyebrow, looking at the girl in front of him with her hands on her hips. Her outfit was indeed quite rebellious, just a piece of cloth wrapped around her chest. However, it was a bit too small. Ye Tian thought that such a student wasn't to his taste. She hadn't fully developed yet. Watch her attitude towards Lord Grand Zeno, Bados said with a stern face, and then used a hidden force, causing several people carrying boxes to kneel in front of Ye Tian. Hurry up and pay your respects. Xiangpa was still panting slightly. He stretched out his hand to introduce to Ye Tian. This is Lord Grand Zeno. You wouldn't want to make Lord Grand Zeno unhappy, would you? Or let our universe disappear. Lord Grand Zeno. Caulifla took the lead, somewhat unwillingly speaking out. Ye Tian waved his hand, serving as a lesson for the unruly Caulifla. At this moment, Bardos also spoke up. Lord Zeno wants you to get up. I remember your strength is quite good. Are you interested in sparring with me? Ye Tian asked Caulifla. Caulifla's eyes turned cold. Then she smirked at Ye Tian. If I hurt you, will you erase our universe? No. Ye Tian grinned. He wasn't that petty of man. Then, Kale, can you spar with me? Son Wukong, who was behind, also looked eager to try and glanced at Kale. However, Kale had a face full of avoidance and distress, carefully hiding behind Caulifla's sister. TCH. Vegeta suddenly felt that coming to Universe 9 with Ye Tian was just a waste of time. There weren't many strong opponents in Universe 9, far less than Jiren from Universe 11. Don't worry, Uncle. After I fight with Lord Zeno, I'll fight you. Caulifla casually glanced at Son Wukong in the distance. I know you can transform into Super Saiyan 1. Can you do Super Saiyan 2? Ye Tian bent his legs, preparing to face Caulifla. No. I don't know what you mean by Super 1 or Super 2, but I feel like I don't even need to be a Super Saiyan to deal with you. Caulifla replied bluntly, charging at Ye Tian with a shout. Huh. Her explosive speed was quite fast, but Ye Tian wasn't a novice. He calmly bent his arm to block Caulifla's punch with his elbow. The two began to exchange blows in their normal states. It seemed their speed and strength were quite similar. This guy's a bit stronger than the last time at the Tournament of Power. Son Wukong critiqued Caulifla. But it's just average. The fighting level in Universe 9 is quite ordinary. Vegeta thought he was being relatively polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Caulifla seized the opportunity and kicked Ye Tian, sending him flying into the wall of a nearby building, crashing inside. Boom! You promised not to erase our universe. Although Caulifla was a bandit, she was quite loyal to her own gang. Standing up from the rubble, Ye Tian dusted himself off, his expression unchanged. You said you wouldn't. But your punch is not even 1% of Wukong's. When he was in the realm of gods, he had endured Wukong's punches. Come again. Ye Tian walked out from the ruined building, provocatively looking at Caulifla. Caulifla didn't hold back. Her figure quickly disappeared, appearing in front of Ye Tian and throwing a punch. Ye Tian tilted his head to dodge, and both of their figures quickly vanished into the air, their fists colliding rapidly, leaving Caulifla's lackey stunned. So powerful. The big sister is amazing. Caulifla continuously unleashed energy blasts at Ye Tian, who gathered energy in his palms and shot out a series of energy waves in response. Ha! 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 The two exchanged waves, and the sound of explosions echoed in the space above, with colorful energy blasts exploding like fireworks, filling the air with smoke as the battle intensified. Whoosh! Ye Tian's figure suddenly vanished, and in the next moment, he appeared behind Caulifla, delivering an elbow strike that sent her plummeting towards the ground. Bang! Caulifla crashed into the ground, and instantly, smoke billowed up, engulfing her figure. Ye Tian floated in midair, watching as a large pit gradually emerged from the smoke below. Get up! You should have more power than this. Suddenly, the smoke above the pit was blown away, and an enraged Caulifla, now at Super Saiyan 1, charged towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian, not backing down, instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 1 as well, blocking Caulifla's punch. The two engaged in close combat again. With cold sweat continuously dripping from Caulifla's forehead, the formidable Ye Tian was strong. Even his fellow Super Saiyans, his combat power surpassed hers. Caulifla's expression darkened, revealing her seriousness. She realized that after hundreds of exchanges, she couldn't defeat Ye Tian. With this thought, Caulifla decided not to continue the fight. She retracted all her energy, distancing herself from Ye Tian and returning to the ground. I can't beat you. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily stunned. They hadn't even truly started fighting yet, and she was already giving up. Even though I can't beat you, but... Caulifla turned to her companion Kale. Kale, you go fight him. However, Kale hesitated, not wanting to overshadow her sister. It's fine. Kale, the stronger you become, the happier I will be, so go get stronger, Caulifla said with a gentle smile, patting Kale on the shoulder to encourage her. And with Comp around, it doesn't matter if you go berserk. Caulifla had a well-thought-out plan. Yes, with Caulifla's words, Kale immediately took off her cloak and threw it to the ground. Returning to the ground, Ye Tian saw Kale charging at him with her small pink-white fists raised. Whoosh! Ye Tian kept tilting his head to dodge Kai's continuous punches, then threw a punch towards Kai's abdomen. Kai instantly felt pain, covering his stomach with his hands, his body curling up like a shrimp, with a battle power that had increased 50 times. How could the normal Kai withstand Ye Tian's punch? Kai, are you okay? Seeing Kai getting hit right after entering the ring, Caulifla shouted with some concern. Chapter 110, Transcendent Kai. Big sister, I'm fine. Kai gritted his teeth and swung his fist at Ye Tian once again. Crack! Ye Tian effortlessly grabbed Kale's fist, saying, "You can't beat me. I wonder how strong your Ultra Instinct really is." Ye Tian was somewhat looking forward to Kale's Ultra Instinct. Although Whis had mentioned that he couldn't beat Broly, he still felt a bit confident about this Kale. Aha! Kale was somewhat angry. She desperately tried to push her fist away, but Ye Tian's grip was incredibly strong. Kale couldn't budge at all, and thinking about how much her sister had believed in her only made her angrier. Kale kept roaring, her aura growing stronger, and her hair began to change to green. Ultra Instinct Kale emerged. Ye Tian felt an endless force erupting from the fist he was holding, surging towards him, and he was instantly blown away. His first reaction was that Super 1 couldn't handle Transcendent Super. After a moderate amount of training, Ye Tian instantly transformed into Super 3, stabilizing his flying body. After Ye Tian removed the opponent's force, he shot out a ki blast towards Kale, which quickly flew towards her. The transformed Kale, now in her Super Saiyan form, lost her sanity and effortlessly swatted Ye Tian's ki blast away with one hand. The ki blast fell towards the town where everyone was, and Caulifla sensed the danger, quickly flying up to try and deflect the ki blast. However, her power was simply insufficient to withstand the ki blast in Super Saiyan 3 form. She could only slightly block it. The ki blast continued to descend, bending Caulifla's upright body, and even transforming into Super Saiyan 1 didn't help. Let me handle this. Son Wukong couldn't stand by any longer. He soared into Super Saiyan Blue and directly swatted the ki blast away, sending it flying upwards. What a nuisance. I won't thank you. Caulifla, out of breath, didn't express any gratitude and turned away to join her subordinates. What a villain. Son Wukong didn't mind and returned to Vegeta, receiving a cold glare from him. In midair, Ye Tian and Kale were still engaged in a fierce battle. The more they fought, the more excited Ye Tian became, fueled by the Saiyan fighting spirit. Every cell in Ye Tian's body trembled with excitement as he was knocked away by a punch from Kai. Before he could steady himself, he surged forward again, filled with rage, charging at Kai. This time, Ye Tian had reached the Peach Blossom realm, and he met Kai's equally furious punches head-on. Bang! The shockwaves between their fists erupted, tearing through the air, neither of them willing to take a step back, and they remained locked in a stalemate. The energy erupting from Ye Tian and Kai continued to surge. Ye Tian suddenly curled the corner of his mouth and quickly grabbed Kai's wrist with his other hand. With a fierce tug, Ye Tian bent his knee and thrust his foot out, colliding with Kai's abdomen. However, Kai didn't seem completely devoid of reason. With a slap, her hand had already moved to her abdomen to block Ye Tian's knee. After nullifying Ye Tian's move, she pulled back her fist and struck towards Ye Tian's cheek again. Ye Tian saw that the situation was not good and immediately withdrew to avoid Kai's punch. He brought his hands together and unleashed a ki blast towards Kai. The ki blast charged towards Kai, who recklessly decided to take it head-on. The ki blast collided with her body and exploded. Ye Tian squinted at the muscular body buried in smoke, following the Dragon Ball principle. No injury with smoke, Kai definitely had no issues. Sure enough, amidst the rolling smoke, Kai charged straight out, continuously shouting as she got close to Ye Tian, throwing punches and sweeping kicks. There was no rationality. She was fighting purely on instinct. Is this also the kind of from Whis? Son Wukong looked at Vegeta and asked. Vegeta snorted, still crossing his arms and looking indifferently at the sky. Don't ask me such brainless questions. Vegeta, how can you talk like that? Son Wukong muttered discontentedly. We can't even be good friends. In midair, Ye Tian and Kai were moving faster and faster, so quickly that the little brothers of Caulifla below were left dizzy. Who would have thought that the usually shy Kaier was actually this powerful? Yeah, it looks even stronger than the boss. If the boss retires in the future, should Kaier take over? Hey, isn't it a bit too early to discuss this? Caulifla turned her head and scolded her little brothers, then quickly turned back to cheer for Kaier in midair. Go, Kaier, defeat the Grand Zeno. Show him your strength. Huh, I really don't like hearing that. Ye Tian roared and threw a fierce punch, hitting Kaier on the cheek. However, Kaier seemed to feel no pain. She grabbed Ye Tian's hand and flung him away. Huh. As Kaier roared, she continuously shot out energy blasts at Ye Tian, who was quickly hit and exploded, but in the blink of an eye, he was buried under heavy smoke. Kaier's energy blast attacks didn't stop, going wild, releasing blasts without care. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. As the smoke slowly dispersed, Kaier stared intently into the smoke, but as it cleared, she couldn't find Ye Tian's figure. Whoosh. At that moment, Ye Tian had quickly moved behind Kaier, directly striking her back with a heavy punch. By the time Kaier reacted, she was already sent flying towards the ground. Bang! As the two fought, it was fortunate that the nearby town was a bit far away. Otherwise, crashing down could have directly destroyed half the town. Let's go. Vegeta and Son Wukong exchanged glances and quickly flew toward the new battlefield. Hurry. If something happens to Lord Zeno, we're finished. Compa was also very anxious, urging Beerus as they both took off into the sky. Inside that massive body was just a small, fragile heart, unable to withstand the anger of the Grand Priest. You all pack up and go back. I'll go take a look. Caulifla instructed her little brothers behind her and flew off. Gabe was somewhat slow to react and hurriedly followed Caulifla to the new battlefield. Oof. Seeing Gabe following behind, Caulifla just snorted heavily. She was a bandit. How could she possibly get along with Gabe? Their previous cooperation was only because of the destroyer Compa. Kaier, who had been hit down, crashed into the ground, causing instant cracks to appear with the land sinking layer by layer, creating a massive pit in the blink of an eye. Chapter 111. Two uncles fighting a girl. Kaier lay at the bottom of the pit, looking up at Ye Tian in the air with gritted teeth, and she roared as she stood up, charging toward Ye Tian again. Ye Tian was on high alert, and Chuan Chao was indeed impressive. No wonder the new movie version of Broly was able to pin Golden Frieza to the ground for over an hour. By the time the group landed on the ground, Ye Tian and Caulifla's figures were moving rapidly in midair again, disappearing in the blink of an eye. All that could be seen were the ripples rising in the air, silently telling everyone how intense the battle was. Such incredible speed, I can't catch their movements at all. Gabe was sweating profusely on his forehead, exclaiming in astonishment. Kale's eyes were also fixed on the figures darting back and forth in the air, and her clenched teeth indicated that she too couldn't keep up with the speed of the two fighters. Caulifla was much stronger than she had imagined. It was truly amazing. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a figure fell rapidly from above where the two were fighting. It was Caulifla. Ye Tian also dived down, but in an instant, he caught up with Kale, arriving behind her and delivering a punch. Kale looked at him in surprise, and in her flailing, she unexpectedly grabbed Ye Tian's tail. Ye Tian's whole body trembled slightly, as being caught at his weak point made him lose strength and return to his normal state. Kale stabilized her own position, grabbing Ye Tian's tail and spinning him like a top, eventually throwing him out. This guy, hasn't he learned to control his weakness yet? Vegeta was greatly surprised and uncrossed his arms. Not good. Bardoss, seeing Ye Tian in his normal state plummeting towards the ground, if he crashed down at that incredible speed, he would surely be seriously injured. Yes. Bardoss clenched her hand, and her staff appeared in an instant, the magic orb on it lighting up. Whoosh. Ye Tian suddenly felt stabilized, wrapped in a strange barrier, floating in midair. What's going on? Ye Tian was puzzled and tapped on the protective shield. Seeing that Ye Tian was unharmed, Kaier in midair became even more furious. She continuously roared and charged the shield, trying to break it with punch after punch. Hee. Looks like it's my turn. Seeing this, Son Wukong grinned and quickly flew up to block in front of the shield, forcing Kaier back. Next, your opponent. Before he could finish his sentence, Kaier had already swung her fist, and the normally calm Son Wukong was directly hit in the face, slamming against the shield. The shield remained unscathed, while Ye Tian, wrapped inside, watched Son Wukong's distorted face pressed against the shield and called out unhappily, "Hey, Wukong, what are you doing?" But soon, Son Wukong powered up to Super Blue and began to engage in a fierce battle with Kaier. Hey. Ye Tian tapped on the shield again, and it disappeared in response. Ye Tian looked down at Bados, who was holding the staff, with a somewhat dissatisfied expression. He placed his hands on his hips and questioned, "What are you doing?" "I'm worried that Lord Zeno might get hurt," Bados honestly replied. Ye Tian felt speechless. Fighting and getting injured is quite normal, right? "It was Lord Xiangpa who made me do it." Not receiving praise for my efforts, Bardos directly shifted the blame. Xiangpa had sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but wipe it away. "Lord Daquanwang, what if something happens to you? The High Priest will be angry." "Huh? That situation won't happen. I have an immortal body." Ye Tian was somewhat angry as he looked towards the battle between Kale and Sun Wukong.